Lu Ding, male, 19 years old, a transmigrator, bearer of the Golden Finger Monster Containment Prison, and a freshman in the Department of Geological Exploration at Yunhai University. During the summer break, Lu Ding, having nothing better to do, decided to complete his internship report ahead of time. The school required every student to complete an internship with the location chosen by themselves. The more relevant to their major the better, though a mismatch wasn't a big issue as credits were determined by the quality of the internship report. It just so happened that Lu Ding was short on money. After all, he was a transmigrator with a golden finger, and being orphaned was the basic rule. He was able to attend university only because of national subsidies and the scholarships he earned through good grades. He still had to earn his own living expenses. Since earning money meant working, and an internship also meant working, he decided to combine the two. The earlier he submitted the internship report, the better. While worrying about what to do this summer, Lu Ding stumbled upon a job advertisement for a geological surveyor. It also mentioned that an internship certificate could be provided. The pay was quite good, $8,000 a month for prestigious university students. If he could bring some special skills, the salary was negotiable. As for what those skills were, only students of architecture or geological exploration would know. Feng Shui. Yes, exactly, Feng Shui. In a scientific society, talking about the occult couldn't be done openly, but in industries related to these matters you had to believe in it a little. As it happened, Lu Ding knew a thing or two about these matters. He wasn't a materialist. Having transmigrated, what was there left to be materialistic about? Moreover, the Golden Finger explicitly mentioned a monster containment prison. Didn't that clearly indicate that this world was not as simple as it seemed? If there were no monsters, what would the Golden Finger be for? So from the moment he sorted out his thoughts after transmigrating, Lu Ding began to delve into occult studies. Up to today, all to ensure he wouldn't be at a loss when he eventually encountered monsters. He would go straight up and deal with them accordingly. This was directly aimed at things like ghosts. If it were monsters of flesh and blood, Lu Ding might have hesitated. But when it came to spirits and vengeful ghosts, although Lu Ding had no practical experience, he felt overwhelmingly confident. Whether those methods worked or not, he absolutely wouldn't back down. With that, Lu Ding made the phone call. The person who answered was a middle-aged man with a less-than-standard Mandarin accent. Upon hearing that Lu Ding had special skills, he immediately invited him for an interview. Arriving at the place, he stated his purpose. The project supervisor interviewed him personally. Lu Ding started talking about geomancy, tomb construction, road building, dragon vein taboos, and quoted classics, thoroughly impressing the project supervisor. As for why he didn't calculate fortunes or read destiny, he couldn't do that. Although Lu Ding knew how, he didn't mention it. What if he was asked to demonstrate? Lu Ding couldn't guarantee that. If he said something wrong, where could he find such a well-paid internship? And so, with the project manager's repeated satisfaction, Lu Ding successfully joined the company. After nearly a month of hard work, just as payday was approaching, something happened at the construction site. That evening, near quitting time, the workers had dug up a large stone, from the cracks of which a red liquid was seeping out like blood. It terrified everyone on site. Lu Ding received the news and rushed excitedly to the scene. The project manager was also there, surrounded by a crowd of workers pointing at the giant stone. Lu Ding squeezed into the crowd. When the project manager saw him, he pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, "Lu Ding, you know a lot. Take a look at what this thing is." Lu Ding did know a lot, but all that knowledge came from ancient texts. He had never seen such a thing in real life. As for stones that bleed, there were many records in ancient books. Comparing them one by one was too slow. So he directly grabbed the nearby jackhammer, a look of excitement on his face, and said, "No matter what it is, if it bleeds, then it can be killed." He had waited too long for this day. Finally, he had found something that seemed like a monster. Today he would kill it. Seeing Lu Ding about to go at it with the jackhammer, the people nearby quickly stopped him. "Brother Lu, you mustn't. If you break a taboo, we'll all be in for bad luck." Right, maybe it's some kind of Tai Sui. I heard from the elders that Tai Sui grows in the ground and eating it can prolong life. No, I heard my grandfather say that Tai Sui is a malevolent god. Better to offend the king of hell than Tai Sui. I think we should bury it back. Seeing the crowd blocking him, Lu Ding thought, this won't do. What Tai Sui? Our construction site needs to work. It's just a stone dug up. If we delay the project because of it, who's going to take the blame? He looked around, no one spoke. Finally, Lu Ding's gaze fell on the project manager Luo Anping. At that moment everyone looked at him. This put Luo Anping in a difficult position. Indeed, they couldn't delay the project because of this thing. Luo Anping cursed inwardly, damn it, why does all this random crap happen to me? Construction sites hated digging up things like this. Last year they dug one up, and it brought in the authorities, now another one this year. Was the god deliberately opposing him? At this moment Lu Ding added fuel to the fire. Nobody says anything right. In the end, Manager Luo will take the blame. You've really got it figured out. Manager Luo, it's just one word from you. If you say don't drill this stone, I'll put down the tool right now. I'll come back secretly tonight. This thought echoed in Lu Ding's heart. He continued, if you nod, I'll drill 7 or 8 holes right through it. Don't forget I'm a man with skills. My fate is rock solid, I'm not afraid of these things. It was this sentence that gave Luo Anping confidence. Originally he didn't want to mess with this thing in the engineering world, better to believe in it than not. But since Lu Ding said he had skills, Luo Anping realized that it wasn't him doing the drilling, it was Lu Ding. What was he afraid of? He gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Drill. Lu Ding could no longer hold back his smile. Everyone move aside. The surrounding workers, seeing they couldn't persuade him, and as long as they weren't the ones doing it, scattered to watch the excitement. Only Lu Ding remained. He started the jackhammer, lifted it, and drove it into the stone. As the hammer broke the shell, a red liquid gushed out, splashing onto his clothes. Seeing his excited expression, the watching workers stepped back a few more paces. In their minds, a trace of fear for this seemingly young man began to grow. This guy is truly ruthless. Luo Anping's eyes widened. He had indeed hired the right person. When there's trouble, Lu Ding really steps up. Raise his pay. Must raise his pay. Bonus of 10,000. With the thumping sound of the jackhammer filling the air, Lu Ding's heart nearly leaped into his throat. Why wasn't his golden finger reacting yet? Give some response. Give some response. As he cried out in his heart, a large chunk of stone broke off from the sphere. A terrifying sight appeared. 2 tightly shut eyes were embedded in the sphere. Before the crowd could scream, the eyes on the stone sphere opened. Everyone present was ordinary people. Where had they ever seen such a thing? Shouting ghost. Monster. They all fled. Even Luo Anping was no exception. But he saw Lu Ding still standing there, his expression conflicted. In the end, Luo Anping didn't run away alone. He turned back to pull Lu Ding. Little Lu, run. This thing is a monster. Don't stop me, let me drill him to death. Lu Ding shook off. Luo Anping's hand switched on the impact drill and thrust it straight at the pair of wide-open eyes. Blood sprayed, this time splattering all over Lu Ding. At the same moment, the stone ball let out an eerie scream. Lu Ding grinned. This was a monster, definitely a monster without a doubt. Who would have thought a giant stone ball could bleed and scream? And since it couldn't move now, when else would he kill it? For more than a decade, Lu Ding had finally seen the hope of unlocking his golden finger. How could he let this opportunity slip away? He had prepared for this moment for over 10 years. Everyone was terrified the moment the stone ball opened its eyes, except for Lu Ding. Over these years, he had mentally prepared himself to face any monster, even forcing himself to develop a love for horror movies to boost his tolerance. He had seen it all, high definition and censored. He had been waiting for this day. Luo Anping was dumbfounded. Truly capable people were different. At that moment, standing behind Lu Ding gave him a sense of courage. Damn it, he wasn't running anymore. He might as well hide well behind Lu Ding and witness something extraordinary. The stone ball's screams grew louder. The smile never left Lu Ding's face. Then came a crack. The stone ball split in 2, and in his mind a book's pages turned. Monster Containment Prison. Monster contained Monster Nan Shan Wanshur Unborn Reward Jin Che Dao cuts through all things. A warm current surged through Lu Ding's body. He could clearly feel power growing inside him, an indescribable sensation rising in his heart. Finally, he had unlocked the correct usage of his golden finger. Lu Ding sighed at the difficulty of these past 10+ years. If it weren't for the golden finger, he would have bet on restarting the game. Orphan to hell, start leaving the orphanage to fend for himself at 14, having to study, no place to live. If not for subsidies, he truly didn't know how to survive. Fortunately, he had finally seen the light. He dropped the drill and sat on the ground. Luo Onping tremblingly handed him a cigarette, his lighter clicking several times before lighting it for Lu Ding. Honestly, brother Lu, I've lived over 30 years and seen plenty of tough guys, but someone as ruthless as you, this is a first. Luo Onping said admiringly. Lu Ding blew out a puff of smoke, releasing the pent-up emotions inside, and forced a smile. Brother Luo, can you add some money? Add it right away. Bonus and salary. I'll make it 20,000 this month. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat now. He opened his phone, and 20,000 arrived instantly. With the golden finger unlocked and 20,000 yuan in his pocket, Lu Ding had never felt so secure. It was then that he recalled the earlier prompt. Nanshan Wanshi. This thing was indeed a legendary existence, but not from this world, from his past life. According to the Zibuyu records, a scholar named Chen Shiotsai from Haichang once prayed for a dream in the Su Min temple. In the dream, Su Min opened the main gate to welcome him, and the scholar hesitated. The text went on for hundreds of characters, and Lu Ding couldn't recall the details. The gist was a scholar once prayed for a dream to divine his fortune before a journey, and encountered a deity and a city god. During their conversation, the scholar overheard them speaking vaguely. Die in Guangxi, succeed in Tongxi. Nanshan Wanshi lives 10,000 years. Later, the scholar really went to Guangxi and encountered the Kamita stone-turned old man. They even conversed. The scholar unilaterally considered the old man his friend. Later, the stone spirit old man asked him for help, saying he had cultivated for 10,000 years, but still hadn't achieved true success because he lacked a statue of the Nine Heavens mysterious woman carved from 3,000 caddies of sandalwood. You must help me. We are friends. If you don't, I'll kill you. The scholar asked what Dao the old man cultivated, and he replied, Jin Che Dao. The scholar was terrified. Combine Jin and Che, and it was the character for slash. The scholar then lured the old man to a temple, hoping the deity and city god would deal with him, but the old man escaped. That was Nanshan Wanshi. Lu Ding never expected to encounter Nanshan Wanshi in this world. And it was still unborn. What a lucky find. Otherwise, once this thing was born, even 100 Lu Dings wouldn't be enough for it to cut down. But there were no otherwise possibilities. This round Lu Ding had won. Now with a single thought, he could unleash a sharp slash. He still didn't know how powerful it was. Had need to find a chance to test it. After finishing a cigarette, Lu Ding looked at the broken pieces of Nanshan Wanshi, thinking that although he didn't know what use they were, he couldn't waste them. There was a good chance they were treasures. He pushed a small cart over and put the pieces into it. Luo Onping watched him, puzzled, but didn't ask anything. After all, he was a project manager. If he lacked insight and brains, how could he have gotten to this position? Brother Lu, why don't you take a couple days off? Luo Onping said, and Lu Ding had exactly that in mind. Okay, you'll take 2 days off. Call me when things settle down on the site. Come back. Lu Ding wasn't coming back. He had worked before just to survive. Now that his golden finger was unlocked, his goal was to specifically hunt monsters. His life was destined to be extraordinary. Money would come. At worst, he could just not eat beef. He pushed the cart back to the dormitory, emptied his suitcase of clothes, packed the stone fragments into it, and headed straight to his cheap rented room. 300 yuan a month. His little nest in the resettlement housing. The moment Lu Ding left, before Luo Onping could catch his breath, 2 people barged into his office and cornered him. A man and a woman dressed in tight outfits. They flashed relevant official documents. Where are the things? Where is the person? Luo Onping was not someone who easily sells others out, so he played dumb. What things? What person? Slap. A black pistol slammed onto the table. Can you talk now? Luo Onping slid to his knees. Brother, sister, it's not my fault. It's all Lu Ding. He recounted everything from beginning to end, plus a 24K HD surveillance video played back. The two watched it from start to finish. When it ended, they exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They turned and left, only saying, You'd better keep what happened here buried in your heart. The tea in the bureau isn't that easy to drink. I know, I understand. Don't worry. Luo Onping forced a chrysanthemum-like brilliant smile as he watched them leave. letting out a long sigh. "Brother Lou, I'm sorry, it's not that I didn't want to help you, I just didn't dare." He didn't even dare to tip Lu Ding off. The credentials they showed him were from the national security. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ding successfully arrived at the foot of the resettlement complex. Clutching the suitcase containing the fragment of the obstinate stone, he gazed upon the resettlement area where he had lived for 5 years, a surge of emotion welling within him. "I'm truly reluctant to leave. Though the surroundings are mediocre, where else can you find a one-bedroom apartment for just 300 yuan a month?" Lu Ding was preparing to move. Previously, due to his special status and outstanding academic performance, the Social Welfare Department had arranged this 300 yuan a month resettlement unit for him after he left the orphanage. He had lived there ever since. In the early days, he had no money. Now that he was financially secure and would never lack funds again, Lu Ding naturally wouldn't cling to state resources. He resolved to leave the apartment for those in need. After all, resettlement housing was in high demand, with countless people requiring such accommodations. Lu Ding himself needed a better living environment. Tonight was his last night here. With a mix of emotions, Lu Ding returned to room 1503. He changed his shoes, took a shower to wash away the fatigue, and finally opened the suitcase to examine the fragment of the obstinate stone closely. Aside from the lingering traces of blood, it looked no different from an ordinary stone. What use could this thing have? For medicine. For forging. These two answers surfaced in Lu Ding's mind, but beyond them, he could think of no other purpose. Even if he stared at it until flowers bloomed, it revealed no miraculous transformation. So Lu Ding gave up. He rose and walked to the balcony to start packing his clothes, preparing for the move the next day. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something outside the window. A figure seemed to be standing in the bamboo grove behind the complex. As Lu Ding looked over, it looked back at him. Their gazes collided in the air. Before Lu Ding could discern anything amiss, the figure in the bamboo grove raised its hand and began pointing upward slowly from low to high in the direction of his building. This gesture instantly made something click in Lu Ding's mind. This bastard. He seemed to be counting which floor Lu Ding lived on. Wait, what? He had just unlocked his golden finger. Was this creature so arrogant? Openly counting his floor, what did it mean? Coming to cause trouble. Robbery. At this thought, Lu Ding felt he couldn't tolerate it. He had just unlocked his golden finger. How could he be intimidated? He tossed the clothes aside. Stop your damn counting. I live in 1503. Come on up if you dare. He had been wondering how to test the cutting power of his newly acquired Jin Che Dao technique, and now someone was delivering themselves to him. Weren't they tired of living? But the next moment, Lu Ding instantly felt he had misjudged. This thing wasn't human. This realization only excited him more. As soon as he shouted those words, the figure in the bamboo grove dashed toward his building at an astonishing speed, covering several meters in a single stride. In the dim light, Lu Ding could even see the long hair billowing on its body. After all, how could a human grow such long hair? As the long-haired monster slipped through the back door of the building and vanished, Lu Ding's excitement surged. Damn it! When none of you show up, none do. 19 years without a single hair in sight. But now 2 pop up in one night. Are you all insane? With such high density, why did you make me wait 19 years? His home was no place to fight, too cramped to maneuver. Lu Ding quickly slipped on his shoes and stepped into the corridor, intending to move the battle to the stairwell or hallway. He waited at the stairway entrance, peering down to see a shadowy figure ascending the stairs at a terrifying speed. Floor after floor, the sound-activated lights flickered on. 10th floor, 11th floor, 12th floor, 13th floor. Lu Ding's adrenaline spiked. The moment the light on the 14th floor flared, he raised his hand and unleashed a slash. A sharp, intangible force erupted, cleaving through the iron handrail, as if through mud, leaving gashes and gouges on the mottled old walls, as though carved by axes or blades. The sound-activated light illuminated the full scene. Lu Ding turned his head to look. On the central platform of the stairwell, the monster crashed against the wall, sending flakes of plaster raining down. A deep slash wound was etched across its chest, stretching from its shoulder to its ribs. No blood dripped, nor were there bones or flesh, only interwoven vines and countless tiny tendrils writhing at the wound's edge. Now Lu Ding saw the monster's full form. It was pitch black, over 2 meters tall, its entire body sheathed in long dark hair. Yet it didn't appear bulky, instead it seemed almost slender. Its face resembled a dried mask, with eyes like light bulbs emitting a faint yellow glow. Its appearance was ferocious and unsightly, but still tolerable. The monster lifted its head slightly, locking eyes with Lu Ding. Excitement gleamed in both their gazes. "Thought you were something special, but you're just rushing to your death. I wonder if your neck is as tough as your chest." Another slash shot forth without warning. The monster sensed it and ducked, but not in time. Half of its skull was torn away. A howl echoed through all 15 floors, startling the duo from Department 749, who had just arrived at the complex to search for someone. They exchanged glances. A Wangxiang's roar. "Damn it!" They stomped hard, cracking the pavement, and sprinted from the complex entrance to the building's door in 2 strides. At that moment, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. The two looked over to see the monster covered not only in black hair, but also in a web of slashes. The once fearsome creature now lay on the ground, breathing and more than out, struggling to rise and flee from this place. As if some terrifying existence far beyond its comprehension dwelled here. "Run. Now you know how to run. Where the hell were you before? It'll make you run." Another slash struck. The monster, already unsteady, crumpled instantly, its body severed in half, the torso tumbling away, while its legs remained in place. The duo below instinctively looked up. They saw a tiny silhouette leaping off a balcony, using the momentum to somersault and land nimbly on the ground. At that moment, a breeze stirred. The two felt a sharp sting on their faces, as if someone were slicing their skin with a blade. They looked again at the monster's upper body, cut into a cross pattern, shattered into 4 large chunks on the ground. Lu Ding sensed a surge of new power within him. Contained monster Wangxiang containment. Reward the state of self-forgetting. The state of self-forgetting chi flows through the celestial window, forgetting self and others, achieving unity with heaven. This name also stirred memories in Lu Ding. Wangxiang. It is recorded in Daoist texts, the Huainanzi and the Analects, with varying descriptions. According to the Huainanzi and the Analects, Wangxiang is a waterborne evil, or a mountainstone spirit that devours humans. In Daoist texts it is described as a state, a wandering through the celestial window, that is the fontanelle atop the head, a void-like state, the essence of self-forgetting, which is the unity of heaven and man. And this reward, the state of self-forgetting, was exactly that unity. With this skill, Lu Ding could now consciously control the state of being one with heaven and earth. What others could only achieve uncontrollably, Lu Ding could activate at will. This was a tremendous gain. The two who had come looking for him were also stunned. If the Nanshan obstinate stone was pure luck, then the violent slaying of the Wangxiang was absolute undeniable strength. And it was something even they could not accomplish. Though the Wangxiang had been beaten, like a chick, by Lu Ding, slain without mercy, if it had been them, it would inevitably have led to a brutal battle. "Which? Lu Ding, right?" the man called out. Lu Ding turned around. He had noticed these two earlier, but the monster ahead had to be dealt with first. However, their reaction to the monster and the scene just now piqued his interest. "I am Lu Ding. Who are you?" Zhou Jia smiled warmly and said, "We are trainee investigators from Bureau 749. I'm Zhou Jia, and she's Long Shanshan. We came today to ask you about the situation at the construction site earlier. This isn't a good place for a chat. Could we go somewhere else?" Bureau 749. The name was thunderously familiar to Lu Ding. In both his past and present lives it was shrouded in profound mystery. Moreover, it was a blend of truth and rumor impossible to verify. He never expected that people from 749 would seek him out today. Lu Ding nodded. "Let's talk at my place." He turned to gather his spoils, only to find that the corpse of the Wangxiang lying on the ground had vanished. "Hey," Long Shanshan explained, "that was a Muwang, a spirit of wood and stone. It dissolves into the earth after death." So that was it. Lu Ding hadn't known this. He felt a pang of regret, thinking it might have been useful if preserved. Seeing his disappointed expression, Zhou Jia and Long Shanshan exchanged glances. On their way here they had reviewed Lu Ding's file. Aside from excellent grades, he seemed utterly ordinary, at most a bit mature for his age. But given his background, that maturity was understandable. Yet his current behavior was anything but ordinary. First, he wielded a demolition drill against an unborn Nanshan Hardstone drenched in blood without a hint of fear, instead showing excitement. Now he had brutally slain a Mu Wang and lamented not being able to collect its corpse. How could they believe he was just an ordinary person after such displays? Following Lu Ding home, they saw the fragments of the Hardstone in the living room and let out a long breath. Zhou Jie hesitated before speaking. Lu Ding, you can't just leave the Nanshan Hardstone out in the open. Huh? Why? Because it's an essence of heaven and earth akin to things like Tai Sui, same origin but different forms. It holds great allure for various spirits and demons. That Mu Wang was likely drawn here by it. Lu Ding's eyes lit up. What a stroke of luck. He would have to carry this thing around town. He couldn't wait for more monsters to come his way. Seeing his ominous expression, Long Shanshan guessed his intent and quickly interjected. Don't act recklessly. Attracting a Mu Wang is one thing, but if something truly terrifying shows up, you wouldn't even be able to flee, let alone fight. Hearing this, Lu Ding abandoned the idea. While he craved monsters for reward, summoning something invincible would be disastrous. He put away the Nanshan Hardstone fragments. The three sat down. Zhou Jie pressed the recorder on his chest. It'll begin. Lu Ding would like to ask, did you awaken your abilities while killing the Nanshan Hardstone? Awaken? Lu Ding looked puzzled. Zhou Jie patiently explained. People like us are called refined chi practitioners. It's akin to cultivators in novels. To become a cultivator, you need a spiritual root. In the real world, there's no such thing, only talent. You either have it or you don't. Ordinary people with potential usually appear normal, only manifesting their talent through external stimuli, or like you after a baptism. Well, skip stimuli and focus on baptism. Baptism or spiritual awakening uses rare treasures to turn latent talent into active ability. During this process, there's a chance to absorb and awaken the techniques inherent in the awakening medium. The blood and essence of the Nanshan Hardstone are rare treasures. So your slashing ability likely came from absorbing its talent. You also have an innate talent of your own. Have you discovered it yet? Lu Ding pondered. This was convenient, saving him the trouble of explaining. As for his innate talent, it could serve as a foundation for future rewards. He shook his head and asked, is it possible to absorb and awaken more such talents later? No, this talent is only absorbed and integrated into your instinct during the first awakening. Later you can learn various techniques and spells, but they won't be as intuitive. Lu Ding understood and felt enlightened. He followed Zhou Jie's lead. Then I suppose I have awakened. Just as they thought. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan thought in unison. The Nanshan Hardstone was a rare treasure. Using it for awakening to become a refined chi practitioner was expected, though it was still surprising. Absorbing the awakening medium's talent was plausible, but the probability was minuscule. And succeeding would make him a dual talent possessor. That would put him far ahead of others truly enviable. Not to mention his terrifying combat strength right after awakening. Comparisons were truly maddening. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan attributed Lu Ding's fearsome power to the Nanshan Hardstone. They had initially thought this was just a minor incident during their patrol, never expecting a Nanshan Hardstone. Had they known, a full-fledged investigator would have been sent. After the questioning, Zhou Jie got to the main point. Lu Ding, for awakened individuals like you, Bureau 749 has two management standards. The first is to join 749 as a trainee investigator. After completing 10 missions or containing 10 monsters, you can become a full investigator. Full investigators receive 7 insurances and 3 funds plus a monthly salary of 50,000. Missions are compensated separately. Trainees get 30,000 a month, also with mission pay, and must take at least 1 mission per month. Additionally, joining Bureau 749 grants access to cultivation resources, techniques for exchange, and guidance from mentors, like joining a sect in novels. You'll also enjoy conveniences in society, including firearm permits, unconditional cooperation from local authorities, and temporary command authority. The second option is not to join, but you must guarantee no harm to society, report to local 749 monthly, and not leave the country. Only a fool would choose the latter. Joining 749 offered countless benefits. Besides, Lu Ding felt a sense of belonging to the Great Han. He had survived, had a home, and received an education thanks to its subsidies and aid. A stable government job seemed nice. And cultivation, that intrigued him most.
You mentioned cultivation. What does that entail? It is like this. After awakening, everyone can become a chi refiner, but to cultivate one must have techniques and resources. These are only available from Bureau 749 or other chi refiner sects, and chi refiner sects generally do not take disciples casually. So if you want to cultivate, the best option is to join 749 complete missions to earn contribution points and exchange them for cultivation techniques and resources. New recruits of 749 get one free chance to choose a basic technique. This is considered an employee benefit.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ding immediately said without hesitation,
I am willing to join 749.
Although he could also become stronger through his golden finger, this was different. He possessed a skill like Wangxing Jiwei that allowed him to achieve unity with heaven and earth. If he did not cultivate, it would be a waste. Cultivate, he must cultivate. Hearing Lu Ding's answer, Zhou Jie could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Bureau 749 had a rule: if you could recruit new talents for the Bureau, the recruiter would receive rewards based on the strength of the recruit's talent. The gains from this mission were originally not substantial. However, with Lu Ding's recruitment, once he officially joined, the rewards Zhou Jie would receive would be far from meager. This was not a judgment, but something he had witnessed with his own eyes. A person who had just awakened could kill Mu Wang. How could such talent be weak? Moreover, he was a dual talent possessor. Zhou Jie could hardly imagine what rewards he would obtain. After packing up a few things, Lu Ding dragged his suitcase and followed Zhou Jie into the car heading to Bureau 749. He had been to 2 places that night. Before leaving, Lu Ding asked,
What about the corridor in the apartment building? I destroyed it all. Don't worry, someone will come to clean it up, and it will be even better than before.
Hearing this, Lu Ding felt relieved. As they drove out of the city, watching the scenery was by, Lu Ding asked in confusion,
Is 749 so far from the city? What if something happens in the city? There are patrols in the city every day. Today, the construction site area was under the supervision of Shan Shan and me. If we encounter something we can't handle, we report it, and someone more powerful will come.
That made sense. Whatever he could think of, Bureau 749 had already considered. As the car entered a tunnel, the scenery before them transformed. When they emerged, they were in a base nestled in a mountain valley. Lu Ding felt a sense of novelty. Following Zhou Jie and the others, he arrived at a hall to register his information and answer various questions. Finally, he walked through a small door. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan waved goodbye to him. After Lu Ding's figure disappeared, Long Shanshan asked,
Aren't you going to wait for him? He and we are no longer from the same world. We won't walk the same path. Besides, we still have our jurisdiction to patrol and plenty of things to do. Let's go.
Just being acquainted was enough. Zhou Jie thought clearly and lived wisely. With different tiers, they were destined not to be on the same path. It was better to part ways amicably, nod in greeting when they met in the future, and leave a good impression. Meanwhile, Lu Ding followed a staff member through a corridor brimming with a futuristic feel. Both sides were made of transparent glass. Beyond these glass walls stood lifelike yet eerily monstrous specimens. They varied in size and expression: ferocious, terrifying, mysterious, elegant, and indescribably beautiful. A dazzling array of them. Lu Ding's heart stirred. If only all these monsters had been killed by him. How many rewards would he have obtained? What a pity. He walked through the corridor. Catching a glimpse of half the true visage of Base 749, he arrived at a room. The staff member swiped a card to open the door and said,
Mr. Lu, please rest here for a while. It's already past midnight, and it's the first day of the lunar month. The new intern recruits who joined 749 last month will undergo their unified assessment and registration this morning. You can watch and observe to prepare for next month's assessment. Before the staff member could leave, Lu Ding quickly asked, What does assessment and registration mean? It's like this: every new recruit must pass an assessment to be registered, usually on the first day of each lunar month. The assessment mainly tests combat ability. Based on the results and combat observation, new recruits are graded to facilitate mission assignments, avoid unnecessary casualties, and determine different treatment. Those with average performance will be assigned to 8-person dormitories, receive no rewards, and cannot take on monster containment missions until they pass the combat assessment for outdoor monster containment and investigation tasks. Those with decent performance will be assigned to 4-person dormitories, receive a muscle-strengthening bone stewing decoction as a reward, and can take on missions on the 749 app to assist full investigators in monster containment. Those with excellent performance will be assigned to 2-person dormitories, receive a Tongji pill to aid awakening, and can serve as lead investigators for non-combat investigation missions, or as assistant investigators for combat missions. Those with perfect performance will receive a single-person dormitory and an awakening pill which gently opens all acupoints to reach the Jiaxian realm. They can accept monster containment missions on the 749 app without needing to assist full investigators, enjoying the same priority as full investigators. After completing 10 missions or capturing 10 monsters, they can become full investigators. Now that you've just joined 749, you have 1 month to choose and comprehend a technique. You can participate in the assessment on the first day of next month. There is plenty of time.
Although that was what he said, Lu Ding truly could not bear to wait a month. Wasn't that a waste of time? Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him.
Hey! I arrived at the base before midnight, so I should be considered as having joined last month, right? And tomorrow is the first day of the month. Can I take the assessment?
Seeing Lu Ding's eyes sparkle as he spoke, the staff member felt that this man might not have understood what he meant.
It is possible, but rushing into the assessment will likely yield poor results. Although you are a dual talent possessor, you have only just awakened. My suggestion is to take a month to settle, maintain your best condition, learn a technique first, and then take the assessment in your prime state. Besides, you are currently in the pre-registration phase and staying in a single room.
Lu Ding shook his head.
No, I'm not a sports student. I don't need to settle. Do I need to sign up for the assessment? If so, sign me up now. I'll take it with the others tomorrow.
He had already waited 19 years, finally unlocking his golden finger. Now that he had joined 749, he no longer needed to search for monsters on his own. And they wanted him to wait. Lu Ding could not wait a single moment. He could pick up the technique after the assessment tomorrow. The staff member was a bit speechless. Others always wanted more time to grow stronger and achieve the best results. But this man seemed unable to wait at all. Could being a dual talent holder make him so arrogant?
Fine, I'll sign you up. This is a 749 employee phone with the 749 app installed. You can log in with your personal info to browse and review materials.
The staff member departed. Lu Ding lay on the bed, following the staff's earlier instructions, logging into his personal information to browse the materials on the 749 app. That night, like a parched sponge, Lu Ding absorbed moisture he had never experienced before, swimming in an ocean of knowledge. He learned about the hidden side of this world. Lu Ding also came to understand the cultivation levels of chi refiners. From low to high, they were divided into realms such as Aperture, Opening, Radiant Star, Spirit, Sea, Divine, Palace, Life, Mastery, Earth, Insight, and Heaven, Insight. There were likely more beyond, but with Lu Ding's current status and rank, he could not yet see them. Beyond that, there were all sorts of unheard-of monsters and heavenly treasures. Among them, Lu Ding also found information about the Nanshan Stubborn Stone. The Nanshan Stubborn Stone was a type of spirit creature also categorized as a heavenly treasure. The red liquid within it was the essence of earthly chi, usable for Aperture Opening, while the remaining stone fragments could be used to forge weapons. Moreover, it was a rare and excellent material. Even if he did not use it himself, he could exchange it with 749 for contribution points, but Lu Ding would not consider that. Upon seeing this entry, Lu Ding thought to himself,
"Indeed, it is a treasure. So what kind of weapon should I forge?"
With this question in mind, Lu Ding slowly drifted into slumber. The next morning, as the alarm rang, he got up, washed up, and another staff member arrived to lead him to the assessment venue. After winding through numerous paths amidst a bustling crowd, Lu Ding finally arrived at the assessment venue. The noise of the crowd was deafening. Looking ahead, he saw a sunken area the size of a football field several meters deep where dozens of people stood scattered. Around the venue, men and women of all ages dressed in various attire and armed with an array of weapons, blades, spears, swords, and halberds, gathered to watch the spectacle. Diverse conversations buzzed in his ears.
It's a pity. When I joined 749, I was number 16. I had to start the assessment just 14 days later, and I only got an average score. If I had more time, I could have achieved a good result. You call that a pity? I joined on the 23rd. I remember it clearly. Damn, that month only had 29 days. I was so unlucky. Even so, I still got an average score. If I could have joined earlier like you, I think my result would have been good. So luck is also part of strength. This month, there are 8 newcomers who joined before the 5th. I estimate all 8 of them will get excellent or even perfect. I believe in excellent, but perfect isn't something achievable in just a month. If anyone could get a perfect score just by joining a few days earlier, wouldn't our bureau's aperture opening pills become as common as cabbages? Ha, that makes sense. Killing 100 wooden dummies in an hour is a bit unrealistic. So in your opinion, who do you think will get perfect this time? It has to be Lu Yun. She has a demon blade and has awakened the shadow walk talent, allowing her to maneuver through darkness and shadows. Paired with her sharp demon blade, the wooden dummies in the assessment ground probably won't even touch her before she cuts them down. Lu Yun is a good candidate. Besides, she came on the 10th of last month, so she has had enough time. I think besides Lu Yun, Chu Hao might also be able. He and Lu Yun both came on the 10th, and they are classmates. He has the abilities of Vine Armor and would control. This assessment ground is full of wooden dummies. It's his home turf. The problem is his lack of offensive power. Tisk, I told you luck is part of strength. I heard Lu Yun and Chu Hao are both college students and from the same club. On the 9th of last month, their club had an activity. Over 20 people went to an ancient town for a trip, and a paranormal event broke out. Only the 2 of them survived and were eventually rescued by investigator Zhu. Not only did those 2 successfully open their apertures, but they also got their artifacts to recognize them as masters. They are truly lucky.
Lu Yun. Chu Hao. Lu Ding listened. Weren't they from the same school as him? Both were from the Ancient Style Club. Chu Hao, like Lu Ding, was a freshman at Yunhai University, but he was in the Economics and Management department, while Lu Ding was in Geological Exploration. They had crossed paths during public classes. As for Lu Yun, she was a junior, the president of the Ancient Style Club, and a well-known beauty on campus who favored classical styles. He hadn't expected them to join 749 as well. Truly, acquaintances were everywhere. But Lu Ding paid no mind, merely sighing in passing. He turned to ask the staff member opening the entrance gate for him.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask, how are the assessment standards they mentioned defined? The assessment lasts 1 hour. Killing 10 monsters is a pass, 11 to 40 is average, 41 to 70 is good, 71 to 99 is excellent, and killing 100 or more in an hour is perfect.
So that was the rating method. Simple and straightforward. Lu Ding said thank you and stepped into the assessment venue. The moment he entered, countless eyes turned towards him.
Why is there 1 more person? Weren't there 64? How did it become 65? Could he be a newcomer who joined in the last few days? Then isn't he asking for death? He just opened his aperture, probably hasn't even mastered his techniques yet, and he's already here for the assessment. You only get 1 chance at the assessment. He'll probably regret it later. He'll be lucky to even pass. Tisk, young people are too reckless. Reckless. This is just him not knowing his place. He thinks that because he opened his aperture, he's a child of destiny, the protagonist of the world. He's simply ignorant of his own limits. Why are you so harsh? You sound like you know what you're talking about. Is that what you thought, and then reality slapped you down?
Lu Ding's sudden addition not only caught the attention of the onlookers. It also attracted the attention of the others in the field. Lu Yun and Chu Hao looked over. Seeing Lu Ding's face, they both felt a flicker of recognition.
This guy looks like a freshman from our school. I saw him moving equipment to the warehouse after the military training ended.
Lu Yun's words jogged Chu Hao's memory.
Now that you mention it, I think I've seen him in the public lecture hall too. I didn't expect to run into a classmate here. Let's go say hello.
As Lu Yun was about to step forward, Chu Hao called out to stop her.
No need. We've been here for so long and never saw him before. He must have just joined recently. He doesn't understand reality and rushed to take the assessment thinking too highly of himself. His results definitely won't be good. Let's just focus on ourselves.
His voice was not at all discreet, and Lu Ding heard it clearly. He turned his head. Why did this guy have to be so irritating? He could take the assessment whenever he wanted. Who was this guy to judge whether he knew his place or not? He even pronounced Lu Ding's fate bluntly, stating his results wouldn't be good. Not only was it annoying to hear, but the look in his eyes was also contemptuous with an air of arrogance. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, fine, but don't do it to their face, provoking them like that. Lu Ding wasn't about to let that slide. He flicked his finger, and a slash burst forth, heavily striking Chu Hao's vine armor. Its speed was so fast that no one present could react. Chu Hao was sent flying, crashing onto the ground. A stifling breath was trapped in his chest, unable to be exhaled for a long time. A vicious gash was etched on his chest, nearly cutting through the vine armor. Lu Ding's voice rang out at that moment.
When others are doing things, keep your comments to yourself. We are not familiar. Next time, if you can't control your mouth, you won't need those teeth anymore.
Lu Yun stepped forward to help Chu Hao up. When she saw the damage on his chest, her pupils contracted sharply. She and Chu Hao had tested it before. Even with her demon blade, she could barely damage the vine armor much. How could this man, with just a flick of his finger, create such terrifying marks? Moreover, the marks left by the vine armor could originally regenerate and repair. But now the vine armor showed no signs of self-repair, having evidently become a lifeless object, most likely ruined. Lu Yun struggled to suppress her anger as she spoke. Aren't you going too far? He only said a few words. Lu Ding crossed his arms. Well, I am going too far. So what? What can you do about it? He was just being a smart mouth. He was only joking. It was just a casual remark. Lu Ding found these words nauseating. He was too lazy to argue with others. You started with the insults I'm hitting you today. So what? You? Yes, what could she do? She could do nothing. Her strength was not much different from Chu Hao's. That slash that Chu Hao couldn't block, she couldn't block either, and she couldn't react in time. In such a situation, even if she stepped in, she would likely be instantly defeated. Alright, just bottle it up. If your words don't sit well with me, I won't spare your feelings either. Candidates are not allowed to attack each other. Please prepare. The assessment will begin in 5 minutes. A voice echoed from the examination hall. What had happened here caught the eyes of those watching from the outside, instantly igniting a flurry of discussion. What's going on? Why did they suddenly start fighting? He sent Chu Hao, who had the vine armor, flying with a single strike. This guy is no mere newcomer. I believe he's a full-fledged investigator. This must be his talent. The power of that talent is terrifyingly strong. I admit he's strong, but his temperament leaves much to be desired. Resorting to violence directly, isn't that a bit too arrogant? Stop your damn nitpicking. If you think he's arrogant, go fight him after the assessment. Look at the power of that slash delivered with just a flick of his finger. If he went all out, do you think he could cleave your head from your backside? Arrogance is justified. If I had his strength, I'd be even more arrogant. That Chu Hao, relying on his magic artifact, always looked down on everyone. Among the trainee investigators, how many have ever gotten a kind word from him? Now someone's finally here to put him in his place. Remember when he clashed with other newcomers? Relying on his vine armor for defense, he beat them, and then called them trash. I think he's the real trash. Now he doesn't dare to make a peep. He fawns on the strong and bullies the weak. He's got what he deserved, ha ha ha. The atmosphere outside reached a new peak. As the 5 minutes passed, in the blink of an eye, Chu Hao finally exhaled the stifling breath in his chest. His complexion recovered as he looked at Lu Ding in the distance, his eyes filled with wariness. After realizing the vine armor was essentially destroyed, that wariness turned into fear. When someone is not far behind you, you resent them, you are wary of them, and you harbor thoughts of revenge, biding your time for the future. But when the gap between you is as vast as the distance between heaven and earth facing them, you only feel fear and terror. Thoughts of revenge or waiting for another day vanish entirely. You dare not think, you dare not act. Chu Hao himself understood that his previous arrogance came from looking down on every trainee investigator. he had met recently except for Lu Yun. All his confidence stemmed from the vine armor. But now that the vine armor was broken, his confidence had dissipated as well. The assessment he had been so confident about now filled his heart with unease. Strange wooden figures 2 meters tall emerged from the ground. Chu Hao, feeling fear, took half a step back. Before, with the vine armor to block incoming attacks, he only needed to focus on offense. But now, without the armor, he had to consider dodging. Real attacks landing on his body would hurt. As the broadcast announced the start of the assessment, hundreds of wooden figures charged forward. A look of excitement crossed Lu Ding's face as he leaped forward, taking the lead. Bring it on. Raising his hand, he unleashed a horizontal slash spanning 10 meters. Wherever it passed until its power faded, over a dozen wooden figures were cleaved in two at the waist. No prompt appeared before his eyes. Lu Ding felt only regret. Though it was impractical, he had still fantasized about receiving rewards for killing these monsters. Now it seemed they were not collectible, and they were far too weak. The terrifying power of this strike drew exclamations from many, and ignited the fighting spirit of the other trainees. The assessment battle had officially begun. Lu Ding weaved through the monsters at the front, surrounded by swirling slashes. With every movement, slashes erupted, sending wood chips flying and limbs scattering. He moved as if on a leisurely stroll, unhurried, embodying the elegance of violent aesthetics. He reached out and grabbed a wooden figure by the head. Dozens of slashes swirled in his hand. The wooden figure's head instantly shattered into a handful of wood chips. He casually scattered the chips. Lu Ding felt the difficulty was too low. These wooden figures looked terrifying, but their actual combat ability wasn't much higher than an ordinary person's. They were just a bit taller, a bit tougher, a bit stronger, a bit faster, and a bit more numerous. That was all. They posed no threat to him whatsoever. In 10 minutes, the number behind Lu Ding's name on the big screen had skyrocketed to over 80. This meant he had killed over 80 monsters. Seeing this terrifying data, the other trainee investigators watching could no longer remain calm. This guy is more of a monster than the monsters themselves. Over 80 in 10 minutes, like chopping cabbage. No wonder he's so arrogant. With this kind of strength, he has every right to be arrogant. He's probably going to break a record both in number and time. I've never heard of anyone killing 80 monsters in 10 minutes during a trainee assessment. Lu Ding will remember that name. If possible, I'd like to go on missions with him in the future. It would be full of security. How many do you think he can kill in an hour? At least 400 or 500. I think so too. I wonder if breaking the record comes with a reward. What are you thinking? Do you think this is a novel? That every record broken comes with an extra reward? Even without an extra reward, this guy has made a name for himself. I doubt there will be many in Bureau 749 who want to know him. In the arena, Lu Ding was unaware of the reactions outside. In a nearby battlefield, Lu Yun, wielding her demon blade, darted among the monsters. With every swing, a monster turned into points on the big screen. Yet even so, her score lagged far behind Lu Ding's. She had only killed over 30, while Lu Ding had already killed nearly 200. Lu Yun had originally thought the gap between herself and other trainee investigators was already vast with her demon blade and powerful talent. But today, Lu Ding's appearance taught her that there is always someone better. Thinking of the compliments and praise she had received these past days, Lu Yun's face flushed with shame, and she found it laughable. With another swing of her blade felling a wooden figure, Lu Yun, who had been here for almost a month, realized for the first time that she needed to work harder. As time neared its end, the word assessment had lost its meaning for Lu Ding. He was now merely using these wooden figures to hone his combat experience. The skill known as the State of Oblivion had long been activated. Enhanced by the unity of heaven and man, each strike was impenetrable, growing increasingly terrifying in power and cunning in angle. Lu Ding's combat experience was rapidly improving. This extraordinary state caught the attention of the 749 administrators monitoring the assessment venue backstage. Unity of heaven and man. This kid has actually entered the state of unity of heaven and man. Yesterday, he awakened, joined Bureau 749, and without even selecting a cultivation technique, he came to take the assessment. Possessing such terrifying combat power is already beyond belief, and now he's entered the state of unity of heaven and man.
Later he'll achieve a perfect score, receive an enlightenment pill breakthrough directly to the second cultivation realm Zhaoxuan, and then claim his technique. Good heavens, this kid has stacked all the buffs. If others' combat power is 1, then this kid is at least 30. After the unity of heaven and man ends, his innate slashing strikes will be even stronger, boosting his power to 100. Returning home tonight to take the enlightenment pill will elevate him an entire realm, pushing his combat power to 1,000. Then with a cultivation technique and his second talent yet to manifest. How can anyone keep up? He changes every single day. Today others can still glimpse his back. Tomorrow, when Lu Ding appears again, they won't even catch a whiff of his exhaust. In one day, he has traversed a path that takes many a decade to complete. And yet, he's still just a trainee investigator. Ha 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 ha. In the observation room, a group of 749 management laughed heartily. A youngster whose strength surpassed that of many formal investigators was merely a trainee, like a high schooler in elementary school. Wasn't that a dimensional strike? Yet there was no way around it. The hard rules stood 10 tasks or 10 monsters. This was a regulation set by the founder long ago, unchangeable by anyone. Wouldn't he be a wolf charging into a flock of sheep, slaughtering at will? At the thought, the management couldn't stop laughing. As the assessment concluded, Lu Ding deactivated the state of oblivion. His score led by a landslide on the large screen. Watching him exit the unity of heaven and man, the observers felt a pang of regret, wishing it could have lasted longer. Little did they know that what others dreamt of was something Lu Ding could enter at will. The wooden figures dissipated. On the screen, the score categories lit up. Only Lu Ding achieved a perfect score, 10 earned excellent, including Lu Yun, while Chu Hao managed only an average. In his original state, he would have easily achieved excellent, but his broken vine armor had severely reduced his defense. Combined with a lack of prior practice in dodging, his movements were constrained. At that moment, Chu Hao felt humiliated, unable to lift his head. Yet he was helpless. He had personally experienced Lu Ding's combat power. Even from a distance, he felt a cutting sensation on his body. It was so terrifying that he couldn't muster any resentment. He could only glance sidelong, only to find that Lu Ding had never once looked his way. He let out a long breath, feeling a sense of desolation. Yes, to him I'm nothing but a jumping clown. As everyone exited, Lu Ding received his reward, an enlightenment pill. The pill was cyan sealed and wax within a small box. Gazing at it, Lu Ding recalled the information he had seen earlier on the 749 app. The enlightenment pill, a precious elixir for the enlightenment realm, contained pure yet gentle medicinal power. It could help a chi refiner open all acupoints and ascend directly to the Jiaoxian realm. The first cultivation realm, the enlightenment realm, held that the human body had 365 acupoints aligning with the celestial cycle. Opening all of them harmonized with the Tao of heaven and earth, laying the foundation for cultivation. After enlightenment came Zhaoxuan, where the 365 acupoints condensed into a vortex, drawing in the world's spiritual qi for storage and use, nourishing the flesh. Following Zhaoxian was the spirit sea, where the 365 acupoints merged into a single sea. With resources, one could use heavenly treasures to expand and replenish it without one had to rely on gradual effort until reaching the limit, then break through to the divine palace realm. These were the 3 foundational realms. A solid foundation was essential for building a towering edifice. Mastering these 3 realms required both insight and resources. Reading this, Lu Ding felt grateful for joining 749, otherwise where would he find resources? No wonder they said poverty leads to literary pursuits, while wealth enables martial arts, and that one needs wealth companions and a suitable place. If he had to do it all alone, he would have been at a loss. How could it be as convenient as now, where he could casually acquire an enlightenment pill to play with? Later, he could use contribution points to exchange for the heavenly treasure stored in 749's inventory. Even when going on missions, he would be hunting monsters for rewards and earning contribution points. Joining 749 had truly been the right decision. Seeing him silent for a moment, Deng Guifu, who had already taken a liking to Lu Ding due to his talent and work style, found him even more endearing in his days. He even bestowed upon Lu Ding a title in his mind, childlike heart. With a smile he couldn't hide, Deng Guifu asked Lu Ding, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, thank you, sir." Lu Ding snapped back and expressed his gratitude. The staff nearby chuckled.
This is Minister Ding of the Logistics Department at 749 Zhuhai Branch. Don't let the word logistics fool you into thinking he merely manages daily necessities. That would be underestimating him. In a cultivation novel, he would be the elder of the scripture library. All techniques, resources, and elixir exchanges at the training institute pass through his hands. He might very well be a hidden master. Realizing this, Lu Ding quickly corrected himself. Thank you, Minister Ding. Young comrade learns fast, ha ha ha. Minister Ding teased. Lu Ding smiled in response, feeling that the old man was gentle, much like the orphanage director who raised him, or the grandfatherly community street office director about to retire. These people had left indelible marks on his 19 years of life. Haven't chosen a cultivation technique yet? Ding Guofu asked warmly. Not yet. I plan to go after this. Perfect timing. I'm heading back to the logistics department. We can go together, and I can offer you some advice. This advice was far from trivial. With so many techniques available to trainee investigators, one could easily make a poor choice alone. Others didn't receive such treatment, but who could blame them when Lu Ding had performed so brilliantly? Refusing to grant him even basic conveniences would only dishearten everyone. Ignoring the unfinished business, the old man led Lu Ding away. On the way, they chatted animatedly. Lu Ding recounted the general story of his first 19 years. The old man patted his shoulder and said, "You're a real man.
Men my age have all become grandfathers. If I had descendants, my grandson would probably be around your age, just maybe not as accomplished as you, ha ha ha."
Ding Lao sighed with emotion. The two of them walked to a logistics building that resembled an open book. Stepping inside, they saw shelves filled with a dazzling array of books, cultivation techniques, miscellaneous talks, materials, and more. It was overwhelming, leaving one unsure what to choose. Lu Ding stepped forward and arrived at the zone for trainee investigator cultivation methods. He picked one at random to examine ape strike technique. It was most suitable for those with unusually long arms, emphasizing long-range strikes, grand and sweeping movements, with a restless mind and agile intent, seeking to achieve unity and perfection. Lu Ding looked at his own arms. They didn't seem suitable, so he gave up. He picked another, the Een Scorching Arcane Script. It involved refining the body with Een Fire, planting seeds of Een Flame, with Chi carrying Een Fire supremely Een and soft. It sounded decent, but there were still many others to see, so he decided to browse further. Seeing Lu Ding hesitate and fail to make a choice, Ding Guofu handed him an ancient scroll.
"Take a look at this,"
Ding Guofu said, offering a rolled-up ancient scroll. Lu Ding took it and unrolled it. The traces of age rushed toward him, and in his ears it seemed he heard a thunderous roar. A bloody wind assailed his nostrils. A ferocious bear with wings on its back lunged in to kill. Lu Ding instinctively raised his hand to block, only to realize it was an illusion. Regardless of the technique's quality, at least the presentation was impressive. Looking at the scrolls painting a lifelike giant bear with wings on its back howled at the sky, beneath it a mountain of bizarre beasts, bones, and rivers of blood, truly brutal. Lu Ding looked up at Ding Lao. He chuckled and explained,
"This is the flying bear visualization diagram. The main subject is the flying bear itself. Beneath its feet is the Two Realms mountain dividing north and south. Legend says the flying bear is an ancient mythical beast. Crossing north, it becomes malevolent, cruel, and delights in killing. Dwelling south, it becomes auspicious, guarding the lofty mountains and maintaining order. Visualization diagrams differ from cultivation methods. Each person can glean something unique from them, with distinctions between north and south. Its wonders are manifold. Are you interested in giving it a try?"
With words spoken to that extent, Lu Ding naturally understood this was something precious, incomparable to the techniques on the shelves. He rolled up the scroll.
"Then I'll follow your advice. I'll choose this one." "Ha ha, you're quite clever. So be it. Take it and study it well, no rush to return it. It's just gathering dust here anyway. Go cultivate now. Time is precious, don't waste it. Remember to use the opening aperture pill alongside visualizing the flying bear diagram to fully absorb the medicinal effects." "Thank you, Minister. Then I'll take my leave. Go on, go on."
Ding Guofu waved him off, signaling him to hurry. Lu Ding bowed and departed, eager to try visualizing the flying bear diagram. They say adding wings to a tiger makes it fiercer. Could a bear with wings be weaker than a tiger? Lu Ding was determined to see what it was all about. Seeing his politeness
and quick-witted Deng Guofu nodded approvingly. At the same time, doubt arose in his heart. Is the file wrong? Where's the brutality? He's sensible, smart, and polite. These investigators nowadays are so careless in their work. He turned and walked toward the deeper shelves, tearing off the label from an empty spot. It read Flying Bear Visualization Diagram, 500 contribution points. Returning to his assigned 1,200 square meter single dormitory, he spread the Flying Bear Visualization Diagram on the coffee table. He cracked open the opening aperture pill and tossed it into his mouth, activating the skill Oblivion state, merging with heaven and earth, initiating. Waves of warmth surged from his heart, flowing with his blood throughout his body. The Flying Bear Visualization Diagram in his eyes underwent a wondrous transformation at that moment. Atop the lofty peaks, the winged flying bear howled at the sky. Its roar pierced the clouds, resounding through heaven and earth, stirring the forests for 500 li. To the south, beasts cried in unison, mountains and forests trembled. To the north, dust billowed as myriad beasts stampeded. The flying bear stood atop the peak, glanced back at the south, then spread its wings and soared, tearing through the northern sky, unleashing a storm of blood and gore. Lu Ding, seated cross-legged on the sofa, abruptly opened his eyes. 2 days had passed since he entered meditation on the Flying Bear Diagram. All his apertures burst open, directly reaching the Jiaoxian realm. A brutal aura radiated outward, like a giant wave sweeping through the mortal world, crushing all that dared to challenge him. This was Lu Ding's enlightenment. The Flying Bear Pounce Kill technique. An ultimate means of annihilation, born solely for slaughter and destruction. The true chi swirling within his vortex carried a violent aura brimming with aggression. The minister truly selected an excellent technique for me. This was a kindness. Lu Ding had to remember the favor. He stood up and stretched his limbs, eliciting a series of crisp cracks. He took out his phone to check the time. 2 days had passed. With his combat power greatly enhanced, it was time to take on his first mission since joining 749. He pulled out his phone and opened the 749 app. His identity had been updated. Refreshing the mission board, a list of tasks with detailed intelligence appeared. He scrolled casually and found one with an intriguing title, clicking into it. August 16th Massacre Investigation Mission. On August 16th, at Xinghua Compound, Longan Street, a family of 6 was brutally slaughtered. Local reports indicated all died from excessive blood loss due to laceration wounds, and all had their faces stripped. Preliminary local investigation suggested animal bites. Later submitted to 749, expert reconnaissance revealed traces of Old Lady Black activity at the scene. Please uncover the truth, kill or contain Old Lady Black. According to ancient folk records, Old Lady Black is also known as the Great Black Immortal. Originating as a guardian deity of a certain northern sect, it later became a general term for black foxes, black bears, or black snakes that, after attaining sentience, shed their physical forms and transformed into spirits. Among them, black bears that became Old Lady Black after attaining sentience had a habit of gnawing on human faces, tearing them off raw, extremely cruel. Coincidentally, Lu Ding had just cultivated the Flying Bear Pounce Kill technique, and the troublemaker was a black bear that had become Old Lady Black after shedding its form. Both were bears. If that isn't fate, what is? Mission reward: leader receives 20 contribution points, and 100,000 yuan. Assistant receives 5 contribution points, and 50,000 yuan. Capturing Old Lady Black alive and bringing her back to 749 grants an additional 10,000 yuan and 1 contribution point per person. Mission tip: it is recommended that the leader be at the Jiaoxian realm or above. Earlier, Lu Ding had browsed the 749 app's marketplace. A wooden sword made from 10-year lightning struck wood with exorcism abilities and hardness surpassing ordinary steel sold for only 5 contribution points each. Moreover, on the 749 app, 1 contribution point could be exchanged for 100,000 yuan. 20 contribution points amounted to 2 million. Though tempting, only a fool would exchange contribution points for money. So 20 contribution points were indeed substantial. The only issue was that 749 investigators, whether trainees or full-fledged, had to go on missions in pairs or more, just like police. This was to ensure mutual supervision and to have backup in case of emergencies for assistance or to send word. But now Lu Ding was alone, and he hadn't added any other investigators' contact info. So he simply posted the mission queue on the forum.
With a message trainee investigator Lu Ding looking for an assistant, smart ones preferred. I don't require high combat ability, just be able to protect yourself and handle odd jobs. Such an arrogant call immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who's this so cocky? Why aren't you dead yet? One would think you're a full investigator. Hey buddy up there, why not check his ID?
Haha, it's nothing then. Brother Lu, I wasn't awake yet this morning, please don't mind me. I'll slap myself twice right now.
After 2 days of fermentation, Lu Ding's name was known to everyone in 749, except for those who were out on missions. It was practically unheard of for such a formidable trainee investigator to appear. Later, some people dug up information about Lu Ding and posted it. Upon learning that he joined 749 one day and took the assessment, the next they felt nothing but admiration and awe. With his terrifying combat prowess and unparalleled talent, he was an absolute powerhouse for missions. Following him on a mission meant that as long as you did exactly what he said, contribution points would be practically handed to you. As soon as Lu Ding posted his mission queue, dozens of applications flooded in. He clicked to review each one carefully and finally selected a trainee investigator named Yen Fifan. He sent a message in the queue.
Do you have a car?
The car was crucial. Although Lu Ding could drive, that was in his past life. In this life, he hadn't gotten a driver's license yet and couldn't afford a car. A car? Yen Fifan was taken aback. He had just applied on a whim, thinking it would be great if accepted, but he wouldn't have minded a rejection either. To his surprise, Lu Ding accepted his application.
Yes, I have a car. It's sturdy and durable, a big Jeep. I'm also a very good driver. Alright, wait for me at exit A of the base. I'll be there soon. Yes.
In the 4-person dormitory, Yen Fifan let out a cheer. Another trainee investigator in the neighboring bunk grabbed a pillow and threw it at him.
What the hell are you yelling for? Can't you let people sleep?
Yen Fifan shrank his head.
Sorry, I'm leaving right now. Get lost.
He put on his shoes and socks, walked out the door, carefully pulled it shut, and a smile spread across his face again. His steps toward the exit became light and brisk. He started the car humming a tune and drove to exit A. There he saw a man standing by the roadside with arms crossed. His clothes were unremarkable, but his face was strikingly handsome, and even his stance exuded an aura of power. Yen Fifan stopped the car, got out from the driver's seat, and opened the passenger door.
Brother Lu, I'm Yen Fifan.
Lu Ding got into the passenger seat. Yen Fifan walked around to the driver's side, twisted open a bottle of water, and handed it to Lu Ding.
Brother Lu, what should we do next? I checked the mission details on the way here. It says there are 3 main suspects in this case. First, Tong Yong, 21, male, a junior at Yunhai Computer Vocational College. Years ago, his family was neighbors with the victims in Yangjiajiao village. When Tong Yong was young, his father got into a fight with the victim's family and lost. A few years later, his father died, so he has some motive. Second, Zhao Haichuan, 52, the ex-husband of one of the victims, Wu Daoxiang. He was imprisoned for drug use years ago, and Wu Daoxiang divorced him. She later married Zhou Shenghua. After his release, Zhao Haichuan frequently harassed the victim's family, demanding compensation from Wu Daoxiang. Third, Fan Wurui, 24, the ex-boyfriend of another victim, Zhou Lian. He's a small employee at an auto repair shop. Zhou Lian's father disapproved of their relationship and even hit Fan Wurui. Apart from these individuals, the victim's family had no other major conflicts. They were relatively honest.
Perfect. This was exactly the kind of assistant Lu Ding wanted. Proactive, diligent enough to review mission details in advance, and intelligent. He leaned back in his seat, took a sip of water, and said,
Tell me your thoughts. Well, Brother Lu, I've used a process of elimination in my mind. I think Tong Yong is the most suspicious. First, Fan Wurui, local investigation records show he comes from a harmonious family, but was somewhat disobedient to his parents, which is why he didn't go to college and ended up working at his uncle's repair shop. He's been struggling in society for years, and is still just a small employee. He wouldn't have the nerve to kill, let alone commit a massacre. Besides, he and Zhou Lian genuinely loved each other, and were together for 3 years. So his motive is almost non-existent. At most, he might feel some resentment. As for Zhao Haichuan, although he repeatedly harassed the victim's family, there were never any violent confrontations. The victim's family simply avoided him and even gave him money occasionally. But he always went back on his word. He's only after money, and a massacre carries too much risk for him. Finally, Tong Yong. Local interviews show he's a quiet student who keeps to himself and has few friends. He has decent grades, but almost killed someone in a fight during his senior year of high school, which cost him his chance at college. From this we can see that although Tong Yong is young and appears docile, he's actually quite ruthless. Considering the involvement of the black old lady, Zhao Haichuan is too old. Even if she were to possess or use a medium, she wouldn't choose him. Besides, when the investigators went to check, he was still vigorously engaged in prostitution and is now in custody. That leaves only Pham Wurui and Tong Yong, both young men. Possession wouldn't leave severe aftereffects on them. In a possession, the black old lady controls most of the consciousness, but the medium still retains some awareness. Pham Wurui truly loved Zhou Lian. How could he have inflicted such brutal harm on her? Of course, other possibilities can't be ruled out, but comparing everything, Tong Yong is the most suspicious. Yin Fifan finished his analysis in one breath, took a sip from his water bottle, and looked at Lu Ding with hopeful eyes. Lu Ding nodded. Then let's go find this Tong Yong. If he's been possessed by the black old lady, or has any connection to her, he'll be able to smell it. The flying bear was a ferocious beast that tortured other monsters for sport. Tracking monsters was one of its specialties. Lu Ding could tell with a single sniff whether someone was normal. Originally, he planned to visit all three suspects one by one. Yin Fifan's analysis, however, might save him time and allow him to strike directly at the core. With Lu Ding's approval, Yin Fifan stepped on the gas. On the road, he kept stealing glances at Lu Ding, feeling a sense of unreality, that he was actually going on a mission with someone like him. Lu Ding noticed his gaze and broke the silence. What did you do before? Your analysis was quite thorough. I'm just a student. I love watching movies. I've seen countless films and documentaries since I was a child. It's my only hobby. Even though movies are fictional, many principles from them can be applied to real life. Yin Fifan said this with some embarrassment. It did sound a bit far-fetched. But Lu Ding found it intriguing. He remembered a movie from his past life called Sheep Without a Shepherd, where the protagonist loved watching movies. When his daughter and wife accidentally killed a scion of a powerful family, the protagonist orchestrated everything perfectly, even bringing down the powerful figure. If not for the need to pass censorship, the protagonist would never have been caught. He hadn't expected that the assistant he randomly recruited would turn out to be such a talent. So what is your ability? Speaking of this, Yin Fanfei scratched his forehead, his tone somewhat lacking confidence as he said, Well, walking through walls. Walking through walls. Lu Ding found it intriguing. How did you awaken such a talent? Well, at home, before I encountered a paranormal incident, got swallowed by a wall. I wanted to escape, panicked, and then somehow just broke through. That's how I awakened the talent to walk through walls. Yin Fanfei spoke while driving. Since you can walk through walls, can you burrow underground? Yes, but I can't swim, so I'd sink. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ding's laughter filled the car. Yin Fanfei quickly added, I'm afraid of water. Almost drowned as a kid, but I'll learn. Alright, perform well and remember to learn swimming. Next mission I'll call you. Lu Ding's promise instantly lit up Yin Fanfei's eyes. Rather than searching for others, Lu Ding felt Yin Fanfei was a solid choice. Mainly because of his personality, slightly timid yet clever, such a person wouldn't harbor too many of his own ideas. He could be trusted for odd jobs. Plus, with his ability to walk through walls and burrow, he might prove very useful someday. Really, Brother Lu? I'm pretty useless. Can't fight, can't scout, can't do anything. Even the assessment I just slipped through. That just means you're clever. Besides, when you're on a mission with me, why would you need to fight? If it came to that, we'd both be done for. Yin Fanfei pondered for a moment. That made sense. Soon the two arrived at a milk tea shop at a crossroads. Yin Fanfei said, Brother Lu, we're here. This is where Dong Yong worked his summer job. The two stepped out of the jeep with Yin Fanfei leading the way. The moment they entered the milk tea shop, a faint rancid odor assaulted Lu Ding's nostrils. Yin Fanfei ahead noticed there was no sign of Dong Yong in the shop.
He ordered 2 hand-squeezed lemon teas and seized the opportunity to ask,
"Hey miss, where's the guy who used to work here? I saw him putting a lot of effort into those lemon teas last time. Why isn't he here today? Must be tough for you to handle it all alone."
Now that's what you call a clever person. The shop was nearly empty, and hand-squeezing lemon tea was labor-intensive. If he'd asked directly, he wouldn't know their relationship, and she might have been evasive. But by highlighting the contradiction, the waitress making the lemon tea immediately grumbled.
"You mean Dong Yong, right? He quit. The policy requires 2 weeks' notice, but he just up and left yesterday. Now I'm stuck here alone making tea and taking orders. It's infuriating."
As she spoke, she pressed harder on the lemons, as if venting all her frustration on them. Yin Fanfei chimed in.
"Hey, that's really inconsiderate of him, not following the rules at all. How could he leave such a pretty girl to work so hard? Let me buy you a tea to cool off my treat."
Before the girl could respond, Yin Fanfei had already paid for an extra tea. Hearing the payment notification, the girl looked a bit embarrassed.
No, our shop has rules against accepting things from customers. It's just a tea, no big deal. You're so beautiful, even if you can't drink it at work, someone's bound to treat you after hours. That Dong Yong guy just doesn't get the principle of a water tower near the moon gets the moonlight first."
Yin Fanfei was naturally good-looking, and with perfect timing and smooth talk, the girl blushed instantly. She followed his lead and continued the conversation.
"Not at all. He probably didn't even notice me. When he left yesterday, I accidentally saw him chatting with a stunning woman, and soon he was picked up in a sports car. I thought he was just another worker like me, but it turns out he's a rich kid slumming it."
Once the 2 hand-squeezed lemon teas were ready, the waitress looked at Yin Fanfei with hopeful eyes, while also stealing glances at Lu Ding beside him. One spoke charmingly and was handsome and pleasant to look at, the other barely said a word but relied on sheer good looks. Standing there, he was more refined and elegant than any model on TV. She had thought the charming one who bought her tea would at least ask for her contact info. But to her surprise, he just turned and left, focused on his phone. Back in the car, Yin Fanfei read from his phone.
"Brother Lu, I had the Bureau's task support check the surveillance footage from this road and the car that picked up Dong Yong that day."
At that moment, Lu Ding truly felt that bringing Yin Fanfei on as an assistant investigator was an absolutely perfect decision. He was just too resourceful. Without Lu Ding having to say a word, the man anticipated his needs, swiftly completed the tasks, and presented the results. This feeling was incredibly satisfying.
"Find anything?" "Yes."
Without needing Lu Ding to look himself, Yin Fanfei continued.
"The footage shows that yesterday morning Dong Yong got into a black sports car registered under the G Corporation. After comparing surveillance footage from the route, the driver yesterday was Ji Feiyu, the eldest daughter of the G Corporation. The Tianyan system captured Ji Feiyu and Dong Yong meeting on Shanhua Old Street on August 17th. Supplementary data also mentions that Ji Feiyu has a younger sister, Ji Yinchuang, who seems to have encountered something unclean. Hospital tests came back normal, but later a Chinese medicine practitioner diagnosed her with depleted yang energy, and she's been on medication. Meanwhile, the Shanhua market occasionally has wild, high-quality herbs that are nationally prohibited. And a lot of other miscellaneous stuff. The data also says that on August 18th, the day the mass murder at Xinghua residential complex was discovered, Dong Yong was summoned as a suspect. Shortly after he arrived, Ji Feiyu came to bail him out. Since he had an alibi, the local authorities didn't press him.
Hearing this, Lu Ding once again felt the terror of the state apparatus. How much time had passed, and they could already dig up his entire family history. Yin Fanfei grew more excited as he spoke.
And today, Ji Hong, the chairman of the G Corporation, even hired a genuine spirit medium disciple to look into Ji Yinchuang's situation. "Brother Lu, I have something to say. Not sure if I should." "Go ahead,"
Lu Ding said calmly.
"This Dong Yong is practically the template for an urban supernatural novel protagonist. If Dong Yong really harbors the black grandmother spirit, then, when he met Ji Feiyu, he must have noticed the taint on her from living with Ji Yinchuang. Following the typical novel plot, Dong Yong would definitely point it out. Later, when Dong Yong was summoned, and she bailed him out, it shows Ji Feiyu has started taking his words seriously. Following the cliché flow, Ji Feiyu would definitely want Dong Yong to help exorcise whatever's afflicting her sister. And now a spirit medium disciple shows up, someone with real skills. When Dong Yong makes his move, the ordinary disciple's spirit guide can't compare to the black grandmother spirit on Dong Yong. That's when the face slapping and showboating begin. Dong Yong, through this possessed disciple, could also uncover some secrets of the Qi refiners fully stepping into their world. Moreover, he could obtain a large sum of money and connections from the Ji family, leveraging these connections to build his reputation. In the future, if some wealthy person encountered trouble, he could step in to resolve it and earn substantial wealth. He could live a better life, and even by saving Ji and Shuang, he might gain the favor of the two sisters. After all, the allure of a Qi refiner to ordinary people is fatal. Their very life level is different. This bastard truly deserves death, sisters. Lu Ding cast a strange glance after hearing this. You know what, now that you mention it, it does sound somewhat plausible. Yen Fifan subconsciously scratched his head, driven by inner awkwardness and a long-nurtured inferiority complex, using small gestures to divert others' attention. I read some urban supernatural novels from a few years ago, and they were all written like this. It's too similar, so I thought of it. Brother Lu, do you think I'm crazy? Lu Ding shook his head slightly. I think you're a damn genius to come up with that. Receiving praise, Yen Fifan squinted his eyes. No, it's just that this plot is too cliché. It came to mind instantly. Plus, it's unreasonable. That guy probably read too many novels and followed the steps. If things really develop this way, even if Brother Lu didn't take this mission, he would still catch the attention of 749. Then he's done for. Simply put, he's got too cocky. He didn't think that if such things appear among the people, the state would surely have countermeasures and corresponding departments. Since that's the case, let's go watch some real-life face slapping. When he's at his most smug, he'll step in and take him down. Lu Ding was also struck by a mischievous whim. Many unrealistic ideas always get beaten down by real life. Like this Dong Yong. Committing a crime and still swaggering around without even fleeing. How arrogant. And the possibility of a sister plot. Lu Ding found it utterly unreasonable. Yen Fifan slammed the accelerator, a sly grin spreading across his face. Brother Lu, you're too wicked. Suddenly realizing he might have misspoken, he quickly backtracked. No, Brother Lu, I meant it's cool, charismatic, like a villain with full aura, strategizing and crushing idiotic protagonists. So you're the scheming advisor beside the big villain. Yen Fifan paused, seeing that Lu Ding wasn't angry but joking with him. His suppressed smile resurfaced. Then I should laugh like this. Hee. Ha 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 ha, what kind of sound is that? Stop it gives me goosebumps. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Inside the Ji family villa, a man and a woman stood facing each other. The man, dressed in white with delicate features, was Lu Ding's target, this time Dong Yong. Originally, Dong Yong was just an ordinary man. But after forming a bond with old Madame Hei's celestial Qi entered his body, cleansing him. Even the ugliest person wouldn't remain unattractive. Moreover, becoming a Qi refiner elevated his status above ordinary people. A surge of confidence improved his temperament and demeanor, naturally making him handsome. Standing opposite him was Bai Xiaoxiao, the possessed disciple summoned by Ji Hong, chairman of the Ji Corporation. Both were here for work, making them peers. Peers or rivals, the atmosphere between them couldn't be good. Bai Xiaoxiao spoke irritably. Chairman Ji, what's the meaning of this? Hiring me isn't enough, you need a backup. Do you doubt the skills of my Bai family? Fox, Yellow, Weasel, Hedgehog, Snake, Rat, the 5 immortals of the North. Among the possessed disciple halls, the Fox family holds the highest rank, with deep origins and complex backgrounds. If a hall houses the Fox family, it is backing, earning respect wherever it goes, and is versatile, capable of a bit of everything. The Yellow Weasel family is famed for illusions, often holding the position of marshal in the halls. The Hedgehog family heals and saves lives. The Snake family leads troops and is the most combative. The Rat family excels in avoiding misfortune. These are their signature skills. Ji Hong looked troubled. Miss Bai, it's not that I don't trust you, but my daughter didn't know I would invite you, so she brought this young man. My apologies. He turned apologetically to Dong Yong. Young man Dong, I'm truly sorry about today. Hey, raise 500,000. Please understand. Dong Yong didn't take the money. He said calmly, I won't accept payment for work not done. I can leave, but if you need to summon me again, the price won't be the same. You mean I can't cure the second Miss G?
Bai Xiaoxiao frowned in accusation. Dong Yong sneered.
With you. A mere brat, go cultivate for a few more years before returning. The immortal you bear can't cure Miss Ja's illness.
Not far from the villa in a jeep, Yin Fifan held a bronze mirror, which displayed the scene inside the villa. Seeing Dong Yong's arrogance, Yin Fifan couldn't help but complain.
Brother Lu, look at this guy showing off. A mere brat, he's lucky he knows that idiom. He's probably younger than her, acting all season, sneering at every turn. I wonder which novel he learned that from. He's just begging for a beating. If you've got real skill, when she provokes you, just take her down. If you're useless, don't put on airs building up suspense like that.
Lu Ding also found the man insufferably arrogant, even more than himself, as if he were some great figure. But Lu Ding's focus wasn't there.
Where did you get that mirror? It's quite intriguing. This is a minor artifact I exchanged with contribution points. It's not very useful, just monitors the surroundings. If someone far stronger than me is around, it gets detected. I mainly use it to protect myself on missions. If something goes wrong, I can phase through walls and run.
This guy is truly afraid of death. Upon learning its limited function, Lu Ding lost interest immediately. He continued watching the scene. Their conflict had reached its final stage. In the mirror, Bai Xiaoxiao said,
Fine. Since you say I'm unqualified, let's compete to see who can cure the second Miss Illness. If I cure her, you crawl out of here. If I fail, you can name any condition.
At the same time, the sound of high heels clicking came from the main entrance. A woman in a fitted skirt and long dress burst into the frame, her curvaceous figure accentuated by the outfit and rimless glasses adding a touch of allure. Her entrance captured everyone's attention. Dong Yong changed his posture, hands in pockets.
Agreed, I accept your proposal. Ladies first, I'll let you go ahead. Brother Lu. Can we just go in now and punch him to death? His words give me goosebumps, so cringy. Ladies first. He's like a peacock showing off its feathers, desperate to flaunt. I can't take it anymore. Damn it, I can't stand it either.
Originally planning to watch the drama, Lu Ding's toes curled at Dong Yong's antics. The two men opened the car doors on either side, got out, and rushed straight into the villa. In the villa, as she listened to their conversation, Ji Feiyu felt a surge of impatience. Granted, they were both individuals of remarkable talent and extraordinary abilities. But to treat her sister's illness as a mere criterion for judging a wager's outcome was truly infuriating. She had already been more than courteous to Dong Yong. Moreover, she had promised a generous reward if they could cure her sister. What was this then? Yet despite her dissatisfaction, Ji Feiyu held her tongue. Her sister's illness had lingered for far too long, and now her only hope rested on these two individuals. Her gaze shifted to her father, whose face also betrayed a flicker of anger. Ji Feiyu sighed and said,
Gentlemen, how about we begin now?
Dong Yong withdrew a hand from his pocket, extending it forward with a calm expression.
Please.
A deafening crash followed, as a figure shattered the wall behind him. In the blur of motion, those present seemed to glimpse a ferocious winged bear-like beast charging toward them. In a flash, Lu Ding reached out, seizing Dong Yong by the throat. He lifted him, smashed him into the ground, shattering the expensive flooring, then hoisted him into the air once more.
Please, my ass. Don't you know the meaning of embarrassing? I was outside, and even my toes were curling from the cringe. Do you think you look cool?
Blood gushed from Dong Yong's mouth and nose. Despite holding back, Lu Ding's blow had been enough to incapacitate him instantly.
Cough. Cough. Who are you? Who am I? Am here to send you to meet the King of Hell. Dong Yong, your secret's out. Tell the black old lady inside you to come out.
In Dong Yong's mind, the black old lady shrieked incessantly.
No. No. I want go out. I want go out.
The black old lady within Dong Yong was also a bear spirit who had lived for many years, but her talent was lacking. Having reached the end of her cultivation path, she had abandoned her physical form to seek other methods. Even if she still had her physical body, let alone now facing Lu Ding, who cultivated the flying bear pouncing art, she would only be instantly slaughtered and torn apart. After all, the flying bear was the ancestor of her ancestors. Moreover, it was a cruel being that took pleasure in torture and killing. How could the black old lady dare to emerge? Dong Yong had never seen the arrogant black old lady lose control like this. Fear took root in the depths of his heart, growing wildly like weeds. All his confidence stemmed from the black old lady. Ever since he had inadvertently allowed her into his body, Dong Yong believed he was the protagonist of this world, just like the heroes in novels. Coupled with the black old lady's boasts of her own power, Dong Yong had come to regard her as his personal mentor and old sage in his mind. Driven by this sudden arrogance, Dong Yong recalled the Zhou family with whom his father had once fought. Urged on by the black old lady's constant encouragement, he in a fit of impulse slaughtered the entire family of 6. He had believed his crime was flawless. Little did he know that someone would come knocking today.
I'll turn myself in. Don't kill me.
Lu Ding laughed. Yen Fifan, standing nearby, remarked,
Idiot, where was this since earlier? Strutting around flaunting yourself, even coming to cure ailments and exorcise spirits, and now you want to surrender. Brother Lu, what do you think? Too late.
Lu Ding's voice rang out.
I offered you a dignified way out. Since you wouldn't comply, well, do it my way.
Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Dong Yong's body was torn in two in Lu Ding's hands. Blood sprayed. A wisp of black smoke flew from the corpse, materializing into a giant black bear fleeing outward.
Flying bear. Flying bear. I won't dare again, I swear. Don't kill me, don't kill me.
Lu Ding raised his palm, and a gentle breeze swept through the room.
Shatter.
His voice was soft, yet every word was crystal clear to all. The fleeing black bear was instantly sliced into countless tiny fragments, dissipating into the air. Not even a final scream remained. A notification chimed in Lu Ding's ear. Containment of monster black old lady. Containment reward bears mighty strength. Bears mighty strength. Strength of 1,000 June palms that can push mountains. Lu Ding pondered the reward, calculating that 1,000 June of strength, 1 June being 30 Jin, equated to 30,000 Jin. While such power in a human was terrifying. But upon closer calculation, even a rural tractor could haul 2 Rui Jin Gubangs. Oh well, head make do with it. Small gains add up. Fortunately, Lu Ding's inner thoughts went unheard. Had they been known to Qi refiners specializing in physical cultivation, they'd likely be furious. Comparing a human to a tractor. How could that be the same? 30,000 Jin of strength. Do you know how many years of cultivation, how many heavenly treasures, and what kind of talent it takes to achieve that? Yen Fifan stepped forward, offering a handkerchief. Lu Ding took it to wipe his hands. Yen Fifan then produced a confidentiality agreement and approached the 3, who were already stunned with fear. Squinting, he said,
This is a 749 operation. Sign this confidentiality agreement. You are not to disclose today's events to anyone, or you'll face legal consequences, direct arrest, and imprisonment, no bail. Chairman G, rest assured. A specialist will contact you to negotiate compensation for today's losses. You'll be fully satisfied.
Yen Fifan's voice jolted the dazed by Xiao Xiao back to reality, and a piercing scream echoed through the villa. The next second,
scream again, and it'll tear you apart too.
Bai Xiao Xiao instantly fell silent. Pale-faced and trembling, she covered her mouth with her hands. Though she was also a Qi refiner and had known of, and even seen, 749 personnel, she had never witnessed an investigator from 749 act with such ruthlessness and brutality. She asked in disbelief.
Doesn't 749 contain and imprison?
Contain and imprison. Where would his reward come from then? Just for a few extra contribution points and a few thousand yuan. That would be putting the cart before the horse. One of Lu Ding's original intentions in joining 749 was to use their information to find monsters to kill and harvest. Capturing them alive was never part of the plan.
That might apply to others. I'm different. I prefer not to leave them alive.
Gulping, Bai Xiao Xiao swallowed hard. Her gaze flitted nervously toward Lu Ding. When she noticed him looking back, she quickly lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes.
This, esteemed sir.
Ji Hong, as a chairman, had weathered many storms. Despite his fear and shock, he managed to regain some composure.
No need to call me sir, it sounds like we're in ancient times. My surname is Lu. Just call me Investigator Lu. Investigator Lu, could you erase my daughter's memory of this incident? Like in the movies.
Beside him, Ji Feiyu stood frozen pale and vacanted, unable to recover. Lu Ding nodded at Yan Fifan. 749 did possess such methods and issued them for missions, but with strict controls. Usage required video documentation and the involvement of at least 2 investigators. Any procedural violation would lead to immediate arrest. As Yan Fifan approached with a small oblong device, Ji Feiyu snapped back to reality, raising her hands to shield herself.
No! Ugh! Ugh! Don't erase my memory. Ugh!
A faint smile curved at the corner of Lu Ding's mouth. This man was truly stubborn. Even after all this, he still refused to use it.
All right, I'll respect his wishes.
With this matter settled, Lu Ding rose. To leave, he still had to return to the bureau to hand in the mission. Just then Ji Hong called out to stop him.
Investigator Lu, could you perhaps wait a moment? I don't want compensation, I just hope you could wait a little longer before leaving, alright? Alright, I'll wait for a while.
Agreeing to forego compensation was the best outcome. Every investigator had a compensation quota. For a trainee investigator, it was 5 million per month. Once that was used up, a different standard applied. This was to prevent some investigators from relying on state compensation and going all out, turning into mobile artillery platforms and wreaking havoc. So saving a bit wherever possible was wise. Seeing Lu Ding's agreement, Ji Hong turned back to Bai Xiaoxiu.
Miss Bai, can you treat my daughter now? See, can I?
As Bai Xiaoxiu spoke, her gaze shifted to Lu Ding.
Why are you looking at me? If they hired you to treat the patient, just treat them. Oh, right. Yes, I can ill-treat her right now. Where is the second miss?
Ji Hong led the way.
This way.
With the 2 of them gone, only Lu Ding and his companions remained in the living room. Ji Feiyu slumped weakly on the sofa, turning her head to stare at Lu Ding, who had pulled up a chair and sat down. Yan Fifan stood respectfully beside him. He had no idea where she found the courage, but her eyes fixed on Lu Ding, gradually losing focus. Yan Fifan leaned in and whispered,
Brother Lu, she might be developing a bit of Stockholm Syndrome. Plus, with your good looks and the brutal methods you just used, she could be feeling something. So she might be interested in you.
Her gaze was too bold. Lu Ding asked,
Is it nice to look at?
Ji Feiyu instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. Suddenly a chilling cold surged, accompanied by sharp shouts.
Brat of the Bai family, you're not worthy of breaking my spell.
Lu Ding shot to his feet. There was another monster. He couldn't stand anyone showing off in front of him. He wanted to see what was going on. In Ji Yanchuang's room, black mist billowed, and a half-illusory white-clad female ghost floated within it. Bai Xiaoxiu trembled uncontrollably. She had never imagined that the second miss of the Ji family had provoked such a ferocious ghost. This evil spirit was truly beyond her ability to exorcise. Bang! The same sound, the same entrance. The room's door was smashed to pieces, and several sharp slashes cut into the black mist, eliciting a series of screams.
Come! Come and see if you can break my spell!
In the black mist, the ghost's face twisted, blood streaming from its eyes, staring at the intruding Lu Ding. Seeing the badge on his chest, the ghost growled.
749.
Hundreds of slashes flew out, cutting off Lu Ding's next words, as the black mist instantly dispersed.
I've memorized your aura. I will come for you.
The ghost dissipated with the mist. Lu Ding's face instantly darkened. Being targeted by a ghost. This was far from good. There's a saying, one can guard against thieves for 1,000 days, but not against them for 1,000 nights. On the bed, with a malevolent spirit haunting Ji Yanchuang gone, her eyelids fluttered, showing signs of waking. Lu Ding stepped forward. The moment Ji Yanchuang opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Lu Ding's face. A wave of safety enveloped her, but it was followed by the oppressive, aggressive intrusion in their locked gazes.
Where did you encounter that ghostly thing?
Though still groggy, Ji Yanchuang understood what he was asking. The female ghost had tormented her endlessly in her dreams, as if an entire lifetime had passed. After a long pause, Ji Yanchuang said,
Baiao Ancient Town. Yes, Baiao Ancient Town. I went there to see the Baiao porcelain, and I dreamed of her after I came back.
Baiao Ancient Town. Lu Ding committed the name to memory.
Yan Fifan, check if there are any missions in Baiao Ancient Town.
Rather than waiting for someone to come to him, it was better to go directly and catch them off guard, tearing apart their soul and shattering their spirit. Of course, even if there was no mission, Lu Ding would still go. He didn't want to be watched from the shadows. Having a mission would make things more convenient. He could complete it along the way, treating it as an official trip. And if anything got destroyed, the state would foot the bill. Yen Fifan immediately understood Lu Ding's intention. He picked up his phone and started searching. After a long while, he shook his head.
Brother Lu, I couldn't find any.
Lu Ding frowned. It seemed he would have to go alone.
If there's nothing, then let's head back to the bureau first.
As he turned to leave, Ji Hong called out,
Investigator Lu, why not stay for a meal? It won't take much of your time.
Lu Ding declined.
No need.
He had to hurry back to submit the mission, and then head to Biao Ancient Town. Dare to threaten him. After suppressing his golden finger for nearly 20 years, it had finally awakened, and now someone dared to threaten him. He wouldn't tolerate anyone. Ji Hong saw Lu Ding and his companion off at the door, watching their vehicle disappear into the distance. Ji Yinchuang had somehow moved into the living room. Seeing the bloodstains and remains, she felt some discomfort, but in her dreams, she had witnessed scenes far more horrifying, so she didn't find it particularly shocking. On the sofa, after the sisters Ji Feiyu and Ji Yinchuang had a good long cry, the younger sister Ji Yinchuang asked,
Sis, where did you and Dad find that investigator Lu? Find? Your family couldn't find them.
This came from Bai Xiuxiu, who was still nearby. Ji Yinchuang cast a curious glance her way. She had a cute face and innocent eyes, and her recent recovery gave her an air of delicate fragility. Her voice was soft and tender.
Sister, do you know investigator Lu?
Though Bai Xiaoxiao was also a woman, she couldn't resist that tone. It was almost overwhelmingly adorable. Her eyes nearly sparkled with stars. Clearing her throat, she said,
I will tell you, but you mustn't spread it around. I'm an insider, and you're not, so just listen. This investigator Lu belongs to the 749 National Security Investigation and Containment Bureau. Unlike regular National Security, 749 is mainly responsible for investigating and containing all paranormal incidents in our Great Han, as well as dealing with misdeeds by spirits, monsters, and demons. Their duty is to capture, imprison, and contain those malevolent spirits and demons. But this investigator Lu, I think he has a bit of a killing streak. It's not against the rules, but it's too brutal, it's scary. Who tears people apart alive like that?
The sisters listened intently. Ji Yinchuang looked at the pool of blood on the floor.
So the dead ones are demons? No, they're like me, probably disciples of the spirit medium tradition. Except mine is from the orthodox immortal lineage backed by someone. This one was a rogue, probably had committed some crime, and somehow your sister invited him to treat you. That's why the 749 people came.
Ji Feiyu quickly explained.
I barely knew him. We met by chance at the mountain goods market. He said I had some unclean thing on me. Later he called me to bail him out, claiming he could save your life, saying you.
So I invited him. Ji Yinchuang listened carefully, nodding with a hint of bewilderment.
Sis, thank you.
She reached out to embrace her sister, adding,
But you can't be so reckless in seeking help next time.
She turned to look again.
Elder sister, what did you mean by insider just now?
The story here continued. Meanwhile, inside an antique inn in Biao Ancient Town, the woman in black robes, seated cross-legged on the bed, coughed up a mouthful of reversed blood. A burly man 2 meters tall pushed open the door.
Ling Gu, what happened?
The woman shook her head.
It's nothing serious. Just had my spell broken and lost a medicinal lure.
The man sat beside the bed with a pained expression.
We have plenty of lures. Forget it. Tell me who hurt you and I'll kill them. I don't know the name, only that this person is a trainee investigator from Bureau 749 bearing a single star on their shoulder. Don't act rashly and ruin our plans. The Flying Centipede will mature in a few days. We need stability. We'll deal with this later.
The man's eyes softened with tenderness as he gently draped an arm over her shoulder.
Don't worry, Ling Gu. I'll listen to you and won't cause trouble.
At Bureau 749's base, Lu Ding and Yen Fanfei returned to submit their mission. Night had fallen and ordinary life had settled into stillness. The stage for Bureau 749 was just being set. Demons and monsters grew more active at night, yet darkness held no sway over Qi cultivators, having refined Qi, who among them couldn't see in the dark. Thus night was the prime time for Bureau 749 investigators. The two approached, pausing on the steps of the mission hall before ascending. Yin Fanfei lagged behind, his steps gradually slowing. His gaze swept forward as his head dipped low. Lu Ding turned to look.
What are you doing? Let's go. Lu. Brother Lu, I need to use the restroom. Could you submit the mission first or wait for me?
Lu Ding was puzzled but nodded.
No one submits a mission alone. I'll wait. Go quickly. Okay, thanks, Brother Lu. I'll be right back.
Yin Fanfei turned to dash off, but an arm caught him.
Where's the rush, Brother Fanfei? I need the restroom, Brother Sun.
Sun Changming twisted him toward the mission hall.
You're at the hall and still need the toilet. That's not right. Hold it in. Hey, old dude, weren't you looking for Brother Fanfei? Look who's here.
In the mission hall ahead, a young man, scrolling through his phone, turned around.
Isn't this Brother Fanfei? Where did you run off to today?
The youth called. Old Du pocketed his phone, descending the steps with a feigned smile.
What were you arguing about this morning? Don't you know I was out on a mission last night and didn't sleep? And you didn't even wash your clothes? Who's supposed to do that? Me.
Lu Ding listened in exasperation. Even at Bureau 749, bullying persisted. But then again, wherever there were people, conflicts arose. Moreover, not everyone was the same. Awakening wasn't reserved for model students, anyone could awaken. So it was normal for some bullies to slip in. But bullying someone he could use right in front of him, that was abnormal. He glanced at Lu Ding, who was still nearby. Yin Fanfei looked at Du Guang with pleading eyes.
Brother Du, I went on a mission today. I'll wash the clothes tonight, okay?
At that moment, he desperately hoped Du Guang would spare him some face in front of Lu Ding. As Yin Fanfei had told Lu Ding, he wasn't skilled in combat. His decent placement in a 4-person dorm, and the rewards he received were all due to clever tricks and exploiting loopholes. Thus over time his shortcomings became glaringly obvious. In the same dorm he naturally occupied the lowest rung. Cleaning laundry and other chores fell to him. Who else but the weakest? Yin Fanfei had grown accustomed to it. His parents had always told him that suffering loss was a blessing, that poverty meant avoiding fights and conflicts. These words shaped his character. As a result, he was somewhat timid. But today, for the first time, a rebellious spirit stirred within him. Lu Ding, compared to himself, was an unattainable existence. Absolute combat prowess, absolute talent. Calling him lofty would not be an exaggeration. Yet someone like that would joke and praise him. Though uncertain of Lu Ding's thoughts, Yin Fanfei had already in less than a day regarded this man as his first true friend at Bureau 749. He didn't want his friend to see his vulnerable side. But his plea was destined to fail. Du Guang raised his hand, and Yin Fanfei could already anticipate the light yet humiliating slap that would land on his neck, as it always did. In that moment Yin Fanfei braced himself for resistance. If Du Guang dared to strike him in front of Lu Ding, he would fight back with all his might. The next second Du Guang, his hand still raised, was sent flying sideways. Lu Ding slowly withdrew his foot, watching Du Guang crumple into a corner, like a folded screen. Lu Ding's voice rang out.
Who the hell do you think you are?
He turned, pointing at the youth still gripping Yin Fanfei's shoulder.
Take your hand off.
At that moment, despite the dim light in Yin Fanfei's eyes, Lu Ding seemed to stand in a beam of light, shutting out all darkness. Who said a radiant figure had to be a woman? The youth released his grip and stepped back.
Lu Ding, this has nothing to do with me. You know me. Then it's easy.
Lu Ding lunged forward with lightning speed, raising his hand to deliver a slap. The youth spun 3 times in the air before crashing to the ground.
Since you know me, how dare you bully my assistant investigator? From now on you two wash his clothes. Understood?
The youth, clutching his face, nodded.
Yes. I'll wash them. And you, do you understand?
Du Guang in the corner felt a surge of humiliation and resentment. Though unwilling, he nodded reluctantly, knowing the situation favored his opponent. A breeze swept by. Du Guang looked up, and before him darkness seemed to descend. A furry clawed hand tore through the veil of shadow, like shredding a curtain, revealing a gaping maw.
Come on, show me that look in your eyes again.
Du Guang curled up in the corner, kicking his legs futilely, as he tried to retreat, but the wall behind him offered no escape. He could only raise his hand to shield his face.
I give up, I give up. I meant nothing by it. Really, I swear. From now on I'll clean the dorm and wash the clothes.
Lu Ding truly couldn't understand why someone knowing they were outmatched would still flash such venomous eyes. Was that supposed to show unyielding spirit? Wasn't that just asking for death? And more importantly, knowing the person wasn't subdued, why wouldn't anyone finish the job? What idiots. Lu Ding turned and walked up the steps.
Still need to pee.
Yan Fanfei hurried to follow.
No, Brother Lu. Let's submit the mission. A lazy donkey has many excuses. Next time, go before we leave. Got it, Brother Lu.
At the mission handover point, the staff member in charge of the handover extended a hand.
Give me old lady Hay, and I'll add the contribution points for you. She's dead.
What?
Dead. Dead. Yeah, I killed her.
Lu Ding stated flatly. The staff member gave him a once-over.
I didn't see that coming. You're pretty capable killing old lady Hay as a trainee investigator. Never heard of someone like you before. What's your name, young man? Lu Ding. Lu Ding.
The staff member quickly flipped through the credentials he hadn't examined closely before. There it was clearly printed in bold characters, Lu Ding. These past few days Lu Ding's name had been on everyone's lips, who in the base didn't know him. Doing this handover job day in and day out, as long as the card swipe and pop-up confirmed the mission was complete, who bothered to check names?
No wonder. Brother Lu, 9 more missions, and you'll be promoted to full investigator. Keep it up.
With that, the staff member added earnestly.
Honestly, Brother Lu, you could have gone easier. If you'd taken her alive, that would count as 1 mission plus capturing 1 monster, reducing it from 9 to 8. That's more convenient.
Lu Ding chimed in.
All right. Next time I'll be gentler. See, that's the spirit.
The staff member's fingers flew across the keyboard processing the handover.
The contribution points and money have been credited to your account. Please check your balance. Welcome back anytime, Brother Lu.
Lu Ding put away his credentials, muttering to himself. The service was quite enthusiastic. Yan Fanfei sidled up to him.
Brother Lu, that lady at the counter smiled at me just now. She's never smiled at me before. She's really pretty. I owe it all to you. Cut it out. Didn't the girl at the milk tea shop smile at you today? Why weren't you this happy then?
Lu Ding teased him back.
That's different, Brother Lu. Hey, Brother Lu, are you heading to buy out Ancient Town? Yeah, I plan to go check it out soon. Having someone hold a grudge against me, if I don't resolve this, I won't be able to sleep at night. It'll always feel like someone's going to sneak up on me.
Being thought of isn't so bad, but being thought of by an enemy, that's a terrible feeling. Though it's safe inside the base, he can't stay here forever. He has to go out on missions eventually. What if someone catches him off guard and stabs him in the back? Lu Ding didn't want to ever be ambushed.
Brother Lu will come with you. 2 is better than 1. I've already looked up the info on Biao Ancient Town and memorized the satellite map.
It sounded good, but Lu Ding was worried about him getting hurt. Besides, this was his own problem, not Yan Fanfei's. Yan Fanfei continued.
Don't worry about me, Brother Lu. I'm great at running. I might not be able to help in a fight, but when it comes to escaping, I'm top-notch.
Lu Ding thought it over and finally agreed.
All right, we'll go together.
Mainly because he didn't have a car and Biao Ancient Town was a bit far, inconvenient to get to alone. Just like Yan Fanfei said, even if he couldn't help in a fight, he could run. Able to phase through walls and burrow into the ground, escaping would be a breeze, right? The two got back in the car and set off, heading straight for Biao Ancient Town. In the car, Yan Fanfei read out the intelligence on Biao Ancient Town to Lu Ding, passing the time.
Biao Ancient Town is famous for its white porcelain. Go back a few hundred or 1,000 years to the feudal dynasties, and this white porcelain was a tribute item, not allowed to be casually fired. I've seen photos of Biao porcelain online before. They're incredible. The porcelain can feel like paper, and the Guanyin statue, you can see every strand of hair clearly. With modern development, Biao Ancient Town not only relies on making white porcelain, but has also developed tourism. Its rich cultural heritage and well-preserved ancient town attract many out-of-town visitors. I always wanted to visit Biao Ancient Town, but never had the time. I never thought I'd end up going under such coincidental circumstances.
Throughout the journey, Yen Fifan did all the talking while Lu Ding listened, never getting annoyed. He just wasn't as talkative, but listening was like a lesson enriching his cultural knowledge. As luck would have it, under the moonlight, a team of 749 full investigators, each bearing 2 stars on their shoulders, slipped into Biao ancient town under cover of night. Inside an inn, the bare-chested burly man snapped his eyes open and rolled out of bed.
"Since you're here, show yourselves."
The spirit maiden on the bed grabbed a robe and draped it over her shoulders. The inn door exploded inward. 2 men entered, one in front and one behind. The first wielded a long and short blade, the long one forward and the short one back. The second spun a meteor hammer, hiding sparks within its trail, carrying a faint glow.
"Machi Shanlinging, come with us."
The spirit maiden rose from the bed, stepping lightly to stand behind Machi.
"When Yu Chuan of the life-reaping blade, Yin Feng of the windfire hammer. 2 dogs from 749. Where did you catch the scent to find us here? Your noses are sharp. Your stench doesn't need sniffing. It's all over the streets. Hard not to find you."
Yin Feng's casual remark made the spirit maiden's face darken. When Yu Chuan followed up,
"Enough stalling. Your other Tianli sect members are being handled by our colleagues. Tonight it's just us 2 against you 2. No interference." "Perfect. Our last fight was rushed. Today you'll see if your life-reaping blades live up to their reputation."
Raising his hand to channel his energy, his muscular body was tinged with a faint golden light. His palm strike carried the sound of wind aimed straight at Wen Yuquan's chest. The long blade twirled, its aura biting cold, sending the thin gauze of the antique bed curtains flying. Blade met palm, flesh clashed against metal. Both stepped back half a pace, seemingly evenly matched, but the room was filled with the sound of dripping and the scent of blood. Machi's hand had been cut and was bleeding.
"So much for your iron body technique and your pagoda-bearing Arhat reputation. Nothing special."
Yin Feng swung his meteor hammer, stirring up a gale in the enclosed room, striking with a serpentine feint from a tricky angle. Black mist surged instantly. The spirit maiden formed hand seals and channeled her energy. From the mist flew round black orbs with trailing tails, clashing solidly with Yin Feng's incoming meteor hammer. With all restraints cast aside, the 4 abandoned their probing attacks and went straight for lethal moves.
1,000 army sweep. When you disgrace the name of your life-reaping blade, calling a mountain-splitting strike 1,000 army sweep.
The window shattered as 2 figures burst out and fled. When Yu Chuan gave chase, blade in hand, his expression unchanged.
"I call it what I want, you hear what you want. In the heat of battle you believed my words and got hurt. Now you blame me for my calling. You accuse me of disgracing my title. You, the pagoda-bearing Arhat, and the spirit maiden, you harm innocents, raise flying centipedes, and maliciously kill local law enforcement. You have no right to the name Arhat. Take this blade and talk."
He sent a blade aura flying. Machi dodged sideways and returned a palm strike. At the street intersection ahead, a jeep came into view. Lu Ding sat in the passenger seat, the familiar scent from the vengeful spirit of the Ji family lingering in his nostrils. Focusing, he realized the smell emanated from the woman fleeing toward them. Cruelty flickered in his eyes, and murderous intent condensed in his chest. Lu Ding's voice was low, tinged with excitement.
"Run her over."
Yen Fifan didn't hesitate, only asking,
"Which one, Brother Lu?" "The woman. Floor it. You got it, Brother Lu. Just watch. I bought this car for its sturdiness and power."
Yen Fifan shouted back, adrenaline rushing. He floored the accelerator and charged straight at the spirit maiden fleeing in their direction. The headlights blazed directly, forcing Ling Gu to instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes. Yet it never occurred to her that someone would travel such a distance over a mere thoughtless threat just to run her down. Machi, however, reacted in time.
"Ling Gu!"
With a sharp cry, he lunged sideways, shoving her away with a deft maneuver. The front of the jeep, which should have struck Ling Gu, instead slammed into Machi's abdomen. Due to his towering stature, he instinctively tried to deflect the force upward upon impact. The moment the jeep hit him, Machi's head plunged straight through the windshield. Looking up, he saw a youth of striking elegance, his eyes blazing with unrestrained fury.
"So you like taking blows for others, do you?"
Lu Ding was seething with rage. That initial collision should have left the woman dead or gravely wounded, but this burly man had interfered, spoiling the strike. This infuriated Lu Ding. Reaching out, he seized Ma Qi's shaven head and yanked him from the shattered windshield into the vehicle. His fists rained down like a relentless storm, each blow carrying the force of 10,000 jin, leaving the pagoda-bearing Arhat utterly defenseless. The steel-hard qigong that had never failed him now felt as fragile as paper. It could not withstand the sheer might of Lu Ding's fists, each imbued with tens of thousands of jin of power. Even facing Wen Yuquan's blade had never caused such agony. With every punch that landed, Ma Qi felt his organs and bones shatter and shift. Blood mixed with fragments of his innards spewed from his mouth in an unending stream. He struggled desperately, but it was futile, as if an immense mountain pressed down upon him. In the driver's seat, Yan Fanfei didn't care who was who. If Lu Ding fought, he fought too. Producing a short blade from somewhere, he hacked, slashed, and stabbed at the lower half of Ma Qi's body on his side. Blood splattered everywhere. Ling Gu, who had been shoved aside, was still trying to grasp the situation. Just as she moved to rescue Ma Qi from the jeep, she heard his agonized roar from inside.
Go!
Ling Gu, flee now. It's an ambush. Ah!
With Wen Yuqian and Yin Feng closing in from behind, Ling Gu's eyes turned crimson, and she could only retreat in bitter hatred.
By the time Wen Yuqian and Yin Feng arrived, the jeep had ceased its shaking. They surveyed the scattered glass on the ground, and the blood that had sprayed out from within the vehicle. The two exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. No colleague should have been here to support them. It was impossible for anyone to have completed the arrest of other Tianli sect members so quickly. What was going on? Yin Feng craned his neck to peer inside. But the moment he stepped forward, both doors of the jeep swung open simultaneously. Lu Ding and Yan Fanfei, both drenched in blood, stepped out from either side.
Paw tough hide, stubborn life, damn hard to kill. Got his blood in my mouth.
Yan Fanfei muttered as he flicked the already blunted short blade in his hand. On the other side, Lu Ding casually discarded the arm he had torn off Ma Qi during the scuffle inside the jeep. He sniffed the air, catching the scent left by the woman to identify her escape route.
Lu!
Yan Fanfei started to call out, but then saw two stunned men standing before the jeep's hood. His eyes swept over the weapons in their hands, finally settling on the stars adorning their shoulders. Yan Fanfei snapped to attention.
Greetings, senior investigators.
Lu Ding had long noticed their presence. He simply couldn't be bothered. They were allies, apparently pursuing the same woman. As for pleasantries, only Yan Fanfei would bother. Though a trainee investigator, he held the same priority as a full-fledged one. By rank, they were equals.
All right, Yan Fanfei, see if your jeep can still run. I'm going after that woman. Watch yourself, they'll call you later.
Having pinpointed the direction, Lu Ding leaped onto the rooftops and sped off after Ling Gu.
Brother Lu, wait for me. Don't go, hold on a moment.
Coming to his senses, Yin Feng called out to stop Yan Fanfei, who was about to dash off. This was too absurd. Two trainee investigators had not only run over the pagoda-bearing Arhat Ma Qi with a jeep, but had also trapped him inside and killed him. They had even torn off his arm. Why was Ma Qi called the pagoda-bearing Arhat? Because of his towering stature, his mastery of steel-hard qigong, and his background as a lay disciple of Buddhism. Thus the name. His body was tempered to the point that even bullets couldn't penetrate it. How could someone tear his arm off? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Just moments ago, Wen Yuquan had only grazed his skin. And these were trainee investigators. Are you kidding me? What the hell happened back at the base? It's only been half a month since I left, and you've all secretly evolved without including those of us out on missions. Yan Fanfei flashed a smile.
What is it, senior?
Yin Feng paused.
What's your cultivation level? Orifice opening. And him?
Yin Feng pointed in the direction Lu Ding had gone. Yan Fanfei answered with a hint of cunning.
Brother Lu took an orifice opening pill. He's at least illumination rotation. A perfect assessor.
Yin Feng exclaimed in shock. But even that didn't add up. He had never heard of such a person before. It had to be this month's assessment, which he had missed while out on a mission. To have such combat prowess right after assessment. This was too outrageous. What did that make the rest of them? Had they cultivated all these years for nothing?
So he
Seeing that Yin Feng was about to bombard him with questions, Yin Fanfei grew impatient.
Please don't ask any more. Are you after that woman who ran away?
Yin Feng grunted in affirmation.
Then that's settled. Brother Liu is after her too. If we don't catch up, you'll be picking up her body parts to report back,
Yin Fanfei said.
What do you mean?
Wen Yuqian asked. Yin Fanfei's words were startling.
She threatened Brother Liu. He'll probably tear her apart.
Hearing this, the two men leaped onto the rooftops, with Yin Fanfei close behind. Ahead in the woods outside Biao ancient village, Ling Gu fled in terror, the presence behind her drawing ever nearer. She couldn't fathom where this man had come from. He looked vaguely familiar, but as she ran through the roster of famous investigators from 749, none matched his face. Was he not from 749? Did she have a grudge against him? With this thought, Ling Gu turned and shouted,
Young man, could there be some misunderstanding between us?
But she found that Lu Ding, who had been relentlessly pursuing her moments ago, was no longer behind her. Suddenly a gust of wind whistled past her ear. Ling Gu raised her arm to block, but the moment the force connected, it felt as though she had been struck by a truck. The terrifying impact sent Ling Gu flying, crashing heavily into a large tree. Blood gushed from her mouth, and her arm was twisted into a grotesque spiral. A dull ache radiated from her internal organs. Lu Ding landed before her, crouching down, with a smirk on his lips.
Misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding between us. You have a short memory. You threatened me just today, and you've already forgotten. Didn't you say you'd remember my aura? How is it that you can't sense me even when I'm right in front of you?
In that instant, Ling Gu's eyes flew wide open.
You're the one who broke my spell.
As she spoke, Ling Gu jabbed two fingers toward Lu Ding's eyes. But before she could strike, a gentle breeze seemed to pass by. Her arm instantly shattered, crumbling into tiny pieces of flesh that scattered across the ground. A woman's scream echoed through the woods.
You made me travel so far. I thought you were some kind of spirit or demon, but you're just a human. What a disappointment. So tell me, should I tear you apart or flay you piece by piece?
Lu Ding had thought he might gain something today, just like the day he had taken in the Nanshan stubborn stone, hitting a double jackpot and receiving 2 rewards. Yet now, upon looking, it turned out to be a human, not a demon or monster. His hope of receiving a reward was dashed. This left Lu Ding, who had traveled so far, feeling rather displeased.
You're human, so why provoke me? Why does it have to be a human? A ghost or a demon would have been fine, but it just had to be a human.
Hearing his words, Ling Gu, amidst her pain, could only think he was a madman. Damn, 749 has produced a lunatic. Was she displeased because she was human? If not a madman, what else? Was she going to die at the hands of this madman today? Suddenly, from all directions within the dense forest, an elderly male voice sounded.
Youngster, so young yet bearing such heavy killing intent is not good. Do me, old man Qianjin, a favor and release Ling Gu. Leave some leeway for future encounters.
Lu Ding did not move. He rested his head on his hand, calmly watching Ling Gu before him.
Hurry up, be happy. Someone has come to save you.
A glimmer of hope for survival shone in Ling Gu's eyes. Then, the woman's body, along with the tree she leaned against, fell to the ground with a thud. Her round head rolled across the ground. Only then did Lu Ding slowly rise. Spreading his hands toward the empty woods, he said,
I'm sorry, Senior. I've never heard of old man Qianjin, and I've inadvertently trampled upon your face. I deeply apologize. As reparation, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. Come out and punish me quickly. I am terribly afraid. Youngster, you seek death.
The old man's furious voice rang out. Lu Ding followed his words, saying,
Yes, yes, yes. I seek death, I seek death. Come out quickly and kill me.
Yet after waiting for a while, there was no person or attack. Lu Ding clicked his tongue. Why wasn't this like in the novels? In such a situation, shouldn't someone jump out and attack him? After waiting so long, all that big talk, but not a single person was seen, not even a single hair.
I didn't fool you. Truly, the waves behind drive on those before. This old man can't handle you. Forget it'll be going now. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We'll meet again if fate allows. Leaving. Too late.
The time he had just stalled was used to locate the person's hiding place with the flying bear pouncing technique. If he had left earlier, Lu Ding wouldn't have been able to find him. But now it was too late for him to leave. Lu Ding's spread hands suddenly clapped together, sending forth gales of wind. Within them 100 slashing strikes were carried, encompassing the entire fan-shaped area in front of him. Bushes, trees, grass, topsoil, rocks, everything in sight was instantly shattered into pieces as the slashing strikes erupted. A muffled groan sounded, and a bloody scent permeated the air. A black shadow shot up into the sky.
"Found you, Senior."
Lu Ding swung, and a slashing strike of immense power cleaved through the air. Lu Ding's Jin Che Dao had aspects of both quantity and quality. The fewer the strikes, the greater the power, but the smaller the attack range. The more strikes, the relatively less power, but the attack range would indeed become much larger. That attack just now was merely to find him. This slash now was the killing move. The airborne old man Qianjin had no time to change his form. He could only fling out a magical artifact that looked like a golden ingot, which grew larger against the wind, finally blocking the blow for him. A huge slash mark appeared on the golden ingot. Lu Ding said calmly,
"The magical artifact does have its merits. But once the artifact is heavily damaged, you as its master should also be feeling quite unwell, shouldn't you?"
Old man Qianjin, who had fallen to the ground, was somewhat out of breath. The respectful term, "you," was once a title of honor, but now it was a mockery. Old man Qianjin forced a smile that wasn't a smile.
"Young man, let's not be hasty to fight. Look, I haven't provoked you. We just had a little quarrel, a little unpleasantness. This old man apologizes to you here. I shouldn't have acted on seniority or played tricks. If you think it's not enough, he'll kowtow to you again. Also, how about I trade a treasure for my life?"
Whether it was Chu Hao's rattan armor before or old man Qianjin's golden ingot now, these were excellent items that could save their lives in danger. If not for these things, either of these two alone, or even both together, probably couldn't withstand a single move from Lu Ding. This indirectly illustrated the importance of magical artifacts. So when old man Qianjin mentioned a treasure, Lu Ding became interested.
"Take it out. I'll inspect it first."
Old man Qianjin gave an awkward smile, revealing his golden front teeth.
It's not on me."
Seeing Lu Ding's dark expression, as he took a step forward, the old man was terrified.
Don't rush. Although it's not on me, it's not far from here. The wind-calming pearl. The treasure is the wind-calming pearl. It can stabilize the wind for steady travel or ride the wind to fly. It is truly a rare treasure. Wind-calming pearl.
Lu Ding's eyes were contemplative. Speaking of the wind-calming pearl, one inevitably mentions the flying centipede, one of the strange beasts. Folklore records it having the ability to soar through the heavens and burrow into the earth. It delights in eating snake brains and is one of the natural enemies of snakes. Its favorite food is the brain of the beauty snake. It closely resembles a giant dobsonfly, but its size and ferocity are thousands of times greater and hundreds of times more formidable. The wind-calming pearl is the inner core of this flying centipede, though it is still a semi-finished product. To transform from an inner core into a wind-calming pearl requires artificial refinement. Suddenly Lu Ding thought of the second young lady of the Ji family. Now he could understand why she had caught the attention of that woman he just killed. So it was all for this wind-calming pearl. As mentioned earlier, the flying centipede enjoys eating the brains of the beauty snake. Beauty snakes are not found everywhere. They must be the descendants of humans and snake demons, and they must be female. Natural ones are very rare, almost non-existent in modern times. Unless one uses sinister methods similar to the beast-making technique, forcibly maturing them later. When the time is right, they extract the human brain alive to feed the flying centipede, enhancing its magical power and accelerating the condensation of its inner core. One link connected to the next. Upon hearing about the wind-calming pearl, Lu Ding instantly understood the purpose of these people. He was interested in the wind-calming pearl, and he also wanted the flying centipede. This was a notoriously fierce demonic beast. If he could kill it, his golden finger should give him a very good reward. Thinking this, even the stern expression on Lu Ding's face softened. Seeing his reaction, old man Qianjin breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this little demon recognized quality. He wondered which family had raised him. He looked young and vibrant, definitely under 20. With such formidable combat power at such a young age, why was he working as a trainee investigator at 749? It was a sheer waste of talent.
Where is the Flying Centipede?
Hey, this one knows his stuff and understands the way. Old man Qianjin, sensing an opportunity, quickly scrambled up from the ground.
Those people from the Tianli sect keep it in the mountain hollow over there.
He gestured with his chin toward the ravine.
Oh right. The woman you just killed was a member of the Tianli sect. Her name is Ling Gu. She was the one who did all those sinful deeds. And you?
Lu Ding cut straight to the point.
What are you responsible for?
At this moment, old man Qianjin panicked. He stammered.
I just do odd jobs.
Lu Ding raised his hand. His palm was like a blade, and half of the old man's skull flew off.
If you don't want to talk, then don't. All crows are black. Birds of a feather flock together. You're definitely not a good person either.
Was Lu Ding a good person? He didn't know himself. His moral bottom line was too flexible to qualify him as a good person, but he didn't seem to have done anything too terrible. He merely enjoyed critically judging things he disapproved of in his mind. Moreover, he was currently a trainee investigator of the 749 Bureau, adhering to the principle of while in office one must fulfill one's duty, and thus he followed the investigator's creed: eradicate evil completely. There could be no fault in that, could there? Lu Ding did not bother to interrogate the old man of gold about why he was here, since he was here mingling with those Tianli sect followers. He decided to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, preferring to slay the innocent than let the guilty escape. It was a convenient task, and he considered it gracious enough not to demand thanks from the old man of gold. Gazing at the distant mountain hollow, Lu Ding leaped up, weaving nimbly through the forest. The moment he left, when Yu Chuan and his companions arrived, it wasn't that Lu Ding's movement technique was exceptionally swift, but rather that he had resolved the battle with astonishing speed. The three had hurried as fast as they could, yet they were still too late.
Oh well, it's all over now. They're all dead, and there's an old man thrown in for good measure.
Yin Feng clapped his hands, uttering just two words.
Oh well.
When Yuquan's face darkened with displeasure, Yin Feng approached to examine the two gruesomely slain corpses.
It's definitely Ling Gu along with the old man of gold. Both of our targets for capture and pursuit are dead by his hand. How are we supposed to report this back? Should we say we came for an outing? Did nothing at all, just idle the whole night? Damn it, I can't accept these contribution points in good conscience. What kind of mess is this? Hey Yen Fifan, has Lu Ding always been this ruthless? Ling Gu just made some harsh threats, and he traveled 1,000 miles under the moon and stars just to finish her off.
On the way here, Yen Fifan had briefly explained to Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng the whole story of why they had come. Both of them found it utterly absurd. After all, they were all chi refiners, and who among them didn't have a temper? You suffer a minor slight, make some harsh threats, and he actually takes you seriously, tracks you down, and kills you on the spot. This is just...
That's probably it. Brother Lu is cautious by nature. He had no way of knowing Ling Gu was just bluffing. He was simply worried she might cause trouble for him later, so he decided to come and check. He wasn't even sure if she was really here, but as it turned out, she was. And she couldn't even beat Brother Lu. That's just her bad luck.
When Yuchuan chuckled beside him, it was the first time he realized that in moments of utter speechlessness one could still laugh.
All right, since they're dead, let it be. The ancient town of Baiyao has a nice scenery anyway. Let's just treat it as an outing.
Yin Feng had no objections to Wen Yuquan's suggestion.
I'm fine with an outing too, but I'd like to find Lu Ding and have a drink with him. I like his style. Since we've met, we have to become friends, right?
He looked around.
Where did he go?
Yen Fifan pulled out his phone.
I'll send Brother Lu a message.
Shortly after Yen Fifan sent the message, when Yuquan's phone rang. He picked it up. His colleague, who should still have been in battle, had actually sent him a voice message. When Yuchuan opened it, a female voice came through.
Isn't this mission supposed to be just the 6 of us? How did an extra trainee investigator show up? He's incredibly fierce. Who called it an outsider? Holy crap, Lu Ding went into the mountain hollow.
Yin Feng exclaimed, turning and dashing toward the hollow. It turned out that just moments ago, as Lu Ding headed into the hollow to search for the Flying Centipede, he happened upon Shiringhe, who was locked in combat with a Tianli sect heretic at the mouth of the hollow. The two had been exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, evenly matched yet both bearing wounds. Overall, however, Shi Ying's injuries were more severe.
Shi, official investigator of the 749 Bureau, known as the Smile from Behind. They say your lethal strike is hidden in the hair, at the back of your head, and no one who has seen it has lived. But what if you can't use that move on me?
In the darkness, shadows flickered and darted with incredible speed. Suddenly an attack came. Shi swung her sword in a parry, producing a clash of metal. The shadow flew backward, revealing itself to be a wooden puppet the size of a water flask holding a blood-stained steel fork hanging upside down from a tree in an attacking posture. Shi Ying's eyes rapidly scanned the surroundings. She cursed inwardly. She was just unlucky her opponent happened to be a puppeteer. As the puppeteer had said, she did indeed have a lethal move, and it was extremely powerful. But now she couldn't even see her enemy, so what good was a killing technique? From the start of the battle until now, she had already chopped several of the puppeteer's puppets to pieces, but new ones kept appearing. It seemed like they were inexhaustible. Whenever she managed to find the puppeteer's hiding place, he would slip away using his puppets after just a few exchanges. Endless and unending. If this continued, Shi would face only one outcome tonight: dying in the line of duty.
Shi, how about this? Beg me, and perhaps he'll be merciful and spare your life. After all, I don't want to be burdened with the crime of killing a 749 investigator, don't you agree? Alright, I beg you, please spare me, don't kill me. I've had a hard life, still an innocent young woman, so pretty yet without a man, and I haven't made any money. Dying is still too soon for me. Why don't you be merciful and let me go?
Shi had directly dropped the long sword in her hand and said this. The puppeteer hidden in the shadows wore a bizarre expression. He had made the request, but now that she had actually complied, he found himself in an awkward position. He hadn't expected Shi to have no backbone at all, surrendering so easily, and even discarding her sword. Though most of this surrender was clearly feigned. What the hell? For a moment, the puppeteer was caught in a dilemma. Just then a voice suddenly came from behind him.
See? You asked her to do it, and now you're not happy. Who?
Startled, the puppeteer raised a short fork and thrust it backward. A scream of agony rang out as the arm holding the fork was sent flying high. The bushes rustled as the puppeteer crawled out in disarray, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't muster the will to resist. From that single move, he knew this was an existence he could not provoke. Lu Ding followed, slowly stepping on the puppeteer's heel. A cracking sound was heard.
Ah! You? Who are you?
Shi also sized up the newcomer. When she saw the single star on Lu Ding's shoulder, her expression mirrored that of Wen Yuqian and the others earlier. Shock and confusion. Where did this trainee investigator come from?
It's always the same question. Is that all you people ever ask?
He grabbed the puppeteer from the ground, his tone calm.
I'll ask you something different. Where is the Flying Centipede?
At that moment, the expression on Lu Ding's face seemed to magnify infinitely in the puppeteer's eyes. It appeared ordinary at first, but the more he stared, the more it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. Trembling, the puppeteer pointed his remaining arm toward the hollow.
Over there. Then it'll trouble you to take me there.
At Lu Ding's words, the puppeteer let out a desperate cry, knowing that if he went, he might not survive.
No. I won't go. Shi. Aren't you a 749 investigator? I confess everything. Don't make me go with him. I'll tell you everything. We came here to raise the Flying Centipede to cooperate with the treasure hoarders. We provide the wind-calming pearl, they provide the manpower, and together we go to Dingfeng Mountain to capture the Jiren and Jima. I've said it all, I've confessed everything. Save me! Save me!
Shi had gazed at the sky above and the earth below, surveying her surroundings. She had no idea. She truly knew nothing. Was someone calling her name? No one was. Seeing her like this, the puppeteer's composure shattered. Shi, you fraud, you're a full-fledged investigator of Bureau 749, yet you have no spine, you'd stand by and watch others die. Ill fucking. As Lu Ding dragged the puppeteer by the leg farther away, Shi bent down to pick up the long sword from the ground, swinging it to shake off the mud clinging to the blade. TCH spine. What's spine worth? Talk to me about spine when you've survived. And standing by while others die. You're a depraved heretic of the Heavenly Principles sect accusing me of being a fraud, Pa. The puppeteer must have had a momentary lapse in judgment. When someone had already thrown down their sword beg for mercy, and feigned surrender, what was the point of talking about integrity? Wasn't that just having a hole in one's head? Watching their figures vanish into the dense forest, Sheringa pulled out her phone and sent a message to the Operations Combat Group. Wasn't this mission supposed to be just the 6 of us? Why is there an extra trainee investigator? He's unbelievably fierce, who called in backup. That was precisely what had triggered Wen Yuquin's reaction upon receiving the message. In the mountain hollow a chill rose unbidden, energy raged, and venomous insects swarmed past in droves. Lu Ding stood on a treetop, the human figure dangling upside down in his grip, his gaze sweeping across the valley floor. The place was neither vast nor small, and he had already surveyed almost every inch of it. Apart from the flying centipede, he had spotted all manner of bizarre venomous insects. Hey, wake up. Where's the flying centipede? Lu Ding shook the puppeteer, who was drowsy from excessive blood loss. The man slowly opened his eyes, his pale lips forming words. The cave. Inside the cave. Lu Ding looked ahead. At the base of the cliff, at the far end of the valley hidden behind the trees, there seemed to be a cave entrance just wide enough for one person to pass through. A pungent stench-filled odor emanated from it, sharp and acrid. The mouth of the cave was smooth, suggesting that something frequently passed through it. But Lu Ding was no fool. How could he just waltz into such a place? The space was so cramped that if he encountered anything troublesome, escaping would be nearly impossible. You're not playing tricks on me, are you? He hoisted the puppeteer up to question him face to face. The man shook his head weakly. No, it's really inside. I've told you what you want to know. Just let me go. Let me face the judgment of Bureau 749. I can't take it anymore. If you don't treat my wounds, I'll bleed to death. Even though he was a chi cultivator, he wasn't invincible. Having lost an arm and being held upside down all this time, even Superman wouldn't have been able to endure it. The puppeteer wasn't stupid either. Given his deeds, falling into the hands of Bureau 749 might still grant him a chance at survival. He'd suffer, but he could also redeem himself through meritorious service. But if he remained in this man's hands, he probably wouldn't even live to see tomorrow's sun. As the saying goes, a living dog is better than a dead lion. He hadn't had his fill of life yet, he didn't want to die. Lu Ding didn't answer him. Instead, he glanced at the cave entrance, then at the puppeteer in his grasp. Then he swung the puppeteer in a few wide arcs, and hurled him straight toward the cave mouth. Survive first, then we'll talk about handing you over to the Bureau for trial. I'll fucking kill you. None of you Bureau 749 bastards are good people. The puppeteer's body crashed straight into the cave. Rustling sounds followed, and his screams echoed incessantly from within. The next moment the faint noises ceased. A buzzing sound arose, like a helicopter. A shadow the size of a human burst out of the cave. Lu Ding couldn't see clearly, nor did he care what it was. He raised his hand and unleashed a slashing strike. But the creature was far too fast. In the blink of an eye it evaded Lu Ding's attack. Perched on a branch, a crisp crunching sound rang out in the darkness. A giant Dobsonfly the size of a human was devouring the puppeteer's head. Its body was clad in spiky armor, and with its massive mandibles, it could easily crush an ordinary person's body in a single bite. This was the Flying Centipede. Thick armor and high attack power weren't its most commendable trait. Speed was where its true terror lay. Lu Ding stared at the Flying Centipede clinging to the branch. If one set aside its brutal and terrifying nature, and its identity as a spirit creature, it was actually quite cool, especially the pair of large pincers atop its head, which gleamed faintly even in the darkness. If he could take this thing to an insect-fighting competition, who could possibly defeat it? There wouldn't even be a need for the match. Even if all the other contestants ganged up on it, they might not be enough to fill its belly. Too bad it was a spirit creature. And since it had appeared before Lu Ding, its fate was sealed. It had to die. Man and creature faced off. Lu Ding struck first, unleashing a slash that engulfed the entire 10-meter radius around the Flying Centipede. Since it was fast, he would just carpet bomb the area. Rocks and trees were reduced to dust. The Flying Centipede flapped its wings amid the slashes, dodging Lu Ding's attacks with incredible speed and cunning angles. This move played right into Lu Ding's hands. He pressed down on the tree trunk with his foot. With his force, the trunk gradually bent into an arc like a drawn bow. The moment Lu Ding released his hold, his body was launched forward by the rebounding trunk, shooting out like an arrow freed from its bowstring. He raised his palm and struck the Flying Centipede with the force of 10,000 caddies. Got you. Slashing energy erupted from his palm. 100 strikes. The clanging sound of blades striking metal rang out incessantly. The Flying Centipede's hard armor shattered instantly. Each slash landed on the tender flesh beneath the broken armor, eliciting sharp, piercing insect cries. The human-sized Flying Centipede was dismembered in midair. By the time Lu Ding landed, his hand was not only covered in the slime from its flesh, but also clutching a walnut-sized pale green orb. This was the Flying Centipede's inner core, the primary material for refining wind-calming pearls. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Containment of monster Flying Centipede. Reward wind-calming art. Wind-calming art can still raging gales and surging clouds, and also allows one to ride the wind in flight, traversing the 5 sacred mountains and rivers. Wind-calming art. Lu Ding looked at the Flying Centipede's inner core in his hand. Did this mean the wind-calming pearl he had gone through so much trouble to find was now useless? Magical tools were no match for spells, let alone this technique he had obtained from his golden finger, directly maxed out. Immense power, minimal consumption, and no special conditions. There was no risk of damage, it was exceptionally stable. His feet slowly lifted off the ground. Delight surged in Lu Ding's heart. After all, who could resist the allure of flight? Soaring through the heavens and diving into the earth, it was a pursuit etched into the very bones. Lu Ding had been somewhat dissatisfied with his speed before, but with the acquisition of the wind-calming art, his only weakness was now filled. Ranged attacks, close combat, strength, speed, all-around development. He was a hexagon warrior. Even Lu Ding himself didn't know just how strong he had become. Putting away the Flying Centipede's inner core, he took out his phone. On the notification page, Yin Fifan had sent several messages. Brother Lu, we've stumbled into the mission of those official investigators. Brother Lu, where are you? Stop killing, these are all their targets. The latest message was sent just now. Brother Lu, we're already outside the valley. Are you inside? The 749 investigators you encountered on the way said they want to come in and find you. Lu Ding replied. Don't come in, it'll be out soon. Brother Lu, did you find the Flying Centipede? Sister Sher said you went in looking for it. It's already dead. By the way, who is Sister Sher? The female investigator you just rescued. Outside, Yin Fifan showed the chat log to Wen Yuqian and the other two.
The inner core is probably in Brother Lu's hands. There's no need for us to go in. He'll be out soon, we just wait.
The three exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Sheringa spoke first.
I just heard from that puppeteer that they raised the Flying Centipede to refine its inner core into a wind-calming pearl. Once refined, they plan to cooperate with the treasure seekers to catch the Ji Ren and Ji Ma on Dingfeng Mountain. Now our mission is complete, and the investigation into Biao Ancient Town is settled. Xuening Ming Huaizhou and Yi Yuan just said in the group chat that their side is also done. They rescued a severely injured law enforcement officer and are taking him to the city hospital for emergency treatment. They won't meet up with us for now, and will see us at the bureau. They were also asking about the Flying Centipede and the external assistance. Now that the Flying Centipede is killed by Lu Ding, and the inner core is probably in his hands, how do we write the report?
The three felt helpless. Writing this report was indeed tricky. Yin Feng, idly swinging his meteor hammer, suddenly spoke.
How about we just not mention the wind-calming pearl? After all, Lu Ding secured the wind-calming pearl. Our task was only to investigate and capture the Tianli cult heretics in Biao Ancient Town. Even though all our capture targets are dead, they still have survivors on their side. Not mentioning it saves trouble. This inner core isn't part of the mission anyway, we don't need to hand it in. Whoever gets it keeps it. That's always been the Bureau's rule, hasn't it? I have no problem with that. But Xuening and the others also contributed to this mission. By the rules, they should have a share in the inner core. Now that it's in Lu Ding's hands, and he killed the Flying Centipede, what do we say when Xuening and the other two ask?
Sheringa raised a new issue. Having witnessed Lu Ding's skills, They had no desire for the Flying Centipede's inner core. Whoever killed it owns it. Although it was a treasure, it wasn't worth arguing with Lu Ding over. That would be asking for trouble. But the other three, Xuanning, Ming Huizhou, and Yi Yuan, didn't know that. Originally, the 6 of them had agreed to split the mission contribution points evenly, and any spoils along the way would also be shared equally. After all, none of them had the strength to handle all the Tianli cult heretics alone. Who would have expected Lu Ding to show up out of nowhere? Now that everyone knew about the Flying Centipede, the inner core couldn't be hidden. If they were asked about the spoils and claimed ignorance, it wouldn't hold up.
Let's just lay the issue out to Lu Ding directly. I don't really care either. I didn't kill the Flying Centipede so I can give up my share. It's up to him to decide how to handle Xuanning and the others.
When Yuchuan proposed a solution.
That doesn't seem very fair.
Yin Feng's comment made Wen Yuchuan a bit flushed, and he gave up entirely.
If this doesn't work, and that doesn't work, I'm done. I don't know, I don't want it, and it's not mine to take anyway. As I see it, the Flying Centipede's inner core belongs to Lu Ding. He killed it. You all can do whatever you want, and Xuanning and the others can do whatever they want. It's none of my business. If they're not satisfied, they can fight Lu Ding. That's the rule too. If reason doesn't work, then might makes right. I agree. If anyone's unhappy, they can come fight me.
Lu Ding leaped out from the forest, landing steadily in front of the 4. On his way back, he had already decided. The inner core was useless to him now. He already had the wind calming art, so why would he need the wind calming pearl? But there was no way he was taking something out of his own bag. He was short on cash now, so he decided to sell the wind calming pearl. Yan Fifen's car had been wrecked, and Lu Ding felt it was only right to pay for the repairs. Otherwise, it would be unfair. He wasn't one to bully honest people. He couldn't bring himself to do that.
Brother Lu,
Yan Fifen called out. Lu Ding nodded. Look at that attitude. How could he not pay for the car repairs? If only he had the money. Head by Yan Fifen a new car. That old one was covered in blood, and now it even had a Tianli cult heretic's corpse inside. What a mess.
Lu Ding, let me introduce myself. I'm Wen Yuchuan, a formal investigator from 749. Lu Ding, nice to meet you. I'm Yin Feng. I'm Shuringhe.
The 3 introduced themselves to Lu Ding one by one. He didn't put on airs and quickly got along with them.
Lu Ding, about the Flying Centipede's inner core. Everyone else is fine, but there's one person you need to watch out for.
Lu Ding looked at Wen Yuchuan and asked,
Who? Xuanning. He's known as the Little Tyrant, and he's different from us. He was born into a family of chi refiners and started internal and external cultivation at the age of 8. His family's overlord spear technique is unmatched. In terms of combat power, he's the strongest among us. He joined 749 at the end of last year and has completed over 20 missions without a single failure. And he has a quirky personality. He might not care about the wind calming pearl itself, but he'll definitely come to fight for his pride. Even if he wins, he'll still give the pearl to you.
This guy was interesting. He didn't want the item, just his pride. But Lu Ding couldn't give him that pride nor the item. So it would come down to a contest of skill. Lu Ding had never encountered someone from a chi refiner family before, and he was curious to see how they differed. Meanwhile, in Jingshi, one of the prefecture-level cities under Yunhai, the Dragon Sword Tower, the iconic building of the Dragon Sword Group, had a dragon-shaped structure at its top roaring toward the sky. This was the branch of the Tianli cult. The Tianli cult heretics from Biao ancient town had come from here. The spacious office was exquisitely decorated. A one-eyed man in a black suit stood by the window swirling a wine glass in his hand.
President Lu, the matter in Biao ancient town has been exposed. 749 has intervened. Our people are dead or injured, and even the Flying Centipede's inner core has fallen into the hands of those 749 investigators.
The man's swirling motion gradually slowed. A hoarse voice sounded.
Raising Flying Centipedes is easy, but finding one capable of producing an inner core for the wind calming pearl is rare. It requires the perfect alignment of heaven, earth, and man. This past year, our Tai Sui mine's output hasn't increased, it's actually decreased. The Ji Ren and Ji Ma are key to making amends as a gift. Without the wind calming pearl, we can't ascend Dingfeng Mountain and catch them. If we fail, not only will I suffer, but everyone in our branch will face punishment. Send people to seize it. Before they return to 749, get the Flying Centipede's inner core back.
On the expressway back to Yunhai. Since Yin Fifen's car was covered in bloodstains, Lu Ding and Yin Fifen rode in Wen Yuquan's vehicle while Yin Feng and Shi He were in another car. On the road, Yin Feng's car led the way with Wen Yuquan's car following behind. Leaning back against the leather seat savoring the comfort, Lu Ding asked,
Wen Yuquan, your car has plenty of space, nice interior, and a sleek exterior. How much did it cost? Just over 300,000. Just over 300,000. This is a G-Class and everything is genuine leather. Only 300,000. My car cost over 600,000.
Yin Fifen, seated in the back, exclaimed in surprise.
Well, buying for us is different from buying for others. Besides, this car isn't through official channels. I bought a repossessed vehicle. Yuhai is an ancient capital with 3 dynasties. There are plenty of wealthy people. Repossessed cars, auction cars, smuggled cars from abroad. There are countless options, all good and cheap. There's no need to go through official channels. Well, just get a license plate from the bureau later, and all the paperwork will be sorted.
This angle was indeed unique, spending the least money while getting the most done. Yin Fifen leaned in to ask,
Brother Quan, have you ever run into a repossession team?
Repossessed cars had everything going for them, except one thing: they were prone to being seized by repossession teams. With hundreds of GPS trackers, it was impossible to guard against. At this, a smile crept across Wen Yuquan's face, barely containable. He nodded.
I did encounter them. I parked the car by the roadside, and when I came back it was gone. But within half a day, the owner of the repossessed car dealership returned it to me exactly as it was, even filled up the gas and washed it. Why?
Yin Fifen was puzzled.
Just lift up the back seat and you'll see.
Lu Ding also turned to look. Yin Fifen shifted aside, and the back seat indeed lifted up. When opened, it revealed a beautifully crafted sniper rifle and several handguns lying quietly inside. Seeing this, Lu Ding also laughed. He could imagine the shock of the repossessed car dealership owner when he reclaimed the car and found these items. Investigators from Division 749 were authorized to carry firearms. However, for Qi refiners, guns weren't particularly useful. Yin Fifen touched the sniper rifle.
Brother Quan, what do you use this for?
Wen Yuquan replied casually.
Sometimes missions require going into the mountains and such. There's not much to do out there, so I use it to shoot birds for fun. It's like a big toy. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. I'll file a report and get another one. Anyway, the bureau has plenty of guns and they're just gathering dust.
This was one of the perks of being a full-fledged investigator.
No need, no need.
Although Yin Fifen refused verbally, the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. What guy didn't love guns? But he didn't intend to take Wen Yuquan's gift. Instead, he planned to become a full investigator himself and file a report to get one.
Lu Ding, you want to buy a car? I can hook you up with the same repossessed car dealership where I got mine. They have plenty of good cars at low prices. Sure, but you'll have to wait until I sell the Wind-Calming Pearl.
Lu Ding felt it was time to get a car. It was really inconvenient otherwise. As for a driver's license, he knew how to drive anyway, so he'd just get one sorted out.
You're going to sell the Wind-Calming Pearl?
Wen Yuquan asked in surprise. After all, it was a magical artifact. He hadn't expected Lu Ding to consider selling it.
It's useless to me, so I might as well trade it for money. I just have no idea how much it's worth.
Lu Ding had no clue about the price of the Wind-Calming Pearl. It was his first time selling something like this.
It's hard to put a price on it. If you exchange it for money, you'll undersell it. You could trade it for some cultivation resources and some pocket change, probably a few million.
Wen Yuquan was tempted, but he couldn't afford it, and he had no intention of cheating Lu Ding. This price made Lu Ding's heart race with excitement. He had never seen so much money in his life. Thinking this, Lu Ding turned around.
Yin Fifen, what do you think of this car? It's great. It looks cool and gives you face when driving around. Plus, it's durable. For our missions going back and forth every day, we need something like this. Sports cars are all show and no-go. Alright, once I sell the Wind-Calming Pearl, I'll get you one. You don't need your old car anymore.
Hearing Lu Ding's words, Yin Fifan sat up straight.
Really, Brother Lu?
Yin Fifan could afford a few 100,000 or $1 million, but if Lu Ding was giving it as a gift, that was different.
Of course. As soon as the money comes in, we'll switch. We'll do it together. Thank you, Brother Lu.
Yin Fifan said joyfully. When Yuchuan, who was driving, changed his expression.
Looks like someone doesn't want us to get back smoothly.
The smile faded from Lu Ding's face. Through the side mirror, he saw a line of black cars speeding up behind them, flanking their two vehicles on both sides in a pincer formation. He turned to look at the black sedan beside him. A man wearing a grinning pig mask turned his head and raised his hand, forming a gun gesture at his temple. Laughter echoed from beneath the mask, unrestrained and arrogant. A grin spread across Lu Ding's face. Then he heard Wen Yuchuan say,
"Daring to block a Division 749 car, they must be tired of living. There are too many cars on the expressway. How about we take the next exit and have some fun with them?"
Before the words even faded, Lu Ding raised his hand and slashed. The black sedan beside them was instantly cut in two, bursting into raging flames. Lu Ding pulled open the car door.
"Why wait for the next exit? Let's hurry back. I still need to sell the wind-calming pearl."
Then he leaped out, his body drifting lightly in the wind as he landed steadily on top of another black sedan. The members of the Tianli sect were stunned.
Damn, is this really a Division 749 investigator? He dares to act in front of so many people.
Their reason for daring to intercept Lu Ding's group on the expressway was the assumption that Division 749 wouldn't act on such a busy road. With so many people around, once they exited, their people would be waiting ahead. Relying on numerical superiority, they thought that no matter how fierce the Division 749 investigators were, they'd have to submit. But Lu Ding struck without reasoning, shattering their ambush plan. This move caught them completely off guard. Seeing Lu Ding had already jumped out, when Yuchuan shouted,
"Yin Fifan, take the wheel. I'm going out to help Lu Ding."
Having not seen much of Lu Ding's skills earlier, Wen Yuchuan regretted it. Now that he had a chance to fight alongside him, he wasn't about to miss it.
"Go ahead, Brother Quan. I've got the car."
Yin Fifan crawled through the gap between the front seats to take the wheel. When Yuchuan pulled open the door and flipped onto the roof, standing upright. On the black sedan, Lu Ding swept his hand across, and the roof split apart, sending the car careening out of control. Limbs and torsos scattered as he grabbed a survivor, jumped back onto the G-Class roof, and tore off the mask. Beneath it was a panicked, unfamiliar face.
"Tell me who sent you to stop us." "You? You took our things. I advise you to return them or else."
Before the man could finish, his head exploded, sending red and white matter flying everywhere.
"If you don't want to talk, then don't."
Lu Ding couldn't be bothered with his threats. They were meaningless and a waste of time. Besides, with that remark, even a fool would know it was the Tianli sect. After all, the only thing he had taken from them was the wind-calming pearl. When Yuchuan finally witnessed firsthand Lu Ding's decisive and ruthless nature, knowing that today's affair wouldn't end easily, he pulled out his phone.
"I'll call the cleanup crew. Watch yourself."
Lu Ding nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward the black convoy ahead. Someone inside shouted through a walkie-talkie.
"Damn it, if those 749 guys aren't afraid, what the hell are we scared of? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Move. Snatch the stuff back."
With the command doors swung open one after another, and dozens of masked heretics from the Tianli sect flew out, landing on the roofs of the vehicles. The convoy dispersed, flanking the cars carrying Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng as they gradually advanced. Yin Feng vaulted onto his car roof, meteor hammer in hand.
"Looks like there's a second round. I wasn't done having fun anyway. Bring it on."
When Yuchuan drew his long and short blades. Glancing at the unarmed Lu Ding beside him, he asked,
"Do you have a weapon?"
Lu Ding slowly levitated above the car roof. Extending a hand, he spread his fingers, and countless slashing strikes erupted, the sound of flesh being cleaved filling the air. Blood sprayed like a torrential rain, splattering freely.
"I don't need weapons."
Lu Ding's voice was soft, yet it struck an extraordinary chord of awe. So this was his true combat prowess. Ever since acquiring the skill of formlessness, which allowed him to manually enter the state of unity of heaven and man, Lu Ding had never deactivated it. Though movement and battle reduced the efficiency of formlessness, it was still remarkably useful, far faster than the dedicated cultivation of an average chi refiner. Thus Lu Ding's combat strength grew with every passing moment. Whether walking, fighting, or going about his daily life, for him, it was all cultivation. This strike stunned Wen Yuqian and Yin Feng, and equally shocked the Tianli sect members. In a single blow, he had killed several people, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. How could they fight this? Fear before battle was a fatal mistake. Sensing the plummeting morale, the commander of this Tianli sect mission grew restless.
Chopping up my men like vegetables. That's not nice, is it?
A man wearing a snakehead mask glared with an icy aura. Lu Ding looked back.
If you're not satisfied, you can come at me yourself. What the hell are you pretending for? Hiding your face behind a mask and acting all tough. Take this hammer.
Yin Feng launched into a tirade without preamble. His swinging meteor hammer stirred a breeze as he executed a soaring maneuver, hurling the weapon directly at the man. The man raised his hands, calloused and thicker than ordinary palms. He caught Yin Feng's meteor hammer steadily, instantly revealing the disparity in their skills. His tone dripped with disdain.
The 24 paths meteor hammer, nothing special. Brat with a sharp tongue, come here.
The man yanked the hammer head, the terrifying force dragging Yin Feng toward him. Raising a hand, he gathered chi and struck with a palm, heavy and formidable, tinged with a faint golden glow. Lu Ding teleported sideways in an instant.
Then take a move from me that's nothing special too.
He thrust both palms forward, unleashing tens of thousands of Jin of force in a single burst. The man dared not be careless. Switching from one hand to both, he pushed back with his own palms.
Then taste my Vajra palm.
Bang. Their palms collided, producing a deafening sonic boom. The car beneath the man's feet crumpled inward, causing it to spiral out of control on the highway. Both Lu Ding and the man leaped, landing elsewhere.
Vajra palm, you're Yuan Baifeng of the Tianli sect.
When Yuqian caught Yin Feng, who had been tossed back by Lu Ding, and exposed the snake-masked man's identity. Yuan Baifeng's hands trembled as a surge of terror rose within him. His physical strength was already terrifying, and he had trained in the Vajra palm, a secret Buddhist technique. His dual palm force neared 10,000 Jin. Moreover, his cultivation was at the Spirit Sea realm. After exchanging blows with Lu Ding, he vaguely sensed that Lu Ding's realm was around the Radiant Star level. But a Radiant Star chi refiner so young, with physical strength surpassing his own, and injuring him with a single move. Was this even reasonable? Hearing his identity revealed, Yuan Baifeng decided to drop the pretense. He tore off the cumbersome mask and swept his palms before him, channeling chi to support the heavens.
Kid, I acknowledge your strength. In terms of physique, you're stronger than me. But in cultivation realm, I'm ahead. That palm I struck earlier must have hurt, right?
Lu Ding shook his hand.
It was a bit uncomfortable. Turn my hand red.
His tens of thousands of Jin of force was no joke. If anyone thought they could harm him with mere physical strength, they weren't qualified. Yuan Baifeng felt a surge of humiliation. Turned red? Why didn't I just shatter your hand?
Stubborn brat, hand over the item, and today's matter ends. Otherwise. Enough, I'm tired of your nonsense. I don't want to hear it.
Threats every time. Lu Ding found it infuriating. If you have the skill, come and take it. If not, shut up. If words could solve problems, what need would there be for 749? Just replace them all with negotiators. He pushed wind-fixing art to its limit. Lu Ding's form moved like a phantom, borrowing force from thin air. A terrifying slash shot forth. Yuan Baifeng, with imposing momentum, coated his palms in golden light and met the slash heat-in. Assuming that his realm advantage and age gap would suffice even against Lu Ding's monstrous physique, he thought his years of cultivation would ensure an easy block. But the moment his palm struck the slash, the searing pain of flesh being cleaved immediately shot through him. Half his palm was severed. Yuan Baifeng's eyes flickered with panic. Looking up, he caught the mocking smile on Lu Ding's face as he closed in. Talking to him about age and gaps, what a joke. Aside from the flying bear pouncing technique, all of Lu Ding's arts were max-level skills granted directly by the system. Mastering an art to perfection wasn't something that could be achieved through time and effort alone. Yuan Baifeng might have had some chance of victory initially. But relying on his age and higher realm, he recklessly took Lu Ding's slash and lost half a palm. His entire withdraw palm technique was instantly crippled by 50%.
Withdraw palm, huh? Try my palm now.
Lu Ding used wind-fixing art to close in on Yuan Baifeng at blinding speed. A violent, oppressive aura emanated from him, transforming his entire presence. Behind him, a colossal bear, with wings materialized, faintly mimicking Lu Ding's palm thrust gesture. Light and wind around them retreated. It was a visual impact of extreme intensity beyond the reach of words. Yuan Baifeng could no longer dodge. If he recklessly evaded, he would only leave his most vulnerable spots exposed to the enemy. Helpless, he endured the pain and pushed both palms forward to block. But the moment their palms met, Yuan Baifeng's hands crumbled like tofu. Flesh burst, bones splintered, and shards pierced through his shoulder blades. Lu Ding's palm struck his chest directly, punching straight through. The hand entered from the front and exited from the back, trailing a mist of blood. Breaking through at a single point, all the force penetrated inward. Blood gushed from Yuan Baifeng's mouth and nose uncontrollably. He mustered his last breath to strike Lu Ding's chest, but found that his remaining strength vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Lu Ding didn't even flinch. Seeing that he still had a breath left, Lu Ding delivered a killing blow to his spirit.
Strength isn't determined by age. Your withdraw palm, nothing special.
Yuan Baifeng could no longer suppress his injuries. A torrent of blood sprayed into a misty rain, his last thread of life fading. His corpse hung limply on Lu Ding's hand. Beside him, the battle between Wen Yuqian and Yin Feng continued unabated. Lu Ding shook off the corpse hanging from his hand and turned to plunge into the crowd. Like a ferocious beast that had hibernated all winter, starving to the point of madness, he charged into a flock of sheep. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. None of the Tianli cult heretics who died by his hands remained intact. Nearby cleanup personnel approached, but when they witnessed the hellish battlefield on the highway, they couldn't help turning pale. They had seen many grand scenes, but those were usually left by evil cultists or cruel monsters. None of the agents from Bureau 749 fought with such brutality. Lu Ding stood by the roadside. A black cigarette stained by blood was brought to his lips with a crimson hand. He exhaled a plume of smoke. Yin Feng turned his head to look at him. I used to think you had some skill, but were a bit arrogant. As a trainee investigator, your attitude was indeed too cocky. But looking at it now, when we first met you were actually quite polite. His words made Lu Ding choke on his smoke. He rolled his eyes. If you don't know how to make conversation, just shut up. Ha ha ha, I was complimenting you. Seriously, I'll definitely call you for any good missions in the future. Your combat prowess is no joke. You even killed Yuan Baifeng. After today, your name will spread across Yuhai. Who knows what nickname they'll give you? I hope it's a cool one, something elegant sounding. Yin Feng looked him up and down. His clothes were drenched in blood. How is that even remotely elegant? You're the embodiment of violence. It's only your face that makes it look like art. When Yuqian walked over. If Lu Ding hadn't joined Bureau 749, he'd definitely be our top wanted criminal. He and Yin Feng exchanged glances and burst into unbridled laughter. Lu Ding was speechless. Hey Lu Ding, take off your clothes. Isn't it uncomfortable being covered in blood? Shi Ying's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Lu Ding thought it made sense, so he stripped off his shirt, revealing a well-defined muscular upper body. With his clean-cut short hair and striking features, he was a heartthrob. Shi couldn't look away. Shi, you're drooling. Yin Feng exaggerated. Shi touched her chin, found nothing, blushed furiously, and shouted angrily. Damn you, Yin Feng, I'll kill you. The events on the highway were witnessed by many, and some videos even spread online. But they vanished quickly, censored before they could cause a stir, although it didn't cause a sensation among ordinary people. In the circle of chief practitioners in Yunhai, Lu Ding had become a legend. His brutal methods and the horrific bloody aftermath earned him the nickname Corpse Dismembering Tai Sui. None of his victims remained whole. The nickname was fitting. Lu Ding had made his name by stepping over Yuan Baifeng's corpse. Back at Bureau 749, Lu Ding and the others were summoned for questioning. The incident had caused too much commotion. Too many ordinary people on the highway. In the interrogation room, a man and a woman looked at Lu Ding. So you really killed Ling Gu just because of a threat? Not entirely. she used evil arts to harm people. As a Bureau 749 investigator, it's my duty to apprehend or stop such rogue chief practitioners. Lu Ding's answer was flawless. They didn't press for details. Closing their notebooks, they said, Lu Ding, this incident has significant repercussions. For now, take a break. Avoid missions to prevent being recognized by the public. What if I want to take on missions? With his golden finger, not killing monsters was worse than death. He was just that diligent. The two interrogators exchanged glances, surprised by his response. But such a mindset was perfect for a Bureau 749 investigator. It wasn't that completing one mission a month was bad, but doing multiple missions, and wanting more, was even better. How about this? You patrol a jurisdiction. We'll assign you an area, and you can handle everything there as you see fit. Patrolling counts as one mission. If any special incidents occur during your patrol, and you deal with them, each counts as a completed mission. What do you think? Patrolling a jurisdiction. That's what Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan used to do. Will there be monsters or supernatural incidents in the patrol area? Lu Ding had no issue with patrolling. His only concern was whether there were monsters to kill. The two interrogators softened smiles on their faces. Yuhai has been seeing many incidents lately. If you like, we can assign you a jurisdiction with a high probability of incidents. Sure, give me a place with frequent special events. Patrolling requires 2 people. Normally we assign partners randomly, but given your strength far exceeds that of an average trainee, you can choose an investigator to work with. Do you have someone in mind, or should we arrange it? Yan Fifan. I work well with him. Compared to getting to know a stranger, Lu Ding preferred Yan Fifan. It saved the trouble of adjusting to a new partner. What if they assigned him someone with a twisted mind? Alright, well, arrange it immediately. You should receive the jurisdiction details by tomorrow. Be sure to report for duty. Good. The questioning ended. Lu Ding was exhausted, having gone 2 days without proper rest, and covered in blood. Back in his dormitory, he enjoyed a hot bath. He sent a message to Wen Yuqiu and asking him to inquire about selling the wind-calming pearl. Then Lu Ding fell asleep, slumbering until evening. He returned to his daily routine, eating, sleeping, and finally cultivation. Lu Ding's current cultivation level was the first layer of the illuminated vortex realm. He had opened 1/10 of his Bodis vortexes. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he activated the Flying Bear Pounce technique, absorbing the free-floating spiritual energy of the world, converting it into his own chi, and using that chi to fill the empty cavities, creating self-sustaining vortexes. As vortex after vortex was filled, Lu Ding's cultivation naturally advanced to the second layer of the illuminated vortex realm. But he didn't stop. He pushed on, continuing to absorb and refine the spiritual energy. At 9:3158 p.m., he reached the 3rd layer. At 1:1461 p.m., the 4th layer. At 3:0113 a.m., the 5th layer. By 7:30 a.m. sharp, the 6th layer. Only when a dull ache spread through his meridians did he stop. The illuminated vortex realm focuses on absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into personal chi to nourish the body and fill cavities to create vortexes. Lu Ding's physique far surpassed that of any illuminated vortex cultivator. Even spirit sea realm cultivators could hardly compare unless they were talented body cultivators. Thus, he could skip the step of nourishing the body. When absorbing spiritual energy, he could achieve unity of heaven and man through the state of formlessness. While others could only sip spiritual energy through a straw, Lu Ding could draw it in like a pump. Filling the empty apertures with chi vortexes required physical strength, innate talent, and meticulous effort. The chi vortex was fragile, and a careless mistake could damage the aperture's vortex, so nourishing the body was essential. But Lu Ding's physique was already formidable, allowing his chi vortex to accommodate his bold infusion of spiritual energy. Moreover, the state of forgetfulness played a crucial role once again. With the unity of heaven and man mode activated, Lu Ding was like Zhang Fei threading a needle, rough yet meticulous. His actions seemed brash, yet every step was flawlessly executed. Combined with these conditions, Lu Ding achieved a terrifying cultivation speed, climbing from the 1st to the 6th level of the illumination vortex realm in a single night. If not for the strain on his meridians, which forbade further circulation cycles for fear of damage due to his many breakthroughs, that night he would not have withdrawn from his cultivation state. Feeling his strength surge anew, Lu Ding stretched languidly.
I'll rest for now, let my meridians heal before I cultivate again.
He spoke thus, opening the wardrobe with his bare torso. He had brought few clothes, and after yesterday's mishap one set was soiled. The 749 uniform was unappealing. Now besides the uniform, only one outfit remained. Lu Ding pulled it on, muttering,
"Once my district is assigned, I'll buy more when I patrol."
No sooner had he spoken than his phone buzzed with a message about his district assignment.
"Dear probationary investigator Lu Ding, your district has been assigned. Please report to the Baofan District Local Public Security Bureau in Yunhai City within 12 hours to complete the handover. This means I'll work with the local security bureau. True. Patrolling alone would limit my information intake. Only the local security bureau can gather intelligence quickly and efficiently."
As a half-native of Yunhai with only a household registration, Lu Ding had heard much of Baofan District. True to its name, it was a land of gold and prosperity bustling beyond words. It was only slightly inferior to the top central districts. The gap stemmed from exorbitant land prices hindering redevelopment. Decades ago, it was Yunhai's economic hub, though faded it still teemed with the wealthy. Toss a brick, and you'd hit a millionaire. Yet it was also chaotic. Lu Ding hadn't expected such a district. A message from Yan Fifan followed on his phone.
"Brother Lu, are you awake? I saw how tired you were yesterday and didn't dare disturb you. I got my district assignment. I bought you breakfast and will hang it on your door. Eat when you wake. I'm off to my post, so I won't be able to take missions with you for a while."
Lu Ding took a sip of water.
"I'm awake. Have you eaten? You're up early, Brother Lu. I haven't eaten. I'm in a rush. I want to get there early so my colleagues don't complain. Eat before you go. That colleague you're worried about is me. I won't complain."
Lu Ding replied with a smile. Yan Fifan was as reliable as ever. This mindset had its merits, and flaws. Changing it might be tough. He let it be.
"Brother Lu, is that true? Would I lie to you?"
A knock sounded at the door. Lu Ding opened it to find Yan Fifan holding breakfast.
"Brother Lu, were assigned to the same district. I was terrified I couldn't handle such a big area alone."
Upon learning his district, Yan Fifan had felt genuine fear. He had heard of Baofan District's reputation, a place of wealth and chaos teeming with all sorts of people, with a high incidence of paranormal events. With his limited skills, being assigned there seemed like a joke. Knowing Lu Ding was with him, Yan Fifan instantly relaxed. It was fine, had just handled the grunt work. The main combat power was Brother Lu. He absolutely loved being a helper. Donning his own shoe covers, he entered and laid out breakfast. Lu Ding took a bun and bit into it.
"What's there to fear? Baofan District doesn't have teeth to bite. Brother Lu, you only know part of it. Baofan is chaotic with one of the highest paranormal incident rates in Yunhai, top 3. Usually they send full investigators. As a probationary one, I'd be scared. And the other patroller might be a stranger, a full investigator. I've barely interacted with them, and when I did they found me annoying."
Oh,
you know Baofan well?"
Lu Ding asked, sipping his porridge.
"Somewhat. The previous patrollers were full investigators from our bureau, Cross Sword Bei Hedwang and Alchemy Hand Ming Jun. They were tough, but they made a major mistake causing severe casualties. That's probably why they were replaced." "Major mistake? Tell me more. I want to hear."
Since he was taking over, Lu Ding needed the full picture. He was confident in his strength, but not reckless.
"I heard that late last month a sinkhole opened in Baofan revealing an ancient tomb. In Yunhai, a city of 3 ancient dynasties, tombs are as common as cabbages. But this one was different. It housed a white-haired hoe along with many treasures. When the tomb collapsed, the creature escaped and injured people. Bei Hedwang and Ming Jun went to deal with it. They severely wounded the hoe and forced it back into the tomb, but instead of finishing it, they tied it up and went treasure hunting. The hoe broke free again, killing many civilians. Local cultivators from Baofan had to subdue it. Afterward, disputes over the tomb's treasures led to a fight, and the two lost."
Lu Ding thought them incredibly foolish. At least, they should have killed the hoe before seeking treasure. Letting others intervene, and then losing the fight was shameful. He had a question.
"When the tomb appeared and other cultivators interfered, didn't our bureau step in?" Brother Lu, while 749 governs cultivators, they've existed since ancient times. We've only been around for so long. We can't strip them of their livelihood. Besides, if treasures fell into ordinary hands, they'd be disasters, not treasures. Moreover, compared to our Bureau's treasures, theirs are but a drop in the ocean. They helped us, and it's their way of survival. Like in novels, even a dominant sect or dynasty wouldn't hoard a secret realm. It's bad for governance.
This perspective was novel to Lu Ding. As a latecomer, who had only recently joined 749, his ignorance was understandable.
You sure know a lot. Someone like you isn't suited for frontline work. You'd be better off in management,
Lu Ding remarked casually.
Don't say that, Brother Lu. With my combat ability, if I were in management, no one would accept me.
Lu Ding glanced at him and joked.
So you've actually thought about it? You sly dog, Yin Fifan. How dare you dream of being an official?
This remark startled Yin Fifan, who quickly denied it.
No, Brother Lu, I didn't mean that. Ha, just kidding. Don't be so tense. Relax. Alright, we've eaten enough. Time to head to the Baofan district.
Yin Fifan was taken aback.
Hey. Wait, Brother Lu, I haven't eaten yet. Serves you right for not eating. Let this be a lesson. Brother Lu, that's not fair. You were the one who asked me to talk.
Lu Ding was only joking, of course. He still let the man eat. Yin Fifan gulped down his porridge and stuffed buns into his mouth, finishing in no time. Next up, taking office in the Baofan district. At the Baofan District Public Security Bureau. As specially assigned administrators from Division 749, Bei Heguang and Ming Jun's office was on the top floor, spacious with a commanding view. But such a prime spot had to be surrendered due to a single mistake. Now they had to return to headquarters to face punishment. The two were currently packing their belongings. Ming Jun looked around and asked,
Heguang, are you really willing to just leave like this? Of course not. I'm dying to see what's behind that door. There must be something good. But there's no helping it now. We messed up. It's fate, and we have to accept it.
Back then, they had failed to kill the white-furred howler because they stumbled upon many treasures while chasing it. They had planned to finish off the beast first and then collect the loot. But when they saw the stone door engraved with mystical runes, they decided to put the white-furred howler on hold. Their priority was to open the door. Surely something valuable lay beyond. They feared that if they delayed, someone else might show up. In the end, they couldn't open the door, and the white-furred howler escaped. Later they returned to check. The stone door remained sealed. They had tried every trick imaginable, yet still couldn't force it open. They had hoped to wear it down slowly with patience. Even if the Bureau handed down punishment, they would accept it. Surely they wouldn't be reassigned before their term was up, right? But lo and behold, they were reassigned. When the transfer order came down, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Now Bei Heguang was saying it was fate, and they had to accept it. Ming Jun was instantly furious.
Fate my ass. I went from an ordinary man to a chi refiner. That was heaven's favor. I climbed from intern investigator to full investigator in Division 749. That was heaven's love. Now I find this stone door. It must be heaven's reward to me. To just walk away like this, I won't accept it.
Bei Heguang dropped his things and folded his arms.
Then come up with a plan. Let me see your brilliant idea. By the way, do you know who the new investigator is? Are you crazy? The Bureau's information control is so tight. How would I know? I'm not in management. Aren't you well connected? Can't you dig something up?
Bei Heguang hesitated.
Should I try asking around? Just do it already. Stop second-guessing.
Bei Heguang pulled out his phone and activated his network. After a long while, his brow furrowed.
Strange. This doesn't seem to follow protocol. What is it? Did you find out?
Ming Jun asked anxiously.
I got half the story. A friend of mine overheard something vague, said the new patrol officer for Baofan District is a temporary transfer and an intern investigator at that. As for who, no one knows. A temporary investigator. Sent to Baofan District. Isn't that suicide? Or did they offend someone? Make a mistake. Get deliberately exiled here.
Bei Heguang shot him a look like he was an idiot.
Couldn't it be that these two temporary investigators are exceptionally skilled and were promoted here as a special case?
Ming Jun thought it over.
Possible, but the real heavyweights don't seem likely. Among the intern investigators, the top one is Bohemian, and he's still under confinement. Then there's Tan Isianwe. She caused such a stir in Ninglong City, so she can't come back either. As for the others, they've all been promoted to full investigators. Doesn't match up. You forgot one. The one who made a name at Biao Ancient Town killed Yuan Baifeng on the highway, looting the corpse-dissolving Tai Sui.
That name had spread like wildfire last night. Despite their agitation, even they had heard the rumors. A perfect evaluator. He killed Zhao Xian and Ling Hai, leaving no intact corpse. Every title was terrifying to hear. Ming Jun shook his head.
Doesn't seem likely. Reputation aside, Lu Ding just completed a mission yesterday and caused a huge stir. He even had Wen Yuchuan release news about the Wincoming Pearl. Now Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng are on administrative leave. There's no way Head be transferred alone to Baofan District. At the very least, Head need a full investigator partner. 2 interns. I can't think of any heavyweights that fit.
His reasoning was sound and logical. Even Bei Heguang was drawn into the line of thought.
Enough. Just tell me what to do.
Ming Jun decided not to overthink it.
They're probably just capable interns. Hayray's the plan. When the replacements arrive, we'll see if we know them. If we don't, we'll give them a proper hazing and make them report that they can't handle the Baofan District. That buys us a few days to crack open the tomb door. If we do know them, we'll talk nicely and split everything evenly.
Ming Jun's idea was actually quite good, tailoring their attitude to the other party's strength and reputation. A perfect plan. But there was one flaw. Neither he nor Bei Heguang had ever met Lu Ding or knew what he looked like. They only knew of his existence, his name, and his alias.
All right, your plan works. Let's do it.
The two stopped packing and simply waited. Soon Lu Ding arrived at the door with Yan Fifan. A phone call was made, and the director of the Baofan District Public Security Bureau, along with the entire leadership team, came out to welcome them. Everyone was all smiles, overjoyed. Finally, they had a new patrol officer from Division 749. The previous 2 weren't terrible, but they were far from good. In their already short tenure, they had caused plenty of trouble. This time a work error had cost dozens of ordinary people their lives. It had made their jobs much harder. But the past was the past. A new patrol officer had arrived. Hopefully this one would be reliable.
Greetings, comrade. I'm Gao Jingliang, director of the Baofan District Public Security Bureau.
Lu Ding extended his hand.
Lu Ding, intern investigator from 749, and this is my partner, intern investigator Yin Feiner.
Upon hearing the words,
intern investigator,
Gao Jingliang's world collapsed. Although Ming Jun and Bei Heguang had made plenty of blunders, at least they were still full-fledged investigators. Now 2 interns had arrived. Chief, I, Gao Jingliang, have been diligently working for Baofan District, maintaining its public order. How could you do this to me? Yin Feiner noticed Gao Jingliang's smile freeze on his face, and immediately spoke with indignation.
Director Gao, weren't full-fledged investigators once promoted from interns?
What do you intend to fail to recognize a man of great talent? The phrase, fail to recognize a man of great talent,
was used abruptly, but that was precisely the intended effect, to grate on the listener's ears.
Gao Jingliang's expression instantly returned to normal.
I was being presumptuous. Having lived so long, I've grown muddled. My apologies, both investigators. Let me offer my apologies, and please shall we speak inside? No need to apologize, Director Gao. There's a long road ahead, we'll get along just fine.
The crowd parted to make way for Lu Ding and his companion. At the glass entrance of the Public Security Administration, Ming Jun watched the scene outside and asked Bei Heguang,
what do you think? Recognize them? The one on the right, never seen him before, looks unfamiliar. The one on the left, I have a vague impression he's just an ordinary intern. So they're just ordinary intern investigators. Let's go give them a taste of authority and make them back off.
The 2 emerged from one side of the entrance, blocking Lu Ding's group. Gao Jingliang sighed softly.
Patrol Officer Bei, Patrol Officer Ming, what are you doing?
They ignored Gao Jingliang.
Hey, you 2 intern investigators, do you even have the skill to take over our posts as full-fledged investigators?
Lu Ding's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye he stood before Ming Jun, looking down at him. A wave of pressure instantly descended. The air around seemed to be sucked away, leaving him breathless. Ming Jun's face reddened gradually and hallucinations appeared before his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to see an upright bear, eyes blazing, rubbing its paws, selecting the choicest meat on his body for the first bite. Bang! Unable to withstand the pressure, Ming Jun fell to his knees. Lu Ding's voice rang out.
I'll give you 1 minute to vanish from my sight. This opportunity comes only once.
The pressure dissipated and Ming Jun's clothes were drenched with sweat as if he had been pulled from the water. Gao Jingliang, standing nearby, couldn't suppress the grin tugging at his lips. Though an ordinary man, he had some knowledge of qi refiners. Before any move was made, Ming Jun was already terrified. Lu Ding's strength was beyond doubt. Gao Jingliang quickly stepped forward to mediate.
Patrol Officer Lu, the Bureau has prepared a welcome banquet. Is there any dish you particularly fancy? It'll have the kitchen added.
Ming Jun looked up, pieces of information clicking together in his mind. A surname Lu, an intern investigator. Could this be Lu Ding? Damn it. No wonder he looked unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. After all his calculations, he had missed this one detail. With lingering fear in his eyes, Ming Jun stammered.
Are you the corpse dissolver Lu Ding? Corpse dissolver.
Yan Feiner stepped forward.
Brother Lu, that's the nickname people have given you out there.
Lu Ding was speechless. This nickname didn't sound like that of a decent person. He was an upright intern investigator of 749, holding an iron rice bowl tasked with protecting the people from demonic disturbances, and yet they gave him a moniker like that. Corpse dissolver. It sounded like something a demon or heretic would be called, almost monstrous. Lu Ding couldn't be bothered to complain, and simply walked past Ming Jun, still kneeling on the ground, into the Public Security Administration. After he left, Ming Jun looked toward Bei Guang, who was hiding in a corner.
Hey Guang, come help me up, I can't stand.
Bei Guang scurried over and helped him up.
Are you okay? Okay. You try it and see if you're okay. I almost pissed myself and you ask if I'm okay.
Struggling to his feet, he grumbled.
So it really is Lu Ding. What kind of technique does this guy cultivate? It's terrifying. Truly, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. I'm damn unlucky to have run into him. If I weren't also from 749, I'd probably be in pieces by now.
Lu Ding had no such intention. If someone showed him no respect, why should he indulge them? But in Ming Jun's mind, he had nearly been torn apart.
It's your own fault for jumping to conclusions. None of us had ever seen Lu Ding. No one knew what he looked like. Hindsight. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Bei Guang gave an awkward smile.
I just remembered. Damn it, you hid pretty quickly and left me to take the fall alone. Come on, let's go find Lu Ding and have a proper chat. Wait, are you crazy? Didn't he just tell us to get lost in a minute? Going to him now, won't that be a slap in his face? Then what about the ancient tomb? We're modern people, use your brain. Add him on your phone and talk to him there.
Ming Jun's eyes lit up.
For once you're not being a hindsight. But will he add us? Guys like him seem pretty aloof and hard to get along with. Then add his companion instead. That guy looks honest, just get him to pass along a message. Let's get out of here first in case Lu Ding comes back out. What about our stuff? Forget it, it's not worth much. Let's go.
The two fled the scene as if escaping. Upstairs, Lu Ding declined Director Gao's invitation to a welcome banquet. He entered the office left behind by Ming Jun, and Bei Guang sat down to drink tea, while Yan Feiner cleaned up and discarded the clutter. Earlier, Director Gao had offered to send a few people to help Yan Feiner, but he refused. He knew his role well: errands, not fights. If even the errands were taken over, what use would he be? He carried out a bag of trash. When Yan Feiner returned, he held up his phone.
Brother Lu, those two full-fledged investigators just added me. They want to tell you something through me. What's the matter that needs to go through you? I don't eat people. Why not just tell me directly?
Lu Ding didn't understand why they were going to such trouble.
Probably scared of you, so they came to me.
Yan Feiner hit the nail on the head and continued.
They said they know where there's a treasure and hope to collaborate with you and make plans together. Another treasure?
Lu Ding sat up straight. He had felt a slight regret last time over the wind-calming pearl, a fine treasure that had ultimately become useless. Now that another treasure had appeared, he certainly wouldn't let it slip.
Ask them what kind of treasure it is. They didn't say, only mentioned a treasure, but...
Yin Fanfei's hesitation drew Lu Ding's gaze.
Since when did you learn to be so cryptic? No, Brother Lu Heiray's my thinking the Baofan district isn't the mountains, so there aren't many places to hide treasures. It's likely one of two things. First, those two spotted something others overlooked as worthless, but the owner is someone they can't provoke, so they want to use your skills as a blade. That's unlikely. If they can't provoke that person, why would that person's insight be worse than theirs? As for the second possibility, there might be something missed in the tombs of the Baofan district or something discovered but impossible to move. I lean toward the latter. And judging by their behavior today, they aren't completely foolish. So I suspect they don't want to hand things over easily. They want to intimidate us, make us back off, and by a few days to scheme over the treasure inside. That treasure, they can't take it, but they found it. Maybe others have too, but they must have confirmed no one claimed it, hence their offer to collaborate. They say treasures find their destined owners. The moment you arrived, Brother Lu, the treasure revealed itself. You're that destined one. I suggest we don't rush to reply. Let's visit the tomb first. If we find it, you take it and act as if nothing happened. If we don't find anything, then we discuss cooperation. By then, with your influence, Brother Lu, you'll have first pick of the best goods. It's the rule. Either way, we lose nothing. What do you think?
A smile spread across Lu Ding's face. Though Yin Fanfei's combat prowess was lacking, his mind was sharp. No wonder ancient strategists were so valued. Having a quick-witted companion made everything easier.
You're getting smarter by the day.
Yin Fanfei scratched his head, embarrassed.
It's just from being around you, Brother Lu. I picked up a thing or two.
The words were flattering, but not entirely untrue. Yin Fanfei was clever enough to see that Lu Ding was also intelligent. Only his strength was greater. When true wit was needed, Lu Ding would think even deeper. For now, it was Yin Fanfei's time to shine, offering counsel and filling gaps. But Lu Ding heard it differently. They say tyrants favor sycophants, and that was absolutely true. He now understood the feeling.
Then let's do as you say. No time to waste, we go now. In broad daylight. Why not? We're not grave robbers, there's no need for night. Our procedures are legal and compliant. Who can stop us?
The two pushed open the door and left. As they stepped out, they ran straight into Gao Zhongliang.
Inspector Lu, I need to speak with you. Is it a special incident? No. Then forget it. I'm in a rush. Tell me when I get back.
Lu Ding's duty was to handle special incidents in the Baofan district. As long as it wasn't one, nothing could stop his quest for treasure.
Wait, Inspector Lu, don't leave yet. The Chao family ally, the Sihai group, and the Wuzong Hell Society, these Qi refiner factions want to invite you to dinner.
Lu Ding refused without hesitation.
No need, Director Gao. Decline them for me. I don't have time for dinner.
Gao Zhongliang grew anxious.
Inspector Lu, these are the local Qi refiner powers in the Baofan district. If you don't go, your work will be difficult.
Lu Ding didn't care. No matter how formidable they were, they wouldn't dare challenge a state agency. He was more concerned for Gao Zhongliang. Though they had just met, Gao saw Lu Ding's true ability. If Lu Ding succeeded, the Baofan district's security would improve. His smooth work would make the Public Security Bureau's operations smoother. The two complemented each other. That's why Gao Zhongliang was anxious. Lu Ding could see the man meant well.
Then tell them to pick another time. I'm truly busy today. Oh, and Director Gao, please send me a list of the Qi refiners in the Baofan district. I'm off now.
Yin Fanfei added from behind.
Thank you for your trouble, Director Gao. Brother Lu really has urgent business. Sorry about this. Aw, fine. A big director like me running errands, my old back.
Gao Zhongliang tactfully relayed Lu Ding's message to the factions. Chao family ally Chao Yuan, since Inspector Lu is busy, well reschedule. Please tell him Chao family ally welcomes him anytime. Sihai Group Xie Xuanan, thank you for passing the message. Inspector Lu is swamped, our invitation was presumptuous. Whenever he's free and thinks of us, well, have that meal. Looking at the replies from Chao family ally and Sihai Group Gao Zhongliang flicked ash from his cigarette.
This Lu Ding is indeed different from other investigators.
In the past, when formal 749 investigators came on patrol, similar situations occurred. They'd refuse to show respect. Then there was nothing to discuss. The Qi refiner factions in the Baofan district would pay lip service, offering empty cooperation. If you saw trouble, they'd meet it. Conflicts had escalated before, only to fizzle out. 749's management operated on principle, demanding fairness and justice. Yet under fairness and non-interference, normal patrol work became impossible. Many tasks required their assistance. The dinner was just a pretext. The real purpose was gauging attitudes. No concrete promises needed, just a gesture. In the past, these people wouldn't have acted this way. Now, despite Lu Ding's refusal, they remained polite. Gao Zhongliang found it curious.
A trainee investigator more effective than a formal one, how strange.
Then another message arrived. Gao Zhongliang chuckled.
There it is, that's their true face.
He forwarded the screenshot to Lu Ding and Yan Fanfei. It read, Wuzon Health Society Tang, who does Lu Ding think he is? Turning down a dinner invitation. What a show of arrogance. Giving him face, and he doesn't take it. Jiesher Tai sway my foot. Tell him to watch his back. Just as Gao Zhongliang sent the screenshot, the sender retracted it and sent a new one. Director Gao, this is Tang Bao from Wuzon Health Society. My second brother had too much to drink. Please pretend you didn't see it. Gao Zhongliang stubbed out his cigarette.
Pretend I didn't see it. Not possible. Am old but am not a punching bag. If you dare insult someone, don't be afraid of being seen. I didn't embellish anything. Those were your own words, not mine.
After all, he was a director with his own pride. Though Qi refiners weren't under his jurisdiction this time, he had a formidable partner. At his age, Gao Zhongliang decided to ride on Lu Ding's coattails for once.
Jiesher Tai Sui, that name has a fierce ring to it. I need another cigarette.
With a flick, the flame ignited, and a puff of smoke drifted out. On the way to the ancient tomb, Lu Ding glanced at the message sent by Director Gao on his phone, silently committing the name Tang Hu of the Five Viscera Life Society to memory. Enjoying your foul mouth, are you? Well, meet soon enough. Arriving at the site, it was a modest park already cordoned off with warning tape. Lu Ding was about to enter after presenting his credentials. Yan Fifan, half a step behind, also saw the message on his phone.
Brother Lu, the Five Viscera Life Society is the weakest among the three factions, yet they dare to be so arrogant. Shouldn't we teach them a lesson?
The Five Viscera Life Society was one of the Qi refiner factions in Baofan district. Its members were mostly spirit mediums, or unorthodox Taoist sorcerers from the wild Maoshan tradition, who had gathered in Yuhai to make a living and eventually settled there. They usually engaged in feng shui consultations, exorcisms, ghost-catching, fortune-fixing, and the like. They also sold minor talismans and artifacts, nothing of great consequence. The society was led by the three Dragon Tiger Leopard brothers. All three were spirit mediums. The eldest Tang Long hosted the fallen dragon Immortal, an ancient Lokter Nedragon that had cultivated for countless years, just one step shy of true greatness. The second brother Tang, who had a fortuitous encounter with a descending tiger. By sheer luck, he wasn't devoured but instead became the tiger's spirit medium and driver. The youngest Tang Bao was said to have gotten lost in the mountains as a child. He was found and raised for several years by a leopard that had lost its own cub. When the leopard attained enlightenment and became a spirit, Tang Bao became its acolyte. Interestingly, both Tang Long and Tang Hu became spirit mediums while searching for Tang Bao. The three brothers' fates converged at that moment. Later, they all changed their names to the Dragon Tiger Leopard Brothers and moved to Yuhai.
No rush. Once this matter is settled, I'll personally visit him to show him who my first three fires as the new inspector are meant for.
Lu Ding didn't care about other inspectors' ways, but now that he was here, dragons must bow and tigers must crouch. He hadn't provoked these people yet, they dared to provoke him first. Then let's have some fun. No one gets to idle. Stepping past the tape, he entered. The vast park was divided into two sections. In the outer area, scientific researchers wielded small brushes and trowels, excavating the ancient tomb's entirety. Further in, another group stood guard. Seeing unfamiliar faces approaching, they hurriedly blocked the way.
Do you have a pass?
No pass, no entry. Lu Ding pulled out his credentials.
Will this do?
The man took them, opened them, and saw the words National Security emblazoned with an official seal. The man's hands trembled. No matter how arrogant, he was facing the National Security Bureau, he had to yield. Had he been a Qi refiner, seeing the number 749 would have made him even more unnerved. In this era, the power of the number 749 rivaled that of the ancient Imperial Guard, authorized to execute first and report later with Imperial sanction. Obstructing their duty could mean instant death. The man spoke with difficulty.
Sir, this site belongs to our Seahai group. It's against protocol to enter without a pass. If I let you in, you'll be in trouble.
Lu Ding drew his pistol from his waist and chambered around.
Will this let me in?
Staring at the dark barrel, the man dared not refuse, nodding frantically.
Yes, please go ahead.
He truly feared that if he said another word, the man might actually put a bullet in him. Obstructing national security was no joke. Taking back his credentials respectfully returned, Lu Ding holstered his pistol and strode into the actual collapse zone. After he left, the man pulled out his phone and hastily sent a message.
Brother Xian, agents from National Security are here. They've drawn their guns, I couldn't stop them. They're inside now, and will likely reach your area soon.
Yi Xian looked at the message on his phone, then at another one. The explosives and construction crew were about to arrive. He clicked his tongue.
What's National Security doing here?
Yi Xian, a 19-year-old Qi refiner from the Great Black Mountain. Speaking of the Great Black Mountain, its glory days were centuries past. Once a den of demons and bandits. After the Han Dynasty's bandit suppression, the area was pacified. Though demons still roamed, the bandits, who looted and plundered, were gone. Only those who had surrendered early still lived there, powerful Qi refiners, who neither opposed the state nor accepted its reorganization. They dwelled on the Great Black Mountain, detached from worldly affairs, living their own lives. Yi Xian was their disciple. Now that he was of age, there was no future for a young man on the mountain, so they sent him down to make his way. The elders of the Great Black Mountain had ties with the 4 founders of the Seahai group. Thus, he was told to seek refuge in Yahai. Shortly after arriving, he heard about a sinkhole in the area, and emboldened by his skills, decided to investigate. That was when the white-haired howler emerged. Though a monster, its teeth were rare, valuable materials. Yi Sun dispatched it with ease. Then came the dispute over the ancient tomb. He had slain the beast that Ming Jun and his companion couldn't handle. By rights, the site should be his. Subsequently, in a 2-known fight, Ming Jun and Bei Heguang couldn't overpower him. They had to cede control, though they retained free access. This was Yi Xian's gesture of goodwill towards 749. Having secured the tomb's development rights, he promptly gifted the site to Xie Xun An of the Seahai group. He himself took the position of security captain, searching for treasures within the tomb. Though he found some items, they were insignificant, until he discovered the chamber that Ming Jun and his team had found. Yi Xian was certain that something valuable lay within. For the next while, like Ming Jun and his companion, he exhausted every method but couldn't open it no matter what. Left with no choice, Yi Xian informed Xie Xun An. After several days of attempts, they planned to blast the chamber open today. Unexpectedly, 749 decided to replace the inspector today. Word had it that the new inspector was a ruthless character named Lu Ding, a mere trainee investigator, who at the illuminated Void Realm had killed the spirit Sea Qi refiner Yuan Baifeng. Rumors also spread of his reputation as the corpse-dissolving Tai Sui. Xie Xunan had gone to invite this Lu Ding for a meal. Yi Xian was displeased. In his view, he could accomplish whatever Lu Ding had done. They were of similar age. The only difference was that Lu Ding was from an official background as 749 trainee investigator, while Yi Xian was from the underworld, a product of the Great Black Mountain. If not for that background preventing him from joining 749, he figured they'd be eager to recruit him.
Lu Ding just got lucky and made a name for himself early. Once I'm famous, let's see if you still dare to look down on me.
Back when he descended the mountain, the old man in the village had told him to get close to Xie Xunan, perhaps even forge a romantic bond. Though the Seahai group was wealthy and powerful, the Great Black Mountain was no pushover. If needed, the old men with one foot in the grave would come out to back him up. Yi Xian was genuinely attracted to Xie Xunan, beautiful with a great figure, capable, wealthy, and intelligent. She was the epitome of perfection. What man wouldn't be drawn to such a woman? He was no exception. So when Yi Xian learned how much Xie Xunan cared about Lu Ding, he felt quite displeased. But upon hearing that Lu Ding had declined the dinner due to urgent matters, he became delighted. Inwardly he sneered at Lu Ding's ingratitude, eagerly anticipating the moment when Xie Xunan would arrive with a demolition team to open the tomb chamber together. As he was lost in this fantasy, Lu Ding turned the corner and saw Yi Xian sitting on a camp stool in the middle of the road, an unruly aura uncontrollably radiating from him. He sat with a swaggering posture, exuding an unmistakable air of "This mountain is mine, this tree is mine, if you wish to pass, leave your toll behind." Yin Fifan approached cautiously and whispered,
"Brother Lu, the information on Qi refiners that Director Gao just sent includes this man. His name is Yi Xian from the bandit den of Dahe Mountain. He has close ties with the Sihai group. He's the one who killed the white-haired howler and snatched the development rights to the collapsed ancient tomb in a Tunon fight. But first impressions don't match the reputation. He looks rather dim-witted."
Lu Ding shared the same feeling. What sane person would sit in the middle of the road in broad daylight grinning foolishly? Lu Ding couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight past.
Hey, I'm talking to you too. Don't you see someone's here? You think this is your own backyard? Get out.
Without even rising, Yi Xian sat on his stool and waved them away, much like an old security guard at a residential complex shooing away a delivery driver.
Department 749 on official business. Bystanders disperse.
Yin Fifan produced his credentials. Yi Xian stood up, sensing the Qi refiner aura emanating from both of them.
Department 749. Aren't you two from State Security?
Lu Ding was speechless. This man, fresh down from the mountains, hadn't bothered to learn even basic common sense. To ordinary people, the credentials of Department 749 read as State Security, but to Qi refiners, they revealed the truth.
Whether you're State Security or Department 749, the development rights to this place were won from your Baofan District Patrol Chief. Now it's mine. Neither State Security nor Department 749 gets to enter.
Seeing Yi Xian's arrogant attitude, Yin Fifan stepped back. He knew this man was about to be in trouble. Brother Lu hated anyone more arrogant than himself. As expected, Lu Ding's voice rang out the next moment.
"So you won this place?" "That's right."
Yi Xian crossed his arms. Lu Ding's tone was icy.
"Then can I take it from you?"
Yi Xian's expression turned serious. By now, he understood perfectly. These two were here to settle a score and pick a fight.
"If you got the skill, go ahead and try. But let me warn you, if something happens, say you did it to yourself."
Both were Qi refiners, their skills honed for use. There was no need for endless arguments. If dissatisfied, they fought. Yi Xian assumed a stance, tiger claw forward, crane beak behind. Lu Ding observed his movements and commented,
"Tiger crane double form. Decent showmanship."
Recently, Lu Ding had been studying various documents and records from the Bureau whenever he had time. He firmly believed that learning had no limits, and that more knowledge could only benefit him. He had come across the tiger crane double form not long ago, but compared to the records of a master from the Bureau, Yi Xian's execution left much to be desired. Hearing himself dismissed as mere showmanship, Yi Xian grew irritated.
"Enough to take you down."
The tiger form was fierce, the crane form agile. He probed forward with a tiger claw, and Lu Ding raised his hand into a claw to meet it. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. His tiger claw could leave marks on refined steel. Was this man insane to think he could clash palm to palm with him? Fine, this would teach him a lesson. Show him the meaning of trouble comes from the mouth. He resolved that once his tiger claw locked on, he would immediately exert a second force to shatter the man's finger bones, making sure he remembered. But imagination was beautiful, reality harsh. The moment their palms collided, Yi Xian felt as if a massive steel clamp had seized his hand. His expression changed.
"Wait."
Lu Ding wasn't about to wait. With his grip secured, he exerted a second force. Tens of thousands of pounds of terrifying power twisted with subtle skill and flung. With a series of cracks, all the bones in Yi Xian's arm were dislocated. His 5-finger bones were shattered entirely. Old snake catchers had a technique when catching a highly venomous snake they would grasp it by the tail and swing it several times. With skill, the snake would be completely dislocated yet still alive, rendered immobile. Lu Ding employed this very technique. Though he had never learned it, he had seen a video on the discussion board of the 749 app. With his state of formlessness enabling him to enter unity with heaven and man, a single glance was enough for him to grasp most of it. After all, it was nothing profound. It was merely the application of subtle force. Lu Ding pressed his attack, yanking Yi Xian's arm with immense strength, pulling him close and driving an elbow into his chest. A single strike sent Yi Xian's qi and blood surging. He flew backward, tumbling and rolling across the ground for over 10 meters before regaining his footing. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His right arm hung limp at his side, fingers twisted into a spiral. Yi Xian gritted through the pain and said,
"Sir, isn't your hand a bit too ruthless? We were merely sparring. Spare me your nonsense. Don't think I don't see what you intended. If I were weaker, I'd be the one crippled now."
The moment their hands met, Lu Ding had sensed the man's intent. It was simply that he was too weak to twist Lu Ding's hand. Now crying about cruelty, wasn't that ridiculous? Yan Fifan chimed in.
"Cruel? If Brother Lu hadn't shown mercy, you'd be scattered in pieces by now. Be grateful you kept your life."
Yi Xian clenched his teeth.
"I acknowledge your superior skill. The road is long and winding. May I ask your name, sir? Yi Xian will surely repay the favor someday."
"That's it. This man has a death wish." Yan Fifan sighed silently. "Lose and move on. Why say such things? Do you really think you live too long?"
"Then you won't have a future."
Lu Ding's murderous intent leaked out, an impenetrable pressure enveloping Yi Xian from all directions. At that moment, he felt as if drowning in an unfathomable abyss, never to see the light of day again. If Yi Xian had backed off, then Lu Ding would have let it go. But he should never have uttered those words. Lu Ding lunged instantly, the ground beneath him shattering. He charged like a ferocious ancient beast, crushing everything in his path. Yi Xian felt death approaching, his life flashing before his eyes.
"Patrol Chief Lu, please spare him,"
a voice shouted loudly. The ground trembled as sturdy earthen walls rose abruptly, blocking Lu Ding's path. As he crashed through them, these walls shattered like tofu, unable to stop his assault, but slowing his momentum. Seizing this brief moment, a short elderly man appeared before Yi Xian. Lu Ding shattered the last obstructing earthen wall, his entire form akin to a flying bear pouncing upon its prey, facing the old man. Lu Ding's voice, laced with murderous intent, rang out.
"Threatening a 749 law enforcement officer, obstructing official duties, multiple offenses combined. Come on, try to block me."
With a single palm strike, the old man formed hand seals and channeled his qi. A suit of armor coalesced from mountain rocks and earth clinging to his body as he raised a hand to defend. The old man was sent flying directly by Lu Ding's overwhelmingly powerful blow, most of his armor shattered. Lu Ding landed, turned, and his rear hand sliced through the air like a blade in a circular motion, sending a head soaring into the sky. Yi Xian could never have imagined that a random 749 investigator he encountered would possess such terrifying combat prowess. This was quite different from what the old men on the mountain had told him. Hadn't they said that at his age, and with his talent, he was already considered a prodigy? How then had he not even lasted a month after descending the mountain before losing his life? The headless body collapsed. Lu Ding stood up, watching the old man, who had been knocked back by his palm strike, barely managed to steady himself. Gazing at the lifeless Yi Xian, the old man's eyes were bloodshot.
"Chao Yi."
At this moment, he knew not how to face the old brothers back on the mountain. Over a decade ago, the old man had fled from the Great Black Mountain due to a mistake. By chance, he arrived in Yunhai and joined the Four Seas group. He had thought there was no hope of ever returning to the Great Black Mountain. It was only upon Yi Xian's arrival that the old man understood. All these years, the old brothers on the mountain had been watching over him. The mistakes he made back then had long been forgiven, and even his joining the Four Seas group had been arranged by them. But now, he had failed to protect the sole disciple of those old brothers. At this moment, the old man's fury had reached its zenith.
"Lu Ding, you are too ruthless. You are unworthy of being a 749 investigator. Today I will kill you to rid 749 of this menace and to avenge Yi Xian. Old bastard, don't you dare judge me. As a 749 investigator was Yixian free to threaten me as he pleased. If you have the skill, come and kill me. If not, then come and meet your death.
Lu Ding retorted directly. He needed no one's judgment for his actions, at least his conscience was clear. He asked how many in 749 could match his zeal in slaying demons and monsters. And unworthy of being a 749 investigator. Was he supposed to let Yixian go, after being threatened to foster an enemy, leave an uncertain threat, and risk uncontrollable incidents in the future? Lu Ding was not so foolish as to do that. He would only nip all dangers in the bud. The old man formed hand seals, and pressed them against the ground.
Yellow marsh boundary.
The solid ground instantly transformed into a yellow muddy swamp. The old man stood upon the swamp. From their earlier exchange, he had realized that overpowering Lu Ding in strength was nearly impossible. But power originates from the earth. One always needs a foothold to exert force, doesn't one? Lu Ding was only at the illumination whirlpool realm. Logically, he absolutely should not be able to fly. If the environment changed, leaving him no leverage, the old man could gain the home field advantage and suppress him with geography. Coupled with his superior cultivation realm, that was the advantage of manpower. Of the three advantages, heaven's timing, earth's terrain, and human harmony, he possessed two. Even if Lu Ding's strength was terrifying, he could exert less than 50% of it, while the old man could unleash 120%. Under these conditions, the old man saw no way for him to lose. Yet no matter how much he calculated, he never anticipated that Lu Ding could actually fly. He watched as Lu Ding slowly floated up, standing in midair. The old man's expression froze. How could he fly? He was only at the illumination whirlpool realm. What right did he have to fly? Outside the swamp, Xie Shunan of the Four Seas group wore a serious expression. It was she who had earlier called out for Lu Ding to stop. Xie Shunan was now feeling quite vexed. How had things come to this? She had originally planned to invite Lu Ding for a meal today to test his attitude, but he had declined. Xie Shunan didn't think much of it. It was normal for capable people to have big tempers. But she never expected to see Lu Ding again in the subsidence zone. Moreover, Lu Ding had already clashed with Yixian, and the leaking violent aura was truly alarming. She was certain that Yixian was no match for Lu Ding. However, she hadn't anticipated that Lu Ding would directly kill Yixian. Now old Huang was confronting Lu Ding, and it looked like another life-or-death struggle. As for Yixian's death, Xie Shunan didn't actually care much. She had no bond with Yixian. If not for the elders at home insisting, she probably wouldn't have bothered with him at all. His bandit-like demeanor made her very uncomfortable. She always felt as if Yixian lived in an old era of mountain strongholds. They were not of the same ilk. Later, when Yixian obtained the development rights for this ancient tomb, Xie Shunan's opinion of him didn't change much. Obtaining this place was a curse, not a blessing. The Four Seas group wouldn't advance further with a bit more land and goods, nor would they fall behind without it. She was here to oversee things, not because she was interested in what was inside the tomb, but so that if any items or treasures appeared, she could directly decide to hand them over to 749 or manage the situation. Some things simply couldn't be taken casually. It was easy to offend people who knew such an incident would occur.
Old Huang, please calm down.
Xie Shunan still wanted to advise old Huang not to act rashly. Whether he won or lost, it would be bad. What good would it do to defeat Lu Ding? Kill him. Then be hunted by 749. Let him go. Wait for him to cultivate successfully, and return for revenge. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ding based on the rumors, and what she had just witnessed, old Huang's fate was sealed death. So no matter what he did, old Huang's outcome would be dire. It would also drag the Four Seas group into cooperating with an investigation. But the old man was utterly deaf to reason.
Miss Xie, do not persuade me further. I have failed. The Great Black Mountain failed those old brothers. They entrusted Yixian to me, but I failed to protect him. A life for a life, he killed Yixian, so I will kill him to avenge Yixian. Afterwards, I will surrender to 749. Kill me!
Lu Ding's face twisted with mockery.
With what? Your farmland transformation technique.
Yin Fifan covered his face, wanting to laugh, but not daring. Brother Lu, how can you still make jokes at a time like this? But looking closely, with water and mud soft and mushy, it really was no different from a farmland. Lu Ding crooked his finger at the old man.
Come on, come and kill me! You're asking for death.
Two mud dragons flew out from the swamp, lunging at Lu Ding from left and right. The old man didn't expect the mud dragons to pose any real threat to Lu Ding. He only hoped they could buy him enough time to gather his strength. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Ding's figure vanished from sight. The sound of wind rustled past his ear.
What era is this still playing the casting animation game?
Lu Ding had somehow appeared beside him, airborne, his leg whistling through the air as he delivered a powerful sweeping kick. The old man had no choice but to disperse his hand seals. He turned his hand into a palm and swept through the air, causing waves to roll across the swamp surface, which solidified into a thick earthen wall to block Lu Ding's attack. Boom! With one kick, stones flew everywhere. The muddy water beneath the old man's feet condensed into a platform, carrying him backward. Then the muddy water formed another hand to lift the old man, tossing him dozens of meters into the air. He formed hand seals, his internal spiritual chi surging. The mud pit churned, waves of foul stench erupted, and its color shifted from yellow to black.
Dead marsh burial kill.
In an instant, the mire exploded, and countless streams of black mud surged skyward, cascading toward Lu Ding. The old man once again formed hand seals. Within the black mud sphere, Lu Ding's voice emerged unhurriedly.
I told you, these days stalling for time and stacking precast spells for a killing blow are tactics that no longer work. Shatter.
His fist, wreathed in terrifying force, smashed straight through the mud cocoon enclosing him. He then opened his palm. A gentle breeze stirred between heaven and earth.
Sever.
Hundreds of slashes from every direction rained down upon the old man at devious angles. Each strike bore an edge sharp enough to cleave apart a chi refiner of the same realm. Huang Lao waved his hands and twisted his body, channeling internal spiritual energy to cast his arts. Around him, the mud beneath his feet shifted and transformed ceaselessly. It became shields, rose into walls, piled into mountains, unyieldingly fending off Lu Ding's relentless slashes. The more the old man fought, the deeper his shock grew. In speed, strength, long-range attacks, and close combat, except for cultivation level, he held no advantage in any aspect. He had only heard before that Lu Ding's physical body was formidable, but rumors never mentioned his speed and long-range techniques being this formidable either. Now the old man understood why Yuan Baifeng had perished at Lu Ding's hands. From inside to outside, from top to bottom, there was not a single flaw. Impossible to fight. Today he was doomed to lose. Lu Ding was too much of a counter to him. No Lu Ding countered most chi refiners. Unless it was another monstrous prodigy like him. Only one who could advance both the physical body and mystical arts in tandem, reaching profound heights, could stand a chance against him. An ordinary chi refiner encountering Lu Ding would be disrupted if they excelled in arts, unable to accumulate killing moves, and would be slaughtered at close range. Even if they managed to evade close combat, it was merely a temporary relief. A slow death. One lapse would be exploited, and with his terrifying strength, a single blow would decide the outcome. Meanwhile, chi refiners, who relied on physical might, would be harassed by his bizarrely sharp slashes, forcing them into passive defense. On top of that, he possessed a secret flight technique. A physically strong chi refiner would find it extremely difficult to close in for a brawl. Even if they managed to get close, Lu Ding's physical power was equally terrifying. At that point, the outcome would hold little suspense. The old man could not fathom how one person could be so all-encompassing. Will, spirit, talent, were these resources of his inexhaustible. Signs of defeat emerged. Finally, a crack appeared in the old man's defense, and a slash cut through. Blood sprayed, and an arm flew off. Biting back the pain, the old man remained silent. Then, he spotted Yen Fifen nearby. A fierce glint in his eyes, he charged straight at Yen Fifen. Yen Fifen shuddered in fright.
Don't come at me!
He turned and ran. But his cultivation was too low, and as the old man was about to grab him, Yen Fifen sank directly into the hard ground, leaving the old man grasping at air.
Hey, old geezer, your back is wide open, ready to gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Resentment filled the old man's eyes. His vision dropped, and he saw his own headless, upright body, blood spurting from the neck.
Is this my body? So old already?
Lu Ding landed and grabbed Yen Fifen, who had nearly drowned in the earth, lifting him up.
Ugh. Brother Lu. I need to get my stomach pumped, ugh. Why bother with all that trouble?
Lu Ding turned him upside down and shook him a few times. Yen Fifan vomited even more violently, nearly heaving his stomach out. Only when he had emptied himself did Lu Ding set him down.
This old fool was stupid enough to try and catch me.
Yen Fifan slumped to the ground panting. Lu Ding looked at his disheveled state and couldn't help saying,
"You'd better learn to swim soon. I'm afraid you'll drown in the ground one day. Or learn to control mud like that old man. Bro, I can pass through walls, not control elements. Can't do it. Alright.
Lu Ding looked up at the silent Xie Shunan.
Shouldn't the Seahai group give me an explanation?
Xie Shunan met Lu Ding's gaze.
Inspector Lu, you just heard me try to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen. This was an employee's personal choice, not the Seahai group's doing. I and the Seahai group hold a friendly and goodwill attitude toward you and 749. I am a businesswoman and the Seahai group is a company. These matters have nothing to do with us. Whether you're involved or not, we'll discuss later. For now, you may leave.
Lu Ding dismissed her directly. He hadn't forgotten his purpose here. It was better to find the treasure first to avoid any further complications.
Then I'll take my leave. The Seahai group always welcomes Inspector Lu's visit.
Throughout Xie Shuan's expression remained calm with no trace of fear, anger, or other emotion surfacing. Lu Ding couldn't fathom what such a person was thinking. But it was best if she harbored no ill intentions toward him. He nodded and Xie Shunan quickly withdrew. Once inside her luxury car beyond the cordon, Xie Shunan slammed the steering wheel, her face instantly darkening.
The young ones are clueless, and the old ones are just as thoughtless. This bunch from the Great Black Mountain are nothing but bandits. Times have changed, but their nature hasn't. A bunch of troublemakers. They act without thinking, and when they die, they leave me to clean up all their messes.
Xie Shunan took out her phone and dialed. Soon the other end picked up.
Dad, tell Grandpa I'm stepping down as the heir of the Seahai group. There are 3 others. Let them fight for it. I'm done. And don't introduce me to anyone from the Great Black Mountain ever again. I don't want to know who's who, how powerful they are, or how glorious they used to be. This is a different era now. Their ways are long outdated.
There was a long silence on the other end before a voice replied.
Not in what happened.
Xie Shuan, controlling her emotions, recounted everything to her father. The man on the phone took a while before responding.
Let's drop the Great Black Mountain affairs from now on. Lu Ding's talent is monstrous and his methods and temperament are ruthless and decisive. He doesn't drag things out. Such a person is dangerous. It's not worth making an enemy of him when we have no conflict of interest. I'll have someone find out what he likes. As for compensation and explanation, the Xie family will give him full respect both publicly and privately.
Xie Shunan gave a non-committal hum and hung up, then floored the accelerator. Clearly she was still fuming. Back in the tomb, Lu Ding searched for a while, before finally standing before the sealed chamber that no one had opened. Like Yi Xian and the others. He tried various methods, even brute force, to push the door, but there was no response. Just as he was at a loss, Yen Fifan spoke up beside him.
Brother Lu, let me try. I can phase through walls. I should be able to get in.
Yen Fifan's abilities were finally put to use. However, the situation inside remained unclear. Moreover, he was not adept at combat, so Lu Ding felt uneasy about letting him go in alone. Perhaps sensing his concern, Yen Fifan took a rope from his bag and began tying it around his waist while saying,
Brother Lu, don't worry. I have a special rope exchange from the Bureau that can work with my talent. It'll go in first, and if anything goes wrong, it'll tug the rope. When you feel the movement, just pull me out. Maybe we should just forget it. There's no need to take risks. We can get some explosives from the Bureau and blast it open.
He was genuinely afraid that something might happen to Yen Fifan inside. This place had once produced a white-haired howler. Although such a monster posed no threat to Lu Ding, if Yen Fifan encountered it, it would be like meeting a merciless demon deleting his existence at any moment.
Brother Lu, this might sound unpleasant, but today you killed Yi Xian and that old man of the spiritual sea realm. It was too harsh. The higher-ups might punish you. With time wasted, someone else might beat us to this place. Delays lead to changes. Anyway, I can walk through walls. At worst, he'll swallow some dirt. Nothing will happen.
Lu Ding understood this logic. He had even considered it when he acted. But even so, he would not hold back, nor would he spare those 2. Once enmity was sown, if he didn't eliminate them now, there would be endless troubles later. Even if the Bureau punished him for excessive enforcement, he would accept it. He had to kill Yi Xian and that old man first. Lu Ding nodded.
Be careful and pay attention. Tug the rope immediately if anything happens. Don't worry, Brother Lu.
Yan Fifan stepped forward. The solid wall seemed to ripple like a water curtain as he passed through it. A vast altar square came into view with bones piled into a mountain in various poses. The ground was stained with blood that had dried long ago. Ahead, a massive hanging coffin was suspended in the air by 4 thick chains fastened to its corners. Yan Fifan did not rush forward. He surveyed the surroundings and found nothing else in the tomb chamber besides the corpses on the altar and the suspended coffin. His gaze finally fell back on the hanging coffin.
If there really is a treasure here, it should be inside. But how will Brother Lu get in?
He could use his wall-walking ability, but Lu Ding could not. The stone door behind him wouldn't budge. Yan Fifan turned around trying to find if there was a mechanism inside to open the stone door. Although he thought it was absurd, who would design the mechanism to open a tomb door inside the tomb chamber? The next moment, when he twisted the nearby beast's head, and the stone door rumbled open, Yan Fifan understood a truth. Never underestimate the ancients' way of thinking. They really did design the mechanism inside. Wasn't that just foolish? As the stone door opened, Yan Fifan's peculiar expression caught Lu Ding's eye.
Brother Lu, I've seen it all now. Someone actually put the door-opening mechanism inside. Were they afraid the dead would come alive and couldn't open the door?
Yan Fifan's complaint abruptly stopped. A look of terror flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the suspended coffin.
Be Brother Lu, could the thing inside still be alive? Who knows? Maybe the tomb owner wasn't willing to die and left a trick waiting for a day to resurrect.
Lu Ding stepped into the tomb chamber, finishing Yan Fifan's sentence. Although Lu Ding had never witnessed such an example, the archives of Bureau 749 recorded many instances. Resurrected old monsters. Reanimated corpses. Old monsters trying to live a second life, but turning into monsters. Not everyone could accept their death calmly without causing trouble. Yan Fifan quietly retreated behind Lu Ding.
Brother Lu, what should we do next? Should we go up or find a corner to light a candle? If it changes color or goes out, we run. We're not grave robbers lighting candles for ghosts. Rather than us going up, I'd prefer it to come down.
Who knew if going up might trigger some trap? If the coffin opened and something lunged at them, there would be no place to dodge. Lu Ding raised his hand and set a slash toward one of the chains holding the suspended coffin. With a clang, the chain snapped and the coffin swayed. Lu Ding followed up with a few more strikes. The coffin fell heavily, not far in front of them, shaking the ground and sending debris tumbling. The vast altar square was now riddled with cracks. Lu Ding floated forward and kicked off the coffin lid, revealing the scene inside. A man lay inside, clad in armor, with a cape as red as blood. A strange mask covered his face, obscuring his features. His hands resting on his abdomen showed no signs of decay, as if they were flesh of a living person. Anything out of the ordinary was suspicious. Before Yan Fifan could express his shock, Lu Ding sent a slash aimed at the corpse's head, intending to behead it. In a flash, the mask on the corpse's face writhed, revealing eerie eyes and twisting into a sinister grin. It contorted at an odd angle to dodge the strike, then rolled up. Its lips moved, but no sound came out. With a thunderous crash, Lu Ding's sweeping kick sent the corpse flying, embedding it deep into the wall.
Brother Lu, it seems to have something to say. I don't want to hear it.
Lu Ding's voice was icy as he raised his hand to channel chi, unleashing relentless slashes that ravaged the tomb chamber in indiscriminate attacks. He had no time to listen to the ramblings of this thing, whether ghost, demon, spirit, or evil, that was clearly not human. If it wasn't human, it had to die. Inside the tomb, the corpse tried its best to evade the attacks, but its body was soon covered with bloody wounds. Its armor fell off, revealing fresh red flesh beneath. A foul stench emanated from the flesh, spreading through the chamber. Lu Ding continued his relentless assault. The corpse's dodging grew slower and slower. Meanwhile, Yan Fifan finally found the relevant information on his phone in the Bureau 749 archives.
Brother Lu. A living corpse. This is a molting living corpse. It's being forced into its final molt. Quick, kill it before it finishes.
A molting living corpse was similar to a zombie but distinct. Legend had it that in ancient times many powerful figures unwilling to face death sought ways to extend their lives or even achieve resurrection and immortality. The molting living corpse was one such method. It originated from the Buddhist Vajra secret technique. If one is despised by others, it is because of past sins that should lead to hell, but being despised in this life eliminates those sins leading to enlightenment. Thus, laying down the butcher's knife leads to Buddhahood. This was originally a path to enlightenment, but later generations twisted its meaning using evil methods to pervert the doctrine. Those who had committed great slaughter were suited for this method. Before their end, they would refine themselves into living corpses, expelling the poisons of killing, resentment, and sin. The condensed evil formed armor, and shedding the armor was like molting, discarding the old self and past sins, hoping to be reborn as a new existence. However, what emerged from this process was not a human, but a living corpse, a monster. It would never be the former self. Everything would be shed, leaving only a powerful being driven by instinct, a bloodthirsty fiend. Molting was a rebirth. Even if the timing was off, as long as it completed the molt, it would appear in a new and formidable form. But during the molting process, the living corpse was extremely vulnerable, like a snake shedding its skin. With Yin Fifan's reminder, Lu Ding recalled this information. He flew forward, closing in on the living corpse. His internal chi surged to full power, and the phantom of a flying bear appeared behind him. At this moment, he had gained 3/10 of the flying bear's essence. He used brute force to overpower and pin down the living corpse.
Molting is too troublesome. Let me help you dismember.
A violent aura lingered around him. Curling his fingers into claws, Lu Ding pressed down on the zombie, tearing off chunks of its flesh and sinew, casting them aside. As blood gushed forth, no matter how the zombie struggled, the phantom bear behind Lu Ding suppressed it, rendering it immobile. It could only allow its skin and flesh to be ripped away, its bones shattered. Witnessing all this, Yin Fifan felt that at this moment Lu Ding was even more ferocious than the zombie. If it were possible, Lu Ding would not have chosen this method. It was far too inelegant. Unfortunately, the slashes of the chariot path art could not instantly kill the zombie, and he refused to give it even a sliver of a chance to evolve. Thus he had no choice but to employ the flying bear pouncing kill art, tearing this abomination apart. He rose to his feet. Half his clothes were stained with blood. The most pleasing sound echoed in his mind. Contained monster molted corpse, reward acquired. Molted rebirth allows recovery from injuries and status effects through molting and regeneration. A living person shedding skin. This skill was rather macabre. But macabre as it was, as long as it was useful, that was what mattered. Imagine an enemy finally managing to gravely wound Lu Ding only for him to shed his skin and return to his peak state, striking back with renewed vigor. The enemy would likely be driven to utter despair. Although he had obtained another max-level technique, Lu Ding still felt something was lacking. He had come seeking treasures. But scanning the tomb chamber, aside from the zombie's remains, there was not a single treasure. The creature had been peculiar in life. It had left not a single funerary object in its own main tomb. Another wasted effort. Why was it so difficult for him to find a magical artifact of his own?
Don't lose heart, Brother Lu. We didn't find any treasure this time, but we killed the molted corpse. The Bureau will definitely reward us. Probably not much. Don't get your hopes up,
Lu Ding said. The molted corpse had not yet emerged to harm anyone. They had sought it out themselves. So at most it counted as a mission, earning them some contribution points for nipping a threat in the bud. If they could have captured it alive, the reward would likely have been substantial. But that would be tantamount to Lu Ding trading a max-level technique for contribution points, a deal only a fool would make. And he was no fool.
All right, I'm not greedy,
Yin Fifan said. Yin Fifan was easily satisfied. He glanced around the tomb chamber, a glint in his eye.
Brother Lu, I just thought of a way you can avoid punishment from the Bureau and get more contribution points. What way? We can do this.
The scene shifted to the 749 interrogation room. This was Lu Ding's second time here. The same two staff members were there holding files.
So you're saying you went to check if the collapse zone was cleared and if any monsters remained, but the moment you entered you smelled a molted corpse. Then Ishian jumped out to stop you and provoke you. After you fought, he couldn't beat you and threatened you, so you executed him for obstructing official business and threatening the safety of a 749 patrol officer. Then Huang's would jump out to avenge Yi Xian and attack you, so you killed him for attempting to murder a 749 patrol officer. Finally, with the help of trainee investigator Yin Fifan, you entered the tomb, successfully killed the molted corpse, tore it into pieces, and eliminated an impending disaster for the Baofan district. I need to correct one point. It wasn't that I smelled a molted corpse, but the scent of a monster. I wasn't sure what it was. However, my flying bear pouncing kill art derived from the flying bear visualization method has the ability to track and identify monsters. So I went to investigate first, and did not report the suspicious situation to the Bureau in advance because I couldn't be certain. Lu Ding spoke with a serious expression. This was the plan Yin Fifan had devised. Although it was similar, it had adjusted the sequence and timeline of all events. To an outsider unaware of the details, it appeared completely flawless. Moreover, the level of reward for accidentally discovering a monster while treasure hunting was different from that for preemptive prevention. The staff member looked at Lu Ding skeptically. The fact that he cultivated the flying bear visualization chart had been verified. Thus, deriving the flying bear pouncing kill art from it was also confirmed. But there was a suspicious point. May I ask, Lu Ding, did you inform Yi Xian that you were investigating a monster when he stopped you? Lu Ding shook his head. No. Bureau 749 regulations state that mission details cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Patrolling the Baofan district was my mission. I couldn't tell him. That would violate the rules. Besides, why should I tell him? Does every outsider have the right to know the action plans and whereabouts of a 749 investigators? The logic was sound. But you really stick to the rules, don't you? Not even bending them a little. At that moment, Lu Ding's image in the eyes of the two staff members transformed into that of a terrifying genius, who strictly adhered to regulations, possessed ruthless methods, and a merciless heart, and was irreconcilably opposed to all monsters and demons. The process was strange, and the outcome was a bit off. But you simply couldn't find fault with his reasoning. Truly a difficult situation. After a series of repeated confirmations, Lu Ding walked out of the interrogation room unscathed. He had also gained 50 contribution points and 500,000 coins. Truly an unexpected windfall. Yin Fifan had been waiting in the car for some time, and the two returned to the Baofan district. Once there, they rested for a full 2 days. Nothing else happened in between. Having finally found some leisure, no one invited them for a meal, nor did anyone come seeking revenge or picking a fight. It was as if time had stood still. It made Lu Ding wonder if this was the calm before the storm. After all, he had a lot on his plate. He had killed Yi Xian, a man from the Great Black Mountain, and seized the wind-calming pearl from the Heavenly Principle sect. One was a bandit's den, the other a cult. Neither was easy to deal with. Yet for 2 whole days neither place made a peep. Something was wrong. Then, that day when Yu Qian sent a message, someone had made an offer for the wind-calming pearl, and a generous one at that. A century-old ginseng doll, a plate of aged spirit-infused Lingji, a fierce rooster, and 30 million in cash. If not for the 30 million at the end. Lu Ding would have thought the buyer was preparing to stew a pot of soup. Ginseng, Lingji, fierce rooster. It looked like a shopping list from a mountain market. But although the items sounded a bit rustic, each one was an excellent aid for cultivation. Extremely nourishing. And taken individually, aside from the 30 million, the first 3 items were each worth no less than the wind-calming pearl. Lu Ding was curious about who was so wealthy and generous. When Yu Qian only told him 3 words: treasure seekers. That explained it. This group was renowned for their wealth, constantly delving into deep mountains. Wherever there was a treasure, they were sure to be found. Even before Lu Ding had joined Bureau 749, he had heard of their reputation. Stories were told of gold chickens, or golden dolls hidden in rocks, all eventually claimed by the treasure seekers. They were famous to such an extent that even ordinary people knew that aside from the truly major powers, no one dared claim greater wealth than them. Strictly speaking, the difference between treasure seekers and grave robbers wasn't significant. The only distinction was that treasure seekers possessed greater skills. Grave robbers only robbed graves, but treasure seekers dared to do anything. They were genuine tough guys and desperados. Lu Ding vaguely recalled that Thousand Gold Elder had once mentioned that the Heavenly Principle sect raised Flying Centipedes specifically to produce wind-calming pearls,
and then cooperate with the treasure seekers to capture the Ji Ren and Ji Ma on Dingfeng Mountain. Now the treasure seekers were seeking him out to buy the wind-calming pearl. Did it have something to do with the Heavenly Principle sect? Filled with doubt, Lu Ding headed to the meeting place. At the Yunxiang Grand Hotel, which had stood for centuries, the atmosphere was one of understated elegance, far removed from the ostentatious luxury of star-rated establishments. Inside the private room, two rugged, hard-faced young men sat smoking, awaiting their guest.
"Brother, we haven't even finished our own work yet. Do we really need to fight Li the Lame and the Heavenly Principle sect for scraps?"
The younger man tore at a chicken on the plate, stuffing a drumstick into his own mouth before handing another to his companion.
"Open up,"
he said. As the younger man obeyed, he shoved the entire piece, meat and bone, into his mouth. Watching the younger man's discomfiture, the first youth sneered.
"Everything in this world is taken by force. You've roamed the mountains and walked the edge of the blade, yet you still don't understand in this age whoever has the skill and the wig gets the treasure. Remember this, a dog won't grow fat without eating, and a man won't thrive without greed. When my mother died young, that bastard Chao Yuan snatched everything that should have been mine. From that day, I Chao Ying swore I'd rather die of greed than starvation. That's why I left the comfort of Chao Family Alley to hunt treasures in the wild. Now I'm back. After all these years of roaming, I've made a name for myself. I need to prepare a grand gift for my old man. A ginseng child and a magic fungus would be just the thing, worthy of presentation. And this Inspector Liu, I've heard so much about him my ears are worn out. More friends mean more paths, more wives mean more homes. This deal is a steal."
The younger man nodded vaguely, not fully understanding, but trusting his brother implicitly. After all, his brother had pulled him from a grave. Who else would he listen to? 3 knocks sounded at the door. When Yu Chuan entered, followed half a step behind by Lu Ding. Having the time today, Lu Ding had accompanied him, and as the intermediary, it was only proper to attend.
"Ha ha, old one. Long time no see. Last time we met was the last time. You've gotten fat. Ha ha."
Chao Ying spread his arms for a hug. When Yuquan's face darkened, but he didn't dodge, letting Chao Ying embrace him. Meanwhile, Lu Ding studied Chao Ying. With short hair, a broken eyebrow, a suit worn without a shirt, and a jade pendant hanging from his neck, his style was utterly rustic, yet his face lent it a unique roguish charm. He was different from Yi Xian. Chao Ying exuded ruthlessness, while Yi Xian was more slick and sly. As he assessed Chao Ying likewise appraised Lu Ding. They were quite alike. Neither concealed their edge, but unlike Chao Ying's cruelty, Lu Ding radiated a more violent, unrestrained savagery. This raised Chao Ying's estimation of Lu Ding. He had no patience for young men who played mind games. Not that he couldn't match them. He had crawled through mountains of blades and seas of fire, navigating treacherous currents. He had plenty of cunning. Others had hearts full of holes. He had holes full of heart.
"Inspector Liu, reputation pales before meeting in person. I've long admired you. Let's cut to the chase. Talk first, then eat, shall we?"
His straightforward manner suited Lu Ding.
"Then let's talk first."
The 3 sat down. When Yu Chuan remained silent, watching quietly. Chao Ying hoisted a bundle from the floor and dropped it onto the table.
"Inspector Liu, it's all here. Take a look. If it suits you, 30 million will be in your account in no time."
Lu Ding opened the bundle. Inside lay a dry ginseng child, complete with a face and eyes eerily lifelike but miniature. Beside it, a fragrant lingji mushroom exuded its aroma. A bound Nuching rooster glared with bright, spirited eyes full of vitality. Both in appearance and medicinal potency, they were top-notch. Lu Ding closed the bundle.
"Good stuff. I trust when Yuquan's introduction. But I must warn you, I took this from the Heavenly Principle sect. They can't take it back from me, but once it's in your hands, whether it brings fortune or misfortune, I don't know. No after-sales. No need to worry, Inspector. Have you heard the saying? In the cultivation world, there are 4 unprovokables: the officials of 749, the mountain runners, the daylight ghosts, and the sky-flying corpses. You're number 1, I'm number 2. They might not dare touch you, but they may not be able to touch me either."
Chao Ying explained. The officials of 749 referred to the 749 investigators. Provoke one and a swarm would come, kill one and an army would descend. The mountain runners were treasure hunters prowling deep forests and perilous cliffs. Anyone with a reputation was laden with treasures and hidden cards, all vicious and ruthless. Without such means, they couldn't have made a name. As for their skills, they went without saying. The last two, daylight ghosts and sky-flying corpses, were no ordinary beings. Merely encountering them and surviving was a tale to boast about for a lifetime. Their inclusion in this list mainly served to highlight the ferocity of the first two. There were also rumors that the first two specialized in dealing with the latter two, like a cure for a specific ailment. Since he had no fear, the rest was simple eat, drink, chat, exchange contact info. Lu Ding made a mental note of Chao Ying, and they parted ways, each returning to their own. It was a pleasant evening. Walking along the nightlit road with a cool breeze and a fortune in his pocket, Lu Ding felt surprisingly unexcited. Perhaps the money was too little, or his threshold had risen. Or maybe his pursuits had changed, from wealth and fame to cultivation and strength.
What's on your mind?
When Yu Chuan offered him a cigarette, Lu Ding took it.
Tell me, how high must one cultivate to be considered truly powerful?
When Yu Chuan extinguished his freshly lit cigarette and strode toward his parking spot without looking back.
Too damn pretentious. Can't talk to you. I'm going back to cultivate.
He was genuinely discouraged. In terms of cultivation time, he had 10 times Lu Ding's experience, but in combat Lu Ding could outmatch him tenfold with his hands in his pockets. He too was called a genius elsewhere. How had he become like a minor celestial soldier standing behind the 4 heavenly kings during Sun Wukong's havoc in heaven? Each of them was a peerless genius, who could ascend after 1,000 years of cultivation, yet they were swept aside by Sun Wukong's staff, not even given a proper entrance before being eliminated. Chao Ying's prowess came from risking life and limb. He deserved it. Lu Ding's prowess was an unfathomable mystery. No one knew why he was so formidable, but he simply was. Poor Wen Yuqian crushed by comparison. Lu Ding called out to him as he drove past.
I'll treat you next time. You'd better mean it. Take care on the way back. Don't get robbed.
Lu Ding chuckled. Rob him? That would cost someone their life. Driving the security vehicle borrowed from the Public Security Bureau, he enjoyed a clear path home. Yin Fifan was still cultivating, likely realizing his weakness might hold Lu Ding back. Since leaving the interrogation room, the boy hadn't stopped. Lu Ding borrowed a large pot from the Bureau's kitchen, boiled water, slaughtered the chicken, plucked it, chopped it up, and stewed it with the ginseng child and the sentient Lingji. In a word, aromatic. Simmered from morning till night, lifting the lid released a wave of fragrance. He took a spoonful to test the seasoning. Absolutely divine. With one mouthful, a surge of pure spiritual energy filled the vortex within Lu Ding's empty acupoint. He fetched a basin and portioned some out for Yin Fifan. As for the rest, Lu Ding waited for it to cool, completely meditating to adjust his condition in the meantime. When the temperature was about right, rolling up his sleeves, he grabbed a bowl, and with chopsticks and mouth, like a whirlwind, shoveled the food in voraciously. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted into chaos, converging into a cyclone in the sky. As the medicinal power spread through Lu Ding's body, a tornado-like storm of spiritual energy plunged straight into him. With the ginseng doll aged Lingji, and the medicinal effects of the Nuching rooster protecting his meridians, Lu Ding feared no further damage. Activating the unity of heaven and man technique, he unleashed his full power. He absorbed as much as he could, drawing it all directly into his body. One by one, the empty acupoint vortexes were rapidly filled. In less than half an hour, Lu Ding's cultivation broke through from the 6th layer of Zhao Xian to the 7th layer. Then came the 8th layer of Zhao Xuan, followed by the 9th. Until the final empty acupoint vortex was filled. All the vortexes began to rotate in unison, aligning in a single direction. A surge of heat emerged from nowhere, rising from Yongchuan, passing through Taishi, crossing Yunling, threading through Xuehai, and gathering at the lower Dantian. Meanwhile, a chill descended from the crown of his head, entering Shinting, circling Naiwan, and flowing straight to the lower Dantian, where Yin and Yang converged. A crisp crack echoed. In the dim lower Dantian, a sliver of light pierced through. Heaven and earth began to separate. This was the third realm of cultivation, the spiritual sea. Given that Lu Ding was already cultivating at an accelerated pace, with the unity of heaven and man state bolstered by potent medicinal herbs, like the ginseng doll, it was hardly surprising that he burst into the spiritual sea realm in one go. Moreover, at this stage, true cultivation was only just beginning. If talent was the first watershed for a chi cultivator, then the spiritual sea was the second. The larger and more solid the spiritual sea, the more spiritual energy it could store, the higher its quality, and the stronger the foundation. Conversely, the opposite held true. In the spiritual sea realm, talent, resources, and time were all indispensable. Talent determined the upper limit of the spiritual sea's size, while resources defined its lower limit, its solidity, and the quality of spiritual energy. A newly opened spiritual sea was like a parched puddle. A chi cultivator had to liquefy the spiritual energy from their internal vortexes and channel it into the spiritual sea. Subsequently, one could use rare treasures to continuously expand and fortify the spiritual sea. Of course, it was possible to rely solely on talent without such treasures, but then one spiritual sea would inevitably be inferior to others. It was like building a house. Some used cheap bricks, while others invested in premium ones. Some installed underfloor heating and soundproofing, while others thought a basic structure sufficed. Ultimately, only the owner knew the true comfort, functionality, and longevity. Lu Ding's talent was beyond question. What he lacked were resources, a variety of rare treasures with miraculous properties. Aside from seeking them through his own fortune, most of these resources could only be obtained from Division 749. Lu Ding had another plan in mind. Having just met Chowing, a treasure hunter, he wondered if he could acquire some good items from him to properly build his spiritual sea. After all, this man was generous, and clearly came from a wealthy background. Lu Ding wouldn't miss out on Division 749's rare treasures either, but his contribution points were too scarce, less than 100 in total, and he couldn't exchange for much. He needed to find a way. But that was for later. For now, his task was to convert chi into liquid and fill his spiritual sea. Before that, he had to deliver the portioned chicken soup to Yin Fifan. Whether it was slaying the Flying Centipede in Baiju ancient town or tearing through the molted corpses in the subsidence zone, Yin Fifan had been by his side offering advice. Lu Ding wasn't one to hoard everything. Upon receiving the chicken soup, Yin Fifan was deeply moved, vowing to cultivate diligently and break through to the Kyojo realm in one go. After offering a few words of encouragement, Lu Ding returned to his room to begin liquefying chi. Time ticked by, the sun rising and setting. As night fell, a white off-road vehicle with its hood popped crashed into the Baofan District Security Administration, plowing into several parked cars before coming to a halt. A woman scrambled out of the car, her face pale with terror. She ran toward the administration building, screaming hoarsely, "Help! Help! Please help me!" The guards rushed over and restrained her, but she kept crying out for help, unrelenting. Soon a group of security officers hurried out, drawn by the commotion. Even Gao Zhengliang emerged, intrigued by the noise. He quickly directed his subordinates to bring the woman to an interrogation room and called for a doctor to administer a sedative. Only then did her emotions settle. Clutching a cup of warm water, a blanket draped over her shoulders, the woman looked at the officers in the room and stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this. I'm sorry, I'm so scared. They all say I'm crazy, but I'm not. I saw it, I saw everything. My child, my husband, my father-in-law, my mother-in-law. They're not human, woo-woo." The officers exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling on Gao Zhengliang. Before he could speak, Lu Ding walked in from the doorway and asked what's going on. His room faced the courtyard, which was sunny. The loud crash had disturbed him, as he was refining chi into liquid to fill his spiritual sea. He got up and looked out the window, only to see the official off-road vehicle borrowed from Division 749 had been rammed and was now parked askew. Though nothing major had happened. The paint was certainly scratched. Unaware of the situation, Lu Ding was somewhat irritated and came downstairs to investigate. Upon asking, he learned that a woman had driven in seeking help and accidentally hit his car. She was now in the interrogation room along with Director Gao and the others. So Lu Ding came over. Seeing him approach, the people at the door quickly made way. Gao Zhengliang, who was seated, stood up and briefly recounted the woman's words. This time Lu Ding took a seat. He asked, "So what happened? Can you tell me?" Though the terrified woman was in no mood to admire Lu Ding's handsome appearance, the change to a more attractive face did help ease her tension slightly. Our wardrobe eats people. No, it doesn't eat them. It swaps them. Everyone in my family has been replaced. No one believes me, no one believes a word I say. You don't think I'm crazy, do you? I'm not crazy, I swear. The security station in Linwalk didn't believe me. They called my husband to take me back. They'll eat me, they really will. Please, you have to believe me. Lu Ding spoke gently. Don't worry, I believe you. Can you tell me what happened? The unease in the woman's eyes faded slightly. All right, I'll tell you. My husband and I have been married for 10 years. A while ago, he went on a business trip. When summer vacation started, our son said he missed his grandmother, so I sent him to her place. No one was home. I was alone. That night as I was sleeping, I thought I saw a pair of eyes on the wardrobe. But the room was too dark, and I wondered if I was just imagining things. I didn't dare go check, I was scared. In the movies, whenever someone notices something strange and goes to investigate, they always get startled or snatched by something that jumps out. So I called my husband and told him we needed to replace the wardrobe. I said I'd seen eyes on it. The wardrobe was one we bought later because our old one was too small for our clothes. My husband agreed, saying he'd replace it when he got back. He comforted me, saying there was no such thing as a wardrobe with eyes. We video called, and he told me to put my phone on a selfie stick and hold it up so he could check. I did as he said. He said there were no eyes, and if I was really scared, he'd change the wardrobe when he returned. A few days later, my husband came back. It was late, and we forgot about changing the wardrobe. That night as I was drifting off, I saw the wardrobe door open. A pair of slender hands reached out from inside. Then a bald man in a black shirt leaned out halfway and pulled my husband out of bed and into the wardrobe. They disappeared in an instant. I woke up with a start and realized it was already daytime. I thought it was just a nightmare. Then I heard my husband calling me for breakfast from outside the door, so I didn't think much of it. Later, when I brought up changing the wardrobe again, my husband got furious and smashed his bowl, saying we had an emotional attachment to it and asking why we should replace it. As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down the woman's face, her eyes filled with sheer terror. She continued her account. My husband was always good to me. Though quarrels between spouses are normal, and we had our share of arguments before, he never fought with me over such matters. That day we had a huge fight, and he left for work, leaving me alone at home to clean up. I cried as I tidied up. Later I called our son. He could tell I was crying and asked what happened. I didn't mention the fight, just said everything was fine. Then our conversation drifted to the wardrobe at home. My son said Grandma's wardrobe is so big it can hold so many clothes. Ours is too small, and I don't like it. Can we change it? I casually replied, your father won't agree. Then my son said I came second in my class this final exam. Dad will definitely say yes. After that we hung up. I felt a bit better. That evening my husband came home and suddenly said he missed our son and wanted me to bring him back. I didn't think much of it and brought our son back. Then I don't know when it started, but I felt my son had changed. He became withdrawn and silent and started attacking other children. When she reached this point, Lu Ding interjected for the first time, asking, So how did you discover that your husband and son had been replaced? And what about your in-laws? They weren't living with you, so how were they replaced? As for the son, Lu Ding could roughly piece it together. After the woman hung up, the child must have told his father about their conversation. Then the father of the replaced child, because the boy had violated the taboo topic of changing the wardrobe, the monster made the woman bring the child back, and then the child was swapped. But what about the others? How did they come into this? The woman looked up, her lips drained of all color, turning a ghastly white. I remember it clearly. It was a Thursday. My son bit another child in the neighborhood, and it was severe. The property management notified both me and my husband. I arrived first, apologized to the other parents, and then asked my son why he bit the other child. He said the other child smelled delicious, and he couldn't help but bite. At that point, I knew something was wrong, but I still didn't grasp the full picture. On the way home, my son seemed terrified of my husband. I joked, asking if he had scared the boy.
My husband said no, then suddenly changed the subject, saying he missed his parents and our son missed his grandparents, and asked me to call them over to stay for a while. I thought it was a good idea. I was mentally exhausted, and having my parents help with the child would give me a rest. So the next day I called them over. My husband was at work and my parents were watching the child. I could finally rest. That afternoon I took a nap. When I woke up, I found the child, my husband, and my parents were all gone. I called and texted, but no one replied. Worried, I opened the parental control app on my phone that monitors my son's smartwatch. This app can track his movements and location, and it can secretly activate a real-time call feature. I bought it because I was always afraid of child traffickers. When I opened it, I saw my son's location was at home, but I had already searched the house, and no one was there. I activated the watch's real-time call. Before I could speak, I heard my son's voice.
The woman swallowed hard.
He said Grandma and Grandpa's meat is too tough, not tasty. Then my husband said, you can't just eat people. If you can't control yourself, they'll stuff you back in. Hearing this, I instinctively thought of our wardrobe. I rushed over and opened it but found nothing. All the chaotic thoughts in my mind suddenly connected. My husband and my son didn't seem human anymore. I was terrified. I ran to the Lenoir Street police station and reported what had happened. I could tell they didn't believe me, but they still came home with me. When they opened the door, I saw my parents and son watching TV. I didn't believe it. I couldn't understand how my parents, who had been eaten, could be alive and well at home. The officer said I was under too much stress. My husband said the same, telling me to quit my job. But then I'd turn around and see my parents staring at me with a sinister look. That look. They wanted to devour me whole. They locked me in the house, wouldn't let me go anywhere, and had a doctor-prescribed medication. Then one day they were all gone again. I know. They must have gone to eat someone again. I know it. So I broke free from my restraints and ran away. Look at these marks, the rope burns. I'm not lying. They are not my family. Please save my son, save my husband. I beg you all. No one believes me, but please believe me. There really are monsters in this world, there really are.
The woman emotionally raised her arm to show everyone the rope marks on her wrists. In that moment, the room fell into a heavy silence. Of course, they knew there were monsters in the world, but they couldn't admit it. Lu Ding now had a clear understanding of the situation. He took out his badge and said gently, "Ma'am, don't be afraid, don't be nervous. I'm from the National Security Agency. You know what, that is right." The woman snatched the badge, carefully examining it, comparing the embossed seal to the photo of the young man before her. She nodded, a glimmer of hope almost bursting from her eyes. I know the National Security Agency. I do. Good. Now you stay here and wait. I'm going to your house to investigate. That wardrobe you mentioned, whether it's a real monster or not, I'll smash it to pieces. I hope you won't ask me to pay for the damages, okay? The woman nodded vigorously. No, I won't ask you to pay. She didn't want Lu Ding to easily agree with her that monsters existed, even though it was her own experience. Yet she had never actually seen her son and husband transform into real monsters. From childhood, she had been taught that monsters didn't exist. But she also didn't want Lu Ding to deny her, because aside from monsters she couldn't explain any of this, and she was certain she wasn't going mad. So when Lu Ding said he would smash the wardrobe, the woman could only bend over and sob, unable to utter a word. Lu Ding gestured for the female officer nearby to attend to the woman. Lu Ding stepped out of the room, and Gao Zhongliang followed. Director Gao, please keep an eye on the complainant's emotional state. I'm going to Dinghao residential community. If anything comes up, go find Yin Fifen. Given the potential danger of this situation, and Yin Fifen's relatively low combat prowess, Lu Ding decided not to take him along. A monster capable of rational thought, secretly swapping identities, and blending into human society for so long could not be a benign entity. Thus going alone was preferable. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the monster at the complainant's home proved too formidable for Lu Ding, he was confident he could escape. But with Yin Fifen in tow, that certainty vanished. Rest assured, Patrol Inspector Lu. I will watch over things here. You must also take care. The sky outside was dim, visibility poor. Lu Ding acknowledged with a simple good, then vaulted out the window and soared into the air, activating his wind stabilization art to its fullest extent. Why drive when you can just cheat with supernatural powers? Gao Zhengliang was so stunned his jaw dropped. At that moment every myth and folklore became tangible reality. In his mind the faces of countless male protagonists from those tales merged seamlessly with Lu Ding's visage. So chi refiners could fly. Above the Baofan district, Lu Ding sped through the air, fury smoldering in his eyes. He was determined to see just what dared to cause trouble in his jurisdiction. And they had the audacity to execute a clever substitution, openly going to work. Did they truly think Lu Ding was a pushover? Meanwhile elsewhere, at the base of Dinghao residences, Dong Xinrui had just finished moving in. She led her golden retriever cooped up all day downstairs to relieve itself and familiarize itself with the neighborhood. No sooner had she descended than she encountered a group of elderly folks playing with their grandchildren. Children are naturally playful and golden retrievers are famously people-loving. When the two met it was an instant perfect match, like a turtle spotting a mung bean. Dong Xinrui couldn't hold the dog back, it was determined to play with the kids. Fortunately, she had muzzled the dog before leaving, so there was no danger. The elderly folks also encouraged the interaction. Relaxing her grip on the leash, Dong Xinrui let the dog play freely, while she joined the elderly in animated conversation. She listened to gossip, let out occasional gasps of surprise. Eventually the conversation turned to their lives, to those who had passed away. Having lost her own grandfather the previous year, Dong Xinrui chimed in with empathy.
My grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He always said birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable, and we should take it in stride. I thought I had, but when it happened to me, it took me 6 months to recover. Especially when he called me to his deathbed, had me feel his pulse, and calmly said, "This is the terminal pulse." The moment he finished speaking, he breathed his last.
The elderly listeners praised her as a filial and kind-hearted girl. The conversation then meandered to the topic of traditional Chinese medicine. An elderly man spoke up first, mentioning his recent loss of appetite and asking Dong Xinrui to take his pulse. She was eager to try, but modestly admitted her skills were limited, that she could take pulses, but not prescribed medicine, and it was just for fun, not to be taken seriously. The old man said it was fine and extended his hand. One person led to another, then a third. Most of the elderly were in relatively good health, with only minor age-related ailments. A few were less robust, but nothing serious. Then an elderly woman dragged her husband over.
"Young lady, please feel my husband's pulse. He used to be so talkative, but now he barely utters a word and his appetite is poor."
Dong Xinrui placed her fingers on his wrist. That's odd. Why isn't it beating? Could her own skill be lacking?
"Grandpa, please give me your other hand."
Initially Dong Xinrui had been using one hand to take pulses, confident in her ability. But now faced with a pulse that didn't beat, she felt a wave of heat. To be thorough, she used both hands. She pressed down. Still no beat. Oh my God! This was an eerie situation. A living person without a pulse was no laughing matter. Yet she couldn't voice her discovery. How could she say it? "Grandma, let me tell you something funny. Your old man here has no pulse, but he can still move. Isn't that strange?" Making an excuse about having things to tidy up at home, Dong Xinrui grabbed her dog and left. Once home, the more she thought about it, the more baffled she became. How could a living person she saw with her own eyes have no pulse? She messaged her best friend to ask. Her friend bluntly replied, "It's simple. A person who moves but has no pulse is either a zombie or a ghost. You've hit the jackpot. This is rare. Quick, film a video, you'll go viral for sure." Words spoken carelessly can be taken seriously. It's easy to say anything when you're not the one experiencing it. Just then the doorbell rang. Already on edge, Dong Xinrui jumped up from the sofa in fright.
"Who is it?"
No one answered. The doorbell stopped, but then came knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Dong Xinrui's voice rose involuntarily.
"Who is it?"
Still no response. Summoning her courage, she tiptoed to the door. As she approached, whatever was outside seemed to sense her presence and ceased knocking. Her heart was in her throat. She slowly peered through the peephole. A gray murky nothingness met her eyes. She let out a long shaky breath.
Just scaring myself. Probably the wrong door. She comforted herself, patting her chest. But then a dreaded flash of insight struck. She murmured to herself. But I clearly heard knocking. It couldn't have been an auditory hallucination. Yet if there was really knocking, why didn't the motion sensor light outside turn on? To confirm, she looked through the peephole again. This time the gray expanse held 2 white dots. Dong Winro's pupils contracted instantly. White dots. The old man from earlier had white dots in his eyes too. It was that old man. The light wasn't broken. The old man had pressed his eye to the peephole, blocking the light. I see you. Bang. The old man's voice was accompanied by a tremendous crashing sound. The sturdy security door bulged inward with a massive dent. The immense force was terrifying. In that moment, Dong Winro understood it wasn't human. Whatever was outside was definitely not human. Terrified, she collapsed to the floor, clamping her hand over her mouth to stifle any sound. She scrambled to her feet, stumbling towards her phone to call the authorities. But it was too late. The security door was torn open with a huge gash. The old man, expressionless, forced his way through the opening, uncaring, as the jagged metal edges tore his flesh. He muttered, I see you. Despair flooded Dong Winro's heart. In her 20-plus years, she had never encountered anything like this. The next second, the same words echoed from the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. I see you too. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, on the 21st floor, Dong Winro's body stiffened, her face turning pale as her mind ceased to function. She slowly turned her head to look. She saw a man floating in the high sky outside the window, his arms crossed as he flew toward her. The massive floor-to-ceiling window in front of him silently shattered into hundreds of pieces that scattered apart. A gentle breeze brushed across his face, and the scene before his eyes shifted in an instant. Lu Ding appeared before the old man, as if by teleportation, his feet not touching the ground. He raised his hand, forming a palm that clamped onto the old man's forehead, channeling spiritual energy within him to probe inward. Though it still bore the exterior shell of a human body, its interior had been replaced. Simply put, it was a monster wearing human skin. Hiding beneath was an ancient ghost of many years. His hand gradually tightened, and the old man's face twisted in agony. Lu Ding spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. Where is the original old man? Ha ha ha. Ate him. Too old, a bit tough to chew. Lu Ding raised his hand and slapped away all its teeth. Maybe it's your teeth that are the problem. He applied force with his hand. The old man's head burst like a watermelon, revealing black tissue clumps inside scattered with green pus blood across the floor. Lu Ding shook off the filth from his hand. A prompt flickered on his golden finger interface, but no sound arose. Obtained colorless small crystal. 1 colorless small crystal formed from pure celestial spiritual energy, containing pure soul force, usable to replenish consumption, and enhance cultivation realm and combat power. It seemed this creature's level was too low to be worth containing. Thus no techniques were rewarded, only these colorless small crystals. Lu Ding wasn't greedy. As long as there was profit, it sufficed. The main prize he sought this time was not these minor fry. He turned to look at Dong Winro, who stood petrified. Earlier, while flying over, Lu Ding had spotted her panicking at the floor-to-ceiling window, which was why he stopped to save her life. What floor is this? Most of Dong Winro's fear had dissipated, replaced by lingering dread, as she answered Lu Ding. This is the 21st floor, room 2109. Though she didn't know who this man was, she understood one thing: her life was saved by him. Without Lu Ding, she might have died at the hands of that monster, whatever it was. So ghosts truly existed in this world. I need to go elsewhere now. Stay home for now and hide. Don't go anywhere. Dong Winro nodded frantically. Without Lu Ding's warning, after seeing the monster disguised as an old man, she wouldn't dare go anywhere until dawn, let alone take the elevator or venture into the dark emergency stairwell. As Lu Ding floated toward the broken door to leave, Dong Winro asked instinctively, Where are you going? There are still things in this building. I need to clean them out. The mention of more monsters made Dong Winro's body tremble. You? Be careful. Lu Ding floated away, and the door collapsed with a crash. After he left, Dong Winro dashed into the room, locked the bedroom door, and hid under the cover, shivering. Once outside, Lu Ding headed straight for the emergency stairwell. The woman who reported to the bureau earlier said her family lived on the 19th floor, room 1911.
That was Lu Ding's target destination. Descending to the 20th floor, just a few steps from the 19th, a young man stood behind the stairwell door motionless. Seeing Lu Ding floating, his eyes showed none of the panic a normal person would. Instead, he spoke with displeasure.
The general has said countless times, be careful, don't act differently from ordinary people to avoid unnecessary trouble. We need to keep a low profile now, build high walls, and stockpile grain, and wait for the arrival of the Ghost Festival. What's this about now? It's only a few days away, can't you wait a little longer? Are those legs of yours just for show? Can't you climb the stairs? Or take the elevator if you must? Damn it, after all this time you still haven't learned to use an elevator. What a waste of such a fine body we gave you. Speaking of which, this body is nice to look at, but why does it seem so unfamiliar?
Lu Ding listened to the man's rambling without interrupting. General. Ghost Festival. Build high walls, stockpile grain. This person was likely referring to the mastermind. A general. It seemed to be an ancient ghost one with an official rank and some education. As for the Ghost Festival, that was the Hungry Ghost Festival. Were these things planning something for that day? Lu Ding moved forward with lightning speed, grabbed the man's body, and pinned him against the wall, shattering the hard surface behind him. A slashing strike severed an arm, which rolled to the ground. Pain made the man want to scream, but Lu Ding's grip on his jaw was ironclad, producing a crunching sound that left him unable to utter a word.
Now I ask and you answer. If you're even a second slow, you'll see your own brains. Who is this general you speak of?
The ghost hiding in the man's body wore a mocking look. It had no intention of answering. Lu Ding followed through on his word. The ghost's skull flew off, brains splattering across the white wall. Lu Ding casually tossed the corpse aside.
Looks like you're quite loyal. Fine, I'll find the answers myself at 1911.
Leaving the stairwell, Lu Ding floated to the door of room 1911. With a single kick, he shattered the door, and its frame revealing a family of 3 eating their meal inside, 2 old ones and a young one. If not mistaken, these were the replaced parents-in-law and child of the woman who reported the case. The 3 monsters froze for a moment at the sight of Lu Ding. Especially when they saw him floating without touching the ground, their confusion deepened. What was this? A human? Or a monster like themselves? In their ingrained beliefs, humans couldn't fly. The old man stood up.
What demon are you? This is the garrison ground of our Pei family army. Leave now, and they'll let bygones be bygones.
Lu Ding chuckled.
What demon am I?
Damn, the world was upside down. He, a legitimate human, was being called a demon. He moved forward like a teleport kicked out, and the old man flew into the wall embedded deep. Great gushes of green pus blood spurted out. The old woman beside him rose to pounce, but Lu Ding raised his hand, and a cold gleam appeared. From bottom to top under the dim room light, her shadows split into 3, and countless long winding objects scattered across the floor. He grabbed the child replaced by the ghost. Before Lu Ding could act, the old ghost, trapped in the wall and unable to move, shouted haltingly,
Let go of the young master. Take it out on me.
Both legs were severed at the root.
Spare me your loyal servant act. Anyone would think you're the victims here. If you want me to let him go, answer my questions properly. Otherwise, this little bastard will die piece by piece in my hands, just like this.
The little monster, called young master by the old ghost, had an arm brutally and violently torn off by Lu Ding. At this moment, he was even more ferocious than the monsters that had possessed human bodies.
Ah, Dad. Shut up. Even calling your grandfather won't help, and you're calling for your dad. Ill talk. Ill talk. Ill talk. What do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything, just ask quickly.
Lu Ding turned his head to savagery in his eyes, startling even the old ghost, a creature of nightmares.
What is the name of your commander? What is his full name, and why are you stationing troops here?
The old ghost, wise enough to comply, answered without hesitation.
Our commander's surname is Fong, given name Du. We station troops here awaiting the general's revival. I urge you to leave at once, or when the commander returns you will suffer. The child in your hands is the commander's youngest son.
Fong Du. Never heard of him. I'll check the historical records from Unit 749 later. As for the general's revival, Lu Ding tore off another arm from the lesser fiend.
I dislike being threatened, and I have no patience for harsh words. Now tell me, where has your commander gone? And where is your general? What is his name? When will he revive? Ill talk, ill talk.
Blood still gushed from the old ghost's mouth, but he no longer cared.
The commander went out tonight to find his wife. The lady was set free by the young master. Our general's surname is Pei, given name Z, titled the Jade-Faced Grand General of the Broken Ridge. He will revive at the peak of energy on the Ghost Festival. I don't know where he is, nor does the commander, but we know the general is in Yuhai.
Lu Ding listened with a peculiar expression. He didn't know who Pei Z was, but the Jade-Faced Grand General. He recalled that the living corpse he had killed wore a jade mask. Lu Ding asked tentatively,
"Then I think I know who it is. Was your general buried in a suspended coffin using a secret technique, wearing a jade mask at the time of burial?"
The old ghost was stunned.
Yes. Yes. How do you know? Have you seen our general?
So it was true. This had inadvertently resolved a major problem. Lu Ding twisted off the lesser fiend's head, separating it from its body, and tossed it aside.
I have seen your general. To be more precise, I pried open his coffin and killed him. He died just like this little wretch, scattered in pieces, not even leaving a complete corpse. You? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You insignificant scoundrel, spouting empty words. How could the general possibly?
Before he could finish, Lu Ding walked past him into the bedroom. Behind him, a head rolled slowly into view, its face frozen forever in indignation and rage. A wardrobe with yellowwood grain stood before him. This was the wardrobe the complainant claimed contained a monster. Yet no matter how Lu Ding looked at it, it seemed utterly incapable of being an artifact hiding a ghost. He raised his hand and split open the wardrobe door. Blood began to flow from the broken spot. Boom, boom, boom. The building began to tremble. If Lu Ding were outside, he would have seen the structure flickering incessantly. It was like the image from an old faulty video recorder, flickering phantom images overlapping, stuttering. Inside the wardrobe, which had been empty, an ancient door covered in cracks now materialized out of thin air. Energy drifted out from it. Peering inside, he saw a room identical to the bedroom outside.
Domain overlap.
Lu Ding spoke the name of this phenomenon. Domain overlap was something only powerful ghosts could manifest. Life and death separate all things. The living dwell in the Yang realm, the dead in the Yin realm. In mythological tales, it is where the 10 kings of Hell, Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence, and other Yin deities reside. The Yin realm differs from the Yang realm, governed by its own unique rules. A Yin domain is a condensation of a powerful ghost's own strength. Its birth reflects the ghost's inherent rules, and from the moment of its creation, the rewriting of those rules is sealed. As for what rules are, simply put, living beings need oxygen. That's a rule. Falling from a great height leads to death. That's a rule. The human body is mostly water. That too is a rule. A monster that spawns a Yin domain has the power to rewrite its rules, but only within that domain and only once. After that single rewrite, no further changes are possible. A Yin domain can exist independently or attach itself to a tangible object in reality. Yin domain overlap occurs when the balance between an attached domain and reality is broken, causing them to merge. The door now visible inside the wardrobe was the point of connection between the Yin domain and reality. He sensed the surging Yin energy within. Hearing chaotic footsteps outside, Lu Ding realized this must have alerted the monsters within the Yin domain and the people replaced by them in this very building. Downstairs in room 706, a woman about to rest watched her husband, who should have been in the bathroom, suddenly burst out and sprint naked toward the door. Downstairs in room 514, the elderly wife had just settled into sleep after a long day when she saw her husband, who needed a wheelchair daily, sit up straight and dash to the door with vigorous strides. The old woman stared in bewilderment. Was she hallucinating? Such scenes were unfolding in other homes throughout the building. Some homes had one person, others an entire family. All these sprinting people had a single destination: room 1911. Meanwhile, on the road outside the Baofan District Public Security Bureau, a car was parked. A man sat inside, hands gripping the steering wheel, his gaze fixed intently on the bureau before him.
My lady, you should not have discovered these things. My heart for you is true as heaven and earth. Why did you have to do this?
As he spoke, the man's expression grew increasingly ferocious. Armor materialized on his body, and his face transformed from that of an ordinary middle-aged man into a scarred, malevolent ghost visage. This man was the commander the old ghost had mentioned. Following the woman's scent, he had arrived at the Public Security Bureau. A war raged in his heart. He truly loved the woman. But the complainant had twice tried to thwart his plans. With a heavy heart, he resolved to silence her. Yet before he could storm the bureau, a psychic pulse told him someone had broken the wardrobe in room 1911, shattering the balance between the Een domain and reality, causing the overlap to be exposed to the world. The man erupted in fury, his towering frame bursting through the human skin he wore.
You will die. Whoever you are. You must die.
Now he abandoned all thought of the people in the bureau. He soared through the car's roof shrouded in black mist and sped toward the distant Dinghao residential complex. Inside room 1911, Lu Ding pulled out his phone and dialed the Unit 749 hotline.
Hello, this is Lu Ding, patrol investigator for Baofan District, Yunhai. I need to report a situation.
Go ahead, please.
In Baofan District, Building 5 of Dinghao Residential Complex, there is an Een domain overlap. A powerful ancient ghost is stockpiling supplies and raising an army here. Een domain overlap.
At the Unit 749 headquarters, the headset-wearing operator shot to his feet, shouting. Instantly, everyone's attention turned to him.
Investigator Lu, please hold your position if possible, or withdraw now, and await reinforcement from other investigators to jointly seal the Een domain and eliminate the monsters.
Lu Ding turned his head. Creatures that had replaced living humans were already charging to the doorway. The moment one crossed the threshold, a surge of slashing power erupted, shattering the wall, the doorframe, and the monster alike.
There's no retreat now. Send a cleanup crew quickly. This incident is going to make a big mess.
The moment the call ended, every operator in the department sprang into action.
Quick! Check if any investigators are near Dinghao residential area and send them an order to reinforce the location immediately. Issue an emergency notice at once instructing patrol investigators from the adjacent Anhong, Luting, and Taisai districts to proceed to Baofan District immediately. Notify the Aftermath team to head to Dinghao residential area for cleanup. Ensure no monster escapes and that the area is thoroughly purged. Activate satellite surveillance, communication barriers, network monitoring, road blockades, and hazard coordination. All systems now. Direct the local authorities to simulate an earthquake warning and prepare the seismographs.
A bustling urban area was unlike any other place. It demanded a serious response. In a location like Dinghao residential area where a dimensional overlap of the Een realm occurred, the priority was to ensure the safety of ordinary civilians and their property. Road closures were a necessity. As for network monitoring, it was to prevent information about the Een realm from leaking online. The seismographs and earthquake warnings were tools needed for the aftermath. If there were casualties, an explanation had to be given, and a natural disaster was the most plausible cover. The state would also provide various compensations covering all aspects. Organization 749 moved swiftly. Lu Ding could not afford to lag behind either. Hundreds of monsters that had replaced humans surged up and down the entire building. Lu Ding stood firm at the entrance of room 1911, unleashing his full power. Each slash swept through like a mower, cleaving and dismembering every charging monster that came his way. The force was so immense that even the walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor outside room 1911 bore deep gash marks. Yet the threats outside were not the most dangerous. The true peril lurked within the Een realm itself. A dimensional overlap required time to fully manifest, often occurring unconsciously. Before the complete merger, the ancient spirits trapped in the Een realm could only emerge through the wardrobe in the bedroom of room 1911. Lu Ding fought off the oncoming horde from outside, while simultaneously blocking whatever tried to break out from within. He spared no one. Kill one when it showed its head, slay two when a pair emerged. Like a war god, he camped at the source, slaughtering without mercy. With a thunderous bang, he kicked out. After dodging countless slashes with immense effort, a ghostly fiend barely reached Lu Ding, only to be sent flying by his kick, crashing through the wall and tumbling into room 1910. The original residents of that room had long turned into monsters, already slain by Lu Ding. Bodies lay strewn around him, flesh and blood pooling into a river. Lu Ding floated above the mound of corpses, his arms spread wide at his sides. He radiated an overwhelming aura, standing like a sovereign amidst the battlefield, commanding the situation with power, poise, and arrogance. The monsters outside were annihilated. In the cramped corridor, a single casual slash from Lu Ding cut through like a red-hot blade through butter, without any resistance. All that remained were the Yin realm spirits lurking within the wardrobe portal. Lu Ding blocked the entrance and shouted,
"Come on! Charge again!"
Since the Yin realm had not yet fully merged, his task was to trap and kill everything inside, preventing their escape. The monsters in the Yin realm were momentarily stunned. Yet these were fierce beings forged through seas of fire and mountains of blades. They had already died once. Naturally, they feared no second death. A half-rotten creature clad in heavy armor stood among the ghostly horde. Through the gaps in its armor, faint glimpses of bone could be seen. With a raspy voice, it commanded,
"Shields forward! Spears in the second rank! Axes and blades in the third!"
Ghostly soldiers bearing shields as tall as a man lined up with rusted spear tips protruding from the gaps, while others raised their weapons. It was an iron-blooded military formation, no less. Boom, boom, boom. The shield-bearers advanced, each step striking the ground with overwhelming momentum. Lu Ding remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the armored commander who had given the orders.
"So you're the leader. Throw!"
At the armored fiend's command, a volley of spears flew from behind the shields, hurtling toward Lu Ding with incredible speed. Glancing at the wardrobe behind him, Lu Ding shook his head slightly. It was simpler to kill them all than to merely hold them back. He raised his hand, summoning a howling gale that blew the incoming spears away. The wind-steady arc could not only lift him into the air, but also conjure fierce winds to further enhance his flight speed. At that moment, Lu Ding's speed was pushed to its peak. His figure flew into the Yin realm, and behind him, the phantom of a flying bear gradually rose, charging into the ghostly formation to crush and annihilate. He smashed into the ranks. The towering, ferocious, flying bear carrying Lu Ding crashed into the ghostly military array. It flung and shattered these proud, battle-hardened spirits turned monsters with reckless abandon. With a casual strike, Lu Ding obliterated a shield-bearing fiend, shattering both shield and body into gory fragments. A glance and a horizontal slash cleared 10 meters in an instant like mowing grass. Within the formation, two ghosts formed a bridge with their shields. The armored fiend leaped onto it, wielding a spiked bronze hammer, and clad in tiger-devouring layered armor. It crossed its arms for a mountain-splitting strike, descending to ambush Lu Ding and crush his skull.
"No matter how fierce you are, you're just another soul under my hammer."
Bang! The armored fiend's face twisted in shock. Lu Ding held the thrusting spear tip firmly, with one hand stopping it cold, while the other hand caught the bronze hammer midair, holding it steady.
"You shout loud enough, but you're nothing but a weakling with a soft grip and a limp hammer. In your next life, eat more before you come again."
With both hands exerting force, the spear shattered and the hammer cracked. The flying bear phantom turned and roared, its sonic waves infused with true chi, stripping away layer after layer. The armored fiend was shredded, its armor broken, flesh scattered, bones stripped, vanishing into dust. The giant bear swept through, sending severed limbs and broken arms flying everywhere. Contained creature, drum striking ghost commander. Containment reward, drumbeat heartquake. Drumbeat heartquake transform chi into a hammer. Use flesh as a drum. It can shake internal organs, causing them to burst and kill upon hearing the sound, or be used to temper the body and enhance physical strength. According to military chronicles, the drum-striking ghost commander originated from ancient dynasties. On specific days, each year armies would gather soldiers before a drum taller than a man, with a 100-gene mallet. Those who struck 10 times received silver, 20 times earned a spot in the general's personal guard. 50 strikes qualified one to become a drum commander responsible for beating the war drum on the battlefield. This was no safe or honorable duty. Those who undertook it had to be ruthless, strong, quick-witted, and tasked with protecting the drum, much like the banner guard, the less elite. The drum-striking ghost commander was the spirit of a ferocious drummer soldier who died in battle. Finally, a reward had been dropped. Lu Ding was eager to test his new technique. He immediately channeled chi, striking the drum with a resonant boom. A visible shockwave rippled outward, causing wave after wave of approaching ghosts to explode on the spot, spraying blood and flesh everywhere. By the time Fong Du, bursting through his human disguise, flew back to Dinghao residential area and crashed through the window of room 1911. He landed only to find limbs and gore scattered across the floor. The ghost soldiers he had replaced were all dead, not a single one left. Lu Ding sat on the only clean spot on the sofa and said,
"You, a commander, fled the battlefield, leaving your men to be slaughtered like fish by me. Tell me, how do you feel now?"
Fong Du's body trembled. His gaze swept once more across the cramped room now stained with blood and flesh. It was here that the human before him had torn apart the soldiers he had replaced. Fong Du looked at Lu Ding, his eyes filled with unwillingness.
"And inside?"
Lu Ding crossed his legs, looking relaxed, propping his chin on his hand.
"All dead, not a single one left. Outside was tragic, but inside was worse, shattered into pieces. Do you remember your drummer soldier who wielded a hammer?"
Fong Du stared at Lu Ding, a suspicion already forming in his heart. Yet without hearing the words from the imposing figure before him, he still clung to a sliver of hope. But Lu Ding added with a playful expression,
"He died even worse, couldn't even leave a piece turned to dust."
Lu Ding laughed wildly, his expression arrogant. He stood up and rummaged through the pile of corpses nearby, picking up a spherical object.
"Look, take a look. This is your son. He screamed terribly when he died. I even gave him special treatment."
Lu Ding tossed the head of the corpse demon into Fong Du's arms. Fong Du caught it with trembling hands. Lu Ding's voice continued,
"I killed the others with a single strike, painless. But him, I tore off his arms first, then his legs, and saved his head for last. You heard me right, I twisted it off just like that."
As he spoke, his tone was playful, like a mischievous child tearing apart a toy. He said it lightly and casually. Coupled with his slightly exaggerated expression, it successfully shattered Fong Du's composure. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, and ghostly aura began to seep from him.
"You beast! A man's crime shouldn't be visited on his wife and child. He was a child."
Lu Ding shot back.
"Bullshit! Your child is a child, but others' children aren't. Your son can't be killed, but others' families can be slaughtered at will. You even pulled a switcheroo swapping the child. Be grateful I was too enraged to torture that little bastard more. If I'd been calmer, I'd have sliced him 1,000 times."
Perhaps Lu Ding was emotionally detached, unable to fully grasp the pain of a mother losing her child. So all he could do was make this creature lose his child too, forcing him to empathize with the victim. Murder demands a life, whether in the past or present.
"I'll kill you."
Energy surged as Fong Du raised his hand, forming a massive ghostly palm that slammed down toward Lu Ding. A vertical slash cut through, splitting the ghostly hand in two.
"Useless. You're utterly useless. You couldn't protect your son, you couldn't protect your men, and now you want revenge, but can't even touch me. Does it hurt? Does it feel hopeless? Die! Just die."
Fong Du was furious, lifting the floorboard beneath him and hurling it, but the result was the same. It was sliced into pieces before reaching Lu Ding. This creature had replaced the living, slaughtering a family of 3. Lu Ding wasn't about to let him die so easily. Physical torture would do little to a ghost transformed from a fierce general. But Lu Ding's words were different. To Fong Du they were a blade to the heart, each strike hitting his weak spot. His son lived and died again, his soldiers came and went, his wife returned and fled. TSK. Even Lu Ding felt he might be a bit cruel. But he relished it. This was the only way to deal with such beasts.
"I will kill you, I will avenge my soldiers and my son."
The scattered energy as Fong Du lost his sanity began to coalesce around him, forming a heavy suit of armor. Beneath him a tall black horse emerged, its hooves aflame, its empty eyes glowing with ghostly fire. Fong Du mounted the horse. In his hand energy condensed into a long spear, which he leveled under his arm. Behind him phantoms of ancient soldiers appeared, each wielding blades and spears, following him as their spear tips aimed at Lu Ding. As the warhorse pawed the ground, Fong Du charged forward, his spear thrusting and slashing, carrying rolling energy. The next moment Lu Ding reached out barehanded and seized the spear shaft, leaving Fong Du in disbelief. Was he the monster, or was this man the monster? Even when he was alive and human before transforming into a ghost and gaining power, he had never encountered anyone who could disarm his mounted spear charge barehanded. What kind of monster possessed such strength? Fong Du strained, but Lu Ding didn't budge an inch, his expression relaxed.
"See, This is your strongest attack, still so weak and feeble. With such skills you want to kill me. You couldn't protect your son, you couldn't protect your soldiers, and you can't kill me either.
With terrifying force, Lu Ding crushed the spear shaft and yanked it, pulling Fong Du and his horse off balance. He turned, extended his leg, and the energy in the room surged backward from the sheer speed and force of his kick. At that moment, Lu Ding's expression loomed larger in Fong Du's eyes, savage, cold, and filled with the indifference of a superior. With a thunderous kick, Fong Du flew backward, crashing through the entire wall behind him. Half his body was shattered and obliterated, a testament to the terrifying power of Lu Ding's strike. The sensation of death surged back like a tide. Fong Du clawed at the air, scenes flashing before his eyes. The warhorse, falling with him, was torn apart by a violent force, scattering flesh and blood. Lu Ding shot through it, planting his foot on Fong Du's remaining chest. The force of the fall combined with Lu Ding's power, merging into a single impact that drove both of them from the 19th floor down to the ground floor like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the 749 investigators arriving for backup had just entered the compound. There were 6 of them, all patrol officers from 3 nearby districts.
How annoying! A domain overlap is beyond our control. This is a suicide mission. Baofan district is always in trouble. My district never has issues. Mingjun and Beihe were useless, always messing up, and now Lu Ding and Yan Thiefen are even worse. Xiao Xiong, don't say that. They're our colleagues, and it's our duty as 749 investigators.
A girl with twin ponytails sucking on a lollipop, wearing a baseball jacket, hot pants, and Martin boots, hopped beside a black hoodie boy carrying a gun on his shoulder, ignoring the speaker.
Xuening, am I right?
Xuening, a participant in the Biao ancient town incident known as the Little Tyrant, had missed Lu Ding because he was escorting a severely injured officer to the city for treatment. After the Dingfeng Pearl incident, Xuening had harbored a grudge. But with Lu Ding's terrifying track record, he never sought a confrontation. Recently, he broke through to the 9th level of Zhaoshuan, confident he could kill a Lehigh realm cultivator, so he volunteered to patrol the area near Baofan district. All this was for the chance to settle the score with Lu Ding over the wind-calming pearl. Now that chance had arrived. Beneath the long hair that veiled his eyes, the youth's gaze gleamed with confidence born of his own strength. He spoke with casual disdain.
Lu Ding, a mere opportunist living off scraps of fame. Today I'm here not just to resolve this convergence of the Yin domain, but to...
Boom. Before Xuening could finish, a thunderous crash erupted from not far ahead, as if something had plummeted from the sky. Yet with everyone's attention elsewhere, none witnessed the source. Dust and smoke billowed. Lu Ding had brutally stomped through Fong Du's body. His torso and lower half were severed at the abdomen, entrails spilling across the ground. Seeing that Fong Du still clung to a final breath, Lu Ding first glanced toward the figure shrouded in dust, then lowered his voice.
From the mouths of your underlings, I heard you were waiting for your general to revive, weren't you?
Fong Du had long lost the strength to speak. He could only stare at Lu Ding with a dying breath, his eyes filled with resentment, yet a mocking smile twisted his lips. Resentment because he lacked the power to kill this monstrous man before him. Mockery because no matter how formidable this man was, once the general awakened, he would merely become another soul devoured by the general's bloody feast. The general would surely avenge him. Surely. Lu Ding perceived his thoughts and leaned in slightly.
Don't bother imagining. Your general died before you did, and I was the one who killed him. I pried open the coffin, dug up the grave, and tore him apart piece by piece right inside the tomb. No. No.
Fong Du tried to utter the word impossible, but in the next instant Lu Ding crushed his skull underfoot.
Nothing is impossible. Both you and your general are nothing but unlucky fools running into me before your plans could come to fruition.
Contained monster generals, baleful spirit containment, reward generals armor attachment, art generals armor attachment, art summon the general's armor, fitting seamlessly like a second skin. A devouring baleful armor that can block the invasion of gods and ghosts. The general's baleful spirit was recorded in the Chronicles of 5 Kingdoms. When a general's armor is steeped in blood and gains sentience, bearing the general's will and absorbing the battlefield's fierce aura, burying the general and armor together gives birth to the general's baleful spirit, also known as the Jiang Sha. Hence later generations were forbidden from burying armor alongside generals. Fong Du, perhaps from some forgotten dynasty, had clearly lost all memory of these ancient prohibitions, thus committing the folly of burying the general with his armor, which transformed the man into a general's baleful spirit. It was also possible that he had died on the battlefield and through sheer chance merged with the armor. Notably, the general's armor attachment art was a renowned technique within the 749 Bureau. Simple to use with a high ceiling and a stylish appearance, it enhanced the user's overall combat capabilities, including but not limited to speed and strength. However, the external manifestation of the general's armor attachment art varied from person to person. Lu Ding was curious about what his own general's armor would look like. But there was no time to dwell on that now. He had clearly heard the words spoken by those people earlier. From beyond the dust cloud, footsteps cautiously approached. A group of 6, each with tense expressions. Suddenly the dust stirred, and a dark shadow flashed forward. Xuening raised his spear to block. A tremendous force slammed directly into the shaft of his weapon. Xuening's tiger's mouth palm split open, the spear shaft bent, and his entire body was sent hurtling backward, tumbling and rolling for over 10 meters before he managed to brace himself with the spear and steady his stance.
"I'm the one living off scraps of fame. You're nothing special either. You can't even hold a spear steady, yet you dare to spout nonsense and bark behind my back."
Lu Ding floated 2 inches above the ground, glancing sideways at Xuening, whose spear tip dragged on the ground because he could no longer grip the shaft. That casual, dismissive tone and the meaning behind his words sent a chill through everyone present. So this was Lu Ding.
"Brother Xuening."
The girl sucking on a lollipop cried out in alarm, disregarding Lu Ding's imposing entrance. She raised her hand and unleashed several flying daggers in a straight volley. Facing the daggers aimed at his face, Lu Ding raised his hand and flicked several away with his fingers, then deftly caught one and sent it hurtling back along its original trajectory. If the girl's flying daggers were comparable to pistol bullets, then the one Lu Ding sent back was a sniper round. Single-shot, high-precision, devastating power. It tore through the air, embedding itself with terrifying force into the girl's shoulder, carrying her entire body along as she tumbled into a flower bed. The dagger entered through her collarbone, pierced out through her shoulder blade, and with undiminished momentum lodged deep into the trunk of a banyan tree in the Dinghao residential complex. Lu Ding's figure floated soundlessly to a halt before the severely wounded girl.
"Didn't you say Ming Jun and Bai Hedwang were useless, and that Xuening and I were even more ridiculous? Come on, get up. I'm willing to treat you as an opponent and go all out."
The investigator known as Little Bear dared not respond, barely able to catch her breath. The pressure Lu Ding exuded was overwhelming. Not only had he caught her flying daggers barehanded, but he had also used her own technique to inflict such grievous wounds. At that moment, who was truly useless was self-evident. Xuening gripped his spear, ready to regroup.
"Picking on a woman is no skill. If you've got guts, come at me."
Lu Ding's figure seemed to teleport, appearing before Xuening in the blink of an eye. Another straight kick. This time Xuening didn't even have time to react. He was sent flying backward, crashing into a wall with who knew how many bones broken.
"Come at you. Who do you think you are? The fact that you blocked one of my kicks was only because I held back. Now with the same move, the same attack, you can't even see it coming. If you lack skill, learn to keep your mouth shut and endure. That's the way of the weak."
He turned to look at the girl sitting on the ground. Her wound had been stanched, but her face was still pale.
"From now on, if you see me, you'd better take a detour, or I might just cut out your tongue."
The man who had initially advised the girl stepped in front of her, his eyes fixed on Lu Ding with unwavering resolve.
"Investigator Lu, we came here to help you. Isn't this way of doing things a bit too domineering?" "Domineering?"
Lu Ding echoed, then answered his own question.
"The strong are born to oppress the weak. Survival of the fittest is the eternal fundamental law of nature. The snake eats the mouse, the mantis stalks the cicada. It's all the same. What makes humans different is that the strong among us possess self-restraint and disdain bullying those weaker. But that is no justification for the weak to provoke the strong. Since she dared to insult me, she must be prepared to face the consequences. You spoke from a rational standpoint just now, so I've answered your question. Now I'm talking to her. If you're itching to be the sacrificial lamb, you'll be lying in that corner in the next second."
As he said this, Lu Ding pointed to a flower bed about 10 meters straight ahead. The man swallowed hard. He had long heard of Lu Ding's ferocity and brutality. The corpse-dissecting Tai Sui a terrifying nickname. And yet the bearer of such a nickname was still an investigator of the 749 Bureau. But these were all just names without faces. Today, having witnessed and experienced it firsthand, the man realized that the rumors were far from the whole truth. Lu Ding was not only ruthless to monsters and brutal to enemies, but he also showed no mercy to his own people if they provoked him. Still, it was hard to fault him, since it was Xiong Lan who had gossiped behind his back and been overheard. The girl hid behind the man, peeking out half her head, stammering in fear, as she replied to Lu Ding.
I understand. I won't say anything reckless again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Lu Ding. I apologize to you.
So be it. Lu Ding felt somewhat satisfied.
All right, someone send that one over there to the hospital. The rest of you clean up the battlefield and cooperate with the aftermath personnel arriving later to maintain order at the scene.
He couldn't bear to stay in this place for another second. His body was stained with too much monster blood and the dust of battle. The stench was unbearable. He had to return to the Public Security Administration quickly for a shower. He turned and soared into the dark sky. The crowd shock intensified another level. He could fly. Earlier, when they saw Lu Ding drifting along, they thought it was just some minor technique of harnessing chi to ride the wind, never imagining it involved actual flight. After all, floating and flying are not the same concept. Why is it that within Bureau 749 the category of ghosts is notoriously troublesome, with hardly anyone willing to take on containment missions? It's because ghosts possess bizarre abilities, are naturally capable of levitation, and when powerful enough can fly at incredible speeds. Once a situation becomes unfavorable, they can flee. Rising straight up from the ground, they vanish instantly, leaving you unable to strike or pursue. If chi cultivators could also fly, then ghosts would pose far less of a threat compared to the myriad of other strange monsters. Unfortunately, the secret arts of flight are generally inaccessible to ordinary people, impossible to learn, and lack the vast reserves of chi needed to sustain prolonged flight or hovering. Thus, Lu Ding's ability to fly brought them a fresh wave of awe. Turning again, the smoke behind cleared, revealing Fonda's corpse lying dead on the ground. Though lifeless, the rapidly decaying remains still exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Just approaching a little closer, they could feel waves of chilling Yin energy rushing toward them.
Is this the monster that opened the Yin domain? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Could there possibly be something even more powerful than this? Then,
the speaker paused, glanced around, and then continued.
Can Lu Ding handle it?
After speaking, he felt it was inappropriate and added,
I'm not questioning Commissioner Lu's strength. I mean, if something more powerful than this existed, this neighborhood would have been destroyed long ago, never lasting until Inspector Lu arrived.
The group chatted idly. Soon the aftermath team arrived, all dressed in black, wearing gas masks, carrying large bags and full equipment. Some took photos, others handled the cleanup. When they finally exited the emergency stairwell and saw the battlefield on the 19th floor, everyone felt that a living hell could be no worse than this. Dismembered limbs, pus, blood, and rotting flesh. Deep slashes left on walls, floors, and ceilings told of the horrific battle that had occurred here. Was this truly the work of one man? Could a trainee investigator really achieve such a feat? They couldn't believe it yet. They had to, because aside from Lu Ding there were no other investigators or signs of a second person's combat here. Everything pointed to this being Lu Ding's sole doing. Stepping into room 1911, the pus and rotting flesh underfoot clung to the soul, stretching into sticky threads. This was precisely why Lu Ding chose to float rather than fight on the ground. Looking cool was just one aspect, the greater reason was how filthy it was. Photos needing no retouching were sent back to Bureau 749, causing an uproar. Bureau 749 does not conceal investigators' post-battle cleanup reports. Instead, they are displayed for all to see. The purpose is twofold: to inspire the weak with the strong, and to send a warning to miscreants that Bureau 749 investigators are dragons, generation after generation producing talents, so do not cause trouble. But today, with the release of Lu Ding's post-battle cleanup report, investigators, who had joined less than a year ago, all asked the same question.
Should we still hold the first-year martial tournament this year? Hell no, who's going to fight Lu Ding? You, me, or him? I don't know about others, but if I encounter Lu Ding, I'll surrender immediately. A single second of hesitation would be disrespect to his achievements and his title. With this combat power, you're hanging around among trainee investigators. Isn't this bullying? Hurry up and get promoted. We were having fun scrapping among ourselves. We had Bai Mian of the several lifetimes of Buddha with Ru Chu of the gentle immortal official, and Yu Guan Yin Dan Tai Xian, you forming a tripod practically locking the top 3 spots this year. Now there's also Jia Shi Tai Sui Lu Ding. Though we won't rank, we can still watch the show. Only the top 3 in the first-year tournament get to go for advanced training. Now there are 4 people. One will inevitably be squeezed out. Those 4 will probably beat each other senseless. A sweet voice came from beside them. Brother, what is the first-year martial tournament? The chatting group turned to see a girl in a white dress, with a sweet smile standing under the light like the white moonlight of their youth. For those without a white moonlight, congratulations. They had one now. If Lu Ding were there, he would recognize her, as the second miss of the Ji family Ji Yinshuang whom he had once saved. It turned out that, after the Ling Gu incident, Ji Yinshuang had unexpectedly awakened her talent as a Qi cultivator. When the Aftermath personnel interviewed her, they discovered this, and she volunteered to join Bureau 749. Now several days later, she had originally planned to get a pass to go home and visit her sister and father. But just as she came out, she overheard people discussing Lu Ding. That's why Ji Yinshuang came up to ask. A polite brother made these men rush to answer her question. The first-year tournament is a competition only for investigators who have joined within the past year. Another added, investigators who joined a month before the previous tournament can also participate in the next one, because a month isn't enough to cultivate anything significant. A third chimed in. There are 10 reward spots. The rewards from 4th to 7th are similar but all good. However, the top 3 are different. They get to enter a training ground jointly established by all regional bureaus of Bureau 749. The purpose is to select talented seedlings and strengthen them through training. Ji Yinshuang looked thoughtful. So the competition is fierce this year. Fierce doesn't even cover it. Let me put it this way, the 3 we mentioned are no pushovers. Yu Guanyin Dan Tai Xian, Yu possesses the Guanyin Great Light form and is incredibly strong. A while ago, she single-handedly fought a snake spirit trying to transform into a dragon in Ninglong City, causing a dam to collapse. She managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived and the snake spirit fled. That snake spirit was comparable to a 9th-layer spiritual Qi cultivator. Once it succeeded in transforming, it would rival a divine palace realm cultivator. If she could hold off such a monster, do you think she's strong? Ji Yinshuang said. But didn't Lu Ding kill an old spiritual Qi cultivator in Zhaoxian? The man. Another person continued. Then listen to this, Hshu immortal official. When Rushu is gentle and amiable, born into a family of immense wealth, and has awakened 2 talents. Once pursued by an evil cultist at the Spirit Sea realm, he broke through to Spirit Sea amidst the crisis and killed his pursuer. Just having entered the Spirit Sea, he could slay a Spirit Sea cultivator. Impressive, isn't he? And he is a possessor of 2 talents. Ji Yinshuang pondered for a moment. When did this Hshu immortal official join 749? Around the end of September last year. The incident I mentioned happened this May. The man answered truthfully. But Lu Ding only joined 749 this August, and he could still kill a Spirit Sea cultivator under Zhao Xian's command. The second person. Yes, Lu Ding is formidable, no doubt, but Bai Hemming is even more so. Their achievements are on par, as are their minds and methods. Most importantly, Bai Hemming has cultivated for several months, longer than Lu Ding. With equally terrifying talents, time becomes the deciding factor. Ji Yinshuang. I heard he's been confined. The third person. He'll be released. Ji Yinshuang. Didn't they say only the top 3 matter? The other 2 can't beat Lu Ding. The man. That made a lot of sense. This reply was like encountering a beast. It doesn't matter if you outrun the beast, what matters is if you can outrun the person beside you. Sensing the 3 men's emotions seemed off, Ji Yinshuang realized she might have been too serious. She quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, 3 elder brothers. I was saved by Investigator Lu, so I think he's the best. Sorry. The men opened their mouths, as if to speak, but stopped. No wonder she defended Lu Ding so much. On second thought, she wasn't wrong. Lu Ding was indeed formidable, powerful, and defied logic.
He was practically a monster. The reason they didn't favor Lu Ding was precisely because they were afraid of him. Though Bai Heming's alias and exploits were also brutal, at least he didn't dismember people at every turn. By the time they snapped back to reality, Ji Yinchuang was already walking away waving goodbye.
So beautiful and such a good personality. She even apologized for how she spoke. Sweet-talking, graceful, calling us brothers left and right. Damn, why don't I have a sister like her? Wait. You've all said your praises. What's left for me? Save me some words, you bastards.
Baofan District Public Security Administration. After returning, Lu Ding briefed Gao Zhongliang on the details. Then he took a shower and headed to the interrogation room, where the complainant was waiting. The woman hadn't rested, she had been awaiting Lu Ding's return. Standing outside the interrogation room door, Lu Ding's heart was filled with trepidation, a feeling he hadn't experienced even when facing ghostly armies in the Yin realm. But now, he truly didn't know how to say it. Could he just say, your husband, son, mother-in-law, and father-in-law are all dead, not even a trace left? Yet if he didn't tell, it couldn't be hidden. Left with no choice, Lu Ding steeled himself and pushed open the door. The moment he entered, the woman stood up, her expression agitated, her voice trembling.
Officer, my husband. How is my son? Monsters. Are there monsters?
The female officer beside her quickly calmed her down, supporting her to sit. Lu Ding stepped forward, took a deep breath.
Miss Chung, your family has been killed. But I avenged you. I killed the monster and tore its child apart. You?
He couldn't go on. The woman's expression had frozen. There was no wailing as expected, only silence, despair, and utter collapse as she slumped into the chair. Earlier, despite the exhaustion and fear in her eyes, there was still a glimmer of hope. But now it was all gone. Everything was gone like a pool of stagnant water. Tears rolled down with her voice. Words failed before tears fell.
I know it all. I thought of it, but I clung to a foolish hope. The monster became them. If I were the monster, I wouldn't have let them live either. Thank you, officer, for avenging me.
The woman stood up, her body no longer wavering, her steps steady.
When can I leave? I want to go back and see my home.
Lu Ding roughly described her home's condition. The woman smiled.
It's fine, officer. I don't want compensation. You're a good person. May I know your name? Lu Ding. Lu Ding.
That name was etched into the woman's heart. She bowed deeply to him. Every movement, tone, and expression indicated that the woman no longer wished to live. She had lost all will to survive. But Lu Ding couldn't find words to console her. He only felt a pent-up frustration within him, unable to vent. In the end, he could only walk out of the interrogation room with heavy steps. Alone in the dim stairwell, he lit a cigarette, watching the faint glow flicker in the darkness. One after another until dawn broke, light pierced the sky and ashes fell. Footsteps approached from afar until the newcomer turned into the stairwell and looked at Lu Ding. Gao Zhongliang spoke.
Investigator Lu, officers from our subordinate Ginkgo police station have been detained by the 5 Viscera Life Society.
As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Demons and monsters were causing trouble, and humans were stirring up chaos too. Lu Ding flicked his cigarette, but scattering sparks on the ground. He was already seething with anger, and now the 5 Viscera Life Society dared to provoke him.
Execute them, bring them back, and shoot them immediately. Line them up and mow them down with machine guns.
Gao Zhongliang was startled. He glanced at Lu Ding, lowered his voice, and slowed his pace.
It probably doesn't warrant execution. I just thought, since you're a 749 chi refiner beyond the Public Security Administration's jurisdiction, could you help me negotiate and get them back?
Just moments ago, Gao Zhongliang had received a call from the director of the subordinate street police station. He said that several officers, while investigating a fruit smuggling case in Baofan district, had accidentally stumbled upon members of the 5 Viscera Life Society trading something with people from Jinhua. A minor conflict broke out. The 5 Viscera Life Society then detained the officers. The director of Ginkgo police station, aware of the existence of chi refiners, knew he couldn't retrieve them on his own, so he reported to Gao Zhongliang. But when Gao Zhongliang sent a message, they showed no respect and simply left him on read. With no other option, he came to Lu Ding. If he could have handled it himself, he wouldn't have bothered Lu Ding, who had been up all night.
Negotiate,
Lu Ding glanced at him and slowly shook his head.
This isn't negotiation. This is a rescue.
He remembered how Tang Hu of the Five Viscera Life Society had once said he was throwing his weight around as a new official and warned him to watch his step. Now was the perfect time to settle old and new scores.
Where is the Five Viscera Life Society? Take me there.
Hearing Lu Ding's emotionless tone, Gao Xingliang's heart sank. Trouble was brewing. Something was about to go down. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Five Viscera Life Society was situated in the Baofan district at the intersection of Wanjia Union Street. This area was also known as the 10,000 People's Residential Area. As mentioned earlier, the Baofan district was once the most prosperous area in Yunhai in years past. Although it was no longer the top district, it still ranked among the frontrunners. Due to its glorious past, the Baofan district had become a melting pot of all sorts of people. The 10,000 People's Residential Area was a prime example. In the past, this place resembled a walled city with households stacked one upon another, tightly packed together. Later, the authorities wanted to demolish it due to safety hazards, but they failed. The matter dragged on for perhaps over a decade. Eventually, seeing no hope for demolition, the authorities simply outsourced the project to outsiders. Then the four founders of the Four Seas Group rose to prominence. They joined forces with the largest landlords in the 10,000 People's Residential Area, forcefully dismantled the place and rebuilt it into dense apartment blocks. This was also what they had promised the residents of the 10,000 People's Residential Area. The Four Seas Group made its name through this project, officially entered the real estate industry, and gradually expanded into various other sectors. The Five Viscera Life Society was located within the 10,000 People's Residential Area. Despite its name, the area housed far more than 10,000 people, at least several times that number. With a high-density population from all corners of the country, more people meant more troubles. Coupled with differing customs and cultures, various strange and supernatural incidents frequently occurred in the early days. This was the beginning of the Five Viscera Life Society's rise. They helped the residents of the 10,000 People's Residential Area resolve these issues. Ordinarily, these matters could have been reported to the Public Security Bureau, which would then escalate them to the 749 Bureau. However, many residents of the 10,000 People's Residential Area had shady backgrounds and would never report to the authorities. To this day, the Five Viscera Life Society had become almost like a household deity in the 10,000 People's Residential Area, enjoying immense reverence and abundant incense offerings. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the incense burner, large enough to hold several people, had to be emptied multiple times a day due to the overwhelming volume of incense. This was the reason Tang Hu looked down on Lu Ding. Confidence. Nourished by such terrifying incense offerings, the three brothers' guardian spirits had become exceedingly formidable. Not content with working alone, they had also recruited an external chief practitioner to form the Five Viscera Life Society and collaborate. More people meant greater consumption. Money could be earned back, but the ritual materials consumed quickly were not easy to replenish. Major factions had their own supply channels. What did the Five Viscera Life Society have? Moreover, just by its name one could tell they used no ordinary items. Things like placenta, human bones, human blood, and various protected plants and animals, their stems, body parts. These items were hard to come by domestically. For small-scale needs, the authorities might approve a limited quota. For instance, human blood, the National Blood Bank updated its stock annually, and rituals didn't discriminate by blood type, so it could be used. As for placenta and human bones, they could be obtained from hospitals and other dubious sources. The paperwork might be compliant, but the quantity was insufficient. What about the protected plants and animals? Well, Jinla had them in abundance. Large quantities, good prices, fresh and aged as required. The Five Viscera Life Society grew interested. However, reporting to the 749 Bureau that they intended to purchase these items from Jinla was unrealistic. So they secretly sought their own channels. Past transactions had gone smoothly. But this time trouble struck. A customs officer inspecting fruits discovered the contraband crate after crate of plants, animals, bones, and even skulls. Any normal person would be terrified and suspicious upon seeing such items. The customs officer was human too. They were then caught red-handed by members of the Five Viscera Life Society. At the headquarters of the 5 Viscera Life Society, ceremonial flames cast a red glow across the room. 3 golden statues adorned with ceremonial sashes were enshrined on a high altar receiving incense offerings. A half-naked man, with a vivid tattoo of a tiger descending a mountain on his back, performed a ritual dance. With divine steps his eyes rolled back. This was Tang Hu, the second in command of the 5 Viscera Life Society, known as the Tiger Descending the Mountain. He took a handful of burning incense sticks and traced them across his muscular chest, face, abdomen, and arms, finally stuffing the lit ends into his mouth. Tang Hu chewed with relish. His white eyes transformed, revealing a pair of amber pupils, and his entire aura became wild and fierce, like a beast of the mountains. The bound customs officers witnessing this scene were filled with astonishment. It seemed this cult leader truly possessed some real abilities. Only one person remained defiant, spitting out the cloth gag and shouting loudly, "Paw!" A bunch of cultists. Do you know the crime of detaining customs officers? I advise you to think carefully. Release us immediately and turn yourselves in for leniency. The woman's voice was sharp and commanding. Her name was Yin Bieshi, a female customs officer from the Ginkgo Public Security Station. Her mother was a politician, her father a businessman. She was somewhat of a nepotism hire. However, her work was impeccable and efficient, though her temper was exceedingly fiery. From her words one could tell she was straightforward and fierce. Some might call her foolish. After all, even in such a dire situation she dared to speak like that. But the Public Security Bureau needed people like her. If you were an ordinary person facing injustice and encountered her, you would be incredibly lucky. She would definitely take up your case and see it through to the end. With connections and a strong sense of justice, she was practically a righteous official, though she sometimes overstepped her authority. Tang Hu withdrew from his trance state, took a towel handed by a lackey, and carefully wiped the sweat from his face. He lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and appraised Yin Bieshi with a scrutinizing gaze. "Ha, you fool. Do you think you're in control here?" Tang Hu sneered, pointing a thumb at himself. "I am the one in charge. Talking to me like that, aren't you afraid it'll make you suffer?" "Suffer? Come on, kill me. If you've got the guts, kill me. Do you think I'm afraid of a smuggler and cult organizer like you?" Her words stunned Tang Hu. He had seen stubborn people before, but never one as stubborn as Yin Bieshi. Yet her words hit the mark. No matter how arrogant he was, he dared not kill Yin Bieshi. Capturing a customs officer and killing one were two entirely different matters. Originally, Tang Hu had planned to use intimidation and bribery to make these customs officers keep their mouths shut about what they had seen that night. They were not to speak of it or report it to their superiors, lest they attract Lu Ding's attention. Tang Hu and Lu Ding had never gotten along. Previously, when the 5 Viscera Life Society purchased ritual materials, the local inspectors had turned a blind eye. But Lu Ding had never come to collect his due, and his attitude was unclear. Coupled with his fearsome reputation, the 5 Viscera Life Society had to tread carefully. With the Ghost Festival approaching, supernatural incidents would become frequent, and the Society's stockpile of ritual materials was insufficient. Thus, without ascertaining Lu Ding's stance, they had arranged for the Jinla people to deliver these items, with Tang Hu handling the handover. But they had been discovered by customs officers, and Tang Hu was utterly exasperated. His dwindling patience vanished. He stood up, grabbed a handful of incense ash from the burner, rubbed it in his hands, and chanted a secret mantra. "So you've got a sharp tongue, huh?" A handful of incense ash was cast upon Yin Bieshi, landing on her body. An excruciating pain akin to being scorched by flames instantly surged and enveloped her entire being. Yin Bieshi clenched her teeth tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably as sweat poured down like rain. Yet she did not utter a single cry. Tang Hu watched, saying, "Endure it. Keep enduring. Let's see how long you can hold out. Are you still thinking that once you get out you'll have yourself examined and come after me?" A cold smirk spread across the man's face. "You're overthinking it. You'll feel the pain, but there will be no marks. No matter how precise the medical equipment, it won't detect what you've been through. However, if you cooperate with me, swear to keep quiet about last night, and sign your confession, I might let you go. Otherwise—" Before he could finish his sentence, the room's door, along with its frame and part of the wall, shattered into pieces and scattered across the floor. Lu Ding strode in from outside, picking up where he left off. "Otherwise what?" Turning his head to glance at Yin Bieshi, who was still enduring torment, he raised his hand and summoned a gentle breeze. A wave of coolness washed over her entire body. The burning pain subsided, yet a lingering dread still gripped Yin Biex's heart. In those mere dozen seconds just now, she felt as though she had been plunged into a blazing inferno, tormented endlessly, unable to faint, unable to die, suffering immensely. Fortunately, he had saved her. Her gaze fell upon Lu Ding and Gao Zhongliang behind him. Though she did not recognize the young man, she had seen Gao Zhongliang before. Director of the Baofan District Public Security Bureau.
So he was summoned by the director.
Lu Ding frowned slightly as he looked at the weary Yin Bieshi. In novels, whenever the protagonist rescues someone, they always appear at the critical moment to spare the saved from suffering. Why was it different for him?
Lu Ding, what do you mean by this?
Tang Hu demanded.
You smashed the front of my 5 Zon Life Society, beat up my people. If you don't give me an explanation today, I don't care if you're from 749 or the corpse resolving Tai Sui, you're not leaving today.
With Tang Hu's words, the chi refiners in the room instantly surrounded Lu Ding. Lu Ding swept his gaze across the surroundings, his expression utterly unperturbed. In a tone as indifferent as still water, he said,
threatening a 749 investigative officer, attempting to surround a 749 investigative officer, illegally detaining an enforcement officer, and subjecting law enforcement personnel to unauthorized torture, multiple offenses combined. As a 749 investigative officer of the Baofan District, I sentence you all to death to be carried out immediately.
Accompanying Lu Ding's words was the terrifying slash that had torn through hundreds of ghostly fiends the night before. A shock ran through the crowd, but before they could react, a crisp slicing sound rang in their ears, the sound of flesh, blood, and bone being severed. Blood burst forth within the room, and fragments of flesh scattered wildly. Lu Ding stepped forward. Behind him, Gao Zhongliang half raised his arm, as if to speak, hesitating. He had intended to stop Lu Ding, but Lu Ding's speed was too swift, and his resolve to kill was too firm. Before Gao Zhongliang could utter a word or make a move, Lu Ding had already dealt with all of them. Seating himself, he raised a hand, and the 3 divine statues and the painting scroll atop the shrine shattered into pieces. He uttered bluntly,
"What kind of wild gods are these worthy of sitting behind me?"
On the ground, Tang Hu's lower body was gone. His upper torso lay propped on the blood-soaked floor, a suppressed scream caught in his throat. Lu Ding looked at his current state.
This is my explanation to you. Satisfied?
Now Lu Ding crossed his legs.
Didn't you say I was the new broom that sweeps clean, and ask what I was so cocky about? Now I've shown you the fire, and you felt exactly why I'm cocky. So now tell me, what are you playing at? Who gave you the nerve to arrest a public security officer? And who gave you the audacity to threaten me?
Lu Ding looked at him, his tone as calm as ever, his expression leisurely, as though he were casually chatting with a friend. But this setting and the person before him were neither the place nor the company for such a conversation.
Huh?
The pain forced Tang Hu to gasp sharply. Behind him, rolling smoke carried a faint scent of sandalwood, dispersing the blood stench in the room. A lifelike enormous tiger head loomed faintly within the smoke. This was the old immortal on Tang Hu's body, the mountain lord who had attained the Tao and descended to undergo its earthly tribulation. The word king was etched upon its brow, exuding fierce might. It was hailed as the master of mountain forests, before whom all beasts retreat and all evils yield.
If you want to come after me, come in your true form. Killing this mere avatar of your manifested chi is a waste of my time. Get lost. Roar.
A bear's head materialized behind Lu Ding at his words. A single roar originating from the depths of the primordial wilderness shook the very soul. The mountain lord within the smoke shattered instantly. Tang Hu, facing the roar directly, was blasted by the flying bear's cry, crashing into the wall and tumbling to the floor. His injuries could no longer be suppressed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
You're something else. Lu Ding. I concede. The corpse resolving Tai Sui is indeed overwhelmingly fierce and utterly ruthless.
This time Tang Hu truly surrendered. He dared not do otherwise. Now gravely wounded, if he did not receive effective treatment soon, this very stronghold of the 5 Zon Life Society would become his grave. But these were not the words Lu Ding wanted to hear.
Answer my question. Who gave you the nerve?
A wave of oppressive force descended, stirring Tang He's fear of death. His emotions aggravated his injuries, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood.
No. No one. I was wrong. I shouldn't have arrested the public security officer. I shouldn't have threatened you. Please spare me. Good.
Lu Ding reached out and pressed the button on the body-worn camera on his chest. This effectively served as Tang He's confession. Then Lu Ding raised his hand. The half-body that had been clinging to life on the ground was split in two, dead beyond any doubt. Lu Ding had carried out the sentence he had pronounced earlier. Multiple offenses combined, capital punishment executed immediately. As for the others, knowing full well that he was a 749 investigator, they had still intended to surround him. Their deaths were well deserved. In the room, the surviving public security officers and Gao Zhengliang stood dumbfounded, their throats bobbing as they fought the urge to vomit. Dead. All dead? And right before their eyes, these public security officers had witnessed the young man slaughter every last one of them. Yet they could not utter a single word, because the mere mention of 749 was enough to explain everything. Though they did not know the specifics of 749, they had heard rumors. This was the first time they had encountered a living member of 749. Gao Zhengliang's face twisted with bitterness. What was he to do now? He should have thought of another way instead of telling Lu Ding. Now there was a death toll of. Gao Zhengliang instinctively swept his gaze across the room to count. But the floor was littered with body parts smaller than a palm. How could he possibly count them properly? He hadn't noted the number of people when he entered. Gao Zhengliang gave up. Let it all burn. He was exhausted. Having recovered some energy, Yan Bieshi suppressed the nausea in her heart and spoke.
Lu.
Listening to her, she couldn't seem to get the word Lu out. Lu Ding reminded her.
You can call me Patrol Officer Lu or Investigator Lu or simply Lu Ding. Patrol Officer Lu, isn't this a bit against the rules? They should be handed over to the court for trial, right?
This statement actually made Lu Ding laugh. He had seen foolish people before, but he had truly never seen anyone so remarkably stupid.
You are in charge of ordinary people. I am in charge of their kind. Ordinary people have their own laws, and people like them also have their own laws to restrain them. What I do is legal and reasonable. But you didn't mention it being compliant with regulations.
Yan Bieshi seized on the loophole. Lu Ding rolled his eyes at her.
None of your damn business. Don't be ungrateful. If you can't hold your tongue and want to talk, just sleep for a while. Listening to you is annoying. No, I didn't mean anything else. I just don't quite understand. Sorry, but I really can't fall asleep.
She truly meant no harm, she simply couldn't comprehend or understand. Her normal three views and the education she had received since childhood were completely unable to accept the current situation. Lu Ding flicked a ball of energy, striking Yan Biex's acupoint, and she collapsed straight to the ground.
Now you can sleep. Director Gao, you should have the contact information for Tang Long and Tang Bao, right? Inform them to come back and meet me here immediately.
The reason he wanted the other two to come see him was that Lu Ding intended to gauge their reactions. If their reactions were good, he would observe them a while longer. Although he very much wanted to eliminate the roots, the 749 Bureau didn't have a rule of collective punishment for no reason. He couldn't just kill them both without cause. But if their reactions were bad, it would suit his plans perfectly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Let the three brothers walk the Yellow Springs Road together. As for whether the Bureau would punish him for the deaths of Tang Hu and the other Qi refiners, just as Lu Ding himself said, and as Yan Bieshi supplemented, legal, reasonable, but not compliant with regulations, he would likely undergo questioning and investigation just like last time, but probably wouldn't be punished. One must remember Lu Ding had just resolved the Yin domain overlap incident in Dinghao residential complex. He had rendered meritorious service. It was only because the aftermath hadn't been fully dealt with that his reward hadn't been issued. How could the higher-ups possibly punish a meritorious official for something that was justified and legal? Capturing a peace officer was a grave crime, especially since they had used torture. Peace officers couldn't control Qi refiners, but Qi refiners also couldn't lay a hand on peace officers. That was the rule. Otherwise, if becoming a Qi refiner meant you could casually challenge the law, harm ordinary people, and the peace officers, who maintained order for them, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? Hearing Lu Ding's words, Gao Zhongliang also gave up. He had figured it out. This guy was truly a lawless master. As long as you brushed against even one of the 749 Bureau's management regulations for chi refiners, if you offended him, he would kill you. No hesitation whatsoever. And he himself was just an ordinary person. Forget it, forget it.
All right. Whatever you say, boss.
Gao Zhongliang took the opportunity to make a small complaint. During this time spent with him, Lu Ding, like Gao Zhongliang, had also figured out the other's temperament. Lu Ding spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face.
Isn't this because you, Director Gao, asked me to help rescue them? I'm an investigator from the 749 Bureau and a patrol officer for the Baofan district. When I encounter something like this, I have to handle it. What, are you dissatisfied? Even if I'm dissatisfied, what can I do? It's not like I can piece them back together and say, hey, just hold on a little longer, we're almost at the hospital. This needs to go straight to the crematorium, and it has to be burned with the doors closed.
Lu Ding was somewhat surprised. He truly hadn't expected Gao Zhongliang to have a taste for dark humor and gallows jokes. Soon, Tang Long and Tang Bao met up at the entrance of the 5 Viscera Life Society building. Gazing at their home base before them, the two brothers looked up together. Tang Bao spoke first.
Big brother's second brother might be gone. When we go up, don't be impulsive. Let me do all the talking. Watch my signals. I've already lost second brother. I don't want to lose you too.
Compared to Tang He's fiery temper and Tang Long's taciturn nature, Tang Bao was undoubtedly the most intelligent and clever of the three brothers. He was the one who oversaw all the major and minor affairs of the 5 Viscera Life Society. Tang He's role was mainly to project combat strength externally, and was called in only when force was needed for control. Tang Long, possessing the greatest combat power, was responsible for dedicated cultivation and served as the society's backbone. Originally, Tang Bao should have been the one to purchase the ritual materials in the early morning. But then Chao Ying from Saojia Alley had called him over to discuss helping him gain a foothold in the Chao family. As a result of this twist of fate, Tang Hu ended up going to receive the goods at the rendezvous. His carelessness led to the transaction being discovered by Yan Bieshi and the other peace officers, which caused what happened later. It was also at Chao Ying's place that Tang Bao heard people talking about the events that had occurred in Dinghao residential complex tonight. In domain overlap, hordes of monsters, bones strewn across the ground, rivers of blood. Each and every detail struck Tang Bao's heart like a hammer. Upon hearing this, he immediately decided that he would return today, prepare the necessary items, and personally take his second brother Tang Hu to see Lu Ding, and humbly apologize with a birch rod. Although he had asked Gao Zhongliang to pretend he hadn't seen the information earlier, one must always fear the unexpected. What if Gao Zhongliang didn't give face? What if Lu Ding had seen it? By the time he freed up his hands and remembered this matter, wouldn't the 5 Viscera Life Society be finished? Having provoked such a harbinger of death, there might not be a place for the three brothers to stand in Baofan district, or even in all of Yunhai in the future. But then what he never expected was that before he could go find Lu Ding, the man had come to their doorstep himself. And all because of second brother again. When Tang Bao learned of this, his vision instantly went black. At the same time, he mentally prepared himself for the possibility that his second brother had already met a tragic end. Although he had never interacted with Lu Ding, he had heard of him. The man had just resolved the Dinghao residential complex incident. No one knew if he was physically and mentally exhausted, but he certainly wanted to rest. Yet at this critical juncture, he could still attack the 5 Viscera Life Society. Ask yourself, with a temper like that, with such astonishing combat power, at such a time, could the troublemaker Tang Hu possibly survive? Tang Long was silent for a long time.
If Lao Er is truly dead, this blood debt.
Tang Bao called out to him.
Brother, I'm grieved too, but this is a blood debt we can't afford to collect, can't possibly collect, and absolutely must not collect. Our 5 Viscera Life Society has been too arrogant these past years. So arrogant we've forgotten our own measure. Second brother's love for causing trouble isn't something new. I give him face, you give him substance, we've cleaned up enough of his messes. Just because he is my second brother. What was our purpose in coming to Yunhai? It was to have a better life for ourselves, to bring honor to our parents, to prove ourselves. Over the years we've exchanged our dignity for money, and we've used money to buy back our dignity. But second brother only remembers the unbridled freedom and ease of buying dignity with money and wielding power. But he has forgotten the wretchedness we endured when we traded our dignity for money. The 5 Viscera Life Society is our lives' work, our blood, sweat, and tears. And what is second brother doing? He is pushing the 5 Viscera Life Society step by step toward destruction. The world has its rules. Lawlessness only leads to ruin. Brother, do you understand?
Tang Long was finally moved.
I understand. Let's go up. Wait.
Tang Bao called out, turned around, and took a bundle of thorny birch branches from the car. These were originally prepared for his second brother Tang Hu to use for his humble apology. Now he would have to use them himself. He stripped off his shirt and lashed the birch branches across his back several times. The thorns tore through his skin and flesh and blood gushed forth. Tang Bao's expression did not change.
Come on, let's go up.
The brothers ascended the stairs, and before they even entered the door a thick stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Stepping inside with trepidation, they found the floor littered with scattered flesh and blood. In the very center lay Tang Hu, cleaved in two. Gao Zhongyang cast a helpless glance. Though Tang Hu had been brainless, he didn't hold an entirely bad impression of the 5 Viscera Life Society. Especially Tang Bao. He was intelligent, understood the bigger picture, and had even assisted the administration bureau. Aside from a minor disagreement last time, the two had no real conflict. One was the director of the Baofan District Public Security Administration, and the other was the founder of the 5 Viscera Life Society, a local power in the district. One was an ordinary man, and the other a chi cultivator. With no conflicting interests, and seeing each other often, the world wasn't filled with endless grudges that couldn't be resolved. Tang Bao and Tang Long's gazes fell upon Lu Ding, who sat in the seat of honor. The man simply sat there like a king upon his throne, exuding an inexplicable aura of pressure from head to toe. This feeling was not something Lu Ding deliberately created. Rather, it was something subconsciously projected by Tang Long and Tang Bao's own minds. They were genuinely terrified of Lu Ding. He defied conventions, followed rules, but only 749's and his own. Yet he also disregarded rules, the ones of the outside world. Logically, such a man shouldn't live long, but he was simply too formidable and capable. His development cycle was short, and his growth speed was alarmingly fast. If you weren't careful, you'd think he was still behind you, but when you turned around, had already left you far behind, his taillights invisible. Such a man must never be made an enemy. Tang Bao shot Gao Zhongyang a questioning look, only to receive a gesture of helplessness. He understood then. Today's matter was his alone to handle. Bang. A dozen steps away from Lu Ding, Tang Bao dropped directly to his knees. His kneecaps cracked the blood-slicked floor tiles.
I'm sorry, Patrol Inspector Lu. My second brother was reckless and caused trouble for your work. Beat us, fine us, we accept it. Please be merciful and grant us a way out.
Tang Long knelt in silence beside him. Tang Bao's tone was sincere, as he raised a bundle of thorny twigs above his head, with both hands offering it up. Lu Ding was at a loss for words. This was truly troublesome. Everyone was so clever. They left him no room to capitalize on the situation. Forget it. Tang Hu was already dead, and Tang Bao and Tang Long harbored no other intentions with such a sincere attitude. Lu Ding spoke unhurriedly.
From my first day in office until now, I've never intended to make things difficult for you. As long as you obey the law, you live your life and I live mine. We don't interfere with each other. It's only right that you show me respect, and it's also only right that I don't show you any. I've seen your attitude today, so let this matter rest. Whether as a threat or a warning, you'd best listen and remember my words. I don't want this to happen a second time. As for the Jinla country matter, you file the paperwork and he'll sign it. Remember to pay taxes.
From recent events, Lu Ding guessed that this year's Ghost Festival wouldn't be dull. Baofan District was too vast for him to manage alone. Moreover, it wasn't just this year that trouble could strike during the Ghost Festival. Every year on Ghost Festival, Qingming Double Ninth, New Year's Eve, and other days bordering on the strange incidents occurred. It was the same nationwide. When 749 was short-staffed, and Lu Ding couldn't be everywhere, these local chi cultivator factions could still lend some help. That was why 749 allowed their existence. As for ritual supplies, digging too deep into that was pointless. As they say, no demand, no killing. With such immense domestic demand, crime would inevitably arise, whether among ordinary people or chi cultivators. So shifting the demand overseas, paying taxes domestically, handing over money to 749 without supplying goods. Such a good deal could indeed be done. It stabilized oneself, increased revenue, and avoided trouble. How wonderful! Hearing Lu Ding relent, Tang Bao let out a long sigh of relief. The 5 Viscera Life Society was saved, and the ritual supply issue was resolved. It seemed this corpse-dissolving Tai Sui wasn't so hard to talk to, at least not like the rumor said. The thought in his mind was exactly what Lu Ding needed. This touched on the psychology of perception. To put it simply, a good man who is good his whole life, if forced or unintentionally does one bad deed, others will judge him for pretending and finally revealing his true colors. But a bad man who does evil his whole life, if one day he can't bear it or by chance does one good deed, others will say his nature isn't truly bad, just too temperamental, and they think he deserves a chance. Many would echo such words. This was the effect of breaking one's persona. It was the contrast in character and actions that left a deeper impression. In the eyes of these 2 brothers, Lu Ding was exactly that. Though his reputation outside was formidable, it wasn't pleasant. Now, having experienced it firsthand, even at the cost of a brother's life, he could still think,
"Oh, this guy's not bad. Thank you, Patrol Inspector Lu."
Lu Ding rose.
"No need for thanks. We simply understand each other."
He walked past Tang Bao toward the exit. Tang Bao turned his head slightly, watching the retreating figure. A contemplative look flickered in his eyes. He had seen many strong men and many geniuses, but someone like Lu Ding was a first. Sometimes a person's charm wasn't limited to the opposite sex or affection, but arose from the interweaving of many positive emotions, giving birth to the word charm. In Lu Ding, Tang Bao experienced what it meant to feel a distant, unreachable gap, even when the man stood right before him, along with the violent aesthetics born from the grotesque, bloody scene. The Yin domain overlap at Dinghao residences and Tanghu's gruesome death, 2 events that could shake all of Baofan district, had occurred within a single night and day. The entire district buzzed with rumors. Lu Ding seldom showed himself, so outsiders knew little of him. After today's events, curiosity about Baofan District's patrol inspector grew even stronger. Among those, Chao Ying was the most intrigued by Lu Ding. Unlike others, he had met Lu Ding before, though their conversations were brief, merely nodding acquaintances. Yet the feeling Lu Ding gave him was one of being on the same path, but with different destinations. Their general directions were similar, but their goals differed. Now, with these 2 incidents occurring, Chao Ying lifted the lid of his teacup, skimming the foam, and took a sip of the top-grade monkey chief tea, self-made by treasure hunters in the mountains. He clicked his tongue and gazed thoughtfully at the tea. His life was like the tea leaves in this cup, born in the hidden forests, enduring high heat, boiling water, and trials of fire and water to achieve its current flavor. But for him, this was far from enough. He craved more. Suddenly, Chao Ying's eyes lit up.
"That's right. Instead of seeking out these local small fry, why not approach Lu Ding directly? With his strength and current reputation, if he supports me, who would dare deny my status in Chao Family Alley?"
Saojiao Lane, located in Baofan District, and throughout the entire Yunhai, was one of the foremost antique trading hubs. Of course, this was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, the businesses in Saojiao Lane ranged from mountain goods to funerary artifacts, covering everything imaginable. This was precisely why Chao Ying had earned a reputation in the path of treasure hunters. Born in Saojiao Lane and bearing the surname Chao, with a formal name in the family registry, these were golden credentials in themselves. Coupled with his own skills and sharp wit, he had attained his current strength and status. This time he returned from the mountains with 2 main objectives: first, to reclaim what was rightfully his, and second, to expand and strengthen Saojiao Lane, securing more profitable and safe ventures. However, both goals were easier said than done. Years ago, he chose to leave Saojiao Lane. From that moment, though his name remained in the family register, the Chao family no longer acknowledged him as a descendant. Now, to return, he needed to regain the recognition of the Chao family. The greatest obstacle was the second branch of the Chao family, his peers, led by Chao Yuan, the current young master of the clan. How could they possibly agree to let him return for incense offerings and ancestral rites re-entering the family hall? That would only invite trouble for themselves. Originally, Chao Ying planned to ally with local powers in Baofan district or other qi refiners in Yunhai combined with his own team to openly challenge Chao Yuan. But with the emergence of Lu Ding and his understanding of the forces behind Chao Yuan, Chao Ying suddenly had an epiphany. Wasn't Chao Yuan's current dominance merely propped up by his brother and mother? One was a veteran investigator from 749, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances and returned with a vengeance after Chao Ying's departure. The other had spent over a decade abroad, recently coming back with a foreign consortium to establish a foothold in Yunhai. Together they supported Chao Yuan with both financial and political power. But Chao Ying, aside from himself, had nothing. No father's love, a deceased mother. Originally the head of the main branch, he was forced into the deep mountains as a treasure hunter due to his isolation. Now, though he couldn't match Chao Yuan in influence, his wealth was nothing to scoff at. Even if Chao Yuan had a mother of boundless riches, so what?
Your brother is formidable. Then he'll just find someone even more formidable than him.
His eyes darted as he pondered deeply. Little did Lu Ding know of his thoughts. If he did, he'd have retorted. No need for further words. You provide the resources, and he'll handle the rest. Whether it's his brother or father, as long as the celestial treasures are sufficient, even the heavenly king himself shows up, will block him for you. Of course, this was on the condition that Chao Yuan's brother wasn't absurdly powerful. As night fell, it was time for Lu Ding to stir again. After returning from the 5 Viscera Life Society, he slept soundly until 9 in the evening. Rising and stretching, he heard a series of crackling sounds from his entire body. Lu Ding instinctively picked up his phone and unlocked it, only to see a message from the 749 Bureau app said near evening. It stated that the aftermath of Dinghao estate had been resolved. Due to his swift and thorough handling of the Yin domain overlap, averting mass casualties among ordinary civilians, the higher-ups decided to award him 150 contribution points and a cash reward of 2 million. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for Lu Ding. The money was trivial, he still had plenty, but the contribution points were what mattered. With this 150 added to his previous total, Lu Ding now had over 200. Finally, he could exchange for celestial treasures. With the Ghost Festival approaching, he had to strengthen his power to face any emergencies. Opening the exchange section of the 749 app, a dazzling array of celestial treasures greeted his eyes, truly overwhelming. Kaichung Buddha Sprout. Price 80 contribution points per portion. The stone Buddha possessing spirit transforms stone into flesh, nurturing vitality. It can be used to awaken spiritual intelligence or concentrate medicinal power to expand the spiritual sea. With money, he bought it to taste and see what it was about. Luing Sand. Price 70 contribution points per portion. A specialty of the Feng Shui's Ling Tun Yin formation, it can be applied externally to strengthen the body or taken internally to expand the spiritual sea. With money, he bought it to taste and see what it was about. Manwedu. Price 80 contribution points per portion. Collected through secret methods from the essence of the full moon, it purifies the soul, primarily expanding the spiritual sea. Glancing at his balance, it was low but still sufficient. Clenching his teeth, Lu Ding decided that saving was inferior to spending and consuming. He bought it to taste and see what it was about. With the payment confirmed, Lu Ding's balance instantly dropped to 0. It pained him. All his hard-earned points now spent entirely. The 10 points from joining 749, 20 from Old Lady Hay, 50 from the Fire-Shedding Corpse, and 150 from this Yin domain overlap, totaling 230, all gone.
I hope the medicinal effects don't disappoint.
Soon 749 dispatched a special courier with a cardboard box. Opening it, inside were 1 box and 2 bottles, all modest in size. The box contained the Kaichung Buddha Sprout. Opening it, there were no more than 10 strands, similar in size and appearance to bamboo leaf green tea, but with a dark golden hue, no fragrance, and no golden glow. It looked utterly unremarkable. As for the Manwedu and Luing Sand, the former was a silvery white viscous liquid with a faint jasmine-like scent, while the latter was pale yellow sand with an aroma of roasted chestnuts. Together they might amount to around 200 milliliters.
This is way too little.
The scarcity made Lu Ding feel his contribution points had been wasted, leaving him unsure how to consume them. Looking around, he picked up a teacup that had never been used. Pouring in the manwedu and luing sand, he stirred. No reaction, like mixing concrete at a construction site. Only after adding the Kaichung Buddha sprout did the cup start bubbling with white foam churning incessantly. Frowning, Lu Ding quickly called the dispatch department. He asked uncertainly,
"Can Kaichung Buddha sprout, luing sand, and manwedu be taken together?"
The other side replied without hesitation.
"Yes, as long as there's no special note, celestial treasures can be mixed and used."
Despite the assurance, Lu Ding still felt uneasy looking at the frothing cup. Uncertain. No matter. Hanging up, he downed it in one gulp. The surging medicinal power exploded within Lu Ding's body, coursing through his limbs and rushing straight to his spiritual sea. A rumbling sound echoed as celestial chi was drawn and merging with the medicinal force to drastically reshape his spiritual sea. As the area of the spiritual sea and the quality of its liquid improved, Lu Ding's cultivation level rapidly ascended. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. While Lu Ding was still cultivating, the people from Dahe Mountain finally arrived. At the Sihai Group branch office, Xie Shunen sat in her office wearing gloves, playing with a jade gourd, a simple design, but excellent quality. After the incident with Yi Xian and the old man surnamed Huang, she had been searching for a gift to offer Lu Ding as an apology, as a gesture of sincerity from the Sihai Group. Finally, after persistent effort, Xie Shunen acquired this Yansha gourd. She had just received it today. Before she could verify the gourd's mystical properties, the office door burst open, and several imposing figures stormed in.
"Oh, a Yansha gourd, such a fine treasure!"
A young man raised his hand, and a powerful suction force instantly snatched the gourd from Xie Shunen's grasp. Rising with a grave expression, she said,
"Dragon Claw hand."
The young man rubbed the gourd, feeling its texture, then turned his head and said,
"You have good taste, Miss Xie. You actually recognize the Dragon Claw hand. Since you know it, you should know who I am, right?"
Xie Shunen looked at the young man, who was thin with hollow cheeks, but eyes gleaming with sharp light, and already had an answer in her heart. Yet Xie Shunen blurted out,
"I don't know you, and I don't want to. This thing isn't yours to take. Give it back."
The young man was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xie Shunen to play dumb with him.
"Since you don't know me, let's get acquainted. I'm Yi Feng from the Great Black Mountain. Yi Xian is my cousin. As for this gourd, why shouldn't I take it? My cousin Yi Xian and the elders from my village all died in Yunhai on your Four Seas group's turf. Let alone a spirit-nurturing gourd. Even if I took you, no one would dare say a word against me."
Yi Feng spoke while toying with the spirit-nurturing gourd as he walked forward. Xie Shunen stared at him coldly.
"Since when did people from the Great Black Mountain become so arrogant? Do you really think it's still the old days? Ha ha ha, people from the Great Black Mountain have always been this arrogant. Don't think that just because your Four Seas group has grown big you can ride over us. Let me put it plainly. This time the other three families of your group have given us an explanation, but your Xie family has yet to show any attitude. So what should we do about this? An explanation. What explanation should I give you? Both Yi Xian and old Huang were killed by Lu Ding. If you have the guts, go after him."
Arrogant. Let him be arrogant. Xie Shunen had seen even more arrogant people like Tang Hu, even more reckless, lawless, and domineering, a local tyrant in the Baofan district. In the end, he couldn't even hold his body beyond reassembly. All because he saw death by provoking Lu Ding. Now another arrogant one appeared. Xie Shunen could already foresee his fate. Yi Feng's smile faded slightly.
"Yes, Lu Ding is indeed formidable, and he has the backing of 749. But I'm not afraid of him. I just fear 749 and can't afford to provoke him. If it weren't for 749, I'd go kill him right now."
With that, Yi Feng's eyes swept over Xie Shunen.
"Don't think about using someone else's knife to kill. I'll tell you straight, I'm not going after him for now. The deaths happened under your watch, Miss Xie, so I'm here to make trouble for your Xie family. I'll pick the soft persimmon, and you're the one I'm squeezing."
He raised 3 fingers.
3 days, I'll give you 3 days. Think it over yourself or discuss it with your father. In 3 days, I want to see your Xie family's attitude. If not, then the Four Seas group will become the Three Seas group. Don't doubt my words. I'm from the Great Black Mountain. Got it, monsieur? I'll take this spirit-nurturing gourd as interest. If you've made up your mind, come find me at Chow Family Alley.
Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Xie Shunan remained silent for a long time before slowly sitting down. Though she didn't know the specifics if the other three families of the Four Seas group had sided with Yifeng, then his words were no joke. He truly could turn the Four Seas group into the Three Seas group.
Collapse usually starts from within.
Xie Shunan found it ironic. The older generation might not do it, but the successors of the other three families were a different story. Moreover, their willingness to show an attitude toward the Great Black Mountain indicated that their elders tacitly approved of the Great Black Mountain's actions. Pathetic, truly pathetic. She opened the drawer in front of her and pulled out a voice recorder. Then she glanced at the hidden camera on the bookshelf. She said mockingly,
"Country bumpkin, what era is this for threats? You took Lu Ding's stuff and talked about opposing him. Go tell him yourself."
Xie Shunan then sent the video and audio unedited to Gao Jingliang, asking him to forward it to Lu Ding, and have Lu Ding contact her after watching it. Meanwhile, Lu Ding stared at his Spirit Sea second layer realm, and the unusually vast Spirit Sea falling into doubt once again.
I remember that a normal Spirit Sea's second layer shouldn't have such a large Spirit Sea.
A normal Spirit Sea first layer had a Spirit Sea the size of a puddle, which was true for him at the start. With each subsequent realm breakthrough, the Spirit Sea would expand based on talent, physique, and the celestial treasures used, ranging from a minimum of 1-fold to a maximum of 10-fold. This was the accumulated experience of countless ages. But Lu Ding's Spirit Sea at second layer was dozens of times larger than at first layer. This strange situation plunged him into deep thought.
The celestial treasures I used were all excellent, but not so good as to break common understanding.
So the problem wasn't the celestial treasures. As for the technique, if the technique derived from the Flying Bear visualization diagram had such an effect, he would never have been able to access it. Moreover, so far the technique he had comprehended from the Flying Bear visualization diagram hadn't shown such miraculous properties. So it wasn't the technique either. Then it must be himself. But looking at his golden finger, the only thing he had gained from it, aside from the forgetfulness ability to manually activate a state of unity with heaven and earth to assist cultivation, was no other skill that could help with cultivation.
Could it be because of the unity with heaven and earth?
Lu Ding opened the 749 app and began searching for relevant literature in forums. After some searching, a few pages of literature caught his attention. No one said expanding the Spirit Sea would hurt this much. Seeing this title, Lu Ding was utterly confused. Painful. It wasn't painful at all. I really need to read more. A while ago, I went into seclusion to break through to Spirit Sea's second layer. I thought it would be like the Jiaoxian realm, where cultivation flows naturally, and a small bottleneck leads to the next minor realm. But after using celestial treasures, the pain was excruciating, as if my body were being torn apart. Finally, I urge all colleagues preparing to break through minor realms in the Spirit Sea stage to be mentally prepared. This is experience. Comments below. Ha ha ha, another one fooled. I was going to bring this up too, but since no one else did, I kept quiet. Let everyone suffer together. You're complaining about pain at Spirit Sea's second layer. Let me tell you, the further you go, the more it hurts. There were even people who dared not break through to higher realms because of the pain. You've read novels, right? You know that in novels cultivators have to endure lightning tribulations to break through, right? Exactly the pain of expanding the Spirit Sea is the tribulation we chi refiners face in real life. Cultivation is defying nature. Natural growth is the norm, but cultivation is abnormal development, unnatural growth, so pain is inevitable, especially at the Spirit Sea stage known as the second watershed. There is a painless breakthrough, but it's not a fortune ordinary people can obtain. Do you know about unity with heaven and earth? If you happen to enter that state during a breakthrough, you won't feel pain. The state of unity with heaven and earth is rare and hard to come by, let alone coinciding with a breakthrough. These comments echo what the texts and records state. According to the records, the so-called unity of heaven and man signifies an individual's integration with nature and the myriad things in the universe. If you can attain unity with heaven and man, it means the Tao favors you. The pain from bottlenecks and expanding the spiritual sea are the Taoist restrictions on chi refiners. Chi refining is inherently creating something from nothing, an unequal transformation that goes against the natural growth of humans. Yet because the Great Tao has 14 paths with one remaining hidden, that one represents vitality and infinite possibilities. Thus ordinary people can become Chi refiners, and Chi refiners can continue to cultivate and ascend. But it requires overcoming numerous obstacles. These obstacles can also be explained by the concept of the Great Tao's 14 paths with one hidden. That one is the Tao's favor, a backdoor, a loophole to exploit with no side effects. To explain it precisely, this favor and loophole is the unity of heaven and man. Future Chi refiners can understand it as the heavens helping you cultivate, giving you a boost.
The heavens gave me a boost.
Lu Ding thought of his state of self-forgetfulness, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From the moment he became a Chi refiner until now, the heavens had likely given him more than just a boost. They were lifting him upward. The heavens were practically feeding him by hand.
The heavens truly deserve the name. You are my patriarch.
A thunderclap roared in the clear daytime sky, startling Lu Ding into turning around, with a blade quiver, shivering involuntarily. He stepped to the window and looked up at the sky.
It must be a coincidence.
Enough, he couldn't dwell on it. Whether coincidence or not, he quickly shook off the wild thoughts in his mind. He rose and dressed. He needed to occupy his mind with tasks. Only then did he notice that his rarely used messaging app had a notification today. Opening it, he saw a message from Gao Jingliang, whom he had added earlier. It contained a video and an audio recording with a line below.
Jia Shunan asked me to send this. She said to contact her after you watch it.
Lu Ding opened the video and audio, listening and watching them completely. The softness in his eyes gradually faded.
If not for the 749 Bureau, you'd be dead by my hands.
In nearly 20 years since his transmigration, this was the first time he had heard someone threaten to kill him.
Yi Feng of the Great Black Mountain.
Good. He would remember that name. As for Jia Shunan's purpose in sending him the video and audio, it was easy to grasp. She sought help, cooperation, or to show her stance. If she intended to use him as a pawn, she wouldn't have sent such complete files.
This woman is indeed quite clever,
Lu Ding commented. Yi Feng's existence was a threat to Lu Ding, big or small. Though it might not cause severe consequences, it was like a toad on the instep, not biting but disgusting. No one knew if one day this man might suddenly lose his mind and cause trouble. The future was unpredictable. Lu Ding disliked the feeling of a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment. What he wanted was to have all situations under his control. Tomorrow, no today, right now, Lu Ding decided to go to Saojia Alley to kill Yi Feng, nipping all threats in the bud. As for the Great Black Mountain, he had no time now. He lacked the formidable strength. Later, when he had more free time and sufficient power, he would make a trip to the Great Black Mountain. For no other reason. He had only one goal: to eradicate the bandits from the Great Black Mountain. He stood up and pushed open the door. Yin Fifan, staying next door, heard the commotion and quickly followed.
Brother Lu,
he called out to Lu Ding's back. The aura of the Jiaoxian realm was unmistakable. Lu Ding looked at him.
You broke through. Yes, I broke through. Am now a powerhouse of the Jiaoxian realm.
Indeed, a Jiaoxian realm powerhouse. Yin Fifan said it without much confidence. At this moment, looking at Lu Ding was like gazing into an abyss, bottomless and unfathomable. Before entering the Jiaoxian realm, his perception was not as acute. Seeing Lu Ding was like viewing a mountain through a window, only seeing the scenery. Now that he had broken through to Jiaoshuan, looking at Lu Ding felt like truly stepping into the mountain. He could already begin to sense his terror.
Good, a Jiaoxian realm powerhouse. Baofan district will rely on you from now on,
Lu Ding teased. Yin Fifan quickly asked,
Brother Lu, where are you headed? I've heard about your glorious deeds since I woke up. They're incredible. Bloodbath in the Yin domain, slaughtering Tang Hu. Now your title, the corpse dissolving Tai Sui, rings loud and clear. What sound?
Lu Ding played along. Yin Fifan gave a thumbs up.
A resounding sound. Ha 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 ha. Enough, stop fooling around. Since you're awake, come with me on a mission. Mission.
Yin Fifan was puzzled. He hadn't received any news or orders.
Someone plans to kill a 749 investigator. We need to nip the criminal in the bud.
Hearing this, his expression turned serious. he asked sternly.
Who is the criminal trying to kill?
Lu Ding pointed at himself.
Me. What? Not. What?
In that moment Yan Fifen's expression was particularly vivid.
Is this guy out of his mind? Does he have a death wish?
As they walked out, Lu Ding showed him the audio and video. After Yan Fifen finished watching, he said only 2 words.
Let's get him.
With a roar of the engine, the black off-road vehicle snarled and surged out of the Baofan District Security Administration Bureau. In the car, Lu Ding sat in the passenger seat scrolling through his phone. On the chat screen, Gao Zhongliang had sent Jia Shunen's contact information. He dialed her number. After a few rings, she answered. Lu Ding got straight to the point.
This is Lu Ding. I've seen your video and audio. I have some time now. Say what you want, but no nonsense. My time is limited. Inspector Lu, it's like this. Do you have time to meet now? The situation is a bit complicated. I think it's better to discuss in person. In person? Sure. Go to Saojia Alley and wait for me. I'm on my way there now. Well, meet there.
Hearing this, Jia Shunen's brows knitted tightly. After a long silence, she finally spoke.
All right.
She hung up, feeling her head spin. She had prepared for every scenario, including but not limited to Lu Ding threatening her, Lu Ding raging at her for using him as a pawn, Lu Ding making exorbitant demands and exploiting the situation. She also knew Lu Ding would definitely go after Yifeng. But she hadn't expected it to be so soon. He was already charging at Saojia Alley. Seriously, shouldn't he at least prepare? This wasn't just between him and Yifeng. She was involved too. He didn't care about her opinion or whether she would benefit just charging in to kill Yifeng.
Crazy, this world is truly crazy. He's a madman. Someone give me a car.
It was only at night, and in the early hours, that Saojia Alley revealed its true face. Many things could not bear the light, so they could only be done before dawn. At night, the dark street of Saojia Alley was bustling with people, a cacophony of hawking voices. Porcelain from the Jing Dynasty, bowls from the Yu Dynasty, swords from Shangyuan, blades from Kaming. Everything was available, a complete assortment. Apart from these, there were also street vendors, medicine sellers, and old men at the street corners trying to lure you into watching a show. TSK. A motley crew of all sorts from every walk of life. The strange things and eccentric people you could imagine were here, and those you couldn't imagine were also here. This was the dark street of Saojia Alley. Yifeng walked through the crowd, his eyes full of wonder. Beside him followed a refined and gentle young man dressed in a white gown. At his waist hung a palm-sized emerald jade carved with a fish transforming into a dragon tied with a golden silk cord. He walked with measured steps, twirling a sandalwood fan in his hand. In Saojia Alley, who else could possess such an air but Chao Yuan, the young master of the alley?
Brother Yi, what do you think of my Saojia Alley?
Yifeng couldn't help but nod in praise of what he had seen along the way.
This place is truly remarkable. No wonder the old fossils up on the mountain say your Saojia Alley is a golden goose that lays eggs. Tell you what, how about we cooperate? I could sell some goods from Dahe Mountain here in your alley.
Chao Yuan had been waiting for this. Now that Yifeng had brought it up, he pretended to be less interested.
I could leave a stall for you, but as for cooperation, you know, although I am the young master of the Chao family, many matters still require the family's oversight and support. I don't actually have that much power.
Yifeng spun around abruptly.
Young master, that's not an honest thing to say.
A single stall versus a partnership, which was more important, which would earn more? Even a fool could figure that out. Yifeng had traveled all this way not just for Yixian's matters. He was older than Yixian, perhaps not as talented, but for now, he was stronger and more cunning, though not by much.
Hey, don't rush. Let me finish.
Chao Yuan snapped his fan shut and gently tapped it on Yifeng's shoulder.
You came down from Dahe Mountain, this time, to cause trouble for the Xia family, right? Coincidentally, I'm also interested in some outside business. My mother just returned from abroad with a large sum of money, hoping to start a venture in Yuhai. We can't meddle in far-off places, and the nearby Baofan district's businesses are all controlled by the Sihai group. If you can bring down the Xia family and transfer their share to me, then whatever you say about our cooperation goes.
Although Yifeng couldn't outthink Chao Yuan, he wouldn't agree rashly. If the Xia family of the Sihai group fell, their market share and equity would be real money, he could see right now. But if he gave it to Chow Yuan, although there might be several times, or even dozens of times the return in the future, that would take time, and it wasn't 100% certain. He needed to think it over carefully. Around this time Lu Ding arrived at the entrance of Caojiao Alley. The car stopped and he got out. A respectful security guard approached.
"Gentlemen, do you have tickets? There's an event going on inside."
Quite formal. Lu Ding took out his 749 credentials and handed them over.
"Ticket. Here."
The security guard was speechless. Strangely, the document clearly read National Security in large characters, but the more he looked at it, the more it resembled a ticket. That's right. It was a ticket. He stepped aside and extended his arm.
"Please come in."
Lu Ding stood still.
"What are you waiting for? Send word. Tell your people inside to report that Lu Ding is here, and have your young master come out to see me."
Lu Ding didn't know how vast Caojiao Alley was, nor did he care. He only knew that charging in to search would be foolish. Rather than searching actively, it was better to have Chow Yuan hand over the person. Since Yi Feng had entered Caojiao Alley, Lu Ding would hold Chow Yuan accountable. When you're on someone's turf, you find the local boss. That was the right move. He was investigating a case now. Asking the local jurisdiction to cooperate wasn't too much. On the other side, Chow Yuan received word that Lu Ding had arrived. He was suspicious. Previously, when he had invited this corpse-dissolving warden for a meal, Lu Ding had been too busy killing Yi Xian to come. Now Yi Feng had barely arrived and Lu Ding was following right behind. Glancing at Yi Feng, Chow Yuan muttered to himself, could it be that anyone surnamed Yi is a Lu Ding magnet? For a moment, he began to weigh his options. He understood that Lu Ding's visit was entirely aimed at Yi Feng.
Logically speaking, Yi Feng hasn't sought trouble with him, so he shouldn't do anything to Yi Feng. He probably won't. And this is Caojiao Alley. Even if he wanted to have to show some restraint.
Offending Lu Ding was something Chow Yuan wanted to avoid, but giving up on Yi Feng was also undesirable. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Chow Yuan prepared himself to play the mediator. At the same time, he made a backup plan, sending a message to his elder brother, who worked in the 749 Bureau. His brother replied that he was on an urgent mission out of town and couldn't leave, but he would send a friend, a formal 749 investigator at the spiritual C stage, to prevent Lu Ding from going berserk. After all, everyone in Yunhai knew that Lu Ding didn't play by the rules. With his brother's assurance and a spiritual C stage 749 investigator on standby, Chow Yuan felt secure. He straightened the non-existent wrinkles on his clothes.
"Brother Yi, I have an important guest arriving. Would you like to browse on your own or come with me?" "Important guest? How important?" "The patrol inspector of Baofan district, a 749 trainee investigator nicknamed the corpse-dissolving warden, Lu Ding the warden. Do you think that's important?"
Yi Feng's face instantly turned cold. His thoughts churned. Damn it, I was waiting for Xie Xuanan, and instead Lu Ding shows up. Why is he here? Will this madman make a move on me? But I haven't provoked him or offended him in any way. Seeing him silent for a long time, Chow Yuan comforted him.
"It's fine. This is Caojiao Alley. He won't lay a hand on you. Don't be so timid. After all, you're from Dahe Mountain. Cheer up. My brother said he'll send his spiritual C stage friend, a formal 749 investigator, to oversee the situation and keep the corpse-dissolving warden from showcasing his skills." With a mix of belittling and reassurance, even though Yi Feng was inwardly uneasy, he couldn't bring himself to say no at this point. It would be a loss of face. "Fine, I'll go. It's just Lu Ding. I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Meeting him won't hurt."
He said this to Chow Yuan, and to himself, a form of self-assurance. The two walked together to the entrance of Caojiao Alley. As soon as they appeared, the security guard eagerly reported,
"Sir, that's our young master."
Yin Fifan, quick-witted, took out his phone and held it up to compare with the person beside Chow Yuan. The next moment, he pointed at Yi Feng like the king of hell, marking his target.
"That's him. Brother Lu, he's Yi Feng."
At these words, Yi Feng's face instantly changed. What did he mean? A targeted kill. Was he serious? A slash came hurtling toward him in an instant. He hurriedly dodged, but was not fast enough. One of his ears was severed on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Wincing in pain, Yi Feng scrambled to hide behind Chow Yuan. No one present had expected that Lu Ding would dare to strike so brazenly in such an open setting. Chow Yuan was just about to say something. Lu Ding was a step ahead of him.
Yi Feng, you attempted to murder an investigator of Division 749. Come with me.
Even Yi Feng was stunned speechless by the accusation. He himself had no idea he possessed such audacity. Not to mention him, even his elders still on Blackwind Mountain wouldn't dare to murder an investigator of Division 749. This was undoubtedly a provocation against the majesty of the Great Han.
You're full of shit. Who did I murder? Don't you dare frame me without cause, Lu. You say I attempted to murder a Division 749 investigator. Who did I murder? Show me the evidence. That's right, Patroller Lu. When you speak and act, you need evidence. Although you are the Patroller of Baofan District, that doesn't mean you can arrest anyone on a whim.
Chow Yuan chimed in from the side. Lu Ding glanced at him.
Who do you think you are? Since when does Division 749 need outsiders to supervise its work? You ask me for evidence. First, ask yourself if you're worthy. If you have any objections, come file a complaint at the Bureau. It'll be waiting. Now I'm arresting a suspect. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be considered an accomplice guilty of violent resistance. Get out of my way.
Lu Ding unleashed his aura, causing stones and sand to swirl around him. The calm darkness began to churn as if something utterly terrifying was about to crawl out from within it. His presence had materialized at this moment. Lu Ding's figure flickered. When he reappeared, he was already before Yi Feng and Chow Yuan. Leaping into the air, he raised his hand. Behind him, a phantom of a flying bear mirrored his movements exactly. The terrifying bear raised its palm larger than a human, ready to strike down. He went straight for a killing blow. He had even used his life-bound technique. Just how deep was this grudge? The thought flashed through Chow Yuan's mind. Faced with such overwhelming might, he no longer dared to stand his ground, and swiftly dodged. He understood that if he didn't evade now, Lu Ding's strike would crush both him and Yi Feng together, blending them into a single mass of flesh and bone. Chow Yuan ducked and rolled to avoid the attack. He was somewhat skilled, but Yi Feng was not so fortunate. The palm landed squarely on his chest. Two cracking sounds rang out, one after the other. The first to shatter was the nurturing evil gourd he had snatched from Xie Shun, and the second was the longevity lock given to him by his elders on the mountain for protection. Yet even with two treasures to shield him, Yi Feng's chest was still caved in by the palm strike. With a thunderous crash, his entire body was embedded into the wall. He smashed a pile of bricks to the ground. When he was seen again, he lay amidst the rubble, gasping weakly, barely alive, on the verge of death, clinging to his last breath. Yi Feng could not understand it at all. Both the nurturing evil gourd and the longevity lock were top-tier protective treasures. Why else would he have been tempted to snatch the gourd from Xie Shun and carry the lock for safety? How could they have shattered? Was such terrifying power even human? He had always considered himself a genius, yet before Lu Ding he was so pathetically fragile. Frustration, resentment, terror, confusion, all these emotions tangled in his heart, until the bricks covering his face were brushed aside. He once again saw that terrifying face. Yi Feng used the last of his strength to kick backward.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It's none of my business. This is all a misunderstanding. Spare me. Spare me. It'll go back to Great Black Mountain. I won't come out again, all right.
Lu Ding stepped forward and planted his foot on Yi Feng's chest. A series of cracks were heard.
A misunderstanding. Come take a look.
Lu Ding held up his phone, the screen showing the moment Yi Feng was showing off in Xie Shun's office.
People from Great Black Mountain have always been this arrogant. That Lu Ding is indeed formidable. But I'm not afraid of him. I just can't afford to provoke Division 749. If it weren't for them, I'd go kill him right now.
Every word, every syllable came through the phone. It was unmistakably Yi Feng's voice. Lu Ding put away his phone.
People from Great Black Mountain have always been this arrogant. Come on, show me your arrogance again. Attempted murder of a Division 749 investigator plus threatening and extorting an entrepreneur in my jurisdiction. Yi Feng, how many heads do you have for me to twist off, daring to be so lawless? I was just talking. I swear I was just talking. It'll go back to Great Black Mountain. I vow it'll never come out again. It'll leave right now.
The moment he finished speaking, the urgent clatter of high heels echoed, do-do-do-do-do. Xie Shunan ran over and delivered the final blow.
Patroller Lu, he also stole the gift I prepared for you. Regarding the last incident in the subsidence zone, I felt truly sorry, so I prepared a nurturing evil gourd as a gift. But he barged into my office and took it.
A nurturing evil gourd. Where was it? Lu Ding turned his head. Lying on the ground was a jade gourd shattered beyond repair. Lu Ding was speechless. Was he simply fated never to possess a magical treasure? Xie Shunan added.
It cost me 50 million plus a favor debt.
Yi Feng shot a venomous glare at Xie Shunan. This woman set me up. She set me up?
No, I didn't. She didn't. What do you mean you didn't? There's video evidence. I told you this wasn't yours to take and asked you to return it, but you not only refused, you threatened me.
Xie Shunan spoke with a hint of feigned grievance, but the smile in her heart was barely contained. Sticky fingers. The habits of Great Black Mountain never change, always taking what isn't theirs. In your next life, I hope you can control your hands. Never take what doesn't belong to you.
All right, and you embezzled public property, adding another crime to the list. Multiple offenses stacked. In the name of the Baofan District Patroller and intern investigator of Division 749, I sentence you to death to be carried out immediately. No. Ugh.
Yi Feng tried to utter his final words, but as Lu Ding's foot on his chest suddenly pressed down, with force his internal organs were violently expelled from his throat. A follow-up slash severed his head from his body to prevent any resurrection.
Since when does an intern investigator have the authority to make life and death judgments at will?
The newcomer stood silently atop a treetop at the mouth of the alley, arms crossed under the moonlight. A truly pretentious pose. He had arrived but just a moment too late. Yin Fifan curled his lips. He thought to himself, Brother Lu can't stand anyone more pretentious than him, especially when they lack any real style. Did this guy think reading a couple of wuxia novels made him a chivalrous hero?
Brother Qiu,
Qiao Yuan called out. Only when his supporter arrived did he dare to speak. Earlier, Lu Ding's presence had been too overwhelming, too fierce. From the moment Yi Feng was struck, Qiao Yuan hadn't dared to utter a single word, afraid that Lu Ding would casually turn on him. Yin Fifan quietly sidled up to Lu Ding.
Brother Lu, this man is Qiu Tianrang. Like us, he's a full investigator of Division 749 with a spiritual sea cultivation base. He's nicknamed the Demon's Bane.
Ever since the incident at Biao Ancient Town, Yin Fifan had taken to perusing the informal dossiers of the full investigators at the Bureau. Not for any other reason, but to better handle the grunt work. He knew that Lu Ding would inevitably cross paths with other investigators again. Given Lu Ding's temperament, crossing paths was putting it mildly. More accurately, it would be clashing. And if a clash occurred, knowing oneself and one's enemy was the key to 100 victories. Today that knowledge came in handy. Lu Ding looked at Qiu Tianrang on the treetop, then at Qiao Yuan. He seemed to understand something. In his usual calm tone, he said,
So who are you here to stand up for this time? Qiao Yuan or Yi Feng? I handle affairs in my own jurisdiction. I don't need outsiders meddling. If you can't understand that, let me put it more simply. None of your damn business. Got it.
With an entrance and attitude like that, the man was clearly here to back someone up and throw his weight around. Why should Lu Ding show him any courtesy? The opening was a direct interrogation, flaunting his status as a formal investigator and pulling rank. Was a mere official title earned through a few missions and monsters truly so worthy of boasting? Qiao Yuan had intended to say something, but upon hearing Lu Ding's words, he simply chose to stay silent. Qiu Tianrang descended from the treetops.
Do you dare to repeat what you just said?
As his aura erupted, a sharp edge swept through, cutting at the flesh of everyone present. Lu Ding found this man amusing. What would repeating it prove? Was it to offer himself a graceful way out, or to display his strength and intimidate through words? If it was the former, then apologies. Once Lu Ding spoke, even if asked 10 or 100 times, he would not change his words. If it was the latter, this man was not impressive, nor was he strong enough.
You don't need to say it once or 100 times. A spirit sea realm cultivator like you is truly unremarkable. Let's do this.
Lu Ding pointed to the corner, outside the Chow family alley, where large trash bins were piled.
1 minute, just 1 minute. If you aren't lying in some spot within that minute, then today's matter will be settled however you say.
Chiu Tianrang narrowed his eyes.
It's been a long time since I've seen an intern as arrogant as you. Do you really think that just because you can throw your weight around in Baofan district no one can deal with you?
He knew Lu Ding's name, but so what? A genius. Wasn't everyone a genius? Ruthless. Who didn't kill without mercy. Since Chiu Tianrang had come here today, admit he didn't fear Lu Ding in the slightest. The same old refrain. He was just an intern investigator. How ruthless could he be anyway? Besides, considering his development cycle and his unconventional background, if Lu Ding had come from a chi refiner family or lineage, Chiu Tianrang wouldn't have approached him with this attitude today. Lu Ding ignored him. This man was simply dim-witted, and he had no desire to waste words. He raised his hand over his shoulder and beckoned with 2 fingers toward Yin Fifan behind him. A beep sounded. The mechanical noise was clear to everyone present. 1 minute countdown begins 000059000058. The sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Chiu Tianrang was fast, but Lu Ding was faster. He kicked Chiu Tianrang's hand that was drawing the sword, sending the blade, which had barely been pulled half a foot from its scabbard, back into the sheath. Then he raised his right foot and struck horizontally with force. Bang! A figure bent and flew backward, crashing heavily into the trash heap. Tissue paper scattered and green bins rolled everywhere. Speed, reaction, strength, physique, everything stemmed from the body. A moderately talented chi refiner going toe-to-toe in reflexes with Lu Ding, whose physical body had been enhanced through extraordinary means. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? If he had only kept some distance, he wouldn't have lost so disgracefully. Perhaps with that buffer, he might have lasted a few more moves. Lu Ding chuckled. This lesson had been taught by the ancestor Ingzheng himself millennia ago. First, don't sheath overly long weapons, especially swords and blades. Second, when drawing a sword, leave yourself enough time and space. Otherwise you'd face one of 2 outcomes: either be chased down, like the ancestor, or be knocked flat like Chiu Tianrang, still passed out with his hand on the hilt, and the sword still in the scabbard, never having managed to draw it.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Ding's laughter was mocking. He walked away.
Fifan, let's go! Hot pot. Last time I was at Dinghao Residences, I smelled a place that was especially fragrant. Let's go try it.
Eating at the Public Security Administration's cafeteria every day was starting to bore Lu Ding. The food was tasty and nutritious, but he couldn't have it every single day. In the heat of summer, nothing hit the spot like hot pot. A fiery, spicy broth paired with a bottle of ice-cold beer, followed by some ice cola or Sprite when you're almost full. That was pure bliss. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Everyone watched Lu Ding leave. Xie Shunan hesitated for a moment, then followed. Only after they had all gone did Chao Yuan dare to rush to the trash heap, help Chiu Tianrang up, and channel qi to soothe his disrupted energy and blood. The moment he regained consciousness, Chiu Tianrang violently drew his sword. Sword energy raged as he looked around wildly for Lu Ding.
Where is Lu Ding? Where did he go?
Chao Yuan. He truly hadn't expected the gap to be so vast. Though Lu Ding had a fearsome reputation, he figured Chiu Tianrang was at least a Spirit Sea Realm chi refiner, and like Lu Ding, an investigator from 749. One was an intern, the other a formal. No matter how you looked at it, Chiu Tianrang should have won. Yet he was defeated in a single blow. Sure, Lu Ding had killed Spirit Sea Realm cultivators before, but could an outside Spirit Sea Realm really compare to one from 749? Among humans, the gap between one person and another could be greater than that between a person and a dog. But now, it was proven that while it might make a difference for others, for Lu Ding it seemed to matter little. Either way, facing him led to one outcome: defeat. Chao Yuan regretted his greed. He shouldn't have tried to have it all. Now he had lost everything. Yi Feng was dead, and he had offended Lu Ding. His plans involving the Xie family had also fallen through. If only he had respectfully sent Yi Feng away without informing his elder brother. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret. Looking at Chao Yuan's silent demeanor and his own surroundings, the memories of what had just happened surged back. Lu Ding's voice echoed in his ears, like a hallucination.
1 minute, just 1 minute. If you aren't lying in some spot.
Xiao Tianrang looked down at the long sword in his hand. He couldn't believe he had been defeated by Lu Ding without even drawing his blade, and so cleanly at that.
Wasn't he said to be only at the illuminated orb realm? Is this the illuminated orb realm?
Cultivation was like good maintenance. It was hard to judge a person's age from the outside. Lu Ding hadn't displayed any techniques befitting the Spirit Sea realm. That made it even harder for Qiu Tianrang to accept.
Brother Qiu, are you all right?
Qiao Yuan finally asked.
I'm fine. Do I look fine? Where am I supposed to put my face after today? Even ghosts dread me, but now just thinking about Lu Ding gives me a headache, worse than any ghost.
That kick from Lu Ding had left a shadow. If they had exchanged a few moves, and Qiu Tianrang lost, he would have been discouraged but spurred to improve. But being defeated in one move, with the victor even telling him in advance where he would land, that wasn't just discouragement, it was a psychological scar.
Then what about my elder brother?
Qiu Tianrang rose, to his feet brushing off the garbage that clung to his clothes. He let out a heavy sigh.
You'll speak to your elder brother about it, but don't get your hopes up. Your brother can't handle him. That's something I'm absolutely certain of. No way my brother is so strong. Isn't he supposed to be? Enough. What's there to say? Even your brother can't take me down in one strike.
Qiao Yuan's words were cut short. What should he do now? Had Lu Ding already set his sights on him? And Lu Ding was the patrol enforcer of Baofan district, with the term change still far off. The thought of having to work under Lu Ding's watchful eye sent an involuntary chill through Qiao Yuan's heart. No, this couldn't go on. He looked up at Qiu Tianrang about to speak, but Qiu Tianrang was already on the phone. At Wangjiang City in the Feilu Lake National Wetland Park. Dozens of official investigators from 749 were besieging the remnants of the Wine God sect. The Wine God sect, a minor faction, was essentially a group of drunkards, who under the guise of unrestrained freedom committed lawless acts without regard for right or wrong. They called it being carefree. Drunk, they were capable of anything, stopping at nothing for a fine brew. They would steep anything in wine, including people. No one knew where the Wine God sect had obtained the formula for making wine from humans. Using secret arts and various herbs, they created a fermenting mash to feed their victims, waiting for the right moment to drain their blood and collect the liquor. They boasted it was smooth and fragrant with a lingering aftertaste. For such a cult, the only end was annihilation. Thus 749 dispatched dozens of official investigators and over 100 trainees. A direct order from above, a realm of life and death cultivator, would lead the siege, wiping out the Wine God sect before the Ghost Festival. They couldn't let these rotten elements exploit the chaos to endanger ordinary lives. When Yu Chuan and Yin Feng were among them. So was Qiao Yuan's elder brother Qiao Xiang. With a flick of his tiger-headed hook, he slit a Wine God sect member's throat, then sheathed his weapon and pulled out his phone.
Didn't I tell you I was on a mission? Why are you calling me?
Qiu Tianrang's voice came through.
You've screwed me over.
Qiao Xiang was puzzled.
Weren't you looking for Xiao Yuan? How did I screw you over? I'm asking you, what realm did you say Lu Ding was in?
Faced with Qiu Tianrang's question, Qiao Xiang blurted out.
Illumination Abyss realm, but he should have the combat power of an average Spirit Sea realm. What is that wrong? You're asking me. I should be asking you. Can an Illumination Abyss realm cultivator take me down in one move? Can an average Spirit Sea realm combat power do that?
Qiu Tianrang spoke with agitation while Qiao Xiang listened in silence. One move to kill. Illumination Abyss realm. It all sounded so jarring. He asked, uncertain.
You mean Lu Ding killed you in one move? Even I'm embarrassed to say it. To be precise, he told me beforehand that he was going to strike, even pointed out where I should fall, then took me out in one move. And I attacked first. He just reacted faster.
Qiao Xiang felt like he was hearing a fairy tale. Since when did an Illumination Abyss realm cultivator possess such terrifying combat power? He pondered over his intelligence on Lu Ding. After countless mental simulations, he asked,
There's only one way he could kill you in one move. You were face to face. He didn't give you time to draw your sword, and he defeated you with his physical body alone. How did you know?
Qiu Tianrang was taken aback. How could Qiao Xiang, who wasn't even there, know so clearly? Qiao Xiang shook his head helplessly.
I've told you many times, we're modern people. Think first, act second. Lu Ding's achievements and deeds don't require special research. You can find them all on our Bureau's website. He cultivates the soaring rock visualization method and has likely comprehended some profound physical cultivation technique. That's why his body is incredibly strong. He was able to kill Yuan Baifeng of the Heavenly Principles sect, who was renowned for his physical prowess even at the illumination of this realm. Fighting him in close combat gives you no advantage. That he could kill you in one move is surprising, but also within reason. Against someone like him, you should keep your distance, use spells as feints and swordsmanship as support, dodge his strikes, and keep your killing intent in your heart, not in your techniques.
Chao Xiang spoke with authority, and Qiu Tianrang found it logical, but it still stung. Wasn't this just hindsight? Why hadn't he said this before? What use was it now? Besides, Qiu Tianrang knew something about Lu Ding's affairs.
That old man surnamed Huang from the collapsed zone was also at the Spirit Sea realm, and he specialized in spellcraft. Going by your logic, how did Lu Ding kill him?
Hearing this, Chao Xiang instantly thought Qiu Tianrang was a bit foolish.
You said it yourself. He specialized in spellcraft, so his physical body must have been his weakness. If Lu Ding got close, he couldn't win. Besides, Lu Ding isn't lacking in long-range attacks. His shortcoming is that he hasn't cultivated long enough to learn many other techniques. You need to target his weaknesses. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. You, my friend, were just overconfident.
Pride ran deep in all of them. Friendship was one thing, but feelings were another. Head stuck his neck out for you got beaten, and instead of thanks, he got a lecture. Who with any temper could stand that?
Fuck you, Chao Xiang. Fuck you. Fine, I was overconfident. You're so great, so mighty, you go settle things with Lu Ding yourself. I'm done. Goodbye.
The line went dead. Chao Xiang stared at his phone and said to the person beside him,
See, he's always so impatient. Brother Tianrang is still so hot-headed. We'll buy him a drink when we get back and he'll be fine.
The speaker's smile was like a spring breeze. At first glance you'd only think he was gentle and refined, but the more you looked, the more handsome he became. His ever-present smile and crescent-shaped eyes were a delight to behold. Slitted eyes were usually a flaw, but on his face paired with his dimples, they became an irreplaceable charm. This was none other than the gentle immortal Wen Rushu, who, like Lu Ding, had made a name for himself as a trainee investigator.
As for Lu Ding, brother Xian, what do you plan to do? We're all colleagues. Please don't make things too ugly.
Chao Xiang pocketed his phone.
You have a point. But as a senior, I need to teach him some respect. Relying solely on physical strength is merely a minor path.
Physical cultivation, who didn't practice it? Chao Xiang's body was also formidable, but he had no idea that his physical prowess and Lu Ding's were on entirely different levels.
Speaking of you, with Lu Ding's sudden rise, do you have confidence in this year's first-year martial tournament? Or can you beat Bai Hemya and Tantai Xianwei?
Wen Rushu remained nonchalant.
It'd be best to make the top 3, but if I don't, it's no big deal. No need to harm collegial relations.
Good thing Yin Fifen wasn't there. If Head heard that, Head have cursed under his breath.
A toad playing the frog, who are you fooling? Win or lose, you've always got an excuse, you damned slit-eyed bastard.
Meanwhile, Lu Ding followed his memory and guided Yin Fanfei to drive toward the hot pot restaurant he had chanced upon by smell last time. He had actually been quite eager to try it that day. Yet dining alone at a hot pot place felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, today's events were worth celebrating, as they had at least eliminated a hidden threat. Moreover, Yin Fanfei had just broken through. With 3 people now, sharing a hot pot would be lively and pleasant. In the car, observing the somewhat restrained Xie Xuanan, Lu Ding casually remarked,
What are you afraid of? Didn't you say you wanted to speak with me face to face? Go ahead, we have time now.
Originally, Xie Xuanan had intended to discuss He Feng with Lu Ding. But now there was no need. The man was dead, so what was there to talk about? Moreover, Lu Ding had not mentioned anything else from start to finish. This left Xie Xuanan feeling uneasy. Throughout the journey she had pondered many things. Now that Lu Ding had taken the initiative to speak, she said,
Inspector Lu, thank you for resolving the crisis for my Xie family. I have little to offer in return. If there is anything you need, as long as our family possesses it, we will do our utmost to provide it.
Although Lu Ding had acted for his own sake, the fact that the Xia family's crisis had dissipated in the process was undeniable. He did not stand on ceremony. He stated directly,
I don't need anything else. Help me find some rare spiritual treasures, preferably of high quality.
While magical artifacts were tempting, Lu Ding knew that personal strength was paramount. One must forge their own foundation. Though fine spiritual treasures were hard to come by, if the Xia family put their heart into it, they might still succeed. This request was not overly difficult. Xia Shunan asked again,
Is there anything else? No, I only want spiritual treasures. Very well, Inspector Lu. I will send you word in due time.
Then addressing Yen Fanfei, who was driving, she said,
Inspector Yen, please drop me off at the next intersection. I can make my own way back. So soon. Since you're here, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Stay for a meal before heading back.
The old habits from his past life still influenced Lu Ding. For instance, the notion of, since you're already here, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks. A meal wouldn't impoverish him nor enrich another.
No, Inspector Lu. My father doesn't know about today's events yet. I must return and inform him.
Since she insisted, Lu Ding did not press further. He found a junction to let her out. Watching the taillights fade into the distance, Xia Shunan mused that perhaps Lu Ding wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. As long as you didn't provoke him, keeping one's distance, he could be quite gentle. Where was the gentleness? He even invited people to share hotpot. Wasn't that gentle enough? If anyone else had made such an invitation, Xia Shunan would have called them insane. A high-powered executive like her summoned for a late-night hotpot. But with Lu Ding, he was different, so exceptions were made. The car wound through twists and turns, requiring them to disembark, climb slopes, and ascend steps. At last, guided by Lu Ding's keen sense of smell, the hidden Sichuan-style old hotpot restaurant nestled deep in the alley was successfully unearthed. Entering the establishment, ordering dishes, the pot was set to boil. Bubbles rose. He dipped tripe into the broth 7 times up and down, then placed the still-hot morsel into his mouth. Crisp, spicy, refreshing, accompanied by a bottle of ice-cold beer. Bliss. At the Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier at 4 in the morning, Tang Bao gazed at the drifting sparks of burning talismans that refused to fade. He couldn't help but wonder what the hell were those foreigners so arrogantly celebrating. Recently, as the Ghost Festival approached, the world's yang energy waned, and all manner of sinister entities emerged in endless succession. The business of the Five Viscera Society had also grown considerably. Due to Tang He's self-inflicted downfall, the Five Viscera Society had lost a formidable warrior. Tang Bao, who had mostly been in charge of management, now had to take the field himself. That evening, a Cambodian associate who did business with him suddenly messaged asking if he was interested in taking a job. The client was exceedingly wealthy. When pressed for details, the Cambodian hemmed and hawed before finally revealing the task: to perform a ritual to release resentful spirits and dispel malevolent energy. Tang Bao thought, this job fits my expertise perfectly. He could easily send any society member to handle it. Then he asked,
How much?
The Cambodian replied,
50 million.
The teacup Tang Bao had just raised to his lips was set back down.
How much? 50 million. For releasing spirits and cleansing malevolent energy, you're offering 50 million.
He sensed something was off, but the allure of wealth was strong, and such a lucrative opportunity didn't come often. Thus Tang Bao decided to go himself. As soon as he agreed, he was told to meet at Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier tonight. Yet after much deliberation, Tang Bao still found the 50 million for a spirit release ritual suspicious. He played a trick. Taking a handful of incense ash from the shrine, he molded it into a clay doll, then used the tip of his tongue's blood to consecrate and imbue it with spiritual energy. He would go, but he would stay far away, using this substitute to perform the ritual in his stead. If all went well, so be it. If minor issues arose, he would reveal himself and perhaps reduce the fee. If major trouble struck, he would flee outright. Upon arrival, the Cambodian stood aside like a lackey. Leading the group was a burly woman and several pale-skinned foreigners. The woman looked increasingly familiar. After a moment, Tang Bao realized she was Chow Yuan's mother, who had just returned from abroad. After some communication, Tang Bao learned that Chow Yuan's mother and those white-skinned men were the actual employers. But it didn't matter, as long as they paid. Following their instructions, Tang Bao set up an altar at the pier's entrance. He waited an hour, then another, until the distant wail of a steam whistle sounded, and a cruise ship emerged on the horizon. Thick black smoke billowed from it, as if it were on fire, starkly visible even in the dead of night. Of course, it wasn't actual fire, it was resentment. The moment he saw that cruise ship, Tang Bao's heart pounded with trepidation. What in the hell was inside that thing? Soon his question was answered. As the ship docked, Chow Yuan's mother, the pale-skinned men, and the Cambodian all knelt down. On the deck, a pale-skinned man, with a delicate complexion, dressed in a tailcoat and top hat, leaning on a walking cane, lifted his chin slightly, his contemptuous attitude plainly visible. As the ship berthed, the man's form dissolved into a swarm of bats that descended and coalesced back into human shape. Only then did Tang Bao recognize him as a vampire. But that wasn't his concern. He just needed to complete the task assigned by the employer. The vampire didn't even glance at him, walking with eyes fixed straight ahead, never wavering, fully embodying aristocratic poise. Chow Yuan's mother approached Tang Bao and told him to begin. As he rang the bell and burned talismans one by one, then tens, then hundreds of lingering obsessions materialized into shadows, carrying malevolent energy that floated above the ship. The talisman paper burst into flames, casting an eerie green glow. Tang Bao stood frozen. Only when the fire licked his fingertips did he snap out of it. All these lingering obsessions bore the faces of Han people. The possessing spirit sighed in his mind.
We've been ruined by beasts.
A surge of raging fury instantly flooded Tang Bao's mind. The Cambodian sensed the shift in his mood. He hurried over and said,
Tang Bao, I hope you understand. I recommended you for this deal precisely because you're clever. Madame Jia and Count Fidel trust you thanks to my introduction. We are friends. Don't do anything to harm our friendship. Neither Madame Jia nor Count Fidel are people you can afford to cross. Your Han people have a saying, a wise man adapts to circumstances. I hope you grasp that.
Tang Bao stared at the man before him.
So all these people on the ship, they were killed by them. Listen to me. Answer me. Were all these people killed by them?
The Cambodian hadn't expected Tang Bao's reaction to be so violent. The commotion drew the attention of the pale-skinned men and Jia Yuanfang. The vampire, however, remained motionless, his gaze seeming to completely disregard Tang Bao's existence.
Tang Bao, what are you doing?
Jia Yuanfang approached, flanked by two pale-skinned men who eyed him menacingly, exuding formidable auras. Seeing this, Tang Bao realized that if he had come in his true form and caused such a scene, he would never have escaped. Fortunately, he had sent his substitute.
Fine. I can't afford to provoke you, but there are those who can. You think you're invincible, but you won't stay that way forever. Jia Yuanfang, you're finished. You've stirred up such a mess in his jurisdiction, you're doomed, you bitch.
Before they could make a move, Tang Bao turned and leaped into the sea. From the shadows, he controlled the clay puppet to swim as far as it could. Meanwhile, he secretly sent a message to Lu Ding, then inched his way to escape. Two pale-skinned men on the dock followed suit and jumped into the water. On the shore, Jia Yuanfang's face darkened with fury. Originally, the vampire Count's arrival here should not have caused so much trouble. Yet during the voyage, the Count slaughtered everyone aboard the cruise ship, not out of hunger for blood, but merely for amusement during the tedious journey. In its eyes, ordinary humans were worth even less than livestock. Killing them was of no consequence. But the aftermath fell squarely on Jia Yuanfang to clean up. This was no easy task. First, she needed to find someone capable of dispelling the resentment of hundreds of wrongfully slain souls. All these people had died at sea on a ship heading homeward. Each had harbored the hope of returning to their homeland in their final moments, making their vengeful aura far more terrifying than that of ordinary souls. Thus, true skill was indispensable. Second, the ritual master must be nearby, sensible, and bound by professional ethics to ensure absolute secrecy. Otherwise, one misstep would bring the agents of 749 down on them, like sharks drawn to blood. Someone with genuine ability, discretion, proximity, to avoid detection by 749 during a long journey or delay that could trigger the vengeful eruption, and professional integrity. Such a person seemed non-existent under these constraints. But at that moment, their Jinla collaborators recommended the 5 Viscera Life Society. First, the 5 Viscera Life Society specialized in this field, and was conveniently located in Baofan district. Second, Tang Bao was sharp, and his professional ethics were exemplary. Otherwise, he could never have built the society to such heights. Jia Yuanfang instantly recalled the young man she had met once before. After gathering a bit more intelligence, she made her decision on the spot. He was the one. Yet these schemers never anticipated that Tang Bao, though seemingly without scruples, would hesitate not a second on this matter, or he would be no better than a beast. True, he was no saint. But that was a personal failing. This matter transcended individual character. No one could endure it for even a moment. Tang Bao's words echoed in Jia Yuanfang's mind, sending a throbbing pain through her temples. Lu Ding. The corpse-dissolving Tai Sui. Such a nuisance. Fortunately, most of 749's available forces were deployed elsewhere. As long as she cleaned up here and left no evidence, no mishap should occur. Nevertheless, to be safe, she turned to the vampire Count and said,
Count Fidel, please step aside. We will handle matters here and ensure no vermin disturb your leisure.
The vampire Count nodded slightly.
Mysterious Eastern land, I adore it so. Tonight find me some delightful ladies to share in a discourse on life. As you command, my Count.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ding and Yen Fifan had each downed at least 5 cases of beer, devouring the hot pot restaurant's kitchen supplies until nothing remained. They were nearly reduced to gnawing on the potatoes piled in the storeroom corner. The restaurant was small, and its usual provisions were ample. But today's situation caught the owner completely off guard. Who would have expected 2 such voracious eaters and drinkers? Both were chi cultivators, and Lu Ding's physical prowess was especially formidable. With such delicious food before them, they ate with abandon, overwhelming most establishments. Ding dong. Lu Ding was about to pop a slice of lotus root into his mouth when his phone rang. He picked it up and read. 5 Viscera Life Society Tang Bao Lu Patrol Inspector Disaster. That bitch Jia Yuanfang along with a vampire from abroad has slaughtered hundreds of innocent people at Yunhai Broken Bridge Dock. The entire cruise ship is thick with vengeful spirits. Now they're trying to silence me. Hurry. Jia Yuanfang. A vampire. Hundreds killed. Lu Ding shot to his feet. Seeing his grave expression, Yen Fifan quickly set down his bottle.
Brother Lu, what's wrong? Someone's playing me for a fool.
Lu Ding grabbed his coat and tossed his phone to Yen Fifan, who read the entire message.
Jia Yuanfang, isn't that Chow Yuan's mother from Chow Family Alley just back from abroad with foreign capital claiming to do business in Yunhai?
Chow Yuan from Chow Family Alley. Fine, fine, fine. It's you again. You must have had your fill of life. Yi Feng was tied to you, and I let it slide since you stayed silent and didn't interfere. But now, that's settled, your mother stirs up trouble. Next, will it be your father, your grandfather, your ancestors? And a vampire, a fresh novelty, a rarity. I wonder what rewards killing it will bring. Anticipation burning in his heart, Lu Ding spoke without delay.
Fifan, call the liaison department for Jia Yuanfang and her foreign backers' files. I'm heading to Yunhai Broken Bridge Dock first.
He knew that by the time he arrived they might already be gone. After all, Tang Bao had been exposed, they wouldn't linger to face a potential risk. Even so, Lu Ding had to go. Since Tang Bao had tipped him off, he was determined to protect him. Not even the King of Hell could take him away. If he failed to save Tang Bao today, who would dare to inform him of such matters in the future? In this game of undercover, no one wanted an unreliable handler.
Brother Lu, on it. I'll get the car.
Yen Fifan rose and headed out, caring little about drunk driving at this moment.
Drive over, but be careful on the road. I'll meet you there.
Driving would be too slow. By the time they arrived, Tang Bao would likely be dead. Lu Ding stepped out of the hot pot restaurant and soared straight into the sky, leaving an elderly street sweeper out cleaning in the early morning, utterly stunned. Had his time come? The sky was falling. At that moment, on Tang Bao's side, his decoy had indeed drawn attention. But the pale-skinned men were not fools. After swimming a few laps and finding their target suddenly dissolve into a cloud of incense ash drifting away with the water, they understood immediately. They had been duped. Turning back, they began their search on land. To avoid drawing the vampire's attention during his retreat, Tang Bao had moved slowly. The pale-skinned men recovered quickly, tracking him down through his trail within minutes. They pursued him relentlessly. Finally, they cornered Tang Bao in a park.
Fuck. Cutting Han Man run again.
One of them cracked his neck.
Come back with us now and finish the job at the dock and we'll pretend none of this happened.
The vengeful aura at the dock still lingered. Tang Bao could not live, but he had to complete the ritual before he died. That was the task Jia Yuanfang had assigned him. Tang Bao scanned his surroundings. 4 pale-skinned men had him cornered from all 4 cardinal directions, each exuding a formidable aura that even the deceased Tang who would have slightly yielded to. And there were 4 of them. Tang Bao sneered. Usually it was the 3 brothers who ganged up on others, founding the 5 Viscera Life Society precisely to bully in numbers and seek warmth in unity. Never did he imagine that today he would find himself besieged by others.
Get it done, and he'll deal with your mother, you stupid pale-skinned pig. I may specialize in rituals and divination, but my fists aren't lacking either. Come on!
The 4 pale-skinned men exchanged glances. Since words were futile, they would strike first. In unison, they attacked, their fists raining down upon Tang Bao like a storm. Yet he still blustered, resisting, while shouting,
"Did you skip breakfast? That doesn't hurt. Fuck you, stubborn yellow monkey, try this and see if it hurts."
One of the pale-skinned men yanked a trash can from its fixed stand and raised it high, aiming to smash it down on Tang Bao's head. Suddenly a dark speck fell from the sky, rapidly enlarging into a human figure that crashed directly onto the pale-skinned man holding the trash can, crushing both him and the bin into a pulp. A thunderous boom. The unexpected turn and such brutal methods drew the attention of the other 3.
"Who are you?"
the pale-skinned man asked.
"I am God,"
Lu Ding replied, instantly raising his hand into a blade and thrusting his fingertips straight through the man's face, exiting from the back of his head. Such a move instantly intimidated the other 2. Any harsh words or doubts died in their throats, replaced by a single thought: flee. He kills upon arrival and annihilates with a single strike. How dare they even approach such combat prowess?
Run. Now you know to run. Where was that when you were beating me? Officer Lu, I tipped you off, and they beat me.
Tang Bao shouted, and though Lu Ding couldn't be sure, he sensed a hint of grievance in the voice. Illusion or not, Lu Ding decided to take charge today. With a flicker of movement, he twisted his hand into a claw, seized the fleeing man by the nape, and with a swift motion ripped out his head and spine, using them as a weapon to brutally smash into the other. The blow struck one man from the right shoulder, bursting out through the ribs and splitting him in 2 as he fell. Lu Ding wielded the blunt object with the precision of a blade. He tossed the gruesome item aside, pulled a wet wipe from his bag to clean his hands, and offered one to Tang Bao.
"You all right?"
At that moment, Tang Bao finally understood what Yin Fifan had felt. So what if I'm weak? So what if I'm lousy? There's someone strong willing to take me in, and he's overwhelmingly powerful. You may be strong, and they may be strong, but can any of you surpass Lu Ding? Sorry, but I'm with Lu Ding. That alone means your strength is useless unless you're stronger than him. Don't call me a sycophant. Even if I were an ordinary man, you wouldn't dare touch me without cause. A sense of security, overwhelming and absolute. This is a succubus, definitely a succubus. Thoughts tangled in his mind. After a long pause, Tang Bao came to and took the wipe to clean the blood from his face.
"It's nothing, Officer Lu. My bones are hard, their fists soft. Just a minor issue. Tell me about Broken Bridge Dock."
Tang Bao recounted everything in detail.
"Yesterday I got word from the Jinla people. They said they had a job for me, offering 50 million in payment."
He held nothing back. Lu Ding listened intently.
"They're probably not at the dock anymore. They've gone back to the company. Officer Lu, should we report this to the higher-ups?"
Tang Bao asked tentatively, expecting Lu Ding to charge straight in like he did with his second brother Tang Hu. But to his surprise, Lu Ding said,
"Of course we should report it."
If he went now, the death toll would be massive. Without prior notice, and with foreigners involved, it would be messy. Lu Ding knew himself well. He couldn't tolerate this, and his hands wouldn't hold back. Not only would he report it, but he'd also exaggerate the severity. But reporting required solid evidence, both witnesses and proof, to ensure the truth. Like the time with the Yin realm overlap. Conveniently, Tang Bao had just mentioned that these pale-skinned men called him back to finish the remaining rituals, meaning the vengeful spirits and miasma at Broken Bridge Dock should still linger. Now with a witness secured, he just needed to gather the physical evidence. Once reported before the 749 agents arrived, Lu Ding would strike first, seizing the advantage, killing the vampire, and dragging Chao Yuan's mother to confront him. If Chao Yuan showed any sign of trouble, he'd arrest both mother and son and execute them on the spot. Lu Ding had already devised the charges causing the deaths of hundreds of innocents, threatening public safety, colluding with foreign demons, and treason. With these accusations, no one would dare question Lu Ding even if he killed him 800 times over. Daring to harm ordinary people alongside demons, they've chosen a narrow path. He stood up.
"I'm heading to Broken Bridge Dock now. You go back first." No, Officer Lu, I'd better stick with you."
Tang Bao quickly rose. Jia Yuanfang might have already sent people to the Five Viscera Life Society to ambush him. He had already notified his elder brother to lie low when he called Lu Ding. Leaving Lu Ding now would be suicide. It would give the enemy a chance to pick him off. Tang Bao wasn't foolish enough to make that mistake. Lu Ding saw through his thoughts. Helping someone to the end, Tang Bao shouldn't have to face that risk. After using someone, you don't just discard them. That would be unprincipled.
"Fine, tag along to Broken Bridge Dock then."
He grabbed Tang Bao by the scruff and soared into the sky. Feeling the clouds recede and the scenery blur past, Tang Bao envied him. When would he ever learn to fly? Borrowing techniques allowed a glide through the air, but that was just gliding, not true flight. If he could fly, even if he couldn't win a fight, he could at least escape. He had worried whether Lu Ding could handle the vampire. But now the vampire was nothing. Even if it could fly, compared to Lu Ding's speed, it was like a wild duck versus a fighter jet, and it had to transform into a swarm of bats. Wasn't that just an animal? Flapping its wings, how fast could it go? A big moth, nothing more. Lu Ding was swift, and soon they hovered above Broken Bridge Dock. Below, the anchored cruise ship exuded a thick miasma of resentment and lingering obsessions. Souls clinging to the hope of returning home, stepping aboard yet unable to set foot on the land so close. Such were those who died at sea. Rage kindled in Lu Ding's heart, his chi grew stifled, and the sight was unbearable. He didn't know why these people were on the ship, but their obsession to return home was enough. Perhaps they were crew members, tourists seeing the world, or something else. But their end shouldn't have been this death. Sensing the surging aura from Lu Ding, Tang Bao looked down at the pale-skinned men patrolling the dock and asked,
"Officer Lu, what do we do now?"
Lu Ding turned off the recorder on his chest. He had captured the visual evidence of the cruise ship. The recorder should be out of battery by now. He pointed at the ship.
"They are dead."
Then shifting his finger downward to the patrolling pale-skinned men, keeping outsiders away.
"So they shouldn't be alive."
A single thought eclipsed all others in Tang Bao's mind: the slaughter was about to begin. The wind whistled past his ears as Lu Ding dragged him down toward the ground. His body suddenly felt lighter. Tang Bao crashed onto the earth. Lu Ding was nowhere to be seen beside him. He looked ahead and saw Lu Ding grab a patrolling guard, tear off his limbs, and hurl him far toward the cruise ship. A dull thud echoed as the resentful energy stirred and overflowed, swirling toward the screaming man, the vengeful strike of those who had perished on the cruise ship. Truly the wronged had their due, though these men were not the primary killers, they bore the guilt of accomplices. Lu Ding's method left Tang Bao utterly astonished. 749 didn't seem to condone such measures. Though feeding the living to vengeful spirits would stoke their ferocity, Tang Bao mused that if he summoned the Five Viscera Life Society, they could surely handle this place together. Exactly. He intended to contribute his part. Calling it currying favor was too crude. He was merely cooperating with 749's enforcement, protecting the safety of other residents in Baofan District. The aftermath handlers of 749 were so busy. Lending a hand would ease their burden. He pulled out his phone and called out in the Five Viscera Life Society group. Tang Bao, group leader.
"Brothers and sisters, awake, rouse the sleeping ones, grab your gear and prepare to work. Location: Yuhai Broken Bridge Pier. Details: exorcise vengeful spirits, dispel malevolent energy."
Little did Tang Bao know this move would cement his future status in Baofan District, and even in Yuhai. It even earned him an identity as an unofficial aftermath handler for Baofan District. But that was a story for later. Soon Lu Ding had subdued everyone. Before the cruise ship, he gripped the last man, a pale-skinned suspected leader. The man's gaze fell on the star on Lu Ding's shoulder.
749. Sharp eyes, you recognize me as an investigator of 749. As a reward, you get one more chance than them to leave a last word.
Lu Ding spoke calmly.
I am not a Han citizen. I demand repatriation. I should be punished under the bald eagle's laws.
The man struggled to utter these words. Lu Ding's gaze was full of mockery, his tone puzzled.
Have you grown only in body, not in brain? You stand under Han's sky, tread on Han's land, help kill Han's people, and now you think you deserve the bald eagle's legal punishment. The management law says so. Ha 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 ha, fine, fine.
Lu Ding laughed heartily as the sea surged.
Since you want to talk about management law, let me put it another way. Now I simply don't like your face, and am set on killing you. What can you do about it? You can resist, I'll give you the chance. Resist, fight back.
His hand tightened around the man's neck, cracking bones incessantly as blood gushed from his mouth and nose, silencing him.
If you have any complaints, feel free to sue me. If you survive, I'll be waiting.
A slashing cut split the man, and Lu Ding tossed the halves toward the cruise ship. Death was imminent. The man clawed at the air, his final words drifting.
How can someone like you be an investigator for Han 749?
Lu Ding folded his arms.
People like you need someone like me to deal with.
He had a sense of justice and responsibility. Why couldn't he be a 749 investigator? He loved his country, having benefited from national welfare since childhood. So was there anything wrong with him being a 749 investigator? These murderers still dared to plead for legal justice. The 749 Chi Refiner management law clearly stated that investigators could act at their discretion in urgent situations. For Lu Ding, every encounter was urgent. If they dared to stir trouble, he dared to kill. After finishing here, Yin Fifan and the main force of the 5 Viscera Life Society had just arrived. Looking at them, Lu Ding was utterly perplexed.
What's this about? Inspector Lu, you are going to report this matter. I thought 749's aftermath team might take time. You must have more important tasks. If you leave, the situation here could spiral out of control, leading to a mishap. The 5 Viscera Life Society is the Chi Refiner force in Baofan district, and we should assist you. Feel free to leave, we'll handle all the aftermath. Inspector Yin can stay to supervise us and report to the 749 team when they arrive.
He had thought of everything to spare Lu Ding any time or efficiency loss. Yin Fifan listened with a grave expression. In this day and age, why was someone snatching up menial tasks? You're not even with 749, why so eager? Are you insane? If you have problems, see a doctor. If you have nothing to do at night, go to sleep. So clever, so thoughtful. You just had to stand out, didn't you? But for Lu Ding, it was indeed thoughtful.
Fifan, stay here and wait for the aftermath team. Brief them on the situation. I'll report it myself later. Got it, Brother Lu. I've sent Jia Yuanfang's details to your phone. All right.
Lu Ding pulled out his phone, made a call, and flew off. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xingtan capital. This was where Jia Yuanfang worked after returning to China, a famous foreign enterprise in Yuhai. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, she swirled a glass of red wine, calling her son Chao Yuan.
Don't worry, Xia Yuan, Mom knows what she's doing. Do you have enough money? All right, Mom understands.
Jia Yuanfang just back felt a nagging unease. She had heard much about Lu Ding, but knew little, enough to make her restless. The men, she said, had no news of Tang Bao. After some thought, she decided to call her younger son Chao Yuan to ask about Lu Ding. She didn't call her elder son Chao Xiang because he was with 749 and unaware of her dealings. Calling him now might raise suspicion or expose her. The consequences would be disastrous. After weighing it, she chose to call her younger son. After all, the Chao family alley was in Baofan district, and as a local power they knew plenty. When she asked, the news was mixed. Good news: Lu Ding had just killed Yi Feng at the Chao family alley and beaten Qiu Tianring. Tang Hu of the 5 Viscera Life Society also died at his hands, creating a blood feud with Tang Long and Tang Bao. Lu Ding was now eating hot pot, as he said before leaving. Bad news: Qiu Tianring, a full-fledged 749 investigator with Spirit Sea realm cultivation, was no match for Lu Ding in a single move. After hanging up, Jia Yuanfang thought,
Even if Tang Bao tells Lu Ding about the broken bridge, Pier had probably struggled with it given Lu Ding killed his second brother Tang Hu. The men I said just found and cornered Tang Bao. It should be fine.
But the repeated should rang hollow in her own ears. She knew it was mere speculation, far from reassuring, barely enough for self-comfort.
I need to get someone to clean up the pier quickly, leave no evidence.
A pale-skinned man in pajamas leaned against the window and called out to the brooding Jia Yuanfang.
Baby, wait, let me make another call.
She dialed the men at the pier, but it rang endlessly with no answer. Jia Yuanfang's heart sank to the depths. The next second, with a thunderous crash, the outer wall of the 60-story building shattered. The calling figure strolled in from the high altitude outside the 60th floor, as if on a leisurely walk.
All right, I've sent you the video. Arrange it as you see fit. No, I want Russian alone. That explosion was just me getting angrier and kicking down a wall.
On the way here, Lu Ding had already reported the general situation of the Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier to the 749 Dispatch Department, instructing them to file a case. By now, the basic details had been clarified. On the phone, the 749 dispatch personnel were urging him not to venture in alone, because the last time the Yin domain overlapped, Lu Ding had charged in alone. This time was different. If it truly was a vampire count, Lu Ding acting alone might alert the enemy. A vampire count possessed strength rivaling at least the 7th or 8th layer of the spiritual sea realm and could fly. If it escaped, tracking it later would be difficult. It was best to wait for reinforcements and daylight to besiege it together. Many knew Lu Ding could fly, but many did not. He had never reported it himself. The 749 dispatch personnel surely knew he could fly, but they likely didn't consider the speed of his flight. For someone at the spiritual sea realm to fly was already astonishing. It was like a child who could run before turning 1. Adults would praise the child as extraordinary a potential athlete. But would you imagine that child running faster than Usain Bolt?
All right, hang up. I have something here. Inspector Lu, please don't act rashly. Oh, I know.
The call ended. Lu Ding looked at the white-skinned man with a
"What the fuck?"
expression and Jia Yuanfang, who was stealthily trying to edge away. He said,
"Sorry to interrupt your fun. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Ding, a trainee investigator at Bureau 749 and the patrol inspector of Baofan District." So,
Lu Ding watched the two, who remained motionless.
"Are you ready to run?"
The white-skinned man turned and fled. 2 strides out, and his head flew off, while his body remained in place. Lu Ding stepped forward slowly in the silent room. His footsteps seemed to press on Jia Yuanfang's heart, suppressing its beat.
"Why didn't you run?"
Jia Yuanfang's expression fell.
"Run. Would it help? If I could escape from you face to face, Yuan Baifeng wouldn't have died, Yi Xian wouldn't have died, Huangzhou wouldn't have died, Yi Feng and Tang Hu wouldn't have died."
Lu Ding glanced at her. Had she investigated him behind his back?
"You know me well. Since you know all this, how dare you stir up trouble in my jurisdiction?" "Just wishful thinking."
Jia Yuanfang moved toward a nearby stool, preparing to sit. Lu Ding raised his hand, channeled his qi, and sent her flying with a slap. The slap echoed as Jia Yuanfang spun several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground.
"I didn't give you permission to sit. Death is near, disaster looms, and you still want to flaunt your strong woman poise and elegance. Who do you think you're fooling? Unmoved by a mountain collapsing before you."
Jia Yuanfang wiped the blood from her lips, truly unflinching as she looked at Lu Ding.
"Inspector Lu, won't you even grant me final dignity? What do you think you are?"
Lu Ding cast a sidelong glance.
"Dignity? You deserve dignity. The hundreds who died on that cruise ship had no dignity to speak of. I ask you, answer. If you understand well, talk here. Tell me what I want to hear, and you'll wait for the Bureau to come take you back. Then you can explain why you brought the vampire to Yunhai. If you don't understand, I have some heart-piercing methods, and the 10 great tortures I wouldn't mind trying on you one by one."
Jia Yuanfang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Resigned, she sat on the floor and didn't get up.
"Inspector Lu will tell you whatever you want to hear. But I have one request: don't trouble my 2 sons. I beg you. Even if Bureau 749 goes after them later, please don't go yourself."
Jia Yuanfang, former wife of Chao Jianshu, the head of the 2nd branch of Chao family alley. Years ago, unable to endure Chao Jianshu's domestic violence, she abandoned her 2 sons and fled abroad. Later she met certain people overseas, and through diplomatic means finally reached a divorce agreement with Chao Jianshu, though she no longer had any affection for him. Her 2 sons were her own flesh and blood. When she left, Chao Yuan was just a few years old. Over the years, she had always felt indebted to them. She had also investigated Lu Ding, knowing his principle was to eradicate all traces, decisive and ruthless. If he went, Chao Yuan would have no chance of survival. As for Chao Xiang, it was uncertain, given he was also a Bureau 749 investigator. If Chao Yuan's deeds were exposed, other investigators would at most arrest him and hand him over to Bureau 749 for judgment. Chao Yuan would still have a way out. But for Lu Ding, wherever he caught someone, that place became both court and execution ground. Regarding her words, Lu Ding recalled the messages sent by the dispatch department and forwarded by Yan Fifan on the way here. Combining the two, Chao family alley indeed had some twists and turns. To Bureau 749, this might not be a major issue, but to ordinary people, this was a serious crime. Investigation confirmed that Chao Yuan, the young master of Chao family alley, was smuggling antique funerary objects overseas. Previously unknown, because to Bureau 749, this was trivial. No need to investigate, no leads, and who would have thought he'd smuggle such items? That was the Public Security Bureau's domain. Bureau 749 was busy containing monsters and demons, slaying evil cultivators and heretics. They had no time to look into this. Now, because Jia Yuanfang was Chao Yuan's mother, they initially intended to investigate her. But as it turned out, without much effort, the petty scandals of Chao family alley surfaced. Since everything converged, Lu Ding was determined to handle it as one matter. He said casually,
"You have a stereotypical impression of me. As for whether it'll go after Chao Yuan, that depends on whether what you say is what I want to hear."
His words were ambiguous. Yes, Lu Ding was deceiving her. She deserved it. Would he bother with integrity or morality when dealing with someone like her? She herself was devoid of such things. Jia Yuanfang smiled.
"I trust you, Inspector Lu."
Lu Ding smiled too.
"Don't try that subtle moral blackmail on me. I'm very double standard with people. You're not within my circle of trust. Ask away, Inspector Lu. Where is the vampire?"
Lu Ding voiced his doubt. The flying bear pounce technique was effective but not omnipotent. If one deliberately sealed their scent and left no trace, it couldn't be detected. As it happened, vampires, who styled themselves as nobles with elegant manners, left no scent wherever they went. A rather convenient habit. This annoyed Lu Ding greatly, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted words with Jia Yuanfang. He would have acted long ago.
"In the basement right beneath this building. Inspector Lu, can you subdue Count Fidel?"
Another slap sent her flying.
"Talking to me in that tone, one would think we're old friends."
This time Lu Ding struck harder, knocking her unconscious and channeling a strand of spiritual qi to seal her awareness. Unless someone stronger than Lu Ding tried to break through forcibly, the spiritual qi would run rampant, shredding the person's mind. Cell 749. The iron door slid open, revealing a long-haired youth sitting cross-legged on the bed. Someone approached from outside.
"He Mian, next time you can't be so impulsive. I've secured a mission for you to redeem yourself. The details are on your phone. Take a look and make sure you handle it well. Do it right, understood?"
Director Deng Guifu emerged from the shadows. Bai Mian swung off the bed, revealing his true appearance from the darkness, hair cascading like a waterfall, an aura of chilling gloom, clad in black robes, black trousers, and black shoes adorned with patterns. His attire seemed more suited to the dead than the living. A flicker of emerald light passed through his eyes. He bore the intertwined essence of both the living and the undead. Neither description alone sufficed. Bai Mian took the phone.
"Lu Ding." "Yes, Lu Ding. He's a fine lad just like you. Get along well and avoid any conflicts."
At the mention of Lu Ding, Director Deng smiled warmly. Bai Mian tucked the phone away.
"Rest assured. I'll take my leave now. Take care of yourself." I know. When you go out, don't act rashly, don't kill recklessly, and especially don't kill your teammates."
These words almost laid bare the reason for Bai Mian's confinement. Killing teammates. His previous mission had been a team operation to capture a fugitive Qi cultivator. That cultivator had committed crimes elsewhere, killing many before hiding in a village for years, eventually becoming its village chief. When Bohemian's team tracked him down, the entire village begged them to spare him. This proved he had done much good for the community over the years. After much discussion, someone suggested letting it go, claimed he died of old age, and the higher-ups might not investigate. But Bohemian disagreed.
If the people he killed deserved death, then with goodwill I could spare him. If he were my closest friend, then I could break the rules and spare him, accepting punishment later, claiming loyalty and duty cannot coexist. But he is not my friend, and among his victims were many innocents. No matter how good he is now, murder is murder. If we let him go, who will avenge them? Except a mission completed, why take it otherwise?
These words turned the atmosphere tense. An argument erupted, and Bohemian grew weary. He killed two who insisted on releasing the cultivator on the spot. Suddenly peace prevailed. He returned, submitted his mission report, and entered confinement. Only now did he breathe fresh air again. Outer corridor of Shington Capital's underground level. A dozen guards patrolled, tall, well-equipped, seemingly formidable. But in truth they were nothing special. Lu Ding wondered, with billions at stake, why not hire chi cultivators for security? Hiring ordinary people as a facade. Anyone reaching this lair could easily handle a dozen mortals. And deep within lurked a vampire, equally foolish, relying on ordinary guards for protection. A self-deception. Or mere comfort.
Captain, I think I saw a shadow flying.
A guard muttered uncertainly into his radio. See. Lu Ding was practically in his face, and he still said, think. What use were they? Lu Ding ignored him, gliding past. The guard heard a hum, like an electronic pulse, then blacked out as his brain short-circuited. This was just a fraction of Lu Ding's drumbeat, heart-shaking heart. Walking down the corridor, he heard sounds from behind the wall. Lu Ding mused.
Money can't buy everything. The soundproofing here is terrible, pure shoddy work.
On the other side lay a spacious, lavishly decorated sealed room. Dim red light filled it. On a large soft bed lay several reclining figures. The vampire, with unnaturally pale skin, snatched up clothes and clung to a corner above the only door. Through the wall Lu Ding sensed it, and it sensed him. Lu Ding made no effort to hide his presence, striding in boldly.
A strong human and Eastern chi cultivator, delicious blood.
The noble Count Fidel, with his brilliant mind, devised a flawless preemptive plan. Ambush. As soon as the intruder entered through the door, he would pounce and drain his blood. With that thought, Count Fidel licked his crimson lips, his fangs lengthening, eyes glowing with the same dark red as the room. But imagination is one thing, reality is another. Only reasonable people use doors. Lu Ding didn't even use doors to reach the 60th floor. Why would he use one here? Boom. The wall collapsed, rubble scattering. Lu Ding drifted in through the dust. Count Fidel twisted his head toward the breach.
Eastern chi cultivator, you truly have an unconventional style. Oh, my Western vampire, your painfully cliché translation speak is truly insufferable.
Count Fidel shifted his posture in the corner.
Ha ha ha, rejected. No matter, chi cultivator, sir, I shall savor your blood like a fine rich wine.
In his sight, Lu Ding's heartbeat was thunderously strong, pumping blood tinged with golden light throughout his body. He had never seen blood of such quality. The vampire lunged, testing Lu Ding's skill. But Lu Ding floated above the ground, raising a hand. In an instant, razor-sharp slashes filled the room. Walls, floor, ceiling, the expensive crystal chandelier, the priceless mahogany bed, all shattered in the blink of an eye. Count Fidel's body was no exception. As it disintegrated into tiny pieces, his eyes were filled with shock. This wasn't what he expected. Shouldn't they probe each other first, learn weaknesses, then strike? They'd never met. Wasn't he afraid of some hidden counter? Lu Ding's calm expression seemed to answer, did I need to? Art's body and speed, representing spellcraft, physique, and swiftness respectively. Take your pick. Just charge in, and fight, no need for all those tedious routines. If it came to magical artifacts, Lu Ding truly had none, but he considered his own body a formidable weapon in itself. He gazed at Count Fiedler, whose form had shattered and scattered across the floor. Lu Ding simply watched him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
FCK, why won't this damned Eastern chi cultivator leave? Haven't you already killed me?
Count Fiedler was not dead. He wasn't so easy to kill after all, as a vampire possessing tenacious vitality was only natural. Once, when he traveled to lands like Jinla-Anan and Jubua, he had relied on such abilities to deceive his foes and escape countless brushes with death. Initially, Fiedler hadn't feared Lu Ding, this Eastern Chi cultivator, much. But this man was far too confident, and his actions too decisive. Moreover, this wasn't his homeland. If things escalated, it would be he who suffered in the end. Thus, he decided to play along, feigning death to trick Lu Ding. After all, by common logic, who could survive being shattered so thoroughly? Yet today his usually infallible trick had failed. When it came to a monster's life or death, Lu Ding never judged by sight or feeling alone. He hadn't received his reward yet. Who were you trying to fool with this mincemeat act? Realizing he couldn't escape, Fiedler muttered a curse under his breath, and the scattered chunks of flesh on the ground reassembled into a human figure.
Can you tell me how you knew I wasn't dead? As a reward, I'll grant you a gentler death.
At first Lu Ding could understand him, but as he went on it grew more muddled. Was this still the Han tongue? He wiggled two fingers as if beckoning a dog.
Come closer and I'll tell you. Ha 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 ha, Eastern Chi cultivator, you are too.
A palpable sonic wave radiated from Lu Ding, striking straight into the vampire's heart. The drumbeat, heart-shattering art. When the frequency of the sound wave matched the rhythm of the vampire's heartbeat, a gaping hole exploded in Count Fiedler's chest. Gushing blood from his mouth, the vampire staggered backward.
You ambushed me again.
His sharp fangs extended. This time he was truly enraged.
Idiot, did you think I came here to play? If you love to talk, go ahead. I'm curious myself how many times I need to kill you before you're truly dead.
Raising his hand, he unleashed slashing strikes that raged like a storm. The vampire flickered, constantly dodging the onslaught.
I see. The great Count Fiedler understands now. Your physique, though formidable, is weaker than your spellcraft. That's why you keep blasting the noble Count Fiedler with magic. In comparison, your physical body is your weakness.
Fiedler believed he had found the blind spot. Yes, it must be so. This man's physique was indeed powerful, but compared to his spells, the latter was surely superior. Otherwise, why wouldn't he use his body to attack instead of magic? In Han terms, wasn't that putting the cart before the horse? Though hard to accept, Count Fiedler had to admit that this Eastern Chi cultivator's spellcraft was terrifying, both in power and casting speed. They were beyond his reach. But when it came to physical combat, he was a vampire, a noble of the night, surely no less than a lowly human. Suddenly a surge of blood light filled the dim room. The vampire darted from corner to corner, finally charging before Lu Ding, his wings unfurled behind him. His expression twisted.
In the name of the noble Count Fiedler, I grant you death.
His palm sharp as a blade and wreathed in crimson light sliced toward Lu Ding's head. This move, used countless times to sever heads, was like his famed death trick, for words sufficed, unfailingly effective. With a crisp crack, his wrist was caught effortlessly. Lu Ding looked up, and the disdain in his eyes seared itself into Fiedler's heart.
I am indeed skilled in spells, but I never said my physique is weaker. And what makes you think I use my full power when attacking with magic? Was it because you were instantly killed by my spells twice in a row?
Lu Ding shook his head slightly.
It's simply because this is my first time seeing a vampire. I find it novel. More so, I want to torment you, you waste.
With a tearing sound, Count Fiedler's arm was ripped from his body by brute force. Agony struck once more. As his body was grabbed and slammed heavily into the ground, feeling the hard floor crack beneath him, Count Fiedler's mind echoed with Lu Ding's deeply insulting words.
More so, I want to torment you, you waste.
Torment? Hacked to pieces, ground to pulp. That was indeed physical torment. His heart twisted and exploded in his chest. That too was torment. Yet none of this hurt as much as the trampling of his dignity. The noble Count Fiedler felt like a laughingstock. All his smug analysis and confidence were shattered to dust in that moment, until Lu Ding's voice rang out again.
Now, in the name of Lu Ding, patrol officer of Baofan District, and 749 trainee investigator, I grant you death.
Hearing those same words spoken by Lu Ding, now Fiedler felt an even greater humiliation. Mere moments ago, he had boasted the very same phrase, but in an instant the tables had turned. The roles of judge and judge had swapped. How ironic.
I won't die. You can't kill me. I am the noble Count Fiedler.
Bang. Bang 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 bang. Lu Ding grabbed Fiedler by the foot and swung him, smashing him repeatedly into the ground. The overwhelming force left the vampire utterly unable to break free. Finally, he was hurled into the ceiling. Lu Ding leaped after him. His fists rained down like relentless cannonballs upon Fiedler's body. Bone-shattered, organs displaced, and spiritual energy laced with ravaging force surged into his body, alongside the blows shredding his deeper essence. His soul. Under the unbearable strain, Fiedler's soul let out a pained wail. The agony made him scream, rage, struggle, and also brought him clarity. Feeling the ceiling above him already shattered with dirt and debris raining down to the floor, a thought struck Fiedler. This was the basement level. Outside now, it was daytime under the blazing sun.
No! No! You can't do this. You can't. I kill. I commit evil. I deserve punishment. I deserve the judgment of 749. Ha 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 ha, noble Count Fiedler, go on. Scream, beg for mercy, wail in pain, compose the final chapter of your life.
Lu Ding laughed wildly, utterly deaf to his pleas. A noble. Who the hell did you think you were putting on airs? With thousands of years of civilization passed down, if you asked anyone on the street their surname and traced it back through history, how many weren't descendants of kings and nobles? A noble. The zombie head killed a few days ago. That was a genuine noble, a general. Fiedler, writhing in pain and enraged by the fear of sunlight, screamed.
Madman! Madman! Yes! Yes! That's it! Play the symphony of your life's final countdown. Carry your vaunted nobility and elegance to the very end, ha 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 ha. Yes! Yes! That's it! Play the symphony of your life's final countdown. Carry your vaunted nobility and elegance to the very end, ha 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 ha.
In the center of the building complex, the rising sun slipped down from the corner of a skyscraper, casting its rays upon the ground, warming this land that had just emerged from darkness. A mound of earth bulged upward. Was this the birth of new life? No. It was the arrival of death. With a thunderous crash, two figures burst forth from underground, sending bricks, stones, and dirt flying. Basking in the sunlight, Lu Ding felt a sense of warmth. But Count Fidel's condition was far less fortunate. He was smoking. The warm sunlight struck him like a blazing sun upon fresh snow, melting him inch by inch. Black smoke rose from behind him. Flesh and skin dissolved into black smoke, flaking away. A massive hand seized his throat, locking it tight. Lu Ding floated in midair as Count Fidel writhed and screamed in his grip.
Ah! Don't let the sunlight shine directly on me. You despicable Eastern Chi cultivator.
Watching him struggle in his grasp, Lu Ding held him high by the neck without a tremor, letting Count Fidel bask freely in the sunlight, occasionally turning him over to ensure even exposure.
Ha 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 ha. What warm sunlight, Count Fidel. You've never felt this before, have you? Today you'll savor it properly. Let me listen to your delightful screams.
Holding a vampire aloft in sunlight was almost like gripping someone by the neck and roasting them in flames. Why almost? Because sunlight's harm to vampires was even more lethal and agonizing than fire's devastation of human flesh. Yes, Lu Ding could have dispatched him by many means. But why let him die so cleanly? That would be far too dull. In the monotony of life, one must always find amusing ways to approach all sorts of matters. Being an investigator was Lu Ding's job. He quite liked his work. Whenever those wantonly brutal monsters screamed and howled under his hands, Lu Ding felt from the depths of his heart that this job was absolutely wonderful. Run. Keep running. 19 years you've hidden. Having a golden finger he couldn't use was like receiving an offer from a top-tier company that never called you for onboarding. You waited every day for their notice, but they always said no rush, well, let you know. Every day he had to strive for a living while clinging to hope for the future because he had a golden finger. He was a transmigrator born extraordinary. I am awesome. But reality struck him day after day, telling him your golden finger is useless. Where are the monsters? Give a man hope, then let reality show him that hope is faint, nearly non-existent. To put it philosophically, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. If Lu Ding had been an ordinary person transmigrating with only his memories, he could have lived well using his past lives' knowledge and experience. But instead he knew from the start that he possessed a golden finger starting as an orphan in swaddling clothes, with a worldview and cognition already set wasting away alone in this world. Yet all that was in the past. No time to mourn an ordinary past. Now stepping onto the stage was Lu Ding, transmigrator bearer of the Golden Finger Monster Containment Prison, swift climber to the peak 749 trainee investigator nicknamed Corpse Devouring Grand Marshal. With a bang, he tightened his grip. Count Fidel, scorched by the sun, met his end in Lu Ding's hand. Black smoke drifted away.
My apologies, esteemed Count Fidel, for your ungraceful demise. There is no underworld or paradise here, only legends of hell. Dying in Great Han, you must walk the Yellow Spring Road, step onto the Naiha Bridge, ascend the Wangxiang Terrace, and drink a bowl of Mingpo's soup. Remember, on the Wangxiang Terrace, don't dwell on your wretched homeland. Take a look at me, still glorious. I am Lu Ding, the one who killed you in this life. Nobility. Ha 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 ha.
Lu Ding found the word increasingly absurd. A noble reduced to nothing but ashes. Monster contained vampire containment reward blood rain art a blood rain falls as an omen of doom, and taboos spread a rain of blood rule a stretch of land. Within the blood rain you are king. Normally the Golden Fingers prompt should have ended there. But this time the prompt panel didn't vanish, instead new words emerged. When fixing art ready. Blood rain art ready. The characters representing the two arts began to dissipate and merge, finally giving birth to a brand new technique. Art bloody wind and rain. Your arrival is always accompanied by bloody wind and rain. The wind stirs the 3 souls and 7 spirits, the rain dissolves flesh and bones. Gazing at the new technique, Lu Ding knew he had grown stronger once again. Sunlight spilled golden radiance. Lu Ding shot into the air straight up to the 60th floor, grabbed Jia Yuanfang and flew into the distance. The vampire matter was settled. Next came Chao Yuan of Chao Family Alley. The crime of trafficking burial objects was neither trivial nor severe. Grave robbers and tomb raiders were groups strictly targeted by Great Han law. But for Qi cultivators, this was an unavoidable practice, digging into the earth for treasures, entering mountains in search of artifacts. Many Qi cultivators made their living this way. Thus, in the management statutes, for Qi cultivators and ordinary people, the sentencing criteria were slightly different. If the deceased was a Qi cultivator, and you, as a Qi cultivator, robbed the tomb, it was deemed survival of the fittest, handled within the Qi cultivator circle without harming ordinary people. If the deceased was an ordinary person, and you, a Qi cultivator, robbed their grave, then you faced imprisonment. The first principle of Qi cultivators: under no circumstances harm the rights of ordinary people. 2 circles, 2 worlds. They must be completely separated. This prevents Qi cultivators from leeching off ordinary people and living on their blood. Without strict laws to regulate this, imagine being a billionaire sleeping at home when one day you sense someone in your room. You open your eyes to find a young man standing by your bed saying, "I need money now. Give me money, give me money, give me money." You call him crazy, and he says you're ungrateful and don't appreciate favors. You think him such a big boss, and someone dares to rob me. Then, being a Qi cultivator, he casts a spell, and your vast fortune is willingly transferred. After half a lifetime of hard work, you end up with nothing before you're even old. How could ordinary people live like that? They'd all become mere fodder. Ultimately, the root of Qi cultivators lies in ordinary people. Protecting their rights ensures a steady stream of new Qi cultivators. This was one of the purposes of 749. The trafficking of burial objects in Chao Family Alley violated the harmony and boundary between ordinary people and Qi cultivators. Moreover, they were smuggling them abroad. Calling it treason wouldn't be an exaggeration. What are burial objects? Cultural relics. If they stayed underground, fine. We wouldn't go around digging up others' ancestral graves, because if you dig one, you can't guarantee your own won't be dug later. But if they surface, we should seize them. If we can't catch them, or don't find them, the worst-case scenario is they circulate domestically, still within the country. But sending them abroad. What were you thinking?
Craving seaweed and egg drop soup, are we? No seaweed, no egg drops, no broth, just the egg.
Lu Ding pulled out his phone and dialed Gao Zhongliang.
Hey, old Gao. What instructions do you have for me, this early patrol officer Lu? Get up, we're making an arrest.
Gao Zhongliang took a small sip of his thin porridge. Hearing this, he set down his spoon.
An arrest? Who? For what crime? Where?
A string of questions instantly drew the attention of the other wardens in the cafeteria, their gazes fixed on Gao Zhongliang. Only one thought crossed their minds. This must be a major case. Ordinary cases wouldn't be relayed through Gao Zhongliang. He was the bureau chief. Only big important cases went through him. Lu Ding sent intelligence from the 749 Bureau to Gao Zhongliang as he spoke.
The location is Chow Family Alley. The targets for arrest include, but are not limited to, the names of those Chow clan members I sent you.
Gao Zhongliang glanced at his phone. Seeing the names, Chow Jianshu, Chow Yuan, and Chow Yutong, his head instantly throbbed. Chow Jianshu was the head of the Chow family's second branch, Chow Yuan the young master of Chow Family Alley, and Chow Yutong the head of the main branch, also the patriarch of Chow Family Alley, and Chow Ying's father. In Chow Family Alley, merit superseded kinship. Any position was determined through assessments of contribution and trials of skill. Thus the current situation arose: the main branch held the patriarch seat, while the second branch produced the young master. Seeing this, Lu Ding mused that, keeping pace with the times, they were quite democratic.
Patrol Officer Lu, this is no joke. That long list of names you sent, they're all direct descendants of the Chow family's second branch, most of them chi refiners. If I go there, ITLL break protocol.
His department, the Public Security Administration, handled ordinary people. Arresting chi refiners wasn't their jurisdiction. Wasn't that the 749 Bureau's job?
Just go. Arresting those trafficking funeral artifacts, that's your department's duty, old Gao. You need to cooperate with law enforcement. If you're worried they'll violently resist, do this. Bring out the rocket launchers, anti-material rifles, explosives, and grenades from your arsenal. Surround Chow Family Alley tightly. I'm not asking you to lead the charge. Just evacuate the civilians. Leave everything to me, it'll clear the area, and you come in to make the arrests. Finally, borrow your place. Well, wait for the 749 Bureau to send a vehicle for pickup. Arresting one is catching an artifact smuggler. Arresting a whole group, that's political achievement, old Gao. Are you really turning down a freebie like this?
Gao Zhongliang was swayed by Lu Ding's words. The logic seemed sound, and the documents appeared accurate. That meant the Chow family shady dealings were likely true. So making the arrest seemed correct. Since everything was in order, the job seemed doable. The only issue was the procedures, and paperwork seemed a bit lacking. Gao Zhongliang thought it over. After all, he'd just have to write a report afterward. Screw it, he'd brew a pot of strong tea and write all night.
Patrol Officer Lu, I'm trusting you on this. Don't screw me over. Relax, old Gao. How could I ever screw you over?
Gao Zhongliang hung up and shouted,
"Emergency assembly."
Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Xingtan capital, darkness descended. Bai Hemian emerged from it, surveying the wreckage. He stepped forward, gently touching the black ash on the ground.
Dealt with. That fast.
He had never heard of Lu Ding before, had been confined, but the Bureau's files detailed Lu Ding's glorious exploits, which even made Bai Hemian take notice, though only briefly. But now the death of the vampire count made Bai Hemian belatedly realize that this man might be stronger than had thought.
So where did he go?
At Chow Family Alley, Chow Yuan tossed and turned in bed all night, unable to sleep. They say a mother and child share a heart, and after his mother's early morning call, sleep eluded him even more. Thoughts grew wildly in his mind like weeds. Had he offended Lu Ding? Would he seek revenge? Since they were both in Baofan district, would he make life difficult for him? What if this incident put him on Lu Ding's radar, and the funeral artifact business was exposed? Why had his mother called in the dead of night? And Shed asked about Lu Ding. Could they have some connection? No, they shouldn't have had any contact at all. Unable to settle down, Chow Yuan got up, pulled his phone from under the pillow, and dialed Jia Yuanfang. He needed to ask her properly. But call after call, 1, 2, 3 times, went unanswered. This made Chow Yuan restless. He then messaged his elder brother Chow Xiang, telling him about his worries, and their mother's late-night inquiry about Lu Ding. Soon a reply came back.
Xiao Yuan, do nothing rash. Wait for me to return. Everything will be settled today, and it'll be in Yunhai by tonight. With me here, Lu Ding wouldn't dare lay a finger on you even with 10 times his courage. At worst, well, settle it through skill. I've seen through his weaknesses. If it comes to a fight, the odds are 8-2 in my favor.
Reading this, Chao Yuan felt reassured. As long as his big brother was here, the sky wouldn't fall. Though Qiu Tianrang's fate served as a warning, Qiu Tianrang was Qiu Tianrang, and Chao Xiang was Chao Xiang. They couldn't be compared. He believed his brother would surely win. Absolutely. Inside the Chao family compound, many young members had already begun their morning training. A day's plan starts in the morning, a year's plan starts in spring. For Qi refiners, morning was undoubtedly the best time for cultivation. As the sun rose in the east, bringing purple qi, they inhaled the cool, crisp spiritual energy of dawn, truly authentic. A serene and harmonious atmosphere settled in. Chao Yuan was right. The sky wouldn't fall with or without Chao Xiang. But the gates could. With a thunderous crash, a Chao clan guard along with the vermilion double doors flew backward and crashed into the courtyard. All the Chao disciples turned to look. Lu Ding strode in, with a fierce aura, his voice echoing, shaking the chests of those present.
749 Bureau. Tell Chao Yuan to get out here.
Dark clouds gathered overhead, pressing forward with each step he took, blotting out the light, creating an atmosphere of impending storm, an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was Lu Ding's newly acquired technique, blood, wind, and rain. If the Chao family cooperated today, all would be well. Arrest the guilty, release the innocent. If not, darkness would fall, wind would rise, rain would pour, scattering the 3 souls, and 7 spirits, dissolving flesh and bone. The sound echoed within the high-walled compound. The moment the number 749 was uttered, the atmosphere in the courtyard instantly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The name 749 commanded awe, and Lu Ding's fierce reputation preceded him, causing others to give him a wide berth and trembling in fear at the mere mention of his name. To reiterate, the Chao family alley was no small place, and neither was the Chao family mansion. Searching every nook and cranny would take an eternity. But Lu Ding only recognized Chao Yuan as the man of this alley. The monk may run away, but the temple remains. Today, with the gate blocked, he simply demanded, hand him over. Nonsense about seeking vengeance from the right person, or finding the debtor. Lu Ding didn't play by those rules. Since they chose to make him the young master, they would all have to bear the consequences together. He took a step forward. The Chao family disciples around him, though terrified, forced themselves to step forward, as well, trying to block his advance. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow. How absurd, he said. A dull thrumming sound resonated from within his body, and a wave of force erupted. Dozens of Chao family disciples instantly collapsed unconscious on the ground. How dare the corpse-dissolving Tai Sui come to my Chao family to throw his weight around and injure our kin? Do you think the Chao family has no one left? A figure leaped from the depths of the courtyard, carrying immense momentum. A glint of cold light preceded him, accompanied by the piercing shriek of a sword. Lu Ding raised his hand and caught the gleaming white long sword with his bare flesh. With his immense strength, the long sword shattered inch by inch. The young man followed, condensing qi in the air to form a solid foot and stomping down. Lu Ding stood his ground, kicking upward from below, though at a disadvantage that single kick. The man flew back exactly the way he came, only this time his landing was far less graceful, crashing through a large section of brick wall. I thought you'd be someone formidable. Today I'm here to bully the Chao family precisely because you have no one capable. What can you do about it? If your family had anyone competent, would they have pushed a useless waste like Chao Yuan into the position of young master? If your family had anyone competent, would they be in the business of smuggling funeral artifacts abroad? If your family had anyone competent, would they be unable to expand and be reduced to seeking cooperation with the Dai Mountain to swallow the Xie family's share in business? Now that the big shots won't come out, you send the little ones to take the fall. Tell Chao Yuan and the head of the Chao family to get out here and face me now. Lu Ding's aura had already reached a terrifying height, sending chills down everyone's spines. From deep within the compound, a group of people, realizing they could no longer hide, had no choice but to brace themselves and fly out. The two at the forefront were Chao Yutong and Chao Jianshu, identified in the 749 investigation as the accomplices who aided Chao Yuan in smuggling funeral artifacts. Both were veteran Spirit Sea realm cultivators. Chow Yutong, the head of the Chow family, stepped forward and said, "Inspector Lu, could there be some misunderstanding here?" He believed he had handled the funeral artifact smuggling affair perfectly, leaving no trace behind. So where on earth did Lu Ding get his information? Resisting arrest was not a viable option regardless of whether they could win or lose, unless it was absolutely necessary. So for now, his only course of action was to firmly deny everything, insisting that the Chow family alley had never done such a thing. But as the saying goes, in ancient times, there was the embroidered uniform guard, and in the modern era, there is 749. If you want no one to know, you'd better not do it at all. With all the modern high-tech and 749's pervasive methods, how could you possibly not leave a single trace of anything you've done? Lu Ding couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. Evidence. If he presented the evidence, and they stalled him, allowing Chow Yuan to escape, what then? How many novels have plots where the protagonist first questions, then presents evidence, and finally fights only to let the key figure escape? Those are all living lessons. Lu Ding wouldn't make that mistake. His gaze swept across them. "I call you head Chow out of respect. Disrespect you, and what are you? I'm here to make an arrest. Don't you understand plain language? I'll give you 3 minutes. If I don't see Chow Yuan in 3 minutes, your Chow family alley will be guilty of harboring a criminal. Do you understand?" Lu Ding showed no respect at all. By all normal logic, Chow Yutong should have been furious. A young upstart in the Chow family alley in front of so many people insulting him, the head of the Chow family. No one could tolerate that. Even a clay figurine has a temper. But Chow Yutong did not. His expression relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He only came for Chow Yuan. Good, good. As long as it doesn't implicate the entire Chow family alley. Let him be insulted. Insults don't cost him any flesh. Everyone in the entire Baofan district knew that Lu Ding was arrogantly unrestrained and frighteningly powerful. It was just his normal personality. Chow Yutong would have found it strange if he hadn't acted this way. As long as he himself and the Chow family alley weren't implicated, everything was fine. Besides, Chow Yuan wasn't his son. What did his life or death have to do with him? Now that Chow Yuan was caught, if he could just claim he committed suicide out of guilt, the funeral artifact smuggling affair would be closed. The problem would be solved. At worst, the Chow family alley would simply stop doing the business in the future. They had already made more than enough profit. Besides, this business wasn't originally meant for the Chow family alley. Giving it back wouldn't hurt, it was just a nice side income. And it would free up the position of young master. Any of his own sons could take the spot. In this generation of the Chow family's second branch, apart from Chow Yuan and Chow Xiang, none of them were worth a damn. And Chow Xiang was a 749 investigator, so he couldn't and wouldn't be the young master. It was a perfect solution for everyone. As this plan flashed through his mind, it was clear that the head of a family was never simple-minded. At this moment, Chow Yutong's attitude became very cooperative. "Inspector Lu, the Chow family alley will fully cooperate with your law enforcement. Please wait a moment, I will bring Chow Yuan here immediately." His intentions were as clear as day. Chow Jianshu knew what he was thinking, and so did Lu Ding. But Lu Ding didn't care. He only wanted a result. Whether the man was brought in alive or dead, the outcome would be the same. He was going to die anyway. Bringing a corpse would save him the trouble. The moment he saw Chow Yuan's body, Lu Ding would strike and take down these two old bastards. He could play along for a while, treat it as entertainment. But Chow Jianshu couldn't. That was his son. His own flesh and blood. His face turned pale instantly as he reached out to stop him. "Chow Yutong, you bastard. What do you think you're doing?" His hand was intercepted and firmly gripped by Lu Ding halfway. "Chow Jianshu, are you trying to obstruct justice?" Lu Ding's tone was icy. Feeling the immense force on his arm, Chow Jianshu could no longer care about anything else. He shouted, "Inspector Lu. Lu Ding. This bastard Chow Yutong wants to kill my son." The hidden meaning was exposed. Chow Yutong looked at Lu Ding with a nervous heart. He saw Lu Ding's face firm with resolve. "Impossible. Head Chow is the master of the Chow family alley, and Chow Yuan is its young master. You're claiming the head wants to murder the young master. What, do you have nothing else to say?" "That's right. How could I possibly harm Chow Yuan? He's my nephew. With Inspector Liu here, the Baofan District Inspector, he wouldn't wrong Xiao Yuan, would he? Xiao Yuan has done wrong. Our Chao family believes in owning up to one's mistakes. As his father, you must recuse yourself to avoid suspicion. As the young master of the Chao family alley, no one of lower status is fit to go. As the head of the Chao family, and Xiao Yuan's eldest uncle, it's my duty to go. Inspector Liu, please control my younger brother. He might start rambling. He'll be back in a moment. The two of them played off each other so well that one might think they were on the same side. Watching Chao Yutong fly off afraid of being too slow, Chao Jianshu felt only despair. It was over. Over. But a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. Blood is thicker than water. This was his own elder brother, Chao Yuan's own uncle. He wouldn't. Surely he wouldn't. In this room, Chao Yuan had just lain down, not yet asleep, when the wooden door of the room was suddenly slammed open with a bang. He turned over and rose to a defensive stance. Seeing it was his uncle Chao Yutong, Chao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, having instinctively thought it was Lu Ding who had come to settle the score. He had developed a phobia of Lu. Yet it was understandable. How many of those who opposed Lu Ding had survived? Fear was normal, not being afraid would have been abnormal. Chao Yuan rubbed his eyes and asked, "Uncle Yu." As he spoke, he failed to notice the murderous gleam in Chao Yutong's eyes. Chao Yutong raised his palm and struck through the air, channeling spiritual energy into Chao Yuan's body, destroying the vitality within him. Outwardly, he appeared as normal as ever, but a careful examination would reveal that all his meridians were severed and his chi cyclone was shattered. "Ah, my little Yuan. Ah ha 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 ha. You have died a worthy death, truly worthy." Chao Yutong's expression shifted from grief to laughter. Although he was not particularly fond of this nephew after years of affection, having been called uncle since childhood, killing him today still pained Chao Yutong's heart. Yet, if he hadn't killed him, it wouldn't have been a matter of mere sorrow, it would have been a matter of survival. Now that Chao Yuan was dead, the affair of the funerary artifacts would end here and now. From now on, the Chao family alley would keep to itself. This was a lesson to be heeded. Chao Yutong picked up Chao Yuan's body and shook his head helplessly. "Alas, little Yuan, don't blame your uncle. Once this ordeal is over, he'll go home and work hard with your aunt. Strive to be reborn into our family, and the position of young master will still be yours. Sacrificing you, Chao Yuan, for the happiness of our family. This is a deal worth making, child." These words served as a comfort to himself. Wrapping the corpse in a quilt, he hurried away. After passing through several courtyards, his voice preceded him. "Little Yuan. My little Yuan. Uncle is sorry for you. How could you just leave like this? Even if we truly did something wrong, Inspector Liu would handle it impartially. Why did you have to commit suicide out of guilt, leaving your father, your uncle, and all your elders to mourn the young?" Hearing this, Chao Jianshu's body trembled slightly. He turned around in disbelief, his eyes instantly bloodshot, as he looked at what Chao Yutong held in his arms. The young man's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion, as usual, as if he were merely asleep. Yet upon careful examination, there was no trace of breath. He staggered forward 2 steps, reaching out to take Chao Yuan from Chao Yutong's arms. Just then Lu Ding's voice sounded from behind. "Tis tsk. It is indeed sad to see the old mourn the young, but don't worry. Lie down and wait a while, soon enough you'll go accompany your son." An arm hooked around Chao Jianshu's neck. Lu Ding twisted his waist and exerted force, lifting Chao Jianshu straight up, like a pulled root. He flew through the air in a semicircle before crashing heavily to the ground. The bluestone floor tiles shattered into pieces. Chao Jianshu lay face down on the ground, already severely injured. This blow completely incapacitated him. Countless bones in his body were broken. As for why Lu Ding didn't kill him, it was because he had previously agreed with old Gao to deliver him some political achievements. His lack of faith with Jia Yuanfan was because she was inherently untrustworthy, a person who aided foreign monsters in harming her own people. Did someone like that deserve any better? Gao Zhengliang was different. During his time at the Public Security Administration, the chief had run errands for Lu Ding, relayed messages, and provided documents. As a person, one must know how to repay kindness. The scene unfolding before him left Chao Yutong somewhat bewildered. He watched Lu Ding, who was stretching his limbs, and asked in confusion, "Lu, Inspector Liu, what are you doing?" Lu Ding spread his hands and said matter-of-factly,
"Isn't it obvious? I take care of one first, then dealing with you alone is much simpler."
Chow Yutong wanted to say something more. Lu Ding raised his hand to stop him.
"All right, that's enough. I don't want to hear what you have to say, and am not obliged to answer your questions. Now listen to me. The reason I didn't ambush you and end this quickly is simply because I heard you're a chi cultivator at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, and you have some skill."
Lu Ding paced casually, seemingly without pattern, but the more Chow Yutong watched, the more alarmed he became. Every possible escape route was blocked. Unless he could fly, leap straight up and flee. But he couldn't. Lu Ding continued speaking.
"I've recently learned a new technique. It's different from any I've known before, very special. I'm curious about its effectiveness in combat, but I couldn't find a suitable opponent. I couldn't just pick on anyone, could I? So Chief Chow will grant you some dignity and address you as such. Now use all your skills to attack me. Exert your lifelong cultivation to entertain me. If you satisfy me, I'll reward you with an intact corpse. But if you disappoint me, let's agree beforehand, you'll be chopped into 8 pieces."
Previously, each technique corresponded to a single monster. But the Bloodstorm technique was a fusion of the Blood Rain art and the Wind-Stilling art obtained after killing a vampire. For other techniques, Lu Ding could wait for an opportunity to test them slowly, such as the General's Armor art and the Living Shedding art. He thought he'd try them if the chance arose, and let them go if it didn't. After all, one enhanced his overall combat power and looked impressive, while the other was a recovery skill. With his current strength, he faced no opponents worthy of the General's Armor art. Who would he use it against? And no one or monster could injure him, so the Living Shedding art remained merely for show. Fortunately today, he had Chow Yutong, a cultivator at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, the strongest opponent Lu Ding had encountered so far. But he wasn't greedy. Testing the Bloodstorm technique would suffice. He would save the General's Armor art and Living Shedding art for the Ghost Festival in a few days. Lu Ding's tone was light, his demeanor relaxed. Chow Yutong watched him, his heart sinking uncontrollably. He casually tossed aside the quill-trap corpse. Adopting a defensive stance, Chow Yutong looked at Lu Ding.
"Inspector Lu, is there truly no room for negotiation?"
Lu Ding moved, leaving after images that dissolved as he appeared before him, so fast that Chow Yutong couldn't react. He raised his hand. Slap. The blow landed, causing Chow Yutong's face to tremble and swell instantly.
"Still want to negotiate?"
He had already made everything clear. Was he deaf? This slap ignited Chow Yutong's fury. Who was he? He was the current chief of Chow Family Alley, a seasoned powerhouse at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, now being slapped in the face by a junior.
Time and again you humiliate me. Lu Ding, I will never rest until you're dead."
The aura of a spiritual sea realm 8th level cultivator erupted, stirring dust into the air and causing his sleeves to flutter. Chow Yutong lowered his center of gravity, and a strange pulling force drew in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. He opened his palm with one hand, pushing his aura outward. This was the Chow family's ultimate technique, the spirit hunting stake and the spirit breaking palm. Lu Ding stood in place. In a tone akin to the beginning of a good show, he said,
"Now the warm-up begins."
Spiritual energy glided across Chow Yutong's palm as he advanced, with his palm leading, employing a short, agile yet fierce style. Lu Ding casually tilted his head to dodge his steps, graceful as he continuously shifted his Buddhist posture. He sensed the spiritual energy within himself and around him being rapidly disrupted. He praised,
"The palm of severed spirit. Truly the word severed holds its spirit."
Seeing that he remained utterly unaffected by the palm of severed spirit, Chow Yutong couldn't accept it.
"Why are you fine?"
The Chow family's ultimate art, the palm of severed spirit. Those struck by it would have the flow of spiritual energy within them severed, causing blockages in their meridians. Eventually, the stagnant energy would accumulate, leading to a violent explosion from within. Even if not struck directly, when engaging a user of the palm of severed spirit in combat, one's movement would be hampered and energy flow obstructed by its unique method of manipulating energy, which disturbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as one's own, ultimately leading to being hit by the palm. The circulation of spiritual energy was like a one-way street. Normally, the energy within the body flowed smoothly with orderly traffic. But the energy disrupted by the palm of severed spirit moved in reverse, even stopping in the middle of the road, or suddenly changing lanes, crashing into guardrails front and back. In such a situation, a collision was inevitable. As for why Lu Ding remained unaffected, your palm of severed spirit is merely an understanding of spiritual energy achieved by disrupting it to obstruct your target's energy flow, making them vulnerable to your strike. Though my cultivation level is not as high as yours, my understanding of spiritual energy is 10,000 times deeper than yours. Arrogant. Far too arrogant. A man not yet 20 dared to speak to him about understanding spiritual energy. He even claimed that a Spirit C 8th layer cultivator was inferior to a Spirit C 2nd layer 1 in comprehension. Chow Yutong was about to retort when he sensed something amiss. Due to his cultivation of the palm of severed spirit and the spirit hunting stakes, he was exceptionally sensitive to the movement of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Under his careful perception, Chow Yutong discovered with horror that the spiritual energy swirling around Lu Ding. How did it resemble the state of unity of heaven and man, where spiritual energy came of its own accord? Spiritual energy enters a cultivator's body through the 8 extraordinary meridians, requiring inhalation from heaven and earth. But unity of heaven and man was different. The practitioner only needed to open the meridian gates, and spiritual energy would willingly flow in, regulated by the body. The amount that could enter depended entirely on the meridian's capacity.
Unity of heaven and man. How is that possible? Unity of heaven and man isn't. How did you?
Watching Lu Ding's leisurely demeanor, as if strolling through a garden, and hearing him speak so casually, Chow Yutong felt as though he were in a dream. Everything was too surreal, constantly shattering his worldview. To this, Lu Ding replied,
"Sorry, I opened it and forgot to turn it off."
Chow Yutong. Huh? He didn't understand.
All right, Chief Chow, your performance has been satisfactory. Now let's get down to business.
Lu Ding raised his hand above his head and snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant the wind and clouds changed, the sky darkened, and an indescribable sensation rushed forth. What met his eyes was a dim, desolate world.
Domain overlay.
Chow Yutong screamed, his spirit utterly shattered. Was this even a technique a human could use? How could a human employ domain overlay? Unity of heaven and man combined with domain overlay. Yes, this was beyond human means.
Lu Ding, you're a monster, aren't you? You're not human.
At that moment, he desperately wished Lu Ding would confirm it. You guessed it, accompanied by an eerie laugh. Chow Yutong could accept anything like that. But all that answered him was the sound of rain. Lu Ding couldn't be bothered with him. The man was clearly insane. How could a living, breathing person like him be a monster? However, even Lu Ding had to admit that using the blood rain and foul wind art truly looked like domain overlay, especially since he had personally witnessed it just days ago. The only difference was that Lu Ding was certain he was human, and he was equally certain that Fong Du was a ghost. So this was definitely not domain overlay. A single drop of blood-red rain fell from the sky, striking Chow Yutong's forehead. Before he could even touch it, a piercing pain seared through him, melting his flesh and cratering his white bones. Countless drops of blood-red rain followed, pouring down from above, dense, with no room for escape. Chow Yutong was drenched like a drowned rat.
Ah! Come out! Come out! Lu Ding! Come out! You monster! Hiding and attacking from the shadows! What kind of skill is that? Come out!
The flesh on his body was continuously washed away by the rain. Chow Yutong had nowhere to hide, no way to evade. In agony, he mobilized the spiritual energy within him to its utmost, bombarding everything around him wildly. The blood rain blurred his vision. In his daze, Chow Yutong seemed to see a figure flickering within the downpour, approaching from afar. The eerie, oppressive feeling chilled him to the bone. Few cultivators feared ghosts, but faced with such a situation, few could remain unafraid. This was more terrifying than any ghost, more suffocating. Perhaps it was a rebound of emotion. Ignoring his injuries, Chow Yutong wiped the rain from his face, taking half his skin with it, and charged toward the figure in the rain.
Ha ha ha, Lu Ding, you say you're not a monster, but you are. You're a ghost. Kill you. Kill you.
His charging pace slowed from fast to sluggish. Eventually he stumbled, lifting a leg, stepping down, his figure shrinking by half, lifting again, stepping again, shrinking by another half. He looked back then down. It turned out that, as he ran through the rain, his legs had melted into the pooled blood-red rainwater on the ground. By the time his lower body was completely gone, Chow Yutong stood before Lu Ding. He lifted his head, his face now bare, bone teeth falling out one by one, and mumbled his final words.
"Got you."
Lu Ding pressed the stop button on his phone's timer. The wind ceased, the rain stopped, and all the strange phenomena vanished. He shook his head.
5.33 seconds. The blood rain and foul wind art. You only lasted 5.33 seconds in the rain. I had such high hopes for you, and you only managed 5.33 seconds. I didn't even use the foul wind in you.
This was the first time Lu Ding felt speechless after a battle.
I really have to wonder if your Spirit Sea 8th layer is watered down.
Looking at Chow Yutong, now just a half torso, and even that was mangled, Lu Ding broke his own promise for the first time. It seemed there was no need to cut him into 8 pieces. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the effect of the blood rain and foul wind art, though its consumption was a bit high. Every drop of rain was condensed from his spiritual energy. If sustained too long, even Lu Ding couldn't hold out. With his own energy, he could maintain the art for at most a single day. Lu Ding turned his gaze toward the depths of the Chow family estate.
In novels, isn't it always said that ancient monsters reside within families, emerging only when the clan faces a crisis? Why is there still no movement?
The Chow family did have an old patriarch, but everyone knew he had been in seclusion attempting to break through to the Divine Palace realm. He only appeared once a year for his birthday or major family events. As for where he secluded himself, no one knew. Some said he was within the Chow estate, while others claimed he was deep in the mountains. Unsatisfied, Lu Ding dashed inside to search for a long while, but not even a bird flew out.
Forget it, he'll find a tougher monster to test next time.
As he turned to leave deep within the Chow estate, the old man on the rattan chair let out a long sigh of relief, still clutching a pigeon ready to take flight. Youngsters these days were more terrifying than the last. His old bones couldn't withstand such turmoil. As for losing 2 sons and a grandson, was that a big deal? As if he had no other sons or grandsons. A flawed seed deserved to be discarded. If he weren't the overseeing patriarch of Chow Family Lane, but just an ordinary old chi cultivator, with only those 2 sons, he would have charged out to fight Lu Ding to the death. After all, he was old and alone, life held little meaning. But he wasn't just that. With so many people in Chow Family Lane, and so many descendants, if he were gone, and no true pillar had emerged to lead the family, outsiders would devour them clean, leaving not even bones behind. Thus, losing 2 sons was no great matter. Losing a grandson was no great matter either. After all, Chow Ying had returned, and compared to Chow Yuan, he favored Chow Ying. Now that Chow Yuan was dead, the position of young master was vacant. At this thought, the old patriarch paused.
I'm getting old. What young master? With Yutong gone, the position of Grand Master is open. Why not let Chow Ying take it directly? Ha ha ha.
Outside the Chow estate, Lu Ding stepped out and waved for those waiting to enter. A large group of armed security officers immediately surged in. Gao Xingliang unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it over.
Hard work, Inspector Lu. How's it inside?
Lu Ding took a sip.
Just as I promised, all handled. They won't dare resist. Just arrest them. But there's one thing. I only left you one of the 3 main culprits. Which one?
Gao Xingliang asked curiously.
Only Chow Jianchu remains. Chow Yuan was killed by his uncle, and Chow Yutong is now in 2 halves. 2 halves. You cut him.
At that, Lu Ding nearly choked on his water.
No, but it's related to me. I was trying out a new technique, and he couldn't withstand it. I intended to leave his body intact, but he proved too fragile.
Gao Xingliang opened his mouth, but found no words. Lu Ding was genuinely good. His work efficiency was astonishingly high. During his time in the Baofan district, he managed both people and spirits, disciplining the 3 local chi cultivator factions without a single misstep. This laid a solid foundation for Gao Xingliang's future work. If the security administration needed assistance later, those 3 factions would likely cooperate out of respect for Lu Ding. Unlike before, when they'd say security officers have no authority over chi cultivators, that's your problem, and we'll help only if we feel like it. But there was a flaw. His methods were too brutal. Gao Zhongliang had rarely seen a complete body. Many times Gao Zhongliang would think, well, at least I'm human, an ordinary one uninvolved in their chi cultivator affairs. Otherwise, encountering someone like Lu Ding would be sheer misfortune. The accomplices on the list were being let out one by one. Gao Zhengliang's grin stretched nearly to his ears. This was a genuine major case involving billions in assets and chi cultivators. It counted as a joint enforcement operation with Division 749. And Lu Ding let him take the credit. Though at his age, he couldn't climb much higher after a lifetime as a security officer who didn't want to leave a trail of solved major cases on their record. Lu Ding walked to a trash can by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and pulled out his phone to check for messages. And indeed there was one. Yen Fifan brother Lu, investigator by Hemian, came to the dock. He said the bureau sent him to assist. He didn't find you at Shington Capital, so I gave him a few excuses. Want me to tell him where you are? Bohemian. The Bohemian of the many reincarnations. Lu Ding replied, no need. Let's meet at the bureau. I'm almost done here. He extinguished the cigarette with his fingers and tossed it into the trash. This time Lu Ding chose not to fly directly. It was broad daylight, and being seen would cause trouble. He borrowed a car from Gao Zhengliang and drove to the bureau with Jia Yuanfang. In the morning, on the national highway into Yuhai City, a three-wheeled motorcycle sped at 80 miles per hour. Chao Ying sat in the sidecar, shoving aside a corpse on top of him, spat out a mouthful of blood and ejected half an ear. Blood stained his entire mouth and flowed down his chest.
Ha ha ha. Compete with me. You're not worthy. Ha ha ha.
Amid his wild laughter, Chao Ying pulled out an object from his bosom, a miniature figure riding a chariot shimmering with dark light and topped with a canopy. This was the Ji Renji Ma. Legend spoke of the immortal Lingji herb. Consuming it could grant enlightenment and ascension to immortality. But that was myth. In reality, the Ji Renji Ma possessed the power to break through cultivation bottlenecks and extend lifespan, enhance cultivation, deepen one's understanding of heaven and earth, and even for the fortunate induce a state of unity with the cosmos. The old patriarch of the Chao family had long been trapped at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, unable to reach the divine palace. Upon his return, Chao Ying needed the patriarch's approval to reclaim the position of young master from Chao Yuan. Logically, this was nearly impossible. Once a position was set, it couldn't be contested anew. But with the Ji Renji Ma, things might change. The younger brother driving the motorcycle laughed along with Chao Ying. The two of them hooped and hollered all the way back to Chao Family Lane. But upon arrival, Chao Ying was stunned. Security administration vehicles were parked outside the Chao estate. Through the iron fence, he could see members of the second branch inside the cars, heads hung low like frostbitten eggplants. What? What does this mean? Chao Ying glanced at his companion, who was equally bewildered. As Chao Ying stepped forward to ask someone, the old patriarch's voice echoed in his ear, summoning him to the rear mansion. Puzzled, Chao Ying made his way there. The old patriarch sat on his recliner and calmly recounted the events.
So you see, one must earn only within one's means, know oneself, and not be greedy. Isn't that right, Nyonyo?
Calling Chao Ying by his childhood nickname, the old man noticed no response. He turned to see Chao Ying in a daze, his hand moving within his robe.
Ah, yes, exactly. I always said Chao Yuan as young master would end badly. See, I was right. So if Chao Yuan isn't fit, who should take his place?
The old patriarch asked with a smile.
Me, of course.
Chao Ying said, pulling out the canopy he had just broken off the Ji Renji Ma's chariot and respectfully offering it.
Grandfather, I've been away all these years, unable to show my filial piety during holidays. This is the Ji Renji Ma I just seized. I heard you're breaking through to the divine palace. This should be of great use to you.
The old patriarch took it, eyeing the object strangely.
You're giving me just the canopy.
Chao Ying pointed at his disheveled appearance and said, for this cap your grandson has paid no small price. My brothers have died in countless numbers, and I risked my life to snatch it back. It's really not much. Originally he had intended to give it all to the old master. But here comes the twist. He had spent a fortune to buy the wind-calming pearl from Lu Ding, and then expended great effort and resources to go up Windy Peak to contend with Cripple Li and the Heavenly Principle sect for the Ji Renji Ma. All this was to honor the old master, to win him over, so he could compete with Chow Yuan for the position of young master once more in an open arena style. But now, after all that detour and his absence for a few days, it seemed he didn't need to compete anymore. Not only was there no need to compete, but Chow Yuan was dead, and so was his father. This resolved two threats at once. The Ji Renjima now had a different significance. Earlier he had been pondering how to win Lu Ding's allegiance after settling matters with the old master. Now there was no need to think. He would send the remaining half to Lu Ding to curry favor. One item serving two purposes. Wasn't that a huge gain? As for the old master, you're getting on in years, so a little less won't hurt. Plans never keep up with changes after all. But he had to admit Lu Ding is truly ruthless. Chow Ying muttered to himself. He had even managed to kill his own father Chow Yutong. Though they were father and son, Chow Ying felt no sorrow over Chow Yutong's death. In fact, he wanted to laugh and set off firecrackers. Dead is dead anyway. He was as good as dead before. Now that he's gone, it's peaceful. Is there really only one cap? The old master of the Chow family asked, with a hint of disbelief. Chow Ying nodded solemnly. Really. Meanwhile, his hand hidden in his bosom was emitting spiritual energy, wrapping around the gap in the Ji Renjima to prevent its aroma from leaking. He didn't want the old master to detect it. This item was meant for Lu Ding. In the future he would be the master of Chow Family Alley, and Lu Ding, as the patrol inspector of Baofan District, would be an indispensable partner. Chow Ying wouldn't make the same foolish mistakes as Chow Yuan. He was shrewd. The old master nodded in satisfaction. Then prepare yourself. Choose an auspicious day to ascend as the chief of Chow Family Alley. Work hard from now on, and strive to lead Chow Family Alley to new glory. Me? The chief? Are you talking about me? Chow Ying pointed at himself, momentarily stunned by the unexpected surprise. His original goal had been to become the young master, but now he was being told that without any procedures or schemes, he would directly take the position of chief. Who else? I'm too old to worry about the whole family. But I must advise you don't provoke Lu Ding. That kid has a sinister streak. Your father in 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, vanished with a whoosh, and when he came back only half of him was left standing on the ground. Chow Ying's mouth twitched. But thinking of Lu Ding, he suppressed a chuckle. Chow Yuan's enmity with Lu Ding was pure stupidity. Though he wasn't on great terms with Lu Ding, they had never fallen out, and could even exchange a few words. Looking at the cap of the Ji Renjima in the old master's hand, Chow Ying suddenly felt a pang of regret. He wished he hadn't given it to the old master. At his age, what could he even appreciate about it? Better to give it to Lu Ding to deepen their connection. Alas! What a waste! After all, who could have imagined that in just a few days everything would change so completely? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Bureau 749, Lu Ding successfully rendezvoused with Yen Fifan, accompanied by Bohemian, whom he was meeting for the first time. The two sized each other up. Bohemian looked at Lu Ding, his mind replaying the information about Lu Ding he had just retrieved from the 749 app in the car. A thoughtful gleam in his eyes, Bohemian asked abruptly, Lu Ding, do you think all monsters deserve to die? He expected Lu Ding to ponder for a moment, but the latter answered without hesitation. Of course. If the monsters don't die, do you expect me to? If he didn't kill monsters, where would the rewards come from? Without rewards, how could he strengthen himself and seize control of his fate? As for whether there could be good monsters, sorry, that was not Lu Ding's concern. Hearing this, Bohemian recalled Lu Ding's deeds and found them perfectly consistent. So have you never felt lost? Lu Ding was puzzled. What was this man getting at? Lost? I do feel lost when there are no monsters to kill. That was the truth. For 19 years, he had almost been lost to death. Fortunately, persistence paid off. Bohemian forced a smile. It was clearly fake, yet the amusement in it was genuine. He extended his hand in Bohemian. By as in the white crane, he as in the crane, neon as in sleep. Flowers warm, the green ox reclines, pines high, the white crane sleeps. That's a fine name. Lu Ding. Lu Ding's words made Bohemian's eyes flicker with surprise. This didn't quite match the profile of Lu Ding he had seen in the files. How could he quote poetry so effortlessly? It left Bohemian somewhat embarrassed, as he struggled to recall any verse that could complement Lu Ding's name.
You are quite cultured. Did you come up with that on the spot? Lu Ding had no interest in plagiarizing verses from ancient poets in his past life. Li Bai the immortal poet wrote it. I just borrowed it. Bai Hemian nodded silently, memorizing the verse. I need to submit my mission. Let's talk another time. Watching Lu Ding walk away with Jia Yuanfang's body, Bai Hemian fell into thought. Only after Lu Ding's figure had completely disappeared did he pull out his phone and type into a search engine. Flowers warm, the green ox reclines, pines high, the white crane sleeps, and hit search. Nothing. Puzzled, he then searched for Li Bai the immortal poet, but still found nothing. Staring at the irrelevant search results, Bai Hemian suddenly felt that the Bureau's files might be inaccurate. According to the records, Lu Ding was supposed to be a man of intense hatred for evil, yet arrogant to an extreme degree. But from their first meeting, Bai Hemian found Lu Ding cultured and refined, capable of quoting poetry with ease. Now with no trace of the verse or Li Bai on the search engine, Bai Hemian was even more convinced Lu Ding was very low-key. So his arrogance is just a facade. Beneath it, he's a low-key, deep and powerful person. Low-key and deep, that was Bai Hemian's own ideal. And Lu Ding's views on monsters resonated with him in some ways. His eyes lit up instantly. A friend. Shared ideals, worthy qualities, to learn from, no mutual hindrance. Weren't these the prerequisites for a true confidant? Bai Hemian felt as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment. Before her death, his grandmother often said that birds of a feather flock together. A good friend could influence one's entire life and even reshape one's thoughts. Therefore, one must choose friends with discernment, never be led astray by the wicked, and learn only from the virtuous. Bai Hemian had also contemplated making friends. Yet over the years, the people he encountered were either too foolish, lacked depth, or were excessively ostentatious. This rendered his ordinary life profoundly dull. Later, upon joining the 749 Bureau, he believed he could find kindred spirits within the world of chi refiners. However, after his induction, Bai Hemian came to a stark realization. One must never harbor unwarranted illusions about others. Chi refiners are not inherently superior to ordinary people. They can be just as foolish. Moreover, those individuals were far too weak. They were also excessively inept, unable to cultivate anything substantial in days. How could such people become friends? Their very presence in the world felt different. Such individuals could not grow together with him. The final outcome would only be that he, Bai Hemian, would accelerate ahead, leaving them further and further behind. And regarding the very question he had just posed, he had also asked others who were moderately talented but weaker than himself. This was in a sense Bai Hemian condescending to their level. Take Wen Rishu for example. Bai Hemian's query was met with the reply, how could you say that? We can't condemn all monsters with one stroke, everything must be experienced firsthand. He immediately concluded that Wen Rishu's mind was addled. To experience everything personally, wouldn't that be exhausting? Different times, different places, different people, different moods, too many varying factors, even different species. How could one possibly experience it all? It was clearly a blatant lie. But Lu Ding's response today had opened a new world for Bai Hemian. As evening fell, Lu Ding was still in the report room. Given the magnitude of the incident, with hundreds of civilians dead and foreigners involved, a report submitted solely by Yen Fifan would not be accepted by the higher authorities. Helplessly, Lu Ding had to stay answering questions from beginning to end, covering every minute detail. His part was not yet finished. Meanwhile, Chao Xian arrived at Yunhai East Station. Elbowing through the crowd, he frowned deeply, his expression grim. His phone screen displayed the chat interface with Chao Yuan. Dozens of messages sent, all from him, yet Chao Yuan had not replied to a single one. It wasn't just Chao Yuan. His father Chao Jianshu, his mother Jia Yuanfang, and his uncle Chao Yutong had all ignored his messages. Even his messages to other members of the second branch of the family went unanswered. This was fucking insane. It would be one thing if only one person didn't reply, but for a whole group of them to go silent. Could something have happened? No, that can't be. If something happened, it wouldn't happen to all of them. Chao Xian quickened his pace, eager to return and verify the situation, to finally put his mind at ease. When Rishu caught up from behind, his tone as calm as ever. Something seems wrong. Open the 749 app and search for Xingtan Capital. Chao Xian could no longer maintain his composure. As he opened the 749 app, he speculated,
could a monster have attacked his mother's Shington capital? When the page loaded, a line of large text met his eyes. Shington capital colluded with vampires to murder hundreds. Mastermind Jia Yuanfan arrested by trainee investigator Lu Ding. Principal vampire Count Fedor executed. Chao Xiang felt as though he were reading a celestial script. How is this possible? He clicked for details, scrolling through over 1,000 words that outline the events. At the very end of the page, Chao family Lane's young master Chao Yuan, second branch head Chao Jianshu, and Grand Master Chao Yutong in collusion with Shington capital trafficking funerary artifacts. Trainee investigator Lu Ding discovered this in time. During the arrest, Chao Yutong brutally murdered Chao Yuan, attempting to use his death to obstruct Lu Ding's further investigation. Lu Ding, with keen insight, saw through Chao Yutong's scheme. A conflict erupted, resulting in Chao Jianshu being severely wounded and detained by the Public Security Bureau, later transferred to the 749 Bureau for interrogation. Chao Yutong died on the spot. Several Qi refiners from Chao family Lane involved in the case were arrested. My mother colluded with vampires to harm ordinary people. My brother, father, and uncle trafficked funerary artifacts. My uncle killed my brother to stop Lu Ding's investigation. Reading this, Chao Xiang's vision went dark. He refused to believe it, even if the heavens themselves declared it. In his eyes, his little brother Chao Yuan was so obedient. How could he traffic funerary artifacts? His father Chao Jianshu, though prone to violence, wouldn't dare commit such an act. He lacked the courage. As for his uncle, he doted on his little brother. How could he kill him? Finally, the gentle figure of his mother appeared before Chao Xiang's eyes. Someone so kind. How could she collude with foreign vampires to harm ordinary people? Preposterous. It's Lu Ding. It must be Lu Ding. Chao Xiang's eyes reddened. He recalled the messages his brother had sent him, combined with the rumors circulating about Lu Ding. Ruthless, vengeful, intolerant of any fault. Piecing it all together, a single thought crystallized in Chao Xiang's mind. This entire affair was a scheme orchestrated by Lu Ding to retaliate against Chao Yuan. A trap. The goal was to annihilate the effective forces of Chao family Lane, and fearing his mother would use her international connections to hold him accountable. He had ensnared his mother as well. Yes. It had to be this way. Absolutely. His little brother, father, mother, and uncle could never have done such things. The bystander sees most of the game. Chao Xiang was now trapped in this very situation. In his heart and mind, he could only see and recall the virtues of Chao Yuan, and the others blind to their faults. And now, faced with such a disastrous outcome, he refused to believe it was the work of his brother, father, mother, uncle, or clan. Thus the cause had to be sought externally. Conveniently, Lu Ding's conflicts with Chao family Lane had been intense over the past few days. Coupled with Lu Ding's legendary feat of driving a great distance to slay a Tianli cult heretic over a mere threat, Chao Xiang instantly attributed everything to Lu Ding. Seeing his emotional turmoil when Rishu interjected coolly, "Perhaps there are hidden circumstances we don't know about." Alas, it's too late to say anything now. This remark seemed to be the final straw. Indeed. Too late. Everything was too late. His little brother was already dead. No. Chao Xiang's head snapped up. Though his brother was dead, his father and mother were still alive. One captured, one severely injured. If he could find Lu Ding and force the truth out of him, he could save his parents and clear their names and his brothers. With his thoughts now clear, Chao Xiang looked at his phone again. The posting time was 1835. For such a major incident, there would certainly be many procedures to follow. Lu Ding must still be at the bureau. At Bureau 749-1921. Lu Ding stepped out of the interrogation room. Behind him followed the two staff members who had questioned him earlier. One of them called out to Lu Ding. "Inspector Lu, next time you take action, could you perhaps be a little gentler? Try to leave captives alive. Take this vampire, for instance. It held great research value and could have earned you plenty of contribution points. If you could keep them alive, you wouldn't have to run so many missions, right? Even the last in-domain overlap. You're only 2 missions away from promotion to full investigator. If you kept those monsters alive, you'd probably be promoted by now. I wish I could, but every time I encounter a monster, I can't help but go for the kill." "Leave them alive." "Impossible. Absolutely no monster could survive Lu Ding's hands unless it was some insignificant creature that dropped only colorless crystal shards when slain. Suddenly he recalled the last domain overlap.
Didn't I leave a few that were still breathing last time? Don't those monsters count? Yes, you left them, and they were breathing, barely. A head left dangling with its last breath, and all of them minor weaklings. If we counted those toward promotion, you'd really be making things difficult for us.
It seemed that was indeed the case. The ones still breathing were those he deemed unworthy of a thorough kill. The Bureau had no interest in such small fry.
I hope you can pay a bit more attention. The Bureau has no strict rules, but it helps with your promotion and earns you more contribution points. I'll take my leave now. Wishing you a pleasant mission.
As the man walked ahead, the girl following behind quietly raised her fist in an encouraging gesture toward Lu Ding.
Good luck, Inspector Lu. Thanks, you too. Good luck.
Lu Ding returned the gesture. Just as he turned to leave. From afar beyond the plaza, at the foot of the steps, a man of imposing bearing approached carrying a fishtail double-edged hook. His aura was fierce, and his resolute gaze locked onto Lu Ding. Recognizing the face he had seen in records, Lu Ding let out a breath.
Huff. Can't a man get a moment's rest? I've been going non-stop for over 20 hours fighting several battles big and small. I'm only 19, and you're already using the old man attrition tactic on me.
Though not particularly exhausted, he truly wasn't used to staying awake for over 20 hours. For Lu Ding now, sleep wasn't a necessity but a pleasure, a physiological habit cultivated over decades. Without sleep, he felt something was missing.
Lu Ding, regarding the matter of Chow Family Alley and Shington Capital, I expect an explanation from you.
Hearing Chao Xiang's words, Lu Ding couldn't help but feel exasperated. He couldn't understand what this man was thinking.
You expect? Just because you expect something, others must oblige. Who do you think you are, some kind of leader? Do I need to report and explain to you? Or do you think waving a rusty hook scares me?
Lu Ding's words instantly silenced Chao Xiang. By public or private standards, he had no right to interrogate Lu Ding. Yet doing nothing would betray his clan, his brother's spirit, and his parents' nurturing grace. He raised his hook, pointing it at Lu Ding, but before he could speak, Lu Ding preemptively ended the pointless exchange.
Enough. I don't have time to play out some cliché confrontation scene with you. The Bureau has a deathmatch arena and a life-or-death contract. Sign it now, and we step up. You win and you call the shots, ask whatever you want and he'll answer. You lose and you die. Simple. No confinement or punishment for me. I don't want to hear another word. Right here, right now, fight or not.
Why waste breath on nonsense? This wasn't a childish argument over who was right or wrong. Lu Ding had been pondering how to deal with Chao Xiang, and now the problem had delivered itself to his doorstep. So be it, sign the death pact. Life and death are governed by fate, wealth, and honor by heaven. They were both chi cultivators. Their skills were meant for use, not display. Right and wrong, strength and weakness, let the arena decide. Chao Xiang, who had come with a torrent of words, was once again struck speechless. He had never imagined signing a death pact with Lu Ding, a place reserved at Bureau 749 for resolving mortal grudges between investigators. He only wanted an explanation and answer. But he had never considered that Lu Ding wasn't his father. Why should he indulge him? And why should he offer any explanation? The situation had spiraled beyond Chao Xiang's expectations. He was also baffled. Could Lu Ding not see the gap between them? Did this rookie investigator, barely initiated into cultivation, truly believe that with a bit of talent and a few kills of Spirit Sea Realm opponents, he could act without restraint? How could he be so arrogant? Because the official notice only stated Chao Yutong's death, not how he died. So Chao Xiang didn't know Lu Ding had killed him, and in the heat of the moment, he lacked the clarity to ponder the details. At this point, when Rishu, who had been chasing after him, spoke up.
Lu Ding, right. I think there might be a misunderstanding between you and Xiang. Let's talk it out. Better to reconcile than to hold grudges. Please understand him, this case involves his family and he's... Shut up. Who do you think you are? Meddling without knowing a thing, you're no better. I'll allow both of you to sign together. Come at me, Tunon. Fight or not.
Lu Ding was utterly disgusted by people like Wen Rishu. Knowing nothing of the situation, they waltz in with "you're wrong and you're wrong too. You shouldn't have done this, and you shouldn't have done that. Do you even know the truth?" before playing judge. There was only one way to deal with such people: tear their mouths apart. If he agreed to sign the death pact and step into the arena perfect, Lu Ding would kill him on the spot. If he refused, no matter, Lu Ding would, as he intended, tear his mouth apart after the fight, curing him of his meddling habit. As for who this person was, his name or surname, Lu Ding couldn't care less. If you dare to step in and play mediator, you must bear the consequences. When Russia hadn't expected the flames to turn on him, he smiled silently and stepped back. Though outwardly composed, inwardly, he cursed Lu Ding repeatedly. Chao Xiang growled,
"Sign. Sign it now and we fight."
He could no longer hold back. Since Lu Ding was so arrogantly ignorant of his place, he would use the death match to avenge his brother. Brute physical strength was it. Soon you'll understand that the gap between us can't be bridged by a seemingly tough body. As the onlookers spread the news, soon the entire Bureau 749 knew that Lu Ding and Chao Xiang were signing a death pact for the arena. One was the rookie investigator Lu Ding, who had passed the perfect assessment and earned the brutal moniker Corpse Dissolver, with the glorious feat of killing a Spirit Sea Realm opponent and breaking the Yin domain alone. The other was the veteran full investigator Soul Reaper Chao Xiang, whose double hooks had claimed countless lives. He had once ventured alone into Ghost Cry Mountain for 5 years, presumed dead, until his fears returned, wielding a sinister venomous fishtail double-edged hook. For a moment, Department 749 buzzed with discussion. A life-and-death duel between a rising star and a veteran powerhouse. Before the annual martial arts tournament had even begun, things were already this intense. Many investigators who were idle or had returned to the Bureau surged toward the deathmatch platform. They were determined to witness the spectacle and see what was truly happening. They had heard of Lu Ding's ruthlessness, and now they wanted to see where his ferocity lay, whether he was merely infamous in name or truly lived up to his reputation.
How did Lu Ding end up crossing Chao Xiang? Logically, these two should have nothing to do with each other. One's a trainee, the other a full-fledged investigator. Who knows? Just watch the show. I know. The latest notice on our Bureau's app. The main culprit is Chao Xiang's family, and Lu Ding was the one who arrested them. That's probably where the conflict started. What? So what? Can't he arrest them? They committed crimes, shouldn't they be arrested? Where's the logic in that? Doing his duty and making an arrest only to be forced into a death match with a life-and-death pact. Chao Xiang is way out of line. Does he think Department 749 belongs to the Chao family? Don't even get me started. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why can't he arrest them? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? And now he's forcing a death match. I can't stand this. I need to hurry and grab a good spot. My temper's flaring. I can't hold back. Is this how backdoor deals are made in Department 749? What kind of place is this? This is the front line of fighting monsters. You're a 749 investigator yourself, but if your family lets you down, do you still cover for them?
The story had twisted in ways unknown. In the end, rumor had it that because Lu Ding arrested Chao Xiang's family, Chao Xiang, furious and humiliated, challenged Lu Ding to a death match. This immediately stirred up widespread discontent. What did it mean? Could outsiders be arrested but not the relatives of investigators who committed crimes? 2 words: on what grounds? They had promised fairness and justice, but now they were pulling strings. If this continued, some would hold higher status and others lower. Would the privileged get away with anything? What about those of lower status? A full-fledged investigator bullying people might be overlooked, but forcing a deathmatch over arresting those who deserved it, that was too much for many to stomach. Listening to the crowd, their reasoning seemed plausible. Yet Yen Fifan, who knew the truth, felt something was off. Lu Gu was the underdog. Wasn't it Lu Ding who, tired of pointless talk, initiated the deathmatch and life-and-death pact? How did it become Chao Xiang forcing him? Him forcing Lu Gu? Was he even worthy? That didn't seem right. On the platform, the notary staff brought the death pact and ink pad.
Sign your name, then press your fingerprint.
Lu Ding immediately wrote his name and pressed his print. Seeing his decisiveness, Chao Xiang signed while glaring coldly at Lu Ding.
Our odds are 2 to 8. If you confess the truth on stage, you'll only wound you, not kill you. Ha 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 ha.
Lu Ding didn't know what to say. Why did everyone have such an inflated sense of self? Was his appearance really that unthreatening? 2 to 8. What a fine ratio.
All right.
Hearing this, Chaoxiang thought he agreed. Then Lu Ding added,
I'll grant your wish.
Little did Chaoxiang know Lu Ding intended to grant him a gruesome death. Wasn't it 2 to 8? Lu Ding stepped onto the platform. Chaoxiang pressed his fingerprint, his expression easing.
You're sensible. I'll let you die with dignity and show you my full power.
He formed hand seals, pressed them to his chest, and scales surged forth, covering his body in an overlapping fish scale pattern. A fine suit of scale armor. Chaoxiang vaulted onto the stage. Beneath the deathmatch platform, investigators wore strange expressions. This damn Chaoxiang had no shame. Though Lu Ding was renowned, a veteran full-fledged investigator challenging a trainee, and using such an advanced technique as the general's armor attachment, had he no decency. Other investigators shouted to Lu Ding from below.
Lu Ding, don't be afraid. His general's armor isn't perfected. His legs are exposed. Attack his lower body. Lu Ding, don't die. Hit him like you hit me. Go get him.
Little tyrant Xue Ning yelled from below. Though he had a bitter conflict with Lu Ding before, he was thoroughly convinced after waking up, completely and sincerely. If you have strength, be arrogant. If you lack it, hold back. But if you have strength and still hold back, what's the point of training? 1,000-year turtle or a 10,000-year tortoise, born to keep their heads tucked in. He had also heard the rumors. Xue Ning himself was arrogant and looked down on others, but if he encountered what Jia Yuanfang and Chao Yuan had done, he would have arrested them too. Now Lu Ding was forced into a death pact and a death match for arresting those people. If the same happened to him in the future, if he made an arrest and others forced him, what would that mean? If I stand by indifferently today, when calamity befalls me, will no one raise a banner for me? If Chaoxiang loses today, he deserves it. If he wins, his days ahead will be miserable. As for whether he could win, Chaoxiang believed he could. He would win surely. Hearing the hostile voices below, he thought,
yes, my general's armor isn't perfected, but you're only strong in body. As long as I keep my distance, you have no chance.
Lu Ding stared at his feet, somewhat fixated, couldn't even cover his feet. Chaoxiang misinterpreted his gaze.
Don't delude yourself. Get ready. I didn't speak because I was delusional. Stop guessing my thoughts. I was just wondering why someone would use the general's armor technique so poorly, so ugly, unable to even cover their legs.
Coincidentally, he also knew the general's armor technique. He raised his hand and formed seals of flame wreathed in black chi ignited in his palm. He swept it before him, conjuring a fiery serpent. Black chi surged, flames erupted, and a figure emerged, clad in a dark four-beast armor radiating ferocity, exuding majesty and menace. His boots trod upon piled bones, a luminous orb at his waist. No blade could pierce him, no arrow could wound him. The four beasts' menace was overwhelming, stunning the entire hall.
How do you know the general's armor technique?
Lu Ding raised his hand.
Not just the general's armor, I know much more. Go ask your uncle in the afterlife.
Spiritual energy surged, a slashing strike erupted, like a sudden storm, devastating and annihilating everything in its path. It was only at this moment that Chaoxiang realized something was amiss, but Lu Ding's strike was far too decisive. He went straight for the kill, or at least, that was how Chaoxiang perceived it. Everything was already too late. Slashes converging from all directions enveloped him, tearing apart his half-baked general's armor technique, slicing and severing flesh and blood alike. 2 seconds passed. Lu Ding lowered his arm. Chaoxiang, who had stood in the arena moments before, now lay scattered across the ground, leaving behind stark, vivid crimson traces.
28.
Indeed, it was a ratio of 28. 2 seconds to deliver 888 strikes. Yet Chaoxiang did not die in vain. At the very least, his death helped Lu Ding gauge the extent of enhancement provided by the general's armor. Overall, it was decent. But merely decent, yet it had one key point. Style. The crowd below had been dead silent ever since he activated the general's armor. These people suddenly wondered if they had been overthinking things. Was it possible that Chaoxiang felt there was no point in living since his entire family had been captured, and thus he sought Lu Ding for a death match? How dare you? A perfected general's armor technique. Even if he stood still and let you strike, many would find it impossible to break through. This was no joke. The general's armor was effective, but difficult to master. Those who reached the perfected level were all formidable individuals. Not to mention Lu Ding was already renowned for his physical prowess. Adding the perfected general's armor was like adding wings to a tiger. Bai Hamiel watched the entire process, his eyes filled with approval. Exactly. It was only with someone like this that he could become a friend. Only by befriending those with depth, strength, talent, and culture could they mutually improve, learn together, and advance as one. The only drawback in Bai Hamiel's view was that Lu Ding was too low-key. With such strength and talent, he was actually provoked by a mere buffoon.
He is still too tolerant. Grandma was right. Those with inner strength never bother with pointless displays. This is the true mark of a strong individual. Inspector Lu, look here.
A female voice rang out, followed by a click. Ji Yinshuang pressed the camera shutter, freezing Lu Ding's image in that moment. A triangular composition from below with Lu Ding at the center, clad in the dark armored 4-beast combat armor. To the left the sky churned with rolling clouds obscuring the sun, while to the right it was clear and cloudless, an expanse of blue. Sunlight cascaded across his profile, illuminating one side, while casting the other in shadow. Strands of hair were lifted by the breeze captured by the camera at this perfect instant. Ji Yinshuang looked at the photo and instinctively covered her mouth. Even she hadn't expected that her concern, which had brought her to watch, and her joy at Lu Ding's victory had led her to capture such an atmospheric photograph, one that preserved his glory in this moment. Though Lu Ding was somewhat puzzled by Ji Yinshuang's presence here, he did not approach her. Their acquaintance was fleeting, and there was nothing more to say. Besides, he had more important matters to attend to. Except for the time he had failed to leave Chao Yutong's corpse intact, every decision he made had been carried out. This time he had vowed to tear apart Wenrushu's mouth. He flew toward Wenrushu among the crowd. Seeing Lu Ding charging at him in full armor, Wenrushu froze. Why was he coming for him? In his mind, and understanding a few words hardly counted as provocation. But if not for Lu Ding's strength and assertive attitude, he might have been manipulated by Wenrushu and Chao Xiang's good cop act. Wenrushu turned to flee. Though he didn't know what he had done to provoke Lu Ding, running seemed like the safest bet. He certainly didn't think he could defeat this man. He couldn't even beat Chao Xiang, otherwise he wouldn't have been trailing behind him all along. Turning around, Bai Hamiel stood with arms crossed.
Where do you think you're going?
From behind, Lu Ding's voice came.
You seem to enjoy stirring the pot, don't you?
Wenrushu turned back and forth, finally facing Lu Ding with an innocent expression and a perpetually warm smile, showing no trace of panic on his face.
Lu Ding, is there some misunderstanding between us? You said the same thing earlier, that Chao Xiang and I had a misunderstanding. Now that misunderstanding is resolved, it's time for ours.
Chao Xiang lay scattered on the ground. Was he to end up the same way? Wenrushu stepped back.
Lu Ding, we didn't sign a death pact. Killing me would bring punishment, not just a simple confinement.
Slap. A pair of hands reached from behind and pinned him down, a chilling and eerie spiritual energy flooding into his body, controlling his movements. Bai Hamiel's voice whispered in his ear.
Just stay still.
Lu Ding reached out and grabbed the man's mouth. Yin Fifan pushed through the curious crowd and handed Lu Ding the short knife he had used to butcher Ma Chi earlier.
Brother Lu, this man's mouth is filthy. Use the blade.
Fair enough. Lu Ding reversed his grip, twirled the knife in his hand, and in the blink of an eye sheathed it. Blood dripped. Bai Hamiel released his hold. Wenrushu clutched his mouth as blood seeped through his fingers, his eyes fixed on Lu Ding with fear and confusion. But there was no trace of resentment. He was talented himself, so he understood how terrifying it was that Lu Ding had achieved such combat prowess in the short time since joining 749. He was not worthy of contending with such a man. It would only lead to his own destruction.
Good. I'm pleased with that look in your eyes. You're a smart man, so I hope I don't see you playing the mediator at others' expense again, especially without knowing the full story. Otherwise, it won't be just your mouth that gets torn. Understood.
Now Wenrushu finally understood the reason. This was the very essence of disaster, springs from the mouth. He nodded, not daring to speak, and fled the scene as if escaping. Lu Ding dispelled the general's armor and walked away. He needed to go back and sleep. After more than 20 hours, this matter was finally settled. The Ghost Festival was in 3 days, and he had to rest well to be in peak condition. Only after he left did the murmurs fully erupt. Someone sighed.
This year's 4 monstrous rookies. Baihamu of the Many Tribulations, Tan Tai Xianwei, the Jade Guanyin, Wen Rushu, the Gentle Immortal Official, and Lu Ding, the Corpse Dissolver. I thought Lu Ding was the weakest, but he one-shot Chao Xiang. Wen Rushu was so intimidated by his aura that he wanted to flee without a fight. Baihamu is his close friend. The veteran investigator Soul Reaper Chao Xiang fell by his hand. How about we just skip the top 3 in this year's Origin Martial Tournament? You wouldn't dare fight Lu Ding because you don't know if hell one-shot you. You can't beat Baihamu. Only against Tan Tai Xianwei is there a slim chance. The 3rd place is still up for grabs. Fighting Tan Tai Xianwei. That seems a bit unrealistic too. But it's still better than competing with those 2 for 1st and 2nd right. Fair point. Let's focus on studying Tan Tai Xianwei and aim for her 3rd place. I can't fight Lu Ding or Baihamu, but am bold enough to try my luck with Tan Tai Xianwei.
Little did Tan Tai Xianwei know that a wave of people was about to descend upon her, all dedicated to studying her combat style and the flaws in her techniques. As Lu Ding departed, Ji Yinshuang searched for him, but found no trace, a faint regret lingering in her heart. She didn't wish for anything to happen between them, she simply felt she ought to express her gratitude. Perhaps to Lu Ding it was a casual act, but to Ji Yinshuang it was a life-saving grace. In the eyes of ordinary people, she might be an heiress from a wealthy family, a rich 2nd generation, but after stepping into the circle of chi refiners, she understood that she was merely a passerby, unskilled in combat with talent that was present but unremarkable. Someone like Lu Ding to her could only be compared to the stars in the sky or the moon reflected in the water, unattainable and humbling. They say one should never meet someone too dazzling in youth lest it trap them for a lifetime. At this moment Ji Yinshuang seemed to understand.
You must always stand in the light.
Ji Yinshuang paused to gaze into the distance. The breeze stirred her white dress, brushing past her face before swirling around her dimples. On the road to Baofan district, Lu Ding looked at Bohemian, who was also heading to the city.
What business do you have in the city? Before the last mission, I had some clothes made in a shop. The seclusion lasted too long, so I need to pick them up. Where is it? We can give you a ride. We're not in a hurry, and we have nothing else to do today.
Lu Ding found Bohemian to be a decent person. Besides, he had just helped block that person who always liked to mediate. Giving him a lift wouldn't take much time. After stating the location, Bohemian hesitated slightly before asking,
Lu Ding, do you have the complete version of that poem from last time?
He felt he might be a bit presumptuous, but the poem contained his name, and Bohemian couldn't find it online. Not hearing the full version left him feeling as if something was missing in his heart.
Yes, I do.
Lu Ding recited without hesitation.
Peaks pierce the azure sky, carefree, forgetting the passage of time. Parting the clouds, I seek the ancient path, leaning on a rock, listening to the flowing spring. Amidst warm flowers, a blue ox lies atop the tall pine, a white crane sleeps. As twilight falls over the river, I descend alone into the cold mist. Hey brother Lu, when did you start writing poetry? This is really good. Closing my eyes, I feel like I'm in a serene, beautiful fairyland. White crane soaring, blue oxen resting in the fields, like a hermit's life.
Lu Ding turned his head, his tone helpless.
Brother Fiefan, could you please open your eyes? We're driving on the highway. Oh, haha, sorry, brother Lu. It was just too immersive. Well written, damn well written. I'm speechless. Cut down on those short videos.
Their casual chatter didn't interrupt Bohemian's thoughts. Listening to Lu Ding's poem, he felt as if he had returned to the small mountain village where he was born and raised. A gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers as he led his water buffalo across a small bridge over a flowing stream, returning to the home on the mountainside that belonged to him and his grandmother. In the early morning, the chirping of birds filled the air, and from the kitchen came the clatter of pots and pans. His grandmother was making him breakfast.
Xiao Bai, you're going to be late. Hurry up and eat.
His eyes gradually grew moist. Bohemian knew he couldn't go back. Nothing could ever go back. He rolled down the window, letting the wind dry the lingering tears at the corners of his eyes.
Well written. May I copy it? Go ahead. I copied it too.
In response to Lu Ding's words, Bohemian could only force a smile he thought was gentle. Entering the city. Arriving at the place Bohemian had specified, he got out of the car, then turned back to look.
Lu Ding, you gave me a poem, so let me give you a piece of clothing.
Looking at his own black short-sleeved shirt, which subtly outlined the muscle lines beneath, Lu Ding realized he really didn't have many clothes left. He had suffered significant losses recently. Since Bohemian offered, Lu Ding wouldn't be polite. After all, how much could clothes cost? It was the thought that counted. He'd return the favor next time.
Sure, then I'll thank you in advance. But could you give me a few more? I don't have much to change into.
Bohemian looked at him.
Okay.
Then he turned and walked away without looking back. Yin Fifan was lost in thought, not moving for a long time. The traffic light had changed, but Lu Ding didn't urge him. He wanted to see what was on the man's mind, and whether he'd feel awkward when he snapped out of it. As it turned out, when Yin Fifan came to, he blurted out,
Brother Lu, how about I give you a gift too?
Lu Ding.
You didn't sneak a peek at my ID, did you? No, why would you say that?
Yin Fifan didn't understand why Lu Ding would ask that.
No wonder you don't know my birthday. You're already preparing a gift so early. It's still far off, no rush. When my birthday comes, get me something nice.
This time Yin Fifan caught on. Brother Lu's humor was kicking in again. Without a word, he stepped on the gas and drove off. It wasn't about being formal, but Yin Fifan felt he had gained a lot by following Brother Lu. Take this time for instance. Lu Ding was the main operator in the vampire case, earning 180 contribution points, while Yin Fifan, who just tagged along and did odd jobs, got 100, an astronomical figure had never dared to imagine before. If he tried to transfer the points to Lu Ding, he definitely wouldn't accept it. Now that Bohemian had brought up gifts, it struck Yin Fifan. He could prepare a gift for Brother Lu. As for what to give, he'd have to think it over carefully. Returning to the Public Security Administration Bureau, Lu Ding got out of the car and walked ahead, thinking about going back for a good nap first.
Brother Lu, you're this handsome.
Yin Fifan's shout almost made Lu Ding think something had happened again.
What's wrong?
Yin Fifan hurried over and handed him his phone. On the screen was a photo Ji Yinchuang had taken today with a caption below. Victory Settlement, below it a string of comments.
Strong and handsome, my absolute favorite. Say no more, tip, must tip immediately. This photo has so much vibe. If I ever become famous, I want mine taken just like this. Photographer is professional, Lu Ding is awesome. A perfect combo. I hereby dub this the coolest promotional image of the year. Ji Yinchuang. When did the Bureau's Information Integration Department get a photographer named Ji Yinchuang? This shot has so much feel. Can you take a few private ones for me? I'll use them as wallpaper. I admit from this angle even I can't compete with Lu Ding. I'll let you have this one. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. Since you're so handsome, dare to give us your name.
The Information Integration Department was one of the logistics divisions of 749, managing things like the 749 Forum and organizing various events. It mostly consisted of chi refiners who weren't skilled in combat. After all, 749 was an organization, it couldn't be all combat personnel.
Am I really that handsome? Handsome. Hard handsome, handsome without embellishment inside and out, whether it's personal charm or appearance. If the Bureau had a Tanhua selection, that spot would be yours, Brother Lu.
Seeing Yin Fifan's sincerity and his thumbs up, Lu Ding's already good mood improved even more.
Since she made me look so good, reward handsomely, reward.
Lu Ding pulled out his phone, for once being generous, and tipped 10 contribution points. Outside the Public Security Administration Bureau, as Lu Ding stood in the courtyard, Chao Ying, who had been waiting for some time, quickly got out of his car and shouted from a distance,
Patrol Officer Lu, I've come to bring you a treasure.
The guards at the gate immediately raised their guns. Ever since the last domain incident, where a complainant drove straight in, the guards had been on high alert. Not that the complainant was wrong, but her method was too dangerous. Lu Ding and the others were chi refiners, but the rest of the Bureau were ordinary people. If someone got hit, it would be a big problem. Besides, Chao Ying's outfit really didn't look like that of a good person. who wears a suit jacket over a bare chest with a necklace.
Don't shoot. It's me, Chowing. Patrol Officer Lu, I've come to bring you a treasure. Chowing.
Lu Ding waved to the guard to let him in. In 2 steps, Chowing was in front of him. He pulled out a ginseng child and ginseng horse wrapped in spiritual energy from his chest.
Good for boosting cultivation, breaking through realms, and prolonging life. Patrol Officer Lu, take a look and see for yourself.
Lu Ding had been worried about not having enough contribution points to exchange for heavenly treasures to expand his spiritual sea. Well, someone was delivering. Lu Ding took the Ji Renji Ma from Chowing, its touch warm and smooth, like jade, yet also resembling the feel of a fungus. It was no longer wrapped in Chao Ying's spiritual energy. A faint fragrance emanated from the broken tip of the Ji Renji Ma, refreshing the heart and mind. Lu Ding's gaze fell upon the damaged part. Chao Ying spoke with some embarrassment.
I gave the cap to my old man. He's always wanted to break through to the Divine Palace realm, but hasn't made any progress. Eating the cap should help him break through sooner.
Even he felt awkward saying this. Who gives a gift that's only half complete? Yet, this was truly a fine treasure. Even without the cap, its medicinal properties were far beyond what ordinary celestial herbs could match.
Must have cost you quite a bit of effort.
Lu Ding, though unaware of the specifics, knew that the Ji Renji Ma was something the Heavenly Principles sect dreamed of obtaining. Little did they know, for a wind-calming pearl to ascend the Windtop Mountain, these people dared to ambush a 749 investigator. This showed just how much they valued the Ji Renji Ma. And now Chao Ying had simply snatched it away.
It's fine, they couldn't handle me, but I lost quite a few brothers.
Hearing this, Lu Ding looked at the Ji Renji Ma. It was a good thing, and he wanted it especially now when he was in need. 3 days' time using the Ji Renji Ma along with the remaining contribution points to exchange for some celestial herbs to advance his realm. So he accepted the gift. But he wouldn't take it for free.
I'll take it, thank you, but I won't accept it without giving something in return. From now on, if anything comes up, come straight to me. As long as it's not a matter of principle, I don't care about right or wrong, I'll stand by your side.
A smile curled at the corners of Chao Ying's mouth, impossible to suppress. Those words were too reassuring, exactly what he needed, and even exceeded his expectations.
Thank you, Patrol Inspector Lu. Then you go ahead, I'll take my leave. I still have to handle the brothers' funeral arrangements, send money to their families, and travel far to pick up their parents.
Treasure hunters who died in the mountains weren't all alone in the world. Many had parents, wives, and children. They were all Chao Ying's brothers, and he couldn't abandon them. They died for him, and now that he was the head of Chao family alley, their wives, children, and elderly would be taken care of by the alley. The two waved goodbye. Before leaving with the Ji Renji Ma, Lu Ding instructed Yan Fifan.
I'll be cultivating for a few days. Handle the trivial matters for me, and if anything comes up you can't deal with, come get me. Ah, brother Lu, don't mention it. Go ahead, I've got everything covered.
Back in his room, Lu Ding used the remaining contribution points to exchange for celestial herbs. Now his bag was clean again, not a single point left. Save some for emergencies. Save my foot. How much could he save? A few scraps here and there wouldn't accomplish anything, so he might as well use them now to strengthen his power. Soon. It was the familiar feeling. Lu Ding opened the cardboard box and took out the celestial herbs he had exchanged. A Wu Ling Shen grown in a feng shui treasure land absorbing earth energy. It was the size and shape of a fragrant pear, entirely black, costing 90 contribution points. And a coffin fungus grown on an old corpse's coffin, costing 80 contribution points. Normally celestial herbs needed to be refined into pills or made into powders and decoctions with secret techniques to be effective. But all these processes were merely for better absorption of the herb's medicinal properties. Lu Ding had the skill of forgetfulness of form, which allowed him to open the unity of heaven and man. These celestial herbs were also born of heaven and earth. Others eating raw herbs would absorb 20% of the medicinal properties, refining them into pills would yield 50%. But Lu Ding directly absorbed 100%. He picked up the Wu Ling Shen coffin fungus and Ji Renji Ma and started eating them raw. The taste was average, but the effect was immediate. Within his spiritual sea, spiritual energy liquefied into waves crashing against the shore, sending up several meter high surges. With a rumbling sound, the shore expanded, shaking heaven and earth. Outside, countless strands of celestial spiritual energy rushed and guided by heaven and earth, as if afraid of being late. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Yin Fifan opened his mouth in awe.
Truly, Brother Lu.
Comparing people was infuriating. He and others absorbed celestial energy, but Brother Lu extracted it. No, that wasn't right. He hauled it like drawing water. If the celestial energy, filling the world, were compared to a boundless ocean, then Lu Ding was like someone taking an iron bucket, tying a rope, and tossing it into the water to haul it up. Even easier than that. That bucket was the spiritual energy he needed. Others were like using a 10-meter straw, sucking until dizzy and exhausted. No comparison, absolutely none. 3 days passed in an instant. Lu Ding perfectly absorbed the medicinal power, his realm leaping from the second layer of the spiritual sea to the 5th layer in a single bound. For others, these herbs would likely only allow a breakthrough of 1 layer at most. Breaking through realms was only a secondary effect of the Ji Ren Ji Ma. Its primary use was to prolong life and restore the body to its peak condition. But this primary effect was useless to Lu Ding. He was young, only 19, with a long life ahead, and he was already at his strongest. Still, it didn't matter, adding it was fine. Who would complain about living longer? The visualized spiritual sea within him had expanded into an inland sea, a true sea in every sense. Compared to the records of the 5th layer of the spiritual sea on the 749 app, Lu Ding's sea was vastly larger. The key difference lay in one point. Text said that opening the spiritual sea was painful with varying difficulties. But for Lu Ding, there was no difficulty. With enough medicinal power, he simply expanded and cultivated simultaneously. As the saying goes, grasp both quality and quantity, bloom in both cultivation and strength. Obstacles. Non-existent. As for pain, eating celestial herbs felt warm and soothing, filling him with boundless energy, making him want to fight some monsters. At that moment, he was stabilizing his realm. In Baofan district at the Broken Dock, a group of Heavenly Principle sect members hid in the cabins of randomly parked broken boats. Before them lay a map of Baofan district with red circles marking the security management office and Chow Family Alley.
Let me repeat our plan. Today is the Ghost Festival. Once midnight passes, Yin and Yang will shift. By then, Lu Ding likely won't be able to focus on Chow Family Alley. Seizing this opportunity, we'll launch a direct assault on Chow Family Alley, capture Chow Ying, and retrieve the Ji Ren Ji Ma. To prevent emergencies, Zhou Lai and Guang Fei, you monitor Lu Ding's every move at the security management office. If he shows any intention of supporting Chow Family Alley, send us a message. Peng Zishir and Jin Qinghua, you go release the baleful energy in the east to lure Lu Ding away. The rest of you follow me to attack Chow Family Alley and capture Chow Ying alive.
The one-eyed man spoke with force. 3 days. It had been 3 days since Chow Ying stole his Ji Ren Ji Ma. At the same time, he deeply hated Lu Ding, a branch leader of the mighty Heavenly Principle sect, and he had to be cautious of a mere intern investigator from 749, an intern. Thinking of this, the one-eyed man felt a surge of frustration. Yet there was nothing he could do about this intern investigator. He was too strong. Previously, when Lu Ding was in Yunhai, he dared not confront him openly, so he waited for an opportunity. When the Ghost Festival came, he planned to fish in troubled waters and deal with Lu Ding. But Lu Ding changed every day, killing one after another. He had only been quiet for the past 3 days, and no one knew what he was up to. Lu Ding grew increasingly unnerved as he slaughtered the one-eyed man, his heart pounding with each kill. Finally, he slew Chow Yutong the vampire and the Soul Reaper Chow Xiang. The dead were drawing closer to him in realm and strength. The one-eyed man understood, and so did he.
Fine, impressive, Lu Ding, you're formidable. I'll applaud you. I won't provoke you anymore, alright? After all, the Windcoming Pearl isn't in your hands now. Let's call our past grievances settled. I'll forget that you stole my pearl. We'll go our separate ways. Anyway, the pearl is now with Chow Ying, and the Ji Ren Ji Ma are also in Chow Ying's hands. I can go after Chow Ying, can't I? That doesn't concern you, does it? You just clashed with the Chow family. You should be happy that I'm going after them now, right?
Thus Lu Xingchuan, the branch master of the Tianli sect, chose to swallow his anger and humiliation. Isn't Lu Ding insane?
Is he insane? With such strength, why is he a trainee investigator? Why not become a full-fledged one? What is he doing? Can't you kill fewer people and more monsters? The Chow family is a bunch of idiots. Why did they have to disrupt his work? If he killed more monsters, wouldn't he get promoted?
The thought that he, a dignified branch master of the Tianli sect, had to be wary of a 749 trainee investigator made Lu Xingquan's composure shatter. Even a full-fledged investigator would be acceptable, but a trainee. It would be a disgrace if word got out.
Branch master, it's been 3 days. What if Chao Ying eats the Ji Ma?
Facing his subordinate's question, Lu Xingchuan opened one eye and glanced over.
No, according to my information, Chao Ying has been settling the families of his fallen brothers these past few days. The alchemy of the Ji Ma won't be that fast. Eating them raw would be a waste. Chao Ying as a Bi Baoren wouldn't do something so foolish. So the Ji Ma must still be there. Once we seize them, we'll withdraw immediately. There will be no mishaps.
In short, it was steady, very steady. Lu Xingchuan was confident. His scheme was flawless. Even if Lu Ding discovered it, what could he do? On one side the monsters, on the other Chow family alley. You can't possibly ignore the monsters and deal with Chow family alley. Moreover, the monster outbreak happened first, and they went to Chow family alley later. By the time you Lu Ding arrive at the front line of the monster battle, how can you come back? Doesn't that take time? Do you really think monsters are cabbages just standing still for you to chop? You're strong, you have power, you have talent, but you can't be this strong. It's only been a short while. Strength has its limits, it needs time to develop. This time, Lu Xingchuan was certain of victory. The Tianli sect members analyzed this and found it reasonable. There was just one small issue: the safety of Zhou Lai and Guang Fei. Lu Ding was a ruthless man who wouldn't blink at dismembering someone. If those two went to monitor him and were discovered. Feeling everyone's gaze on them, Zhou Lai patted his chest.
No problem. If discovered, I admit I can't beat him in a fight. I have a clear understanding of my own abilities.
Guang Fei chimed in, arms crossed.
But when it comes to escaping, we're not pushovers.
Everyone nodded. That made sense. The two were renowned for their agility, otherwise Lu Xingchuan wouldn't have assigned them to monitor Lu Ding.
Good, then prepare. At 11 we'll set out and split up.
Time ticked by. Today was the Ghost Festival, the 15th of July. According to folklore, it's best to stay indoors after dark. So many people returned home early, especially late at night. But many young people didn't heed this. To them, nightfall was when life truly began. At 10:50 deep in the night, Lu Ding opened the door to find Yan Fifan standing there laden with bags.
What's this? Brother Lu, these are the clothes Bai Hemming sent over this afternoon. You were cultivating, so he left first. Today is the Ghost Festival, and he needs to be on standby for dispatch.
Lu Ding took the bags and casually opened one. When he pulled out the clothes, his eyes lit up. He had to admit it was impressive. A black and white contrasting robe with python patterns, gold thread embroidery outlining the serpents. Clearly not cheap. Even before wearing it, Lu Ding knew he'd look incredibly handsome in it. But it would be too eye-catching to wear outside, especially in modern times. Next was the second bag, a custom dark suit complete from top to bottom, exuding charm and elegance. Though the suit was dashing, Lu Ding preferred the robe. The suit was handsome, but the robe was both stylish and imposing. He picked up the bag and turned.
Wait for me.
Yan Fifan waited. Shortly after, Lu Ding reappeared, redefining Yan Fifan's perception of handsomeness. The wide sleeves exuded elegance, and grace the tight sleeves showcased strength and authority. Paired with Lu Ding's model-like physique, it was simply stunning.
Wow, Brother Lu, you've changed skins. From classic to legendary. They say clothes make the man, but you were already handsome. Now you're even more so. How are others supposed to compete? Ha ha, you sure know how to talk. Once the Ghost Festival is over, he'll treat you to hot pot.
Lu Ding was very pleased, but he wondered where did Bai Hemming get such exquisite clothes in such a short time. A certain tailor thought, where else? By squeezing me dry. He rattled off measurements and demanded them today, saying nothing more. I didn't dare ask, fearing he'd finish me off. I just cursed myself for not being an ordinary person.
How dare you exploit me like that?
He stepped out. Time to work. Outside the Public Security Administration, two figures lurked suspiciously in the branches of a banyan tree over 10 meters high. Their eyes were fixed on the administration. They saw Lu Ding walk out the gate in his robe. Both of them curled their lips.
"Show off,"
they said in unison. But what had Lu Ding been training? The flying bear pouncing technique. The overlord of the land spanning the two mountains, and they were gossiping about it behind its back. An ordinary spirit sea cultivator might not have such sharp ears, but these two were unlucky. They ran into Lu Ding, who had advanced in realm. It was their bad luck. A breeze swept by.
"What did you say? My ears are very sharp. Don't badmouth me behind my back."
Lu Ding's voice startled them so much they nearly fell from the tree. Looking at the man in the robe, alarm bells rang in their hearts. How was he so fast? They'd heard he had a formidable physique, extraordinary talent, and profound techniques, but when did he become this fast? No one had ever mentioned such incredible speed. What now? They couldn't fight him, and they couldn't outrun him. The same thought flashed through both their minds: this is going badly.
We were just passing by."
Guang Fei tried to claim he was just passing through, but the next second his gaze involuntarily dropped until he saw his own headless body and Zhou Lai's spurting blood. Like a fountain. Seeing Lu Ding floating in the void, Guang Fei suddenly understood it wasn't that he was fast, he was flying. In the blink of an eye, the duo went from whispering about Lu Ding to losing their heads. They knew Lu Ding was decisive in his actions, but they never expected him to be this ruthless.
"Going to say you were just passing by, skulking around in the dead of night with spiritual energy flowing through you. Today is the Ghost Festival, and you happen to be loitering near the Public Security Administration whispering about me. Coincidental, too coincidental. Do you think I'd believe it?"
Did he even need to ask? It was blatantly obvious they were here for him. Since they were all coming for him, why keep the enemies alive? Moreover, Lu Ding's enemies were limited: the Heavenly Principles sect, the Great Black Mountain, and the Chao family's second branch. The Chao family couldn't produce such a powerful chi cultivator now, especially with Chao Ing in charge. No one else dared to cause trouble. Today was the Ghost Festival, and Lu Ding had reviewed the intelligence on the Great Black Mountain many times. On festivals like this, those above were bustling with activity. The old remnants, who refused to descend, had settled there, building villages and raising descendants. It was impossible for them to send someone of this cultivation level down to cause him trouble, because they weren't much stronger than Yifeng, and Yifeng was instantly killed. These two couldn't possibly create any problems for him. And there was another point: too few people wouldn't work, but too many. How could you bring the entire village down? If you didn't bring them, the powerful ones would leave the rest unprotected, and they'd all be ravaged by demons and monsters. If you did bring them down, when they were told to descend they refused. Now the whole village comes down at once. How could 749 allow that? Especially on the Ghost Festival, it's practically an open provocation. So there was only one answer. The name,
Heavenly Principles Sect,
surfaced in Lu Ding's mind. Below, Yin Fifan caught the two falling heads, opened his phone's 749 app, and scanned their faces.
"Brother Lu, these two are Guang Fei alias Downwind Drifter, and Zhou Lai alias Ground Tiger, both from the Heavenly Principles Sect. They have records and bounties on their heads. Together they're worth 100 contribution points, an unexpected windfall, Brother Lu."
Yin Fifan's words confirmed Lu Ding's suspicions. He floated down, stopping just a few inches above the ground. Lu Ding said,
"Downwind Drifter. He certainly delivered himself quickly, and now the nickname fits the person. A drifter, isn't that a corpse floating in a river? Calling a living man a drifter, does that make sense?"
Now that he's dead, the name finally suits him.
Why would these two be watching the Public Security Administration? Could there be some conspiracy?
As he spoke, Yin Fifan looked at Lu Ding. Usually it was Yin Fifan who did the thinking, since Lu Ding didn't like to exert his mind. But now the men were dead, and they hadn't revealed even a few words of information. He was genuinely puzzled.
"What time is it?"
Lu Ding asked abruptly. Yin Fifan glanced down and reported,
"It's 11 o'clock, Brother Lu." "Then we'll drive over. There's still time. I'll explain on the way."
Flying was an option, but that was for emergencies. Besides, dragging Yin Fifan along while flying didn't feel right. Driving wouldn't leave Yen Fifen isolated, preventing any minor accidents during such a major event. In the show's head watch, people always insisted on acting alone when they could have stayed together only to be caught off guard. Lu Ding had to avoid that. In the car, Yen Fifen asked,
"Brother Lu, where are we driving to?" "To Chow Family Alley. These people are from the Heavenly Principles sect. Their conflict with me boils down to one thing: the wind-calming pearl. Now Chowing has it. He used it to climb Dingfeng Mountain and obtain the Ji Ren and Ji Ma. On his way back, he clashed with the Heavenly Principles sect. So they know he took the treasures, meaning the wind-calming pearl is now useless to them. Now they're coming after me. Either they can't swallow their pride and want revenge, or they're planning something in my jurisdiction, the Baofan district, and need to track my movements. That's why they sent people to watch me. Their scheme might involve luring out monsters or attacking Chowing to reclaim the Ji Ren and Ji Ma. We don't know which one yet, so we'll shift our base from the Public Security Administration to Chow Family Alley. It could be both, and that's highly likely. By luring out a monster, they draw me away, then ambush Chow Family Alley, forcing me to choose between two fronts."
As Lu Ding spoke, an irrepressible smile spread across his face.
People these days have learned to use strategy. This is a flawless open ploy. Once it begins, there's no solution. If a monster appears, it'll have to deal with it. Meanwhile, Chow Family Alley would be attacked and it'd be over. But hasn't it started yet?
Yen Fifen turned his head and chimed in.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Ding's laughter was unrestrained. He found it amusing. Reality was different from TV shows and novels. In fiction, plots were hidden. In reality, they confronted you with open schemes. Hidden plots could be broken, but open ones were unsolvable. They were traps you were bound to fall into. But that only applied once the scheme had begun.
Exactly. The only way to break it was handed to us on a silver platter. Truly a downwind drifter, delivered in no time, same-day service.
Yen Fifen didn't understand the reference, but Lu Ding couldn't stop laughing. He laughed along, thinking to himself, as expected, Brother Lu just doesn't like to use his brain. Trying to outmaneuver Brother Lu. How clueless of the Heavenly Principles sect. Brother Lu had seen through everything. They thought he wouldn't show up. Yen Fifen couldn't wait to see the shock on their faces. "How is Lu Ding here?" "Surprise, here it comes." Lu Ding's voice interrupted his fantasy.
"Send word to the 5 Viscera Shrine and the 4 Seas group. Tell them to secretly deploy people and keep an eye on every inch of the Baofan district. Report any situation to me immediately." "Got it, Brother Lu."
This was only possible in Lu Ding's Baofan district. In other places, ordering local powers around like this would breed resentment. Maintaining order in the district was 749's job. They didn't get paid by him or receive any benefits. Why should they take orders? Work for free. But in the Baofan district, these 2, no 3, local powers didn't even dare to think that way. They cooperated fully. As soon as the message went out, the 5 Viscera Shrine and the 4 Seas group sprang into action. In the 5 Viscera Shrine member group, Tang Bao admin, those who are awake wake up those who are asleep. Grab your gear, summon all the old immortals, release the fierce spirits, and get ready to work. Patrol Inspector Lu has ordered us to keep watch over the Baofan district and report any situation to him immediately. Last time we handled the broken bridge dock incident well. The logistics chief of 749 said they might consider giving us an unofficial status to assist 749 with cleanup operations in Cloudsea City. If we do well this time, we could become part of 749. Messages scroll below. Jiang Ziling, Brother Bao, we can really join 749. Are you serious? Mao Qinghua, our background checks probably won't pass. Fong Yan, I've had some minor offenses before, but 749. Seeing the members' doubts. Tang Bao, that's why it's a consideration, not an immediate promise. We still need to prove ourselves. This opportunity is all thanks to Patrol Inspector Lu, Brother Lu. In all of Cloudsea City, which faction has ever been granted unofficial status by 749? None. But we have this chance. Yin Honglong, say no more. Am heading out now. I've wanted to join 749 for a long time. Even unofficial status is fine. Gao Ji, if we can get unofficial status, we can exchange for 749's resources and techniques. And with that title, who would dare shout at me again? Liao Yao, I think it's not perfect enough, Brother Bao. Let's not bother Patrol Inspector Liu with minor issues. He's busy today. As unofficial members, we should share the burden with the regulars. If we encounter problems, we handle them ourselves, only report what we can't solve. Tang Bao jumped to his feet upon seeing this message. He had been too excited to think of that earlier. Tang Bao, you're a genius. Let's do it that way. Everyone move out. Get your supplies, set up the altars, open the warehouse. Take whatever you need. The Wuzong Sheng Society was bustling with intense activity, and the Sihai Group was not far behind. Though the Sihai Group was a legitimate corporation, it couldn't match the raw, unbridled energy of the Wuzong Sheng Society. Yet their enthusiasm was no less. Upon seeing Yan Fifen's message, they immediately began mobilizing their forces. A fuzzy halo hung around the full moon in the sky. As the great bell of the clock tower in the Baofan district told the arrival of midnight, two furtive figures crept into the depths of an alley on Feixiang Road, the northernmost part of Baofan district, busily setting something up. Little did they know a pair of tiny mungbean-like eyes were watching their every move from behind.
This stuff is really potent. How much should we use? Figure it out. 10 grams can lure things from a 5-kilometer radius. We've got 50 grams here, so that's 25 kilometers. Today is Ghost Festival. The density of demons and monsters is high. Even a small amount will have a terrifying effect. ITLL definitely throw Lu Ding into chaos, leaving him no time to deal with the Chow family alley matter.
Another person spoke up.
Let's not make it too big then. We don't want too many deaths, or ITLL be hard to clean up. We don't want the 749 people hunting us down to the death. Let's just give them a taste. We're not out to destroy society.
As the two were talking, the little gray immortal sent the message back, then lunged forward, transforming into a blur of motion. It snatched the small transparent glass bottle from their hands and fled.
Hey! Damn it, where did that little rat spirit come from? Catch it, catch it! Don't let it get away! Damn rats can dig holes. It's gone into the wall. Smash the wall then.
Inside the Wuzong Sheng Society member group chat, Tang Bao received the message and immediately mobilized everyone to converge on Feixiang Road. This was one of the founding principles of his Wuzong Sheng Society, overwhelmed with numbers. A unknown fight might be tough, but what about 10 against 1 or even 100 against 1? Do you think you're Lu Ding absurdly strong like that? Tang Bao Group owner, anyone who dares to cause trouble in Baofan district, beat them to death. The group members echoed in agreement. Damn, they really don't take us seriously. We're still 749 affiliate members, and they're poking a cat's ass like a mouse. Pure suicidal idiocy. They want to lure monsters, harm ordinary people, and scheme against Brother Liu. I'll beat them to death if I can. I'm almost there. Where are you guys? I can't wait anymore. Merit, I want merit, big merit. Catching those two means we prevented a disaster. I'm a 749 affiliate member, and am coming. Messages and updates from this side were delayed in getting back. Lu Xingchuan frowned deeply.
Something must have gone wrong. How are Guangfei and Zhou Lai doing?
Caution, absolute caution was necessary. Caution leads to great success. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. After all, this wasn't the Tianli sect's home turf. The subordinate replied,
I'll ask right away.
Guangfei, how's your situation? Is Lu Ding still there? Yes, he's still here, safe and sound. We're watching him. The man looked at the message on his phone.
Rest assured, sect leader. Lu Ding hasn't moved. He's still at the Public Security Administration Bureau.
Hearing that Lu Ding was still at the bureau, Lu Xingchuan felt relieved. As long as Lu Ding didn't run around, everything would be fine. Caution. What caution? Damn it, fortune favors the bold. He was just taking back what was his. Why the hell did he need caution?
Charge in. Capture Chowing alive. Kill everyone you see. Tonight, I will leave not a single dog or chicken alive in Chow Family Alley. Anyone who dares to steal from me must pay the price.
At the Chow family mansion, Lu Ding sat in a lounge chair while the elderly Master Chow sat beside him on a small stool brewing tea. Of course, this wasn't Lu Ding's request. The old man insisted on it.
Come, Inspector Lu, please taste this tea. It's premium harvest.
Lu Ding took a sip, savoring the lingering fragrance. He raised an eyebrow and set down the cup.
The flavor is indeed excellent. Then would you like to take 2 caddies back with you?
2 caddies. Yin Fifen's face twitched at the offer. This old man was really willing to go all out.
Brother Lu, just as you predicted, they sent a message. I told them you were still at the bureau.
Yin Fifen said, holding up his phone. In this modern age, of course, communication was done through phones. Chowing watched Yin Fifen send the reply, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had made a wise choice by giving the ginseng boy and ginseng horse to Inspector Lu. Otherwise, those audacious Tianli sect members would have surely turned Chow Family Alley upside down. Before, he hadn't cared because Chow Family Alley wasn't his to command. But now it was his property. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the old master. Chowing desperately wanted to ask,
Grandfather, did you eat the lid? Could you give it back to me?
At that moment, Lu Ding stood up.
All right, it's about time. Let's go to the first courtyard and wait for them.
At the first courtyard of the Chow family mansion, dozens of people poured into the estate. Most flew in from the rooftops, while Lu Xingchuan, the branch leader, strode arrogantly through the wide-open vermilion gate. His voice preceded his entrance.
Chowing, head of the Chow family. Where are you? I, Lu Xingchuan, have come to see you. You've been on my mind these past few days. You're truly a great benefactor. Spending your own money to handle my affairs, buying the wind-calming pearl from Lu Ding for me, and then making the arduous journey to Dingfeng Mountain to retrieve the ginseng boy and ginseng horse. You're really a great benefactor.
As he spoke, Lu Xingchuan rubbed his chin, his voice barely containing laughter.
To repay your great kindness, I have decided to leave not a single chicken or dog alive in your Chow family alley. Now!
Lu Xingchuan stepped over the threshold, the word kill still on his lips, when the vermilion gate behind him shattered instantly. Lu Ding burst out from behind it.
Let's see you act tough now.
Using his palm as a vanguard, he channeled spiritual energy, combining it with his brutal, overbearing physical strength. He smashed through the red gate, as if it were tofu finally slamming into Lu Xingquan's back. A dull bang echoed. Lu Xingchuan, the Tianli sect branch leader, and a Divine Palace realm cultivator, was sent flying forward. He smashed through a rockery, and tumbled into a koi pond, utterly disgraced. Because he had taken Lu Ding's palm strike to his back, his chest bulged forward grotesquely. He coughed up blood, staining the pond water red with fragments of his internal organs. He struggled to his feet, his eyes a maelstrom of unwillingness, confusion, doubt, and fury. He watched as Lu Ding emerged from behind the gate, his hands moving in a blur, dismembering his subordinates. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Public Security Administration Bureau? He roared.
Lu Ding, have you no shame resorting to such underhanded sneak attacks?
At that moment, realization dawned on him. He had still miscalculated. Despite such a meticulous plan, Lu Ding had seen through it, and even laid an ambush. How could he be so shameless? He had earned the fearsome reputation of corpse-dissolving Tai Sui, yet he still stooped to such sneaky tactics. Lu Ding gazed at Lu Xingchuan, drenched in the pond water, looking utterly defeated.
A sneak attack. I'm at the Spiritual Sea stage fighting you at the Divine Palace stage. What's wrong with a sneak attack? So what if I ambushed you? What are you going to do about it?
A Spiritual Sea cultivator ambushing a Divine Palace cultivator. Only a fool would refuse such an opening. Though Lu Ding knew he could win in a fair fight, ambushing saved effort. Why set up a ring with rules forbidding strikes below the belt, kicks to the head, or blows to the back?
You think this is a boxing match?
He sneered, his mockery reaching its peak.
Are you going to condemn me from a moral high ground?
An heretic from a demonic cult condemning him. Lu Ding found it utterly absurd. At that moment, Chowing emerged from the room, accompanied by the elderly patriarch of the Chow family. Each dragged 2 heretics from the heavenly principal sect.
You're the one who loves acting tough, and you've really screwed yourself this time, Lu. Daring to snatch my things in front of Inspector Lu, you're lawless. Thinking you're some big shot. Why not wear a trench coat? Everyone else flies over rooftops, but you insist on using the front door. Who else would they ambush? Your eyes are bad, and your brains aren't much better.
Yin Fifen finished the taunt. The 2 of them traded barbs, each word stinging Lu Xingquan's wounds deeper. Their mouths were like regulated weapons. Even a lick would poison you. Yet every word hit home. Lu Xingquan's face flushed red with rage.
Lu Ding, you're unworthy of being an investigator of 749. I thought you were a righteous man, but you stooped to such despicable acts.
But Lu Ding's reply made him spit another mouthful of blood.
I'm an intern.
A gush of old blood sprayed out. It was that tone, that expression.
I know you're an intern, no need to remind me.
At these words, Yen Fifan wisely scurried to a safer spot. Chao Ing was puzzled.
Where are you going?
Just stay put, Yen Fifan replied. As his words fell, a surge of overwhelming force erupted, sending everyone nearby staggering. A ferocious beast's head materialized behind Lu Ding.
Insulting a public servant of 749, your crime is compounded.
Channeling chi through his hands, Lu Ding pushed his speed to the limit. Tens of meters vanished in an instant, as if he had teleported before Lu Xingchuan. With both palms thrust forward, the darkness behind him surged, and the feral beast's head lunged out with a soul-shaking roar. Wind whistled through the gaps of Lu Ding's fingers, leaving white trails, a vivid tableau of pure physical power. Lu Xingchuan was slow to react. He tried to channel chi to block, but a dull ache in his heart area hindered his flow, costing him a precious moment. A hair's breadth could mean 1,000 miles. Boom! He was sent flying, spinning through the air like a stunt car before crashing heavily through a wall.
You capricious bastard!
With his injuries worsening, Lu Xingchuan could only curse Lu Ding's ancestors for 18 generations. Striking without warning, with no preamble. Was he even human? No regard for martial honor, just ambushes and sudden attacks, yet absurdly powerful. Was it necessary? Lu Xingchuan was truly broken. As he shoved aside rubble and roared, Lu Ding was already upon him, granting no respite.
You curse me, yet expect me not to get angry. Lie down.
Another kick cracked like a sonic boom. This time Lu Xingchuan was prepared, forming a chi shield before him. But it was futile. The seemingly solid shield against the speed and power of Lu Ding's kick was as fragile as January ice in the south, pitifully thin. This blow struck heavier than a steel whip.
G.H.
Blood and vomit mixed as they spewed from Lu Xingquan's mouth.
Enough.
He steadied himself and roared. Behind him, a divine phantom began to rise, a 10-meter-tall specter wielding a funeral staff radiating chilling energy.
Today is my stage. Shut the hell up.
Lu Ding raised his hand, forming a circle and pressing down. The sky gathered blood. The heavens had shifted earlier when these people arrived. They simply hadn't noticed. Amid the seemingly normal storm clouds, drops of blood rain coalesced at Lu Ding's call, forming a colossal crimson palm that slammed down. The 10-meter divine phantom shattered instantly. The scattered blood rain corroded Lu Xingquan's body, chunks of flesh sloughing off like mud with the rain.
Ah!
Hearing his screams, and witnessing this, the other members of the Heavenly Principle sect knew Lu Xingchuan was doomed. They tried to flee, but as they stepped, a spear coalesced from the bloody puddles on the ground, piercing them clean through. They hung in the air like candied hawthorns.
Come on, try to run now. Too late.
Lu Ding raised his hand and formed a seal. The scattered blood rain erupted, forming a forest of sharp spikes that slaughtered most of the sect members. A few managed to escape by leaping into the air.
Split up and run.
At the cry, the survivors scattered in all directions. Fight Lu Ding. Sorry, they weren't that foolish. He had killed so many in one move. Fighting him was pointless. Unless they were seeking death, in which case they'd come to the right place. Unbeknownst to them, their airborne escape played right into Lu Ding's hands. Slashing attacks erupted. The art of living decomposition unfolded in the sky. Behind him, the severely wounded Lu Xingchuan had somehow removed the eye patch he always wore. Where an eye should have been, there was now a mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth. It spoke in human tongue.
My turn. Soul coffin, 100 coffins, seal fate.
Lu Xingchuan rapidly formed seals. Coffins plastered with purple talismans crashed down from the sky, their open lids aiming directly at Lu Ding. He dodged nimbly, his form flickering. Finally, he kicked away a descending coffin.
Now this is the proper technique of a divine palace stage. Finally, something worth seeing.
Lu Xingquan's hand seals changed, and the bizarre mouth on his eye socket continued.
Worth seeing. Kid, you're arrogant. Let me add more spice. Sorrow coffin, legless woman.
A red coffin rose from the ground. With a creaking groan, a gray-white hand with emerald nails emerged from the edge of the lid. But before it could fully extend, Lu Ding flickered before the coffin and kicked it, interrupting the spell. Tried to play an entrance animation in front of him. Was that asking for death? The coffin barely opened, slammed shut with a bang, then shattered and dissipated, a testament to the kick's force.
Manifestations of spells, not real monsters, needn't be shown to me.
Damn, Lu Ding, relying on his brute physical strength, played by no rules at all, not even letting him use his techniques. As Lu Xingchuan cursed, thousands of red threads shot from the bloody puddles on the ground. He was prepared for this move, having seen how it had slaughtered so many of his comrades. But still the threads came swift and relentless.